Hello everyone, welcome to part 58 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use alias names with the tables. So, how to provide alias names for tables. This thing I am going to explain in this video session. In one of the previous videos, I explained how to use alias names for table columns. Table columns. In one of the earlier videos, I explained how to use alias names for table columns. But in this video session, I am going to explain how to use alias names in SQL statements for tables itself. Okay, for tables itself. This is what I am going to explain in this video session. Okay, so let me give some examples so that you can understand how you can use alias names for tables. Let's say there is a statement, guys. Select star from, let's say there is a table like EMP1 table is there, and another table is like EMP2 table is there. Okay, select star from EMP1, EMP2, like this is there. So here this is a table and this is another table. Generally we specify only one table, right? Select star from table name. Select star from table name. What will happen when you run this statement? This particular statement will retrieve all the records from all the columns of this EMP1 table. But we can provide multiple tables, guys. Here only one table is there. But if I have to select star from multiple tables, I can provide that EMP1, comma, EMP2. Okay, multiple tables I can provide here. So this statement will retrieve the records not only from EMP1 but also from EMP2 table. Same time, I'm going to give some alias names here. Okay, for table EMP1, I'm going to give the alias name as O. Okay, EMP1 alias name is O. EMP2 alias name is something like T. Now here, what I'm going to do is instead of retrieving all the columns from these two tables, what I'm going to select O dot, okay, O dot ID, O dot first name, comma, T dot last name. Like this I can provide. You see these columns are being retrieved from which table? This ID column and first name column records are retrieved from which table? EMP1 table, because its alias name is O. I'm just using O dot ID, O dot first name. So these two columns records will be retrieved from EMP1 table. Whereas T dot last name, this column will be retrieved from EMP2 table because T is the alias name. Whatever the T have used here, okay? Just focus on this, guys. So these are alias names. So for the first table that is EMP1, the alias name I have given as O. And for the second table EMP2, I have given the alias name as T. So here, instead of retrieving all the columns from all the tables, so if I specify O.ID, that means this ID column from EMP1 table. Here I mentioned O dot first name. That means this first name column from same EMP1 table because its alias name is O. Now if I say T dot last name, okay, T is the alias name of the EMP2 table. So last name column from the EMP2 table. Like this, guys, we have to use the alias name. So O is alias name for EMP1 table. T is alias name for the EMP2 table. Now I can write more like where O dot ID is equal to T dot ID. Okay. So select O dot ID, comma, O dot first name, comma, T dot last name from EMP1, which alias name as O, EMP2 alias name as T, where O dot ID is equal to T dot ID. Like this, we can create the statements, guys. This is how we provide the alias name for the tables. Let me practically demonstrate this example. Okay. Let me practically demonstrate this example so that you can understand the alias names in a detailed manner. So let's go to this MySQL workbench where we can run the SQL queries on MySQL. So here we have 4 databases like QFox, Circular and World. Current selected database is World, as you can see here. But I would like to create some tables and perform operations on the tables in the QFox database. So for that, I have to use QFox. This will select the QFox database. Run this. The QFox database got selected. After that, I have to create a table, guys. Okay, there are some existing tables, but I would like to create new tables. So create table emp. Okay, emp details 1. Create table emp details 1. So this is a table name. emp details 1 is a table name. Now here I am going to say id, type int, and what is the other thing? First name. First name as varchar 15. So this is first table. Create table emp details 1. Just run this. It will create a table. The table what created. Refresh here. It will appear here. emp details 1 is a table. Now into this table, I am going to insert some data. Insert into table name, values. First value should be of id int type. So 1. Name is Arun. First name is Arun. His first name is Arun. I am inserting. Second record is insert into emp details 1 values 2 comma Varun. Okay. Second 2 id is 2 and value is Varun. Now third thing is insert into emp details 1 values 4 comma Tarun. Let's say these are 3 records I would like to insert into the emp details 1 table. Run this. So these 3 records got inserted, guys. How to find out whether they got really inserted? We can run a query, right? Select star from emp details 1 table name. Select star from table name. When I do so, it will retrieve all the records. 1 Arun, 2 Arun, 4th Arun, like this. Okay. 1 Arun, 2 Arun, 4th Arun. Now let's create another table. Okay. Now let's create another table. Create table emp details 2 id as int. Okay. And last name. Other column I am creating is last name varchar, say 15. So there are 2 tables. First table is emp details 1, which has one column as id and other column as first name. But second table is emp details 2 table, okay, which is a different table. It has id as int and last name as varchar. Okay, last name as another column. So let's create this table first. So under this table, I'm going to insert some data. Insert into emp details 2. Insert into emp details 2. ID I'm going to give 1 and last name Motori. Okay, my name, like my last name. Fine. Here 1 Arun is there. ID is 1 and first name is Arun. For the same ID, last name is Motori. Okay, like that. I'm just trying to create such kind of data. emp details 2. Then we'll have something like 1 4. Okay, 4. 4 as or 2 as 1 2 as 1 minute. Okay, what we'll do is like insert into emp details to 1 Motori we gave, and for 4 I'm not giving for 2, guys. I don't want to give for 2. So here 4 directly I'm jumping to 4. Okay, the 4's last name like first name is Tarun, and for the 4 last name I'm going to give in the other table like Kumar. Okay, Kumar. Now insert into emp detail, another record I'm creating, and I'm just giving record number as 5. You see 1 to 4 is there here. Here 5 has come new. So here 2 is something which is not there in the second table, and 5 is something that is not there in the first table. 1 4 5, and here Rathod something I am giving. This is all data we need for understanding this. Okay, so I have to create the data in this way. So here I have to give values, guys. Okay, so it should not be like this. Values. Fine. Insert into emp details to values. First one is 1 Motori. Okay, here 1 Arun is there, 1 Motori is there here. First name is Arun and last name in the second table is Motori. And here 2 Arun is there, but here 2 record is not there. Okay, in the second table. Whereas coming to the third record, we have 4th Arun here. Here 4 Kumar is there. Okay, 4 here first name is Tarun, second last name in the other table is specified as Kumar. Now EMP details 2 values, last record is 5, which is not there in the EMP details 1. Okay, this is a new record, new ID, which is not actually there in the first table, and draw out. Like this, I have to create some data, guys. Okay, now select star from EMP details 2. Okay, I have to first run this, guys. Okay, I have to first insert this data. Table got created already, but then I have to insert the data. So that data got inserted into the EMP details 2 table. Select start from EMP details 2. So all these 3 records, 1 Moturi, 4 Kumar, 5 Rathod, is now displayed. Fine. So EMP details 1, these 3 records, and EMP details 2, these 3 records. 1, 2, 4, 1, 4, 5. Okay. Fine. Now we have the required tables. 2 tables we need. In order for me to explain about this alias names for table, I need 2 tables. Okay. So one of the table I created is EMP details 1 with these details, where the other table I created is EMP details 2 with these details. Okay. So now I have to use the aliases. How to do that? Let me explain. Select. First I will say star, guys. Okay. Star from which tables? 2 tables. So first table is EMP details 1, comma, EMP details 2. Like this I have to provide. Now, EMP details 1, for EMP details 1, I am providing a alias name as O. For EMP details 2, okay, I am providing the alias name as T. 1, O stands for 1, T stands for 2. Like that I am just trying to give. Okay, EMP details 1, I am just giving O. EMP details 2, I am just giving T. Now, where all those things I will come later. But here, asterisk means all records, right? Asterisk means all records. All records from all the columns. Asterisk means all columns from both the tables. Instead, I would like to display, okay? Instead, I would like to specify the column names here. If I specify ID here, ambiguity problem will come, guys, okay? Because in EMP details 1, ID is there. In EMP details 2 also ID is there. Here 2 tables are mentioned, EMP details 1 and EMP details 2. In both these tables, ID column is there. But if you run this query, you'll get an error saying column ID in this field is ambiguous. Ambiguous means it's not able to understand whether I need to retrieve the ID column values from EMP details 1 or whether I need to retrieve the ID column details from EMP details 2 table, because ID column is there in both the tables. So using this alias name, we can overcome this problem. That is, you have to specify the O dot here. Okay. Select O dot ID. Okay. Select O dot ID means this ID column from which table? Employee details 1 table. Okay. Then O dot first name. Okay. O dot first name. This is also resolved. And last name belongs to second column. The whose alias name is T. So I have to say T dot last name. Like this, we have to use the aliases. Okay. These are the alias names for the EMP details 1 table and EMP details 2 table. Using these alias names, we can call the tables, table columns. And this alias names will help you in resolving the ambiguity problem, where if the same column is there in different tables, if you specify O means this belongs to the employee details 1 table, like that. Okay, you can classify that. Now, I'm going to add one more condition, like where O.id is equal to T.id. Okay, so this ID is referring to which table? Employee details table, details 1 table. This ID is referring to which table? Employee details 2 table, because we are accessing that with the help of the employee details 2 name. Okay. Select O.id, O. First name, T. Last name from EMP details 1 O, EMP details 2 to T, and where O.id is equal to T.id. So everywhere in every line we have used alias names. O is alias name here. Here T is alias name. Here O is alias name. T is alias name. O is alias name, and T is alias. Like this, we can use alias names for the tables, guys. Okay. If you run this, what will happen? Here the condition is we have to retrieve these records. Okay, these columns, data from these columns. The first 2 columns are from the employee details 1 table, and this column is from the employee details 2 table. That's fine. Okay. Where O.id should be equal to T.id. Here, the first table we have 1, 2, 4. Okay. 1 equal to 1. When 1 is equal to 1, you are getting my point, right? O.id. O.id means this one. 1 is equal to 1. So here t.id. T.id means this ID. So if 1 is equal to 1, then you can retrieve this particular record. Then 2 Varun. Is 2 Varun is 2 record is there here? Is 2 is matching with any 2 here? There is no 2 in the 2 table, right? So this will be ignored. Okay, it will be eliminated. Now 4 will come. 4 ID is there in the first table. So O.id 4 is matching. Then T.id also should have 4. If 4 is equal to 4, this record will be retrieved. Then coming to 5. So O.id there is no more O.id. So T.id is 5. So 5 is equal to any 5 in this particular EMP details one? No. So that will also be eliminated. This is also eliminated. This is eliminated. Only 1, 4 are matching, right? 1 is matching with this one. 1 in the employee details 1 is matching with 1 in the employee details 2. Here because O.id is equal to T.id is a condition. So 4 is matching with this 4. When I run this, only the 2 records. And we'll get 3 columns, guys. ID, first name, last name. So ID and first name is in first table. Last name is in the second table. Excuse me. So if I say where O.id is equal to T.id, so it will print, it will display you these 2 things along with this one. And where these IDs are matching here. Okay, then only it will retrieve. Run this. You see 1, 4 came. Only 1, 4 which are matching in both the columns are coming because of this condition. O.id is equal to T.id should be there. That's why only 1, 4 is coming. Second thing is first name. First name from the first table is coming. That is Arun Tarun. Okay, Arun Tarun. So for that Arun first name, the other table we have the last name. So the motor is coming here, and here Tarun for Tarun with 4 we have the last name as Kumar. So Kumar is coming. In order to get this kind of data, we have to use alias names for the tables, guys. Okay. So this is how we can use alias names in the tables. For the tables, so if you have to use alias names, you have to use like this, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 59 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use different joins like inner join, left join, right join, full join, and self join. So in this video session, I'm going to explain how to use joins, that is different joins in SQL statements. Before moving further, let's find out what is the purpose. What is the purpose of using joins in SQL statements? What is the purpose of using joins in SQL statements? Let's find out this first. As the name suggests, what is the name, guys, of this topic? Joins. As the name suggests, joins means joining something. So what can we join in the databases? Nothing but tables, guys. Okay, using joins, we can join tables. So joins are used in SQL for joining the different tables. For joining the different tables. This is the purpose of joins, guys. Okay, what is the purpose of using the joins? The purpose of the joins in using the joins in SQL statements is to join different tables. This is the purpose. Fine. Now, are there any prerequisites before we join some different tables? Okay, we have the second question here is, are there any prerequisites for the tables to get joined? To get joined using the joins in SQL. Yes, guys, there is a prerequisite. What is that prerequisite? Both. Okay, for example, there are 2 tables and you want to join 2 tables. So those tables, okay, which we want to join using the joins in SQL should have a common column. Then only we can perform the join, guys. Okay, then only we can join the tables. So joins when used in SQL statements for joining the tables, what will be the use? We'll get the result, guys. Okay, so generally we will retrieve the records, right? So generally we'll retrieve the records from the table. Now here by using joins, we can join two tables in such a way that records, okay, records from two join tables will be retrieved. Okay, we'll join two tables and then retrieve the records from those joint tables. Let's say there is a table here. Okay, there's another table here. Using joins, before using joins, you can retrieve the results. Okay, retrieve this, retrieve records from this table. Okay, let's say this is table, this table, and also we can retrieve records from this table separately. Individually we can retrieve the records from this table and individually can retrieve the records from this table. But when you use joins, okay, but when you use joins, so these two tables will be joined together and the records from two tables will be retrieved. The records at a time, the records from two tables, okay, two joint tables can be retrieved. Earlier, before using joins, what's the situation? We can retrieve the records from individual tables separately. But by using joins, okay, we can join two tables in such a way that the records from two tables will be retrieved. Okay, not from individual tables, but joint tables you can retrieve. That is the purpose of using joins in SQL statements, guys. Anyhow, I'm going to practically demonstrate how this is going to happen. Okay, fine. And as part of the prerequisites, I told that these tables, let's say this is table. Okay, this is EMP1 table. This table is like EMP2 table, let's say. Okay, now in this table, let's say there are two columns. One column is ID, other column is first name, and other table also has two columns. One of the column is ID, other column is last name. So the prerequisites for using the joins, for joining two tables, for retrieving the records from two tables together is these both tables should have a common column. Can you see any common column between this EMP1 table and EMP2 table? Is there any common column? Yes, ID is there here and here. In two tables, in two different tables, we have the same column, that is ID. So if this kind of situation is satisfied, then only we can use joins. Okay. If we don't have a common column between these two tables, then we cannot use joins. Joins can be used only when a common column is there in between two different tables that we want to join for retrieving the records from both the tables. So hope you understood the concepts, guys. There is one more thing that I need to explain as part of this joins concepts. That is what are the different, okay, types of joins available. This is the topic. There are 5 different type of joins. What are they? One is inner join. Okay, one is inner join. Then we have left join, right join. These are the different type of joins we can use in SQL statements. Full join, then finally self join. Okay, so there are different types of joins available that we can use in SQL statements. They are nothing but inner join, left join, right join, full join, self join. Coming to inner join, we can also call this inner join as equi-join, or we can also call that as simple join. Equi-join or simple join. Coming to left join, there is another name for the left join. In some DBMS softwares, left join is also called as left outer join. Okay. Right join is called as, in some DBMS, it is called as right outer join. Then full join in some DBMS software is called as full outer join. Self join is self join itself. So inner join, there are other names for inner join, that is equi-join or simple join. Whereas left join, we can some DBMS they call it as left outer join, and right join, right outer join, full join, full outer join, and self join. So these are the 5 different types of joins available. I am going to practically demonstrate each and every type of join that I mentioned here in a practical way. Fine. So these are all the concept of the joins, guys. Now let's move to the practical mode, where I'm going to practically demonstrate how to use joins in SQL statements. As you already know, the purpose of the using the joins is to join two tables when these two different tables have a common column, right? And what is the advantage of joining two tables? While retrieving the records, we can retrieve from two tables. Okay, instead of retrieving the records individual from individual tables, we can join two tables and at a time retrieve the records from both the tables. That's what is all about joins. Now let me practically demonstrate. So in the previous video, I have already created these two tables, guys. We are going to reuse these tables. Okay, select star from EMP details. What is there in this table? First, let's say use QFX and then select star from EMP detail. In this particular table, we have the records like this. What are the records? ID and first name is there. ID 1, 2, 4. So we'll take this. We'll write down this columns. Okay. What is the table name? Table name is EMP details 1. First table name is EMP details 1. Second table name is EMP details 2. Okay. Like that, we have two tables. EMP details 1 table, EMP details 2 table are there. And in the first table, we have two columns. So I'm just going to show you what are the two columns we have in the EMP details 1, ID and first name. ID column and first name column. And what about the second table? This is a second table, guys. Second table name is EMP details 2. Okay, run this. So you'll get the data ID, last name. The columns that are there in the EMP details 2 table are ID and last name. ID and last name. And in this first table, what are the records available? Existing records available. 3 records are there. What are they? Here we have 1, then 2, and here we have 4. Okay, and in the 1 we have Arun, and the 2 we have Varun, 4 we have Tarun. And coming to the other table, it has ID and last name. Here also we have, let's say, 3 records, and here we have 1. Then we have, what is there? Let's find out. 1, 4, and 5. Okay, 1, 4, 5. 1 we have Moturi, and 4 we have Kumar, and 5 we have Rathod. Like this some data is there. That's fine. Now these are two different tables. Do these particular two tables have a common column? Yes, ID is common. This here also one ID is there. Here also one ID is there. This is a common. Hence, since these two different tables have a common column, we can use joins or not. Yes, we can use joins. Okay, the two different tables have the same column, common column. Then we can use joins. We can apply joins in the SQL statements for these two tables with an intention of joining these two tables and retrieving the records at a time. Fine. Now let's start using the different joins. How to use them? So select star from. Okay. Select star from which tables? Select star from which table? EMP details 1. EMP details 1. What you want to do on this table? I want to join. Which type of join? I want to inner join. Okay. Select star from EMP details 1 table. Inner join. Okay. Here make sure that you are providing the proper names. Select star from EMP details 1 table. That is the first table. Inner join. What is the second table that we want to join this EMP details 1 with this EMP details 2? Okay. Select star from EMP details 1. Inner join EMP details 2. Where this EMP details 1 dot ID, okay, EMP details 1 dot ID is equal to EMP details 2 dot ID. emp details to dot id. Like this, we have to write a statement. If we have to use inner join, okay, it's not on where guys, it's on. Okay, so make sure that you don't write where here. Okay, by habit we write where here, but better to remember in case of joins we have to write on instead of where, we have to write on. Select star from emp details 1, that is the first table, and join this first table with the second table. For that, which type of join we are using? I told 5 joins are there, right? 5 different type of joins. What are there? We have inner join, then we have left join, right join, uh, full join, and finally self join. These are the different type of joins there. Okay, I'm going to use each and every join here. Now I started by using the which type of join? Inner. First type of join, that is inner join, which is also called as equi join or simple join. Fine. So how the inner join is going to join these two tables? Every join has a way of joining two tables, guys. Okay. So here, if you use inner join, it will join these two tables in a some way. If you use left join, it will join these two tables in some other way. Right join, it will join these two tables in some other way. Like that. Full join, it will join in another way, and so on. Okay. So select star from emp details 1, inner join emp details 2 on emp details dot id. Okay, is equal to emp details 2 dot id, and put a semicolon here. So here I am saying emp details 1 dot id, and here I am saying emp details 2 dot id. So here id is the common column, right? As I already told you, if you want to join these two tables, these two tables should have a common column. Here is where we are using that common column. Okay, id is there in both the tables. So first type of id is employee emp details 1 dot id. This is emp details 2 second table dot id. Okay, so we have to write something like this: on emp details dot id is equal to emp details 2 dot id. Then only, okay, then only this statement will be completed. So when you use any type of join, you have to add this statement at the end. Okay, so this is like a common column. Okay, this is just to confirm that there is a common column between the in between the two tables. What is the common column? id. So we have to write that here. Now select star from emp details 1, inner join with other table, that is emp details 2 on this dot id, this column dot first table type dot id is equal to second table to table dot id. So in this kind of situation, how the inner join is going to work? How inner join is equal to join these two tables? So these two tables will be joined, and the records will be retrieved from these two tables by common columns. Okay, so id is something we are using for the common purpose. For example, if you draw the circles like this, okay, understand this, guys. This is the emp details 1. Okay, so here we have id, here we have id. This id details we are writing. So here 1 is also common. What is common? 4 here 1 is there, here 1 is there, here 4 is there, here 4. So intersection, there will be 1 and 4. But coming to the this place, we only have 2 here, but this place we have only 5. Like this. This is how we can divide. Now inner join means this intersection part. Okay, the common records will be retrieved, guys. So common records will be retrieved by joining these two tables. Only the common records 1 and 4 will be retrieved by joining the two tables. That is 1 Arun Motori. Then 2 is not there, so it will be ignored. 4 is there again, common. Okay, intersection, inner join. So 4 Tarun Kumar will be coming. Okay, you can see that in the result, guys. Only the common records. Okay, only the records having the common values. Only the records having the common IDs, let's say, because ID is the common column here, right? Only those common column values which are common between two tables, those records only will be retrieved. Other records, like the record having the ID as 2 or the record having the ID as 5, will not be retrieved, because 5 is there here, but 5 is not there in the first table. Here 2 is there, but 2 is not there in the second table. So 1 4 will be retrieved. So select star from emp details 1, inner join, two tables will be joined and retrieve the records. Okay, but the column should have the ID same. Then only they will be retrieved. Those records having the IDs as same will be retrieved. You see, the first table here two table data is there, guys. In a single result, we got two table data. Okay, this particular data ID first name is from first table, and ID last name is from the second table, that is EMP details too. But we got the result in a single. Okay, from two tables we got the joint result. One Arun, one Motori. Fourth Arun, four Kumar. Like that we'll get. Okay, so this is how the inner join works. The next type of join, you will understand each and every join. Okay, when I explain different join, you'll understand how the different joins are different from each other. Fine. Left join. Left join means here the first table is going to be the left, and second table is going to be the right. You see, this is a left table, this is a right table. This is the first table, second table. So first table is going to be the left table, second table is going to the right table. When I say left join, first what happens is, it's not about commonness case. Okay, so if I change inner join to, let's say, only I have to change inner join to left join here, that's it. Okay, remaining complete statement is same. Select star from EMP details 1, left join. Instead of inner join, we have to provide left join, EMP details 2, and remaining thing will be same. So when I provide left join, the importance of retrieving the records will be given to the first table, that is EMP details 1. So all the records from the first table will be retrieved, that is 1, 2, and 4. This complete circle. Okay, left circle. Left join means left circle, right? This left table, this complete left. If I am using left join, this complete left circle, that how many records are there in left circle? 1, 2, and 4. 3 records are there. So it will be like this. So one Arun, okay. Then 2 is there. 2 Arun. First, these records will be retrieved. Okay. 4 Arun. Like this, 3 records got retrieved. And also joining will happen now. Okay. And also the joining will happen. That is 1, 4 is already there. So in place of 1, 4, so how they will be joined again? 1, 4 will come here. Okay, and here one more record is there, 5. Okay, so 5 will come here. Here 2 is not there, right? So here what happens is this 5 will not come. Only the records in the left table will be considered, not the records in the right table. Okay, first all, if you say left join, the records that are there in the left table, that is 1 to 4 will come, and then after considering these 3 records, then the right table will be joined to this left table. While trying to join this right table, this 5 is not there in this list. So 5 will be ignored, guys. Only 1, 4 will be considered because 1, 4 are there. Now 2 is there anything at the place of 2? No. So here null will come. Null value. Okay. And here in place of Arun, we have for 1 Arun, Motori is there. So Motori will come. This is how the tables are going to join, guys. When you say left join, all the records from the left table will be considered first. Okay. And if there are any common records in the right table, those will be considered like this. But non-common records will be ignored. Fine. So Varun, we don't have anything in the last name. So null is there. Tarun will get Kumar. So this should be the result, guys. Okay. This should be the result. 1 Arun, 1 Motori, 2 Arun, null, 4 Arun, 4 Kumar, something like that. We should get the table. Let's run this and see whether what kind of data we got. So for 1, 2, 4 we got. Okay, 1, 2, 4 we got. 1, 2, 4. So Arun, Varun, Tarun is there. For Varun, we got 2 null values. Okay, for the right side of the table, we got 2 null values. Now the next one is right join. Okay, inner join is there, left join is there. Now right join. Right join means, now you can understand, guys, how to get the results. Okay, you should be in a position to, if you understood left join, you can understand right join. The importance is given to the left right table first, because this is right join means right table. Okay, what are the different records in the right table? 1, 4, 5. So here the importance is given to the right table. So these records will be first written, that is 1, 4, 5, and we have Motori. This will be retrieved first. Okay, Motori, and here we have Kumar. Then we have Rathod, right? Then we have Rathod. So like this, 1 Moturi, 4 Kumar, 5 Rathod. Fine. Now to this records, okay, to this records, this is the right table. Left records will be joined. Okay, based on this records only, this left records will be joined because this is right join. First, the right table should be retrieved, then left will be joined to that. So since 1, 4, 5 is there, here 1 is there, 4 is there. Only 1 and 4 are common in this right table, but 2 is not common. So 2 will be ignored. Okay, 2 will not be joined. Only this 1 and 4 records will be joined. So in case of 1, Arun. In case of 4, Tarun. Okay, like this. And the same thing, 1 and 4 will be there anyhow. So 1, 4 will be there. And coming to the other one, these two will be nulls. We should get this kind of data, guys. Okay. So here, first right table records will be retrieved. Based on the right table, left table records will be matched. Okay. If the records are same, if 1 is equal to 1, then fine. Here 1 is there, so 1 is allowed. 2 is not there in this right table, so 2 will be ignored. 4 is there in this right table, so fourth record, this record of the second table will be retrieved like that. Okay, so it's like left join and right join, guys. Okay, left join and right join. This is the thing. So here 1, 4, 5 will come, and based on that, left table will be joined in case of right join. Hope you are understanding this. So here right join, nulls will be there at the other table side. You see, 1 Arun, 4 Tarun. Okay, 4 Tarun. So 1, 4, 5 are coming. The right table is completely coming. The right table is completely coming, and left table will come based on the right table. Since only 1, 4 are matching here, only 1, 4 records will come, and remaining record, since 5 is not there in the left table, null will come. In case of left join, full left table will come. Okay, left table will come fully, and based on this full table, if some records are matching, those records according to the common column, some records are matching, those records only will come. Remaining record will be, since 2 is not there in the right table, this will come null. Like this, guys. This is how the tables are getting joined, and the results from two tables are getting retrieved together like this. So in case of inner join, only the common records, only 1, 4 will come. But in case of left join, the left join complete record, left table complete records by joining with the other common records will be retrieved. In case of right join, right table complete records by joining the common records from the left table will be retrieved. Okay. Now coming to full join. Full join is not supported. Okay. Full join is not supported. Here we have different type of joins. We are done with inner join, left join, right join. But coming to full join is not supported in MySQL. If you try to run so, you'll get an error, guys. Okay, you'll not even understand why this error is coming. Okay, even though you gave the correct details, but still it is not working. You'll get an error in MySQL. So here what I'm saying, full join is not supported in MySQL. Okay, full join is not supported in MySQL RDBMS software. Then where exactly this full join will be supported? Full join is supported in other RDBMS software, that is Oracle. In Oracle RDBMS, this full join is supported, guys. Fine. This full join is supported in Oracle RDBMS. So how to get this Oracle RDBMS? In my machine, only MySQL RDBMS is there. Do you have to install and configure the Oracle RDBMS software also in my machine? It's not required, guys, because Oracle RDBMS is being provided with an online version. Okay, you can Google it out and get a URL kind of thing. You don't have to install it. Like MySQL RDBMS, you don't have to install and configure it for running the SQL statements on this MySQL. But coming to Oracle, they are providing a web URL online. Online itself, you can practice SQL. For example, if you open this Chrome browser, okay, search for practice SQL online on which database? Oracle. Okay, Oracle. Like this, if you search practice SQL on Oracle database, then you will get this kind of URL where livesql.oracle.com. Okay, you don't have to install Oracle RDBMS in your machine, guys. So if you simply search in Google, then you will get this particular link and just go there and you have to sign in, guys. Okay. So you have to sign in. Click on sign in and you have to provide the credentials. Then only you can work. So better to sign in first. So I'm just giving my credentials for Oracle account. If you don't have, you can have to create sign up and then you can do that, guys. Okay. There are options to sign up. Now click on the start coding now. It will take you to this particular page where it will take you to a editor kind of page where you can run your SQL queries like this. Okay. This page will come. Now here, we need to have the same records. Okay. We need to have the same records. Select star from EMP details one. Okay. For that, let's create the tables, guys. Create table. What's the table name? EMP details one is the table name. Run this. Table will be, sorry, have to provide the columns, right? I didn't provide. ID int, comma, first name is varchar, 15. Like this, you have to provide. Create table name, EMP details one. Like this, you have to provide. So the table will be created. Into this, we have to insert the records. Insert into EMP details one table where one. These are the data case. Okay, the same data we are going to insert. That is the same data. One Arun, two Arun, fourth Arun, like that. Okay, we have the reference. One Arun. Insert into the EMP details one. Two. What is that? Varun. Then the last value is insert into EMP details 1 4 Tarun. Okay, 4 Tarun. We have to insert these three records. Sorry, again I am doing mistakes. Values. I have to add the values here. I'm missing that every time. So values. This is a statement syntax. Okay, then only it will work. So three records got inserted. Now if you say select star from EMP details one table. Okay, EMP details one table. All the record data will be, all the table data will be displayed. One Arun, two Arun, fourth Arun. Fine. Like this. ID first name, one Arun, two Arun, fourth Arun. We need to get. So ID first name, one Arun, two Arun, fourth Arun. Second thing is, we have to create again EMP details two table also. Let's go here. Create table EMP details two in the brackets. In the brackets, we have to provide ID. Common column is ID, right? Int. And here last name. Here last name. Varchar of 15. So run this. Second table will be created. Then we have to insert the data. Insert into. We are preparing the data, guys, because in MySQL already these tables are there. But coming to Oracle DBMS, we don't have this table. So I'm just creating the tables first. Okay. Insert into table name. What is the table name? EMP details. Two table name values as 1 comma last name is Moturi. Okay, so like this. Insert into EMP details to values as 4, then Kumar. Just giving Kumar. Then insert into EMP details to values 5 comma Samrathod. These are the three records we have, right? So as you can see in this image, ID last name 1 Motori, 4 Kumar, 5 Rathod. We should get the same. When I say select star from EMP details to second table, run this, we'll get the ID last name 1 Motori, 4 Kumar, 5 Rathod. 1 Motori, 4 Kumar, 5 Rathod. Now we have the two tables ready, right? In this Oracle RDBMS software also we have the two tables having the same type of tables. Now the time has come to use the full join. So here, as you can see, when I say full join, this kind of error is coming, right? When I try to run this, I'm getting an error saying unknown column something, but this is not correct. The column name, everything is correct, but full join is not supported by MySQL. This full join is not supported by MySQL. So copy this and paste into your Oracle. Okay, since these two tables are also created in the Oracle RDBMS, the same statement I'm copying here. Full join is there. If I run this, what will be the result I will get? What result I am going to get with this full join, guys? Full join means all records. Okay, complete. So this is known as full join. So if I take this full join, This complete thing is a full join. So how many records are there? Total records, that is 1, 2, 4, 5. 4 records are there. 1, 2, 4, 5. This 4 records has to come. Okay. This 4 records has to come. 1, 2, 4, and 5. So the data will be something like this. 1, 2, 4, 5. Total records. For 1, Arun is there. Last name is again 1 and Motori. Okay. Like this. Then for 2 we have Varun. Here we don't have 2, right? In the second table we don't have 2. So null, 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 null. Then coming to 4 we have Tarun. Then here 4 again 4 followed by Kumar. This will be the result. So 5 here will get null, guys, because 5 is not there. Again null will be there here. Okay. In the left table we don't have the 5. So here 5 will come and then Rathod will come here. Like this, guys. Okay. 1 Arun, 1 Motori, 2 Arun, null, null, 4 Arun, 4 Kumar, null, null, 5 Rathod. So all the records are coming 1, 2, 4, 5. Total 4 possible records in both the tables. This, if you combine these two tables, what are the possible records? 1, 2, 4, and 5, right? 4 is repeated anyhow. So like this, we have to get the result. In places of no values, it should be displaying the null. So let's run this in the MySQL. We cannot run this full join in the MySQL. So let's run this statement in the having the full join in the Oracle RDBMS like this. Should get the, you see, 1 Arun, 1 Motor is coming, 4th Arun, 4 Kumar is coming. You see, for 5, only second table has a 5. So in the first table, null values are coming. Here, null is being represented as hyphen, guys. This is nothing but null. In the first table, again 2 Arun is there. That is coming as null in the second table. So all the possible records are coming, right? All the possible records are coming. That is nothing but the full join. Now final one is self join. Final one is self join. Self join is different from these 4 joins. Okay. Here, what is the difference between this inner these 4 joins and this self join? In case of these 4 type of joins like inner, left, right, and full, we were using 2 tables. Okay, 2 tables. We are using 2 different tables. 2 different tables. But coming to self join, we have to use same table 2 times. Got my point? Here 2 different tables. 2 different tables will be joined. But here the same table will be joined 2 times. Here EMP details 1 is there, EMP details 2 is there. These 2 are different tables. Okay. So inner join, left join, right join, and full join can be used between these 2 different tables. But in case of self join, a single table, only one table has to be used, and also 2 times we have to use. Okay. The same table we have to use 2 times to join them. To join. Okay. You will understand more about self join. Let me explain self join in another way. So now I'm going to explain about the other one, other last join, that is self join. So in case of self join, unlike other joins, we only need one table. We don't need multiple tables. Okay, only one table is required to perform this operation using the self join. Only one table is required. You don't need 2 tables. Fine. So let's create the table, guys. Okay, let's create that table. So we don't need these tables. So create table. Okay, create table. EMP details 3. Okay, only one table I am going to use. You can see that the name of the table is EMP. Otherwise, I'll keep EMP details only. It doesn't have any 1, 2 or like that. Okay. Create table EMP details. So here ID is int. Then we have first name as varchar 15. Okay. Then we have last name also in the same table varchar 15 again, and we have some department ID, the short form DEP ID I am giving. It is also int, let's say, right? Like this, we are creating a single table. The single table is created like this, guys. Okay, the table is something like this, where it has 4 columns. First column, second column, third column, and fourth column. Like this, 4 columns are there in this particular table. The table name is EMP details table. Only one table. Okay, I don't need 2 tables here. Only one table is required, which is having 4 columns. The first one is ID. Second column I am creating is first name. Then the third column I'm giving last name, and the fourth column I am giving department ID, DEP ID. Okay, like this 4 columns are there. Under these 4 columns, I am going to insert some 3 records, let's say. So like this kind of data I'm going to insert, guys. 1, 2, let's say 3. Okay. Here first name, let's say Arun. Last name is Moturi. Then here Varun. Then I'm just giving Kumar. Here Tarun. I'm giving Rathod. Now here department ID I'm giving 1. Here ID is also 1. Department is ID is also 1. But here in the second record ID is 2, but department ID is 9. Just focus on this, guys. Okay, and I'm intentionally giving a different department ID which is not matching with the ID. But in case of first record, this department ID is matching with this ID. But in the second record, department ID is different from the normal ID, that is 2. Third record, we have again have the same ID. Department ID is same as the ID. Now we can use self join in the single table itself. How to use? We have to write something like this. Self join, so we have to create the data first, guys, right? First we have created this is just for like a display purpose. I created this table before you. The same table I'm going to create in this DB, MySQL DB. Okay, create table, emp details, these 4 columns, ID, first name, last name, department ID, run this. Once the table got created like this, then insert the details. Insert into emp details, values, 1 comma, Arun comma, Motori comma, again 1. Okay, 1 Arun, Motori, and 1. Then second record, insert into emp details, values, 2 comma, Varun comma, Kumar comma. I'm intentionally giving a different department ID which is not matching with the, this department ID is not matching with the normal ID, right? Intentional I'm giving. You will understand why I'm giving later part of time. Insert into emp details, values, 4 comma, Tarun comma, Samratod comma, again. So this is 3, right? So this is 3. Okay, so it's not 4, it's 3. Here also 3. Like this. Insert these 3 records. Now say select star from emp details. All the table details will be displayed for us. Run this. You see ID, first name, last name, department ID. So for the first record and last record, department IDs are matching with the ID. But for the middle record, department ID is 9, but normal ID is 2. It's not matching. So this concept is around this 2 IDs, guys. Okay, fine. Now, if I say select star from emp details, okay, comma, again I have to say emp details. Fine. Select star from emp details. Select star from emp details. So select star from emp details, comma, emp details I am giving, right? Same table I am repeating twice. Now I don't have any keyword like you see if remaining joins, like we have inner join. Okay, the same keyword is inner join I have to use in the statement. Coming to left join, I have to use left join in the SQL statement, right? Right join, I have to use right join. The SQL statement, even full join also I have to use. As you can see, if you remember here, full join, we have to use this full join as a keyword. But coming to the self join, there is no keyword like self join. Okay, there is some there, you cannot use like this. Okay, this is not there. Is not there. Self join is not there. Okay. Select star from emp details, comma emp details, where. Okay. So what to do here? Self join means here I have to provide the alias names for these 2 tables. Okay. Before I demonstrate how to use the self join thing, select star from emp details. I have to give the same table, right? Twice you are giving. That means how can you give the same table twice? You have to replicate, right? You have to give different names. If you don't give different name for the same table, you cannot join them, right? Just understand the concept, guys. Here, in case of remaining joins, we have two different type of tables, and since there are two different type of tables, they have different names. But coming to the self join works on the same table. Same table means same names, right? How to differentiate these two tables now? How to differentiate this same table from same table? Is it possible? Yes, by giving the alias names. How to give the alias names from the table? As explained in one of the previous videos. Okay, after this table name, you have to specify something like, for example, 1. Okay, first copy of the EMP table, that is 1. So short form I am giving O. Second copy of the same table I am giving T. Like this we have to give. Okay, we have to give the alias names. Then select star from EMP details, same table O T. Okay, then here we will not have some self join keyword is not there. Instead we have to use where, guys. Okay, self join is completely different from other joins. It doesn't have any on keyword or self join keyword. Instead we'll be using the normal where class condition. So where class where O dot ID is equal to T dot ID. This we have to give. Okay, so there is one mistake here, where O dot ID is equal to T dot DEP ID. Okay, this is what we have to write. Select star from EMP details. Since same tables are there here, two same tables are there. First, for the first same table, I'm giving the alias name as O. For the second same table, I'm giving the alias name as. So here, two copies of the same table are created with different names. Okay, same table, but different names we are giving, so that we can identify this table as separate and this table also as separate, even though these two tables are same tables. Now, if I say O.ID, okay, now simple thing, guys. In case of self join, what you are doing here, only one table is there. You are making a copy of the same table. So this is a first table, right? So Control C, Control V, another table you are creating. Okay, in case of self join, you are creating another table. The same table you are creating another copy. For the first copy, you are giving the alias name as O. For the second table, you are giving the alias name as T. So now we have two tables. Even though these tables are same, now we created a copy of the original table, so it became duplicate table. So two tables are there. Now we can apply the self join. So O.ID means this O.ID equal to T dot department ID. Okay. In the same table we have ID and department ID, right? So we are creating a copy of two tables, and O.ID is equal to T dot department ID. Okay. So like that we are going to do, guys. Nothing more than that. Okay. O.ID is equal to T dot department ID. We are creating a copy of the same table, and from one copy we are taking the ID, and another copy we are taking the department ID. So in order to compare this ID with department ID, we have to create another copy and give another name. So from one copy we'll take one column, another copy will take another column, which we need to compare. You are getting my point, right? O.ID is equal to T dot department ID. We have to compare. For that, we are creating a copy. That's why from the same table, we have specified two times with different names, so that you can compare two columns from the same table by creating a copy of the same table. So O.ID is equal to T dot department ID. Now, if you run this, what will happen? So the ID and department ID will compare. Here, one is there, matching. 2 is there, 9 is there, not matching. So this record will not be retrieved. Okay, only this first record will be retrieved. Then third record we have 3 and 3 matching. So this third record will be retrieved. So that's what is the result, guys. Okay. So 1 and 3. Only 1 and 3. And also this copy table is also coming two times, right? So first table and second table. Same table joined to self. Okay, we are joining the same table to itself. That's why we call it as self join. So we are joining the same table to itself. Here, based on what condition? Based on whether these ID values are matching with the department ID values. Okay, based on that we are joining. So this kind of result we are going to get: 1 Arun Motori, 1 Arun Motori, 1. Okay, 3 Tarun Rathod, 3 Tarun Rathod, and remaining 2 Arun Kumar 9 is ignored because this department ID is not matching with the ID. Okay, this is all about the self join, guys. Okay, self join is a join where it joins the same table by creating a copy of itself, and it will join the results of the same table which got joined. Okay, duplicated and joined like this. So This is all about the different type of joins, guys, like inner joins, left join, right join, full join, and self join. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 60 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use subquery in SQL statements. So, what is a subquery? What is a subquery? Let me explain. Let's say there is a query inside another query. Okay, there is a query inside another query. Let's represent the query in a form of box here. Okay, this one query, we can call this as outer query, and inside this query there is another query, that is inner query. Okay, inside this outer query there is another query. What exactly is a query? What exactly is a query? Query is nothing but a SQL statement, guys. Okay, query is nothing but a SQL statement. One example. Okay, example, let me give an example. Example for SQL statement or SQL query is select star from employees. Select star from employees is a SQL statement. You can also call it as a query. Let's say this kind of, inside this kind of query there is another query. That inner query is nothing but, this inner query is nothing but subquery. Okay, subquery. And you can even call the subquery as inner query or nested query. Anything you can call. Okay, there are different names for this inner query, that is subquery, inner query, nested query. And how this works? The output, okay, the output of the inner query is going to be the input for the outer query. Okay, so when you run this kind of query which is having the outer and inner query together, okay, what will happen is first the inner query will run. Okay, first this inner query will run and it will give you some result, that is some records will be retrieved, something. Okay, these results will become the input for the outer query. Based on these results, the outer query will run. I'll explain more about this, how this outer query and inner query will work together in a practical way soon in the same video session. Okay, now let's move to some other concepts about this subquery. Okay, so other concept is we have to understand, okay, how many types of subqueries are there. Okay, there are two types of subqueries. Okay, there are two types of subqueries. One is single row. Okay, single row subquery is one type. Okay, there are two types of subqueries, that is single row subquery, and other one is multi-row subquery. Okay, single row subquery, multi-row subquery. There are two types of subqueries. Fine. Now, so what is a single row subquery and what is a multi-row subquery? For example, this inner query or subquery is something like this. Select star from employees where emp underscore id is equal to 1. How many records will be retrieved from this? Only one employee will be there whose id will be 1, right? Only one record of an employee will be there in the employees table having the emp id as 1. So this will result in only one record. Result will be only one record, right? So if your subquery is a this kind of SQL statement which is only retrieving one record, okay, that means the input to the outer query will be only single record. Then you can call that kind of subquery as single row subquery. Okay, subquery having the above type of this type of, okay, this type of SQL statement is known as single row subquery. Single row subquery. And let's say there is another SQL statement like this. Select star from employees. Okay, select star from employees. So it will retrieve multiple records. Okay, multiple records will be retrieved when you run this select star from employees SQL statement. So if your subquery is like this, which will retrieve multiple records and which will be provided as an input to the outer query, then this kind of subqueries are known as multi-row subquery. Okay, this type of subqueries are known as multi-row subquery. So in this video session, I'm going to explain only about the one type, that is first type of subqueries, that is single row. In the upcoming videos, I'm going to cover this type. Okay. In the current video session, in this video session, I'm going to cover single row subquery examples only. The next are upcoming video sessions. I'm going to cover the other type of subquery, that is multi-row. So let's move to the practical mode where I'm going to practically demonstrate the different examples for single row subqueries. Okay, single row subquery concept. Fine. So where I'm going to practically demonstrate, let me go to W3 schools, type this, try SQL. Google search for this W3 schools, try SQL. You will get this link, guys. First link, click on that. It will take you to a particular page where you can enter your queries, and these are the existing tables, and you can perform operations on these tables. Fine. Here I'm going to write my SQL statements. Okay. So how to write the subqueries and all those things I'm going to explain in a practical way now. So let's take one example. Okay. So one problem or one problem statement let's take, and let's try to solve that. The problem here is find all the customers in the customers table. Okay, let's this is a customer, this is about the customers table, guys. If I say select star from customers, okay, select star from customers, and in this customers all the customer records came here. So the question here is find all the customers in the customers table who are from the same city of, okay, same city of this person. Let's say there is some person. Let me find out that person. Okay, so that person name is here, guys, Hari Kumar. Okay, so Hari Kumar. Let's control F and search. A lot of records are there. Yeah, this person. Okay, I would like to find the other customers from this table who are from the same place, same city of this Hari Kumar. Hari Kumar is from which city? Is from London city. Okay. Now the question here is find all the customers in the customers table who are from the same city of Hari Kumar. This is a question, guys. Okay, this is a question that I am going to solve. So this question, if I have to solve, I have to use which concept? I have to use subqueries concept. Then only I can solve it. Okay, find all the customers in the customers table who are from the same city of Hari Kumar. So let's say select. Okay, select city. Okay, I would like first thing that I have to find here is I have to find out from which city this Hari Kumar is there. Okay, from which city the Hari Kumar is from. Later I can find remaining customers who are from that particular city. But first I have to know the city of this Hari Kumar, right? Select city from which table? Customers table, where this contact name. Okay, contact name is equal to Hari Kumar. Okay, Hari Kumar. If I run this, select city from customers table where contact name is called Hari Kumar. What will be the result of this? This will give you the city of this Hari Kumar, city where Hari Kumar is from. So run it. He is from London, guys. The answer is London. Okay, this is the first query I have written. Fine. I got this query. So now the thing here is, now I would like to find the customers who are from the same city. This statement is resulting in only one record or multiple records? Only single record, only one record, and that to the city is coming as an output, right? This output of this particular statement, I have to provide the brackets like this. Okay, I would like to make this particular statement a subquery of another query. Okay, a internal query of inner query of another query. So for that I have to surround this statement with circular brackets, and here outside this subquery, I'm going to write something like this. Select star from customers, okay, where city is equal to, if I write something like this, select star from customers where city is equal to the city of Hari Kumar. So here, this is a query, right? This is a query. Inside this query, there is another query, right? This from this circular bracket to this circular bracket, one query is there, and this query is inside the main query. Okay, so first what will be executed? This inner query will be executed. What will be the result? This London will be the result. So when this particular statement got executed, it will return you London. So select star from customers where city is equal to London. All the customers who are from the London city will be retrieved automatically, right? run this, you can see you'll get the details or records of all the customers, okay, who are from city London, okay, who are from the same city of Harikumar. What is the city of Harikumar? Using the subquery, we have found the city of the Harikumar, and this result of this subquery is being passed as an input to the outer query, where we are getting the all the customers who are from the same city of the Harikumar. This is how we can solve the problems with the help of subquery. This is a subquery, and this is the outer query, guys. This is the outer query. Inside that, this is a subquery. Now let's solve more examples. Okay, let's solve more examples so that you can understand more. Fine. Next example is finding the second maximum price of products. Here we have products table. So in that prices are there. Okay. If I say select price of, okay, so select price from products table. Table name is products. Okay. Select price from products. If I say all the prices of the different products will be displayed here. And let's find out the biggest price in this. What is the biggest price? Let's manually find it. 18 more than 8, 19 is there, 10 is less, so 22 is more than 19, so it's bigger. It's still less. 25 is more than whatever we have seen so far. 30 is greater. 40 is more greater. 97 is greater. Here above 97, what we have? Above 97, 123 is there, right? Above 123, we have to find out now. Above 123, 263 is there. 263. So above 263, do we have any other price which is greater than 263? No. This is the greatest price, maximum price. The second max price is 123.79. This is the first max price. Now we have to find the second max price. First max price is 263. Okay. So, and second max price after 263 we have 123, like that. So the problem here is we have to find this price. Second max price we have to find. If I have to find the maximum price, first maximum price, okay, the biggest maximum price, then I have to say select max price from products. This will give you the max price, the biggest or the largest price we have in the list. But if I have to find the second maximum price, how to find it? How to find, guys? That's the problem, right? That's the problem, guys. I can find the max is a function, guys. Okay, max is one of the functions in SQL. I explained in one of the previous videos. If I simply say select max of price of from products, it will give you the maximum price available in the list of prices. But if I want to find the second maximum price, is there any function for that? No. Then we can go with the subquery concept. We can make this as a subquery, guys. Okay, this internal one, we can make it as a subquery, and outside this, the output of this one we can make as an input to the other outer query. That is select price. Okay, select price from products table, where price is, I'll say less than. Okay, this is the first maximum price, and the second maximum price should be less than the maximum price. If I do so, all the prices which are less than 263 will come here. Run it. Okay, here we are getting the result. Apart from the 263, less than 263, whatever it is there, all the records are coming here. Okay, now out of all these records, what is the maximum price? I will find out. Okay, out of all these records of the prices which are less than the maximum price, if I say select maximum price from products where price is less than the maximum price, okay, this is going to be the second maximum price. Run it, we'll get the 123.79, like this. Now guys, this is a subquery which is giving the maximum price as an input to the outer query, and from the outer query we found the second maximum price. Now I want to find the third maximum price. Then what I will do is I will make this complete thing into a subquery, like this. Okay, and this is the input. This is the input, and third maximum price should be less than 123, right? So I'll again write select star from select price from products where price is less than. Okay, price is less than. If I run this, all the prices which are less than that 123 will be displayed here. Okay, and in that remaining prices which are less than this 123, I want to find the maximum price. This maximum price is going to become the third maximum price. Okay, so if 97 is the third maximum price of the product. Like this, if you want to find any number of any level of maximum price, first maximum price, second maximum price, third maximum, fourth maximum, you have to make the the entire statement into a subquery, and you have to build another outer query on the top of that to get the kind of results. Similarly, let's go with the another example. Display the product sold at the least price. Another question we have is display the products which are sold at the least price. Least means less price. Out of all the prices, it should be the least price. Okay. Display the products which are sold at the least price. This is the products table. Okay. Here, these are the prices. Out of there are a lot of products are there. I want to find out the product which is sold at the very least price. Okay. Completely least price. The bottom price. I want to find out. For that, what I have to do? First, I have to find out the least price, right? First question is I have to find the price. Select price from products. If I say select price from products, what will come? All the prices of these different products will come. So any mistake, products. Okay, some small mistake is there. Run it. So all the prices of the products which are available in the products table will be displayed. In that, what is the least price? How to find? We have to find, use a method function known as min function. Okay. Select minimum function, min function of price. If I say that the least price will be displayed 2.5. Now, but my question is, I have to find out all the products which are sold for the least price in this products table. Okay, so I have to make this as a subquery. Then this subquery should be passed as an input like select star from products where price is equal to the lesser price. Okay, least price. Select star from products where price equal to least price. Run this. So this is a product. So if you only want the product name, instead of hashtag symbol, you have to change to product name. Product name. So it will retrieve the product name whose price is, okay, the least price. So you can even say price here. Okay. So run it. So GEI toast. Okay. G toast is the least priced product in this products table. Like this, we can solve many complex problems with the help of subqueries, guys. Okay. Subqueries. Using subqueries, we can solve many complex problems that cannot be solved using the normal simple queries. Okay. So there is another type of subquery. So far, all the subqueries are resulting in single record. If I say select minimum price from products, it will give you only one record, 2.5 got. Okay, only one record is coming. But there may be some situation where you may get multiple records from the subquery. So that type of subquery is known as multi-row subquery. In this video session, I am not going to cover multi-row subquery because I have to explain about different operators. Okay, in order to use this multi-row subquery, we have to use different operators like in, any, all, exists. Okay, so multi-row subquery, I have to explain about in operator. In order to use multi-row subquery, we have to use in operator, all operator, any operator, exists operator. Like this, many operators are there which we have to use with the multi-row subquery to work. So I am going to explain about multi-row subquery with these different operators in the next and upcoming videos, guys. So that's it about the subquery and solving different problems using single row subquery in this video session. In the upcoming videos, I am going to cover about the multi-row subquery with different required operators like in, any, all, and exists, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 61 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use in operator. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use in operator in SQL statements. What is the purpose of using the in operator in SQL statements? What is the purpose of using in operator in SQL statements? Without in operator, we can only give one value in the where class condition. Let me give an example for this. Without in operator, we can only give one value in the where class condition. For example, if I say select star from customers where country is equal to USA. Here, which operator I am using? I am using equal operator. So in case of equal operator or greater than operator or less than operator, whatever it is, we can only give one value, right? To this particular country, we can give only one value. Only one value is possible. But with the help of in operator, we can provide multiple values here. Let me show you how that is possible. Select star from customers where country in operator. Instead of equal operator, we are giving the in operator. Where country in the circular brackets, we can provide multiple values. Here only USA is there, but here USA, UK, UK, you can give any number of countries here. Okay, Italy, France, Spain, like that we can keep on giving any number of countries like this. So here, because of this in operator in the where class condition, in this is a where class condition. In this where class condition, we can provide multiple values. We can specify multiple values. So here this particular statement will retrieve all the customer records who are from the different countries like USA, UK, Italy, France, Spain. But coming to this statement, okay, it will only retrieve the customers who are from the country, only USA country. But here, this statement will, the next statement will retrieve the customers from different countries like USA, UK, Italy, France, and Spain. So this is how, guys, this is the purpose and advantage of using in operator in the SQL statements. When you want to assign multiple values, okay, in the where class condition, then you have to go with the in operator. Let me practically demonstrate how to use in operator. So let me Google W3 schools try SQL. Click on some link, clear everything that came by default. Here we have customers table. I will first select star from customers. Okay, run it. It's a normal statement which will retrieve all the records from all the columns of the customers table here. So here different country records are displayed like Germany, Mexico, UK, Sweden, France, Spain, okay, Brazil, like that. Many countries are there here. A lot of countries are there here, Denmark and all those stuff. Okay, but if I want to retrieve the records of the customers, okay, retrieve the customers records who are from the country USA, okay, only USA I want, only USA I want, all the customers who are from country USA I want. In that case, I have to provide the where class condition, where class followed by the condition. Here I have to specify the condition. In case of condition, I will say country is equal to USA. I will say, okay, this is a text. This is a text, guys. So you have to provide this particular text in a single between the single quotes. Okay, run this. So all the 13 records are there of the customers who are from the only country is USA. Only USA got displayed. But if I want to filter out the records of the customers who are not only from USA but also from UK, Italy, France, and other countries. Okay, France and Spain, like that. So all these different countries I want to retrieve the records from. Here only one value is possible. But if I have to specify multiple countries, okay, if I have to retrieve the customer records from multiple countries, here only one value is possible. So with equal operator, only one value is possible. If I convert this equal operator with in operator, okay, country in, here you have to provide the circular bracket followed by the list of countries you want to retrieve the data from: USA, UK, Italy, France, Spain, and so on. You can give as many number of countries as you want. Select this and run this. Now, total 39 records came of the customers who are not only from USA but also from UK, Italy, France, Spain. Okay, you see whatever the countries list I gave here, those will be the records: UK, France, Spain, France, UK, Spain, okay, Italy, and okay, that's it. Like, right, Spain and Italy, France, USA, UK, everything came here. So total 39 records are there. Now let's say I have another requirement where I want to retrieve the customers. Okay, I would like to retrieve the records of the customers who are not from any of these specified countries. Okay, the customer records that I have want to retrieve should not be from USA, UK, Italy, France, Spain. In that case, what to do? I have to specify not here. Okay, instead of in, I have to say not in. Okay, retrieve all the customer records who are not in, who are not from USA, UK, Italy, France, Spain, like that. Okay, run it. So 52 records came, and you see all the countries, okay, displayed here will not contain any of these country names like USA, UK, Italy, France, Spain will not be there anywhere here. Okay, all the remaining countries records of the customers got displayed here except the customer records who are from USA, UK, Italy, France, and Spain. Like this, guys, we can use in operator, not in operator for specifying the multiple values in the where class condition. So guys, this is how we have to use in operator in SQL statements. But there is more, guys. But there is more. In operator is mainly used in multi-row subqueries. Okay, multi-row subqueries. In the previous video session, I explained what is a multi-row subquery, right? So to recap at a high level, there is a query, and inside that another query will be there, right? This kind of queries. This is a inner query, and this is the outer query. If this inner query is known as nothing is called as subquery. Okay, if this subquery, okay, subquery SQL statement is returning or resulting in multi records. Okay, is resulting in or giving you multiple records as an input to the outer query. Okay, in this case, the outer query have to use in operator. Okay, one of the operator has used to manage this multiple records is in operator. Single record, no need to use in operator, but here the inner query is giving you the result as multiple records. There we have to use in operator. Not only in operator, guys, we have any operator, all operator, exist operator. Okay, apart from in operator, we have other things. So all these things I'm going to explain in the upcoming videos, guys. How to use in operator with the subqueries is the thing I'm going to explain in the upcoming videos, guys. So what I've explained is the basics of the in operator, but how to use the in operator with the multi-row subqueries, I'm going to explain that in the upcoming videos, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 62 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use in operator with multi-row subquery. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use in operator with multi-row subquery. First of all, what is a multi-row subquery? Let me explain that. I already explained in one of the previous videos, but let me explain again. Let's say there is a query. There is a SQL query here. SQL query is there here. Inside this SQL query, there is another SQL query. Inside this SQL query, there is another SQL query. Then this main query, outside query is known as outer query. Okay, the inner query is known as inner query. The inside query is known as inner query. Fine. So this inner query is known as a query which is there inside another query is known as subquery. It's known as subquery, and there are two possibilities for a subquery. For example, this inner query is resulting in single record, only one record. When you run this inner query, it is giving you only one record. Then we can call such kind of inner query or subquery as single row subquery. Okay, if this particular inner query is resulting in only single record, then that subquery is known as single row subquery. But if this inner query is giving you, okay, when you execute this inner query, it's giving you multi records, okay, multiple records. then this inner query is known as, or the subqueries or inner query is known as multi-row subquery, right? So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use in operator with multi-row subquery, which will result in multi-records. Okay, it will retrieve multi-records. When you run this query, you will get multiple records, more than one record. So in this video session, I'm going to explain how to use in operator with such kind of multi-row subquery. Let me practically demonstrate with a realistic example. Okay, let's get started. So before going to that practical demonstration of how to use in operator with multi-row subquery, we have to know one more thing, that is multi-row subqueries. Okay, if you have to work with multi-row subqueries, we need to use different operators. Okay, in order to use this multi-row subqueries in the SQL statements, we have to use different operators like either in operator, any operator, all operator, exists operator. These are the different operators we have to use when you are working with multi-row subqueries. In this video session, I am going to explain how to use in operator, first operator, that is in operator with multi-row subquery. Now let's move to the practical mode. So here search for W3 schools try SQL. Okay, try SQL, and we'll just open this, clear this stuff, run this. Okay, fine. So there is no query here, that's fine. Now what I would like to explain is, I would like to solve a problem. Okay, by solving the problem, we'll understand how to use in operator with multi-row subquery. Okay, by solving this problem that I'm going to explain, we can understand how to use in operator with multi-row subquery. Fine. So I would like to find out the different products. Okay, find the different products which fall into the specified categories. Okay, which fall into the specified categories. Find the different products. Let's take this from here to here. What is the problem I am trying to solve? I am trying to find the different products which fall into the specified categories. How to find the different products? Okay, forget about the specific categories. Okay, specified categories. How to find the different products? Here we have products table, right? If I say select star from products, all the product details will be coming here. But can you see any category names here in this particular table? Is there any place where you can see category names? Only product name is there, but category ID is there, but category name is not there. But I want to find the products with the help of specified category names only. Okay, instead of IDs, I'm just going to provide names. If I provide some category names, based on that category name, this product should be displayed. Okay, the different products which belong to that particular category should be displayed. Category name should be displayed. But in this particular products table, there is no category name. But there is another product table known as categories, guys, in which we can get the category names. You say select star from categories. Select star from categories. If I say run this, it will display all the category names, and it not only has a category name but also has a category ID. Okay, from here we can take the category names, and so based on the selected category names, we can get the category IDs, and based on the category IDs, we can find the different products. Okay, here based on the category IDs, we can find the required products. So here we need two tables, right? In this example, I need two tables, guys. That is, for the category names, we have to use categories table. Okay, for the category names, we have to use categories table, and for the products, we have to use the products table. First of all, let's use the categories table. So select star from categories. If I say, it will retrieve all the records from all the columns of the categories table. Category ID, category name, description. Here category name is there. Fine. Now, so what I want to do here is select category ID. I would like to retrieve the category ID. Okay, because this category ID I can use in the products table, right? First, I will retrieve the category IDs from this categories table. Select category ID from categories table where category name like some C percentile. If I give something like this, what will happen, guys? I explained how to use this things, right? Percentile and underscore. Okay. How to use wildcards in the SQL statements is already covered in one of the previous videos, guys. You can refer if you have not followed. Fine. So what this particular statement is, let's retrieve all the category IDs from this categories table. From this categories table, let's retrieve all the category IDs where the category name starts with C. Let's say here some categories are there, which are some category names are starting with B letter, some category names are starting with C letter, some D, G, M, P, S, right? When I say where category name like C percentile, okay, that means these two categories will be considered here, right? For these two categories, what is the category ID? 2 and 3. Okay, for this category name which is starting with C, the category ID is 2. Okay, so 2 will be retrieved. At same time, here C percentile means another, this also will come because this category name also starting with C. So 2 and 3 will be retrieved by this. Select category ID, category ID from categories where category name like C percentile. Only 2 records will be coming. Here multiple records or single record. This query is giving you, resulting you multiple records or single records. It's more than one. That means multi records. So I would like to make this as a subquery. If I make this particular statement, SQL statement into a subquery, what will happen? We can call that subquery as a multi-record, multi-row subquery. Right here I explained, right? Multi-row subquery. If a particular subquery is resulting in multi-records, then that subquery is known as multi-row subquery. Okay. So here only subquery is there, but the main query, outer query is not created yet. So here I will say select star from products. Okay. Select star from products where, okay, as I already explained in the products table, we have the same category ID, right? Remember, if I launch it in another W3 schools MySQL, and I'll go here and I'll click on this products. Okay, products. Select star from products. If I say like this and run this, you see this particular products table even has a category ID. Here categories table has this category ID. At same time, products table also has a category ID. Okay, so that's why I'm saying select star from products where category ID. If I say equal to, this is correct or wrong? This is wrong, guys, because when you say category ID is equal to, this value should be only one value, right? Here the value should be only one value, but this particular subquery is giving you 2 records, right? The subquery is a multi-row subquery which is returning you 2 records. I cannot use equal to symbol here because if I have to use equal to symbol, only one value should be there here. But since this particular multi-row subquery is giving you 2 records, I have to use some other operator, that is in operator. That's the reason, guys. In operator, we have to use in operator with the multi-row subqueries. Okay. If you are using multi-row subqueries, then we have to use different operators like in, any, all, and exists. Okay. So I'm using in operator in this video session. Select star from products where category ID in, select category ID from. So this will give you the category IDs. Based on these 2 category IDs, the records from the products details will be displayed. Okay. Product details will be displayed. Here, based on the category names, we are getting the products. Run this. So all the products, okay, all the products which are from the category 2 and 3. You see 2 and 3 got displayed here. Only 2 and 3. Category ID is 2 and 3. Because this category name in the categories table, we start with C and remaining. Okay, what are the category names starting with C has the category IDs has 2 and 3. Those based on the 2 and 3, we are retrieving these values. Okay, this product details. All the products having the category ID either 2 or 3 got displayed here. So this is how we can solve, guys. Okay, we can solve some problems like this where this is a subquery. Okay, this is a subquery and it's not a normal subquery, it's a multi-row subquery because it is returning you multiple records. In case of multiple records, we have to use in operator. That's why we have to use in operator with multi-row subqueries. So hope you understood, guys, how to use in operator with multi-row subquery in a practical way. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 62 of SQL for Beginners series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use any operator with multi-row subquery. So how to use any operator. Okay, there is an operator with the name any, A and Y. Okay, and how to use that with multi-row subquery. Okay, I'm going to explain in this video session. Before going further, what is a multi-row subquery? As explained in the previous videos, okay, multi-row subquery is nothing but a query inside another query. Okay, so this is a SQL query. Inside this, there's another SQL query. We can call this inside SQL query as inner query and the outer query as outer query. Okay, this is the terminology. If there is a query, SQL query inside another SQL query, okay, if there is a SQL query under another SQL query, then this inside query is known as inner query, or we can also call this inner query as subquery. Subquery, okay, and different names are there for this case: inner query, subquery, or you can call that as nested query, whatever it is. You can call any of these things. Generally used word is subquery. Okay, we generally use subquery here and there. Fine. And also coming to this inner query, there are two types. Okay, there are two types. Inner query is of two types based on the number of records. Okay, based on the number of records that we can retrieve by executing this inner query, we can classify this subquery or inner query into two types. That is, if this inner query is resulting in only one record, okay, then that kind of subquery is known as single row subquery. Okay, single row subquery. Otherwise, if the inner query, if this inner query inside another query is resulting in multiple records, okay, when executed, then that subquery can be called as multi-row subquery. Like this, we can call this, okay, multi-row subquery. So there are different operators to work with this. In order to use this multi-record or multi-row subquery, okay, in order to use this multi-row subquery, we cannot use normal operators, okay. We cannot use normal operators with multi-row subquery. We can use normal operators like equal to, greater than, less than with the single row subquery. But for using the multi-row subquery, okay, we need additional operators. That is, there are three operators like in operator, any operator, all operator. Okay, this kind of three operators are required for using this multi-row subquery. Without these things, we cannot actually use multi-row subquery. Okay, so and there's one more operator, guys, that is exists operator. Okay, there's one more operator known as exists operator, but this exists operator is not specific to multi-row subquery. It can be used with single row also. Okay, this exists can be used with single row and multi-row. As we can even use exists with multi-row, I'm just writing it here. But exists is not specific to multi-row. Exists. If you have to use exists, we can use with single row and multi-row. Okay, but coming to in, any, and all, we can use only with the them with the multi-row subquery. They are really needed for the multi-row subquery. But coming to exists, it can be used either with single row or multi-row also. Okay, so coming to in, okay, coming to in operator, I already explained this in operator in the previous video. Now in this video session, I am going to explain about this, how to use any operator with multi-row subquery. So let me practically demonstrate this for you guys. Let's go to this page. Okay, just we have to go to the same URL, guys. Otherwise, in other pages, this particular thing is not working. Make sure that you are in the same page URL to practice this subquery using the any operator. Fine. I need two tables, guys. From this list of tables, I am going to use order details and products tables. Okay, order details and products. There is a reason why I'm using these two tables, order details and products. So select star from orders. If I say order details, right? Order details, I'll get some records, all the records from all the columns of this order details. As you can see, one of the column name is product ID here. Okay. Similarly, if I say select star from products, run this, I got all the records from all the columns of the products table. In products table also we have this product ID. Okay. In products table also we have the product ID. In order details also we have the product ID. So with the help of this commonness of this product ID between these two tables, we can use this together. Okay. You can use that. We can create the complex multi-row SQL query statements. Okay. Subquery statements. Fine. First thing is that order details. Okay. We'll start with the order details. Slowly we'll move to the any operator, guys. I'll show you where exactly we have to use any operator. Select star from order details. I will say first. Select star from order details. Run it. You see, product ID came, and there are some quantities. Okay. Here there are some quantities. So I would like to use a quantity one. Okay. So let's see. Select star from order details where quantity is equal to 1. Run this. Okay. QUANTITY. Okay, there's some small mistake here. Run this. This time it got. Okay. So spelling mistake. Select star from order details where quantity is equal to 1. How many products are there? There are 3 products. Okay. Having the quantity as 1, how many products are there? There are 3 products. One of the, for all these quantities having the 1. Okay. For all these products, quantity is only 1, but product IDs are different. One product is having the product ID as 37. Another product is having the product ID as 19. Another product is having the product ID as 69. So 3 are there. Now I would like to only retrieve product ID. Product ID, only one column details I want. I don't want all the complete record. Okay. From all the columns, I don't want the records. I only want the records from only the product ID column. So when I run this, product, again spelling mistake, product ID. Run this. You see, only the product ID, only the records from the product ID got displayed, and these are the 37, 19, 69. As you know, as you already remember, okay, all these products have the quantity as 1. That's why they are coming here, right? These 3 product IDs, that is 37, 19, 69. Remember the numbers, guys, for a while, okay? 37, 19, 69. All these 3 product IDs have the quantity of those products as 1. Fine. Now I'm going to make this query as a subquery. If I make this query as a subquery, is it a single row subquery or a multi-row subquery? It's a multi-row subquery because 3 records are there. Okay, when you run this subquery statement, how many records are coming? Not 1. There are 3 records coming. That's why it is called as a multi-row subquery. So I'm going to make this as a subquery anyhow. I just surrounded that with circular brackets now. On the top of that, I'm going to say select star from products where, okay, select star from products where product ID. Okay, same here in products table also we have the product ID, and this subquery is also giving us a product ID as a result. These 3 product IDs it's giving. So we have to say where product ID, okay, is equal to. Can I say is equal to? No, you cannot say because there are three records coming. How can you say only one value? If you want to assign, you can use equal to. But if you have multiple values, you have to use in operator. As explained in the previous video, you have to use in operator, right? There's a problem here. Okay, there's a problem here. So in operator is fine, and it will select star from products where products in will work. That's for sure. Run this. Okay. What's happening? Products. Okay, products. Run this. So again, spelling mistake. Select star from products where product ID in. Okay. So here 3 products are there from the product table having the product ID as 19, 37, 69. You remember the product IDs, right? 19, 37, 69. So this subquery, multi-row subquery is giving you 3 product IDs, right? 19, 37, 69. Based on this product IDs, okay, product ID in, if I say all the product records, okay, all the records from the products table having the product IDs as 19 or 37 or 16, 69 will be retrieved. So 3 products got displayed here. That's fine. as ID will be unique, you will get the single records itself. Now what if I say less than? Can I use like this? Can I use less than here? Less than. I don't want the 196937 is there. Okay, this is not appropriate, right? Less than in is not appropriate. You will get error also. Okay, you cannot use less than in. So in such kind of situation where you want to, okay, select star from products where product ID less than. You want to find the product IDs which are less than a particular these three numbers. So in that case, you have to use, let's say, any operator. We can use any operator. Less than any is fine. Okay, less than any is fine, guys. But less than in is not fine. Less than any we have to say. So less than any. Run this. You are getting the results. That means, okay. So the three product IDs were 19, 37, 69. As far as I remember, that is 19, 37, and 69. So here, if I say less than any, there are three records, three IDs. That is less than 19, or either less than 19, or less than 37, or less than 69 should be applied. So overall, what's happening is all the product details having the product IDs which are less than 69. So up to 68 only it came, right? Here three IDs are there. Less than 19, satisfied or not? Yes, satisfied, because you see you got the records less than 19. At same time, any you said, any means either less than 19 and also less than 37 also. All the records which are less than 37 also will come along with the less than 19. Okay, the records which are less than 37 will also come. So 37 less than 37 records also came because of the any operator. And again at the same time we have 69 also. Okay, so less than 69 records will also come. So 68. So 68 to 1, all the records came. Fine. All the records came. This is how it any was working. Select star from products where product ID less than any. Means all the records which are coming should be less than 19 and or less than 37 or operator case. Okay, like this or operator. Either less than 19 or less than 37 or less than 69. So all these records are satisfying different. Less than 19, less than, there are few records from less than 19, there are few records from less than 37, there are few records from less than 69 also. So we got 68 records. We got 68 records. Fine. So this is how, guys, the any operator will work. Okay, you cannot use any, guys. Okay, I mean you cannot use less than with in operator. Like this is not possible. So if you have to use less than operator or greater than operator here, okay, then we have to use any only. Then only it will work. So out of all the, okay, so we got some multiple product IDs here. So this product details should be less than any of these product IDs. Okay, any of these product IDs, either this one, that one, or like that. Okay, so like this kind of result you will get, guys. Hope you understood it, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 64 of SQL for Beginners series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use all operator with multi-row subquery. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use an operator called as all, ALL. And this operator need to be used with multi-row subquery. So in the previous video, I explained how to use an operator known as any with the same multi-row subquery. And in this video session, I'm going to explain how to use an operator known as ALL, all with the same multi-row subquery. So in order to understand how this all operator works with this multi-row subquery, we need to find out the difference between these two operators, that is any and all. So in the previous video, I explained about any operator, and the current video, I am trying to explain the all operator. If you find the difference, if you know the difference between this any and all, then you can easily understand all. So let's say this is a query or SQL statement having this SQL statement having the multi-row subquery. Whatever I selected here is a multi-row subquery, which is a query inside another query, right? And here you can see the any operator is there, right? Here we have to use any operator. So what's happening here in this particular statement with respect to any operator? Here, this particular statement is returning you three records. Okay, three product IDs. This particular when you run this product SQL statement or multi-row subquery, it's giving you three records. One record having the product ID as 19, another as product ID as 37, and other one as 69. These three product IDs are being returned. Okay, select product ID only from order details where quantity is equal to 1. So these three product IDs are being returned by this multi-row subquery. And on the top of that, we have said select star from products where product ID is less than any of 19, 37, 69. So what happened is when this in the statement product ID is less than 19 or less than 37 or less than 69. This is what got executed. Okay. Product ID is either less than 19 or less than 37 or less than 69. So here or operator. So what happened is few records got retrieved from based on less than 19. Okay. Few records got retrieved for less than 19. And along with the above records, less than 37 records. Okay, there are few records which got retrieved from the 37, less than 37. And here another one that is 60, 69, right? So few more records which are qualifying this less than 69 product ID condition got retrieved. So total together, okay, total together, these records, and these records. So these three type of records got displayed in the results. Okay, when I run this here, okay, here we got the results of the product IDs which are less than 69, at same time which are less than 37, and same time which are less than 19 also. Okay, all these records got displayed here. But when I say less than all, okay, now the time has come to find out the difference between the any and all. But coming to all, this works something like this: 19 and 37 and 69. This is the difference, guys. Here OR operator is there, so all the records which are matching less than 19, less than 37, and less than 69 got displayed here. But here, less than 99 and less than 37 and less than 69. That means it should be less than 19 only, right? The answer here is if AND operator is there between this 9, 37 and 69, that means less than 99, 37 means less than 19 only, right? Here less than 19 or 37 means less than 37 and all other things, right? But here 99, 37 means less than 19 only. So 19 and 69 is also less than 19. Only the records which are less than 19 will come here. But here the records which are less than 19, less than 37 and less than 69 are coming. But coming to this AND operation, because this condition will fail in the other records. So only less than 19 will be retrieved. So only the records up to 18. Here you see when I have used all, I mean any, when I used any, I got records less than 68, right? Less than 68. Here product ID is being, you can see that. Okay, let me remove it for a while and then run this so that you will get, you will see the three product IDs, 37, 99, 69 are being retrieved by this multi-row subquery, right? Multi-row subquery. When I write this full statement, so 30 less than 37 and less than 19 and less than 69 will happen in case of all operator. Okay, in case of any operator, or operator is coming, but in case of all operator, and operator is coming. So it's the records of the products which are going to be retrieved, okay, should have the product ID less than 37 and less than 19 and less than 69. That means less than 19 only, right? And operator means only one condition will satisfy. So this will be only true when all the conditions are true. So less than 19 is the only result that we are going to see. So if I run this, I'll get all the 18 records which are less than 19, whose product ID is less than 19. Okay, less than 19. In case of any, we got less than 69. But in case of all, we got less than 19. Less than 19. This is how, guys, this is the difference between the any and all. Okay, this is the difference between any and all. In case of any, OR operator will come into place. In case of all, okay, AND operator will come into place. the lesser condition will be applied at the end. So guys, this is all about how to use all operator with the multi-row subquery. So that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 65 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use exists operator. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use exists operator. In order to use this exists operator, we need to have a subquery in our SQL statements. What is a subquery? As explained in the previous videos, subquery is a query inside another query. Let's say this is a query. Inside this query, there is another query. Okay. So let's say here, outer query is there. We can call this as outer query and we can call this as inner query. We have a SQL query inside another SQL query. This inner query is known as subquery. We can even call it as inner query or nested query. Anything you can call. Generally, we call it as subquery. And there are two types of this subquery. That is single row subquery, and other type is multi-row subquery. There are two types. On what basis? What basis these subqueries have like single row subquery and multi-row subquery have been categorized? Simple guys. If this inner query, okay, if this inner query is resulting in only one single record, then we can call this subquery or inner query as a single row subquery. Otherwise, this inner subquery is resulting in multiple records. Okay, it's resulting in multiple records when executed. Then we can call this inner query or subquery as a multi-row subquery. And this exists operator can be used with both types. We can use this with single row subquery or multi-row subquery. Okay, it's a common thing. Now, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to use exists operator with this subquery in a practical way. Let me open this and Google search for W3 schools try SQL and click on this link where we can get this kind of SQL editor. So at present there are no queries here. I cleared it out and you see the tables have been loaded now. As you can see here, there are different tables, right? So I want to retrieve the records from these customers. Okay, before I explain about exists, let me go through few statements. So customers table, select star from customers. If I say run it, all the customer records from all the columns of this customers table will be displayed here. How many records are there? Total 91 are there. If I say where customer ID is greater than 89, okay, retrieve all the customer records from this customers table whose customer ID should be greater than 89. How many records will come? Total 91 are there. Total 91 customer IDs are there, right? So I am saying greater than, its customer ID should be greater than 89. That means only two records. This 90 and 91 will come when I run this statement like this, right? So the customer records got filtered here. Now I am making this as a subquery. This particular SQL statement, I am making it a subquery. On the top of this, I am writing another statement. I'm going to use another table, guys, like orders table. Select star from orders, okay, where exists. Here exists operator should be used like this, okay. Select star from orders. Select the records from orders table where exists of records in this subquery. That means how this exists operator is going to work. If this SQL query, that is subquery, is going to result in at least one record, okay, when executed, if this subquery is resulting in a at least single record, okay, then this select star from order statement will work. Okay, run this. You see, all the records from the orders table got displayed here because this query is executable and it's resulting in two records. Since the records are there, this will be treated as true, okay, where exists true. When true is there, this particular statement will be executed. What if I do something like this? Okay, I do something like this. I'll say select star from customers where customer ID is greater than 91. Will I get any records? I'll not get, right? In the customers table, total 91 records are there, and the last customer ID record is 91. Okay, customer ID is 91. Above 91, there is no customer ID. But here I am saying select star from customers where customer ID is greater than 91. In this case, we will not get any results, right? If you use this kind of query as a subquery, okay, if you use this kind of query as a subquery and try to select star from orders table where exists, what will happen? Here, select star from customers where customer ID greater than 91 subquery will result in 0 records. When 0 records will come, this will become false. Since the condition is false, this particular statement will not be executed. Run this, you see, no results. No results. But what if I convert into 89? Some records will be there. At least 2 records are coming, right? 2 records will be coming with this subquery. Since the records are there, records exist, this particular SQL statement will be executed. You see, even if I say 90 also, okay, how many records will be retrieved? If I say customer ID greater than 90, total 91 are there. I am saying greater than 90, only one record. At least one record we got. If at least one record we will get, this particular statement will be executed. You see, the statement got executed. But if 0 records are coming from the subquery, then exists operator will stop this statement from executing and it will result in 0 results. Okay, no results. So how the exists operator is working? When there are some records resulting from this subquery, then only this statement will work. If there are no records coming from the subquery, this statement is not going to work because we have used exists operator. So guys, this is how we have to use exists operator with subqueries in the SQL statements. So that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 66 of SQL for Beginners series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use subqueries for retrieving the records from multiple tables. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use subqueries. Okay, how to use subquery for retrieving the records from multiple tables. Let's say there are 2 tables. Let's say there are 2 tables. One table, let's say there is a table name like city, another table name is country. Okay, and both these tables have a column, a common column. For suppose both these tables have a common column. So let me draw this. So okay, fine. Here city, let's say city has one of the column as country underscore ID, let's say, okay, country ID. The same column is there in the country table also. If this is satisfied, okay, if there are 2 tables and these 2 tables have a common column, then we can use subquery. The subquery we can use. Subquery we can use for retrieving the records from both these tables. Okay, we can retrieve the records in a single SQL statement. Okay, from both the tables. From both the tables, we can retrieve the records. If these 2 tables have a common column, that is here country ID is a column, common column, and by using the subquery, we can do this, guys. So in this video session, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to retrieve the records from both the tables using the subquery when these 2 tables have a common column. So let me explain this in a practical mode. So let's get started. So here in the MySQL workbench, we have 4 databases. This database I created as part of one of the previous videos. But these 3 databases, that is Sakila, Sys, and World database, came by default when I installed and configured MySQL in my machine. Okay, so I'm going to use one of the default came databases. I'm going to choose Sakila. Okay, use Sakila, run it. After you select the Sakila database, then you can perform operations on any tables of this particular database. Let's say, as I explained here, I'm going to use city and country tables. Okay, I'm going to use city and country tables which are under the Segula database. So let's find out what is there inside the city, and also let's find out what is there inside the country first. So how to find out what is there inside the city? Select star from city, we have to say. Okay, select star from city. Run this. When I say so, all the records from all the columns of the city table got displayed here. City ID, city, you see country ID is there. As I mentioned here, country ID is there. And last update. Similarly, let's find out what is there inside the country table. Select star from country. Select star from country. Run this. When I say select star from country, all the records from all the columns of the country table will be displayed here. So this particular country table also has the same column name, that is country ID. Country ID, right? Fine. Now I'm going to retrieve the records from both these tables. Okay. From a single SQL statement, I'm going to retrieve the records from city table and country table with the help of subquery. Okay. That I explained about different subqueries in the previous video, guys. Previous videos. Okay. You can go through that if you are not aware of. Okay. Now I'm directly going to use the subquery in this video. Fine. So first city column, city table. Select star from city. I'll say select star from city and run this. So here we have different columns in the city table. I would like to display the city. Okay, city. Here inside the city table, we have the city column, guys. Okay, this is a column and this is a city. Both the names are same. So I'm just giving small just for differentiation purpose, guys. Okay, both are same. You can give here if you give city also, this is a table only. Okay, but I'm just to make you don't have to confuse, right? I just don't want to confuse you. That's the reason I'm giving small city here and capital C city here. Okay, fine. So that you can differentiate between the table name and the column name, because column name and table name are same in this particular table. Select city from city. When I say so, only the cities, okay, only the cities list from the city table will be displayed. Fine. Then I'll say one more thing. Okay, other thing is select city, and here I will say select star from country. I will say, okay, select star from country. Run this. So here in the country table, we have the country column. You see again the table name and column name are matching. That's fine. No problem. I'm just giving country column here. Whatever you are giving the name of the country, before the from it will become a column. After the from it will become a country, table. Select country from country. Like this, all the countries will be displayed. But I want the cities and countries together. Okay, you are getting my point, right? Here, select city from city will retrieve the all the different cities that are there in the city table separately, and select country from country will retrieve all the countries from the country table separately. But I want both the cities and country in the same table, the same results. In the same results, here I want to get city, and here I want to get the country. How to do that? We can use subqueries, guys, as I told you. Here I will put a comma. After city, I will put a comma, and I will copy this complete statement without semicolon. I will ignore the semicolon here and put a circular brackets here. How to provide a subquery? As explained in the previous videos, I have to provide a circular bracket. In between the circular brackets, I will copy paste this same statement. Complete statement I copy pasted into this. Okay, so here what's happening? Select column name is city, comma another column. This SQL statement is treated as a column here, not a separate SQL statement. Okay, from city I'm saying, from city. So one more thing I have to do. That thing is select city, comma select country from city. I'll add a where condition. Where what is that? Here in this city table also we have a country ID, and in the country table also we have a country ID, right? We have to use that here. Okay, city dot, okay, city table dot country underscore ID column is equal to country table dot country underscore ID column. Okay, as I told you, there are two tables, city and country. In both the tables we have the country ID column. That thing I am using in the where where condition, where class condition. Here, this country ID, if I say only country ID, and if I don't specify the table, you will get an ambiguous error kind of thing you will get, because country ID is there in both city table at same time country table. So we have to differentiate. How to differentiate? We can provide the table name dot country ID. This country ID belongs to city table. Table name dot country ID. This country ID belongs to country table, like that. Okay. So select city comma select country only when the city dot country ID is equal to country dot country ID. Okay, so that should match. Then only this will be successfully ran. This particular statement is possible. If you don't specify the where class condition, this statement may not be possible. So select city comma select country from country where, and this result is coming as a second column here. Run this, you will see that. Okay, just run this first. You will see first we got city column. Second column is this complete subquery is becoming a second column. You see. But it doesn't look good, right? Just to display the subquery as part of the column name is not good, looking good. What we have to do, guys, in this kind of situation? In this kind of situation where in the results we are getting the column name as a subquery, it's not a good thing. Okay, what will be the better way of doing this? Just you need to add alias name like this. Okay, country or something. So here, instead of when you run this time, this alias name will be displayed in place of this subquery name. Okay, so it will be better. It will be looking better. Run this. See, under city we got all the cities and their countries we got. This city is in this country. This city is in this country. So here you see Adoni is in India. Ahmednagar is also in India. Like that, many countries. Many cities are there in India, right? Alafuza is also in Alapi or Alafuza. Okay, this is in Kerala, right? So the city in Kerala, which is in India itself, and Ambattur in India. Like that, all the cities which are in different countries got displayed here, right? This is how this kind of problems, if you want to solve in real time, guys, then we may have to use subqueries in the SQL statements, so that this kind of things will be possible. Here, how many tables I used? I used two tables. One is city table, another one is country table. Okay, I retrieved the records from both city table and country table. Okay, and displayed in a single result. Fine, but there is one more challenge, guys. Okay, here this particular thing is only resulting in single record. Okay, so for each and every condition matched here, city dot country ID is equal to country dot country ID. For each and every match here, this particular statement is only retrieving a single record. Okay, single record for single city. If city is a Corona, Karuva, or Aba or something. Okay, for each and every city, this particular SQL statement is giving single record. Okay, single record. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain a different case where if you reverse this, okay, if you reverse this process, this is not possible. Okay, let me explain that how this is not possible. Fine. Here, every city belongs to a country, right? If you give a city name, it will belong to a country. But if you give a country name, for example, if you give a country, it may have many cities, right? Right or wrong? Every city has only one country. Okay, one country. But every country will have multiple cities. So this statement is possible because every city has a country. That's why you can provide country details in the subquery details. But if you want to provide city details as a subquery and country details outside, this is not possible, guys, because every country has multiple cities and you will get an error. Let me show you immediately. So I'll simply say I'll reverse the statement, guys. You can see that here in place of city, I will give country from country table. Okay, like this if I give, and comma I will put here, and then I will provide a subquery, but subquery is going to retrieve the city. Select city from city table where city, this is same. Okay, but the problem here is every country has multiple cities. If this particular subquery is giving you multiple records, because multiple records will come, right? Country will have multiple cities, means this particular thing will retrieve multiple records for each and every country. And and our results don't know if a country is specified here. Here only one country, if if this is a country, then here city has to be specified with only one city. But this has a possibility of getting multiple cities for a single country. How can this be possible, guys? This is not possible. When you run this, you will get an error saying subquery returns more than one row. For this country, there are multiple cities. You cannot keep this kind of things in a subquery. It will say the reverse is possible like this. Okay, select city, comma, for every city there is a country, only one country. So since there is only one country, you can put the country table details in the subquery. Okay, but here country has multiple cities. Hence, you cannot put cities thing in the subquery. This is one thing you have to understand, guys. You can use subqueries inside the SQL statements to retrieve the records from multiple tables. But the problem here is we have to make sure that for every column, there is only one possibility. Okay. For this city column, there is only one country possible. But here for country column, there is multiple cities possible, which will not work. This case will not work. It will give an error. But in case of this one, it will work. Okay. Every city has a single country. So city name, only one country. City name, only one country. It's possible. So guys, this is how we have to use subqueries for retrieving the records for multiple tables. Hope you understood this session. Thank you guys. See you in the next video session. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 67 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use multiple subqueries in a single SQL statement. So in this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use multiple subqueries in a single SQL statement. Yes, guys, we can use multiple subqueries in a single SQL statement. In order to explain and practically demonstrate how to use this multiple subqueries in a single SQL statement, let me take a problem. Okay, let me take a problem and try to solve it. As part of that, I'll explain how to use multiple subqueries in a single SQL statement. Okay, so what is that problem? The problem is this one. Okay, this is a problem statement we need to solve with the help of SQL. List out the films. List out the films having the length less than maximum length. Okay, having the length less than the maximum length and having the rental duration equal to the minimum rental duration of the film. So list out the films in the films table having the length of the films less than the maximum length. Okay, the length of the film should be less than the maximum length, and at same time the film should have the rental duration equal to the minimum rental duration of the available films. So let me show you the films table first. So let's move to practical mode here to solve that problem, and have this table known as film table inside this Sakila database. So in order to work with this film table, I need to first switch to this. I need to select this Sakila database. Otherwise, I cannot directly work. So I have to use a statement like use Sakila. Okay, use Sakila and run this. When I run this, this particular database will get selected. Okay, and in this database, we have the film table. We have the film table. So I have to say select star from film. Guys, this Sakila database has come by default in the MySQL. Okay, in the MySQL, when I installed and configured MySQL, Sakila database came by default. So if you have to like practice the same example that I'm providing here, you need to have the MySQL installed. Then no need to do any other thing. So I selected the Sakila database, which came by default in MySQL, and then I am trying to retrieve the records from the film table under the Sakila database. So let's start from film, run it. So all the records, these are all the records, guys, which are there in the film table. Okay, there are several records. You can see there are different films. Where are the film titles? These are the film titles. These are the different film titles we have. Okay, and what else? I was talking about in this problem statement, there are three things. One is film table, which has all the films. List of the films are there in the films table. Having the length less than the maximum length. Okay, I am saying length should be less than the length of the records that I want to retrieve should have the length less than the maximum length. Here, every film has a length. Okay, here 86 is there, 48 is there. What is the maximum length? How to find the maximum length, guys? Select. If I say select length from film, what will happen? All the lengths from the film will be coming, right? Run it. Okay, LENGTH spelling mistake. Run this again. Run it. All the lengths, all the available lengths in the film table will be displayed here. So here I have to find max length. Okay, max of length, maximum length. So select max of length from film. So out of all these lengths, which one is maximum? Here, which one is maximum? How to find? 185 is the maximum. Okay, out of all the available lengths of the different films, 185 is the maximum. Fine. Now again select star from film. So this statement is for, let's put comments here, finding the maximum length of the available films. Out of all the films, one of the film is having like the films having the maximum length is this one. Okay, 185 length. The next one is select star from film. All the records will come again. What next? After finding the maximum length of the films. Okay, after finding the maximum length of the films, we need to find minimum, the minimum rental duration. We need to find the minimum rental duration. How to find the minimum rental duration? So this is a function, guys. For finding the maximum length, we have the max function in SQL. We have to use that to get the maximum length. I explained about max function in the previous videos, guys. Okay. If you're not understanding any of these things in this video session, guys, you have to go to the previous videos. Okay. I explained a lot of things in the previous videos, and I'm coming to this video where I'm explaining the complex problems. Okay. This is not the time to explain the basics. So all the basics required for understanding these topics are already explained in the previous videos. So hope you understand that. Fine. Next thing is that what I was saying, we have to find the minimum rental duration. For minimum rental duration, also I explained one more function in the SQL, that is min function. Okay, min function. So let's find the minimum rental duration of the available films. So there are different films again, and every film has a rental duration here. As you can see, there is a rental duration column here. Some 6, 3, same. So there will be some minimum length, right? Minimum rental duration. How to find that? Okay. First of all, let's find all the rental durations. Rental underscore duration from, okay. Select rental duration from film. If I say this, it will find the all the rental durations, but I have to find the minimum rental duration. For that, I have to use the min function. I have to surround this rental duration with min function and run this again. This time, out of all these values, rental duration values, we'll get the minimum one. Minimum one is 3, guys. Okay, minimum is 3. So maximum is 185 and minimum is 3. Okay, maximum length is 185, minimum rental duration is 3. Now let's go to the complex query. That is, problem is list out the films. Okay, let's list out the films. Select star from film table. Okay, run this. All the records will be coming as usual, right? Similar to this one. So all the film records will be coming. Here, I want to list down all the film names. Let's say film title, I will say. Okay, title. Select title, comma. What are the other details I want? I would like to take the length. Okay, length. Title, comma, length, comma, rental duration. Rental duration. All these details I am going, instead of retrieving all the records from all the columns from the film table, I am trying to retrieve only these 3 columns. Okay, this will be enough. Title of the movie and length of the movie and rental duration of the movie. Okay, from film, where what are the conditions we have in this problem? Having the length less than maximum length, where length of the film is less than maximum length. How to find the maximum length? This is a statement, right? Select max length from film will give you the maximum length. So I will use that as a subquery. You see, this is as a subquery. So one subquery we already used. Now I'm going to explain in this video session how to use multiple subqueries in a single SQL statement. And one more condition, and operator. Okay, and. So where length is less than, select max length from film, and another condition I have to give in the where class by using the and, that is the minimum rental duration. How to find the minimum rental duration? Another SQL statement was there. Select minimum rental duration from film. Take this and what should be the rental duration should be equal to. Okay, so I have to say rental underscore duration equal to what? Minimum rental duration of the film. So I have to again use a subquery, put a semicolon here, and put this SQL statement here. So here how many subqueries are there? Subquery 1, subquery 2. So in a single statement I added 2 subqueries. Okay, will this work? Yes, this will work, guys. Run this. So now you got all the titles of the films, okay, having the length less than maximum length of the film. So maximum length is 185, 48 is less than 185, 169 is less than 185, 114 is less than 185, and 82, everything, whatever the lengths that got displayed here for these films have the length less than 185 only, that is less than the maximum length of the available films. And rental duration is equal to minimum rental duration of the films, that is 3. We already found out, right? 3. So these two combinations should match, then only we'll get the list of films having the length less than 185, and at the same time the rental duration should be equal to minimum rental duration, that is 3. Fine. So this is how, guys, we can solve complex problems by using multiple subqueries in a single SQL statement like this. So guys, hope you understood how to use multiple subqueries in a single SQL statement. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 68 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain about integrity constants. Integrity constants. What are integrity constants? Integrity constants are nothing but the conditions that we can apply to the table columns. The conditions that we can apply to the table columns are known as integrity constants. There are different types of integrity constants. Okay, types of integrity constants. What are they? There are different integrity constants like not null, one type. Then we have unique. Second type of integrity constant is unique. Then we have primary key. Then we have foreign key, integrity. These are all integrity constant types. Okay, we have different types of integrity constants, which are nothing but not null, unique, primary key, foreign key. Then we have check, and we have default. Okay, check is another integrity constant, and finally default. These are the different types of integrity constants that we can use in the SQL statements. What is the purpose of the integrity constants? If you want to specify a condition to a particular column in a table, then you have to use this integrity constants. For example, let's say there is a table. Okay, let's say there is a table like this. This table has some columns. This table has some columns. One of the column name is ID. Other column name is name. Let's say another column name is experience. So let's say this table is employees table. Employees table. Now, if I put any integrity constant to any particular column, okay. So what are integrity constants? Integrity constants are nothing but the conditions that we can apply to the table. Let me explain one condition. Let's take this not null condition. Okay, not null integrity constant or not null condition. So how to apply this? Where to apply this? We have to apply this condition to a column only. Okay, not entire table, only a particular column. Let's say I'm applying this not null to a column, that is ID column. Okay, so here not null. So ID is applied with not null integrity constant. Not null integrity constant. So what happens when I apply this integrity constant, that is not null, to this one of the column of this employees table, that is ID column? Whenever you are trying to insert some records into this table, okay, whenever you are trying to insert some records into this table, okay, you can skip any data of these columns, but except ID. ID is must, guys. You cannot, while inserting the records, ID is mandatory now. Okay, you cannot make ID as null. Okay, if you skip the ID, then you are going to get an error. ID cannot be null. If you are inserting the records and in that particular record, if you are providing ID, name, experience, that's all good. But if you are missing any ID, then you are going to get an error, guys. You can miss name, you can miss experience, but you cannot miss ID, guys, because ID is specified with a kind of condition, that is, or integrity constant, that is not null. It cannot, ID cannot be null going forward like that. Okay. So where exactly, how exactly I have to use this not null? Okay, if I have to apply this not null integrity constant to this ID column of this employees table, how to do that? I have to do that while creating the employees table only. Let's say I'm going to create an employees table like this. Create table employees. Okay, same table I'm creating. While creating the table itself, I have to provide this not null integrity constant to this ID column. Here in the brackets, circular brackets, I have to say ID. First column name is ID. Int. After int, after the name of the column and data type of the column, I need to specify the integrity constant type. That is a condition I have to specify. That is not null. Okay. Like this, I can specify. Then comma name. What is that? Next column name is name. Is varchar some 10 or something. Then comma experience. Experience is int. Okay. Int type. Like this, I have to specify where exactly I have specified this integrity constant, not null, I specified here, guys. Okay. Create table employees, ID int not null, name varchar, experience int. So for one of the column, I specified this not null integrity constant. Just because of this, while inserting the data, how to insert the data? If I say insert into which table? Employees table. Okay. Insert into employees, values. Let's say I'm giving 1, Arun, 12. Okay. All the details I give. First column details I gave as 1. Second column details I gave as Arun. Third column details I gave as experience 12. Will this run or not? Yes, this will run because ID is given here. Okay, it's not null. So this will work. Okay, this will be executed and these details will be added here. 1, Arun, and 12 will be added here. That's fine. But what if I say insert into employees values to Varun? Okay, and here I'm not going to give any value. For example, here I'm going to specify only ID comma name I am going to give. Okay, only I'm going to insert the records into the employees table for ID and name column, but for third column, that is experience, I'm not giving anything. Will this work or not? Yes, this will also work. Here 2 will come and here Varun will come. Here what will come? Null will come. Null value will come. Okay. Now another SQL statement I will try to insert the data for inserting the data, that is employees, insert into employees. Okay. So in the brackets I am giving name comma experience. Name comma experience values as Tarun and experience is something like 7. Okay. Like this I am giving insert into employees, name comma experience values Tarun comma 7. Will this work or not? This will fail, guys. This will give an error saying that the ID cannot be null. Here, I am skipping the value from entering into the ID. Only name and experience I am trying to insert. The data into the name and experience is going to be entered using this third statement where ID is skipped. So if null cannot come here, guys, there is no possibility because while creating the table itself, for this ID column, I specified the not null integrity constant. Okay, here there is no possibility of null. So this record will not be inserted and this particular statement will result in an error and you cannot move forward. So guys, like this is one example of not null, guys. Okay, integrity, one example of integrity constant is not null, where if you don't enter or if you don't insert any values into that particular column specified with not null, you are going to get an error. Okay, so that is kind of rule or condition that you are putting on a particular table column. These are nothing but the integrity constants, guys. Hope you understood what is integrity constants. And at the same time, you can use the integrity constants in the alter statements also. Two statements, while creating the table, while altering the table also, You can while updating the table also using the alter statement. Okay, while creating the table, while altering the table, okay, using the alter statements. Then also in the same way you can use the integrity constraint. Okay, so if the when initially when the table got created, you have not specified the integrity constraint, let's say, but while updating the table, while modifying the table, you can use the alter statement to provide this integrity constraint. Okay, so integrity constants, if you want to specify in the SQL statements, can be used in create and alter statements. Okay, so guys, hope you understood what are integrity constants. I have not explained any of these integrity constants in a practical manner. So not null, unique, primary, foreign, check, default. These are several integrity constants we have. Each and everything I am going to explain in a practical way in the upcoming videos. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 69 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use not null integrity constraint. So in this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use not null integrity constraint. Not null is one of the integrity constraints. As explained in the previous video, there are different integrity constraints. Integrity constraints, and not null is one of them. So what are the different integrity constraints we have? There are several integrity constraints. One is not null. Then we have unique integrity constraint. Then we have primary key. Then we have foreign key. Then we have check and default. These are the different integrity constraints we have in SQL. The purpose of the integrity constraints, as explained in the previous video, is to specify a condition for a table column. For example, there is a table. For example, there is a table like this. And this table has some columns like ID, name, some experience. Okay. So if I specify any of these integrity constants to any of this column of this particular table, let's say ID table, let's say ID column of this particular table. For this ID column, I am specifying not null integrity constraint. So I am specifying a condition, guys. Okay. Integrity constraint means condition. What is the condition? The condition is that this particular column should not accept the null values. Okay. If you specify a particular column with not null, that means the column specified with not null should not accept null values. Okay, should not accept null values. So if you try to insert any null values into this particular column, then you are going to get an error, guys. Okay, it will not accept. The table will not accept if you try to insert any null values, or if you don't want to insert any values also, that is also a null value. If you don't insert any value under the ID column, that record will also not get inserted. Instead, it will give you an error. Okay. So in this video session, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to use not null integrity constraint. Integrity constraint means condition, and not null means this condition specified for a column for restricting the column from accepting the null values, or restricting the column from inserting the records without any values. Those are nothing but null values. Null means nothing, right? So let me practically demonstrate. Here we have 4 databases. In one of the previous videos, I created this QFOX database. So let's use the QFOX database. Use QFOX so that I can perform operations under this QFOX database. After use QFOX got executed, then what we can do is let's create a table, new table, create table. I'll call this table as EMP table. Okay. And in this EMP table, I'm going to create 3 columns, the same 3 columns, ID, name, experience. Okay. ID, which type int, name, varchar 15. Okay. and experience again int. Okay, experience is int. Now this is the normal way of creating the table, but while creating a table, for one of the column I would like to specify the integrity constant. Say here id column is specified with not null integrity constant. How to specify that? Simple guys, while creating the table, after id int, okay, after the data type of the first column, you have to specify not null. Okay, when you specify not null for one of the column, that is id here in this employee emp table, which is of in data type. So what happens is once this table gets created with this kind of not null integrity constant specified for this id column, okay, then the table got created, guys. Okay, the table got created. If you say select star from EMP, you will get the empty table. Okay, table without any records you will get. Okay, you see a table, that is EMP table, having the columns ID, name, experience got displayed here, but there are no records. Okay, now let's try to insert the records. Let's try to insert a normal record, guys, without I mean by providing all the required values. Insert into EMP values 1 comma ID is 1, Arun is name, and experience is 2 alias. Okay, so if I run this, it will insert the record without any problem. It is inserting the record. Okay, insert statement got executed successfully. Now again, if I run select star from EMP, now this time you will see a single record under this table, right? Under ID we have 1, under name Arun, under experience 12. That's fine. Now another record I'm trying to insert into EMP values as, this time I don't want to insert all the 3 column values. Okay, so I would like to insert only the columns, that is EMP. I would like to insert ID, which should not be null. That's fine, and name. Okay, only name. I'm going to skip the experience. I'm not going to insert any value for the experience column. Okay, for experience, I'm not inserting anything. So here value should be only this through 2 column values. That is 2 comma Varun, 2 comma Varun, and run this. When I run this, again the insert statement got executed successfully without any error. And if I say select star from EMP this time, you will get 2 records. And second record, if you observe under the experience, what value got added? Null value. Okay. Can I add the same null value under ID? Now it's not possible, guys, because ID column, the condition is there like not null integrity constant is specified here. That means ID will not accept the null values. Let's see whether, okay, you have to get an error, guys. If you try to insert a null value without inserting any value into this ID, if you try to insert any record, then you are going to get an error. Let's see that in action. Insert into EMP. This time only name and experience I am going to provide. I am going to skip the ID, right? ID I am going to skip. If you are going to skip means you are trying to insert a null value into the ID, right? So values Tarun, I am trying to give the experience as 7. Okay, Tarun comma 7. So when I run this, when I execute this, I'll get an error, guys. Okay, run this. Error code field ID does not have a default value. Okay, so you cannot insert. You cannot insert. This statement is not going to work. Similarly, if I try to insert into EMP values, okay, manually I'm trying to insert null. Okay, into this ID column, I'm going to try to insert manually null. Here, if you are not specifying the column, what will happen? Indirectly, we are going to insert the null value into the ID. That's already happened. But here I am specially mentioning the null value here for insertion, and Tarun, comma, experience is 7. When I run this, again we got an error because you cannot insert null into this ID column. ID column will not accept the null values. Okay, either indirectly or directly, if you try to provide the null, if you try to insert null into this ID column, then we are going to get this kind of error like column ID cannot be null. You cannot insert null values into this kind of columns because there is a integrity constant specified. That is a condition specified that this ID column should not accept the null values. Not null means should not accept null values. So guys, this is how we have to use not null integrity constraint in SQL statements. Hope you understood. Thank you guys. See you in the next video session. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 70 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain how to use unique integrity constraint. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use unique integrity constraint. what is the purpose of this unique integrity constraint? Unique integrity constraint when specified to one of the column. Let's say there is a table here and there are different columns, and let's give some names to these columns. ID, name, some experience. Like this, there are few columns. If you apply this unique integrity constraint, it's a kind of condition, guys. Okay, the condition you can apply to the particular column. So if unique integrity constant is applied to a particular column like ID, then after creating this table, if you are trying to insert some records, okay, if you want to insert some records, this ID column will only allow unique values. For example, if I try to assign 1, 2, 3 here, all these numbers are unique. 1 is unique from 2, 2 is unique from 3, like that. But if I try to assign 1, then again 1, then this is a duplicate. 1 is not the uniqueness. Here, these ones are not unique. Here, 1 is there, again here 1 is there. This 1 is a duplicate of this one. Okay. Unique means it should not be duplicated. This column, which is specified with unique integrity constraint, will restrict us from inserting duplicate values into this particular column. Okay, here 1 and 1 will not be allowed because this particular ID column is specified with unique integrity constant. If I say 2, it's allowed. If I say 3, it's allowed because in the previous records, unique, okay, our new value should be unique from the previous records values. So this how, guys, on applying the unique, we'll get this kind of result. Now let me practically demonstrate how to use unique. So before I practically demonstrate, there are several tables, guys. Okay, in this QFox database, as you can see here, there are several tables which I have been creating from the lot of previous videos. I'm going to select everything, guys. Okay, I'm going to select all these tables which are there, which are created earlier in this QFox. Right click and then simply drop them. Okay, so drop now. All the tables, refresh. You see, all the tables got deleted. Now under QFox database, there are no other tables. Now I'm going to create a new table in the QFox database. So in order to create a new table inside this QFox database, first I have to select this database. Use QFox, I have to say. After selecting, I can create any table, I can use any table from this database. Now the database got selected. Now I'm going to create a table. How to create a table? Create table EMP. Okay, create table EMP ID int. Right? In one of the previous videos, I explained where we have to use the integrity constants. After the column name, after the data type, we have to specify. So here I will specify unique. For one of the column, that is ID column, I am specifying the integrity constant as, for this column, integrity constant is specified as unique. Then we have name, varchar. Then another one is experience, right? Experience int. Like this we can write. Create table EMP which has 3 columns, that is ID, name, experience, and in this ID column is specified with unique integrity constraint. So if you are trying to insert some data into this ID column, okay, if you are trying to insert some data into this ID column, that data should be unique, guys. Okay, the data should be unique, it cannot be duplicated. Let's try to do so. Insert into EMP. So first I have to create this table, guys. Okay, select this statement and run it. First the table will be created. Table got created, guys. Before inserting any records, if I say select star from EMP, I will get the empty table. Okay, empty table without any records. You see, only columns are there: ID column, name column, experience column, without any values. Now insert into EMP values. I am giving one as ID, Arun, and experience as 12. That's fine. Then run this. A record will be inserted. This is the first record. It will be inserted, guys. If I say select star from EMP, that inserted record will be shown here. That's fine. Now I'll try to insert another record. Insert into EMP values as 2. Will this be allowed or not? It also will be allowed. Varun, let's say 7. Run this. Again select star from EMP. Again another record got inserted because 2 is unique from 1. Okay, 2 is not a duplicate of 1. 2 is separate and 1 is separate. But if I try to insert some duplicate values into the ID column, Okay, what will happen? I will get an error. Okay, we'll get an error, guys, because here if I say 1 again, okay, and say Tarun and then 9, if I try to execute this particular statement, here this record should not be accepted, okay, because this column is specified with unique integrity constant, which will restrict this particular statement for inserting a duplicate value into the table. Already one is there. We are trying to again insert one, which will not be allowed because of the unique integrity constant. Duplicate entry one for key emp.id. That's the problem, guys. Okay, that's the problem. So it's not allowing you. So only unique values are allowed into the ID column. If you try to give duplicate values, they will be restricted. Okay, this is not possible. Now, guys, one more thing is there. Regarding this unique, there is one more thing. That is, here you have specified the unique at what level? Column level. After providing the column name and its data type, you provided unique. But we can even specify this unique for multiple columns at the table level. Okay, at the table level, we can do that, guys. Okay, so how to do that? So again, we have to drop this table, guys, because I have to create the table again. So let me clear this stuff and simply go here, refresh, and here you will see the earlier just now created EMP table. Right click on this and say drop table. Drop the delete the table. Okay. Now I am going to create the table again. Create table EMP. A new table I am creating, that is create table EMP ID as int, comma, name as varchar some 15. Okay, comma, experience as int, like this I would like to provide. That's fine. Here 3 columns are there. I have not specified any integrity constant for any of these columns. That's fine. But if I say comma again, and if I say unique of column level, guys, okay, I am providing the unique integrity constant at column level, unique of ID. Okay, I can say like this. Okay, unique of ID. What will happen? This is at table level. Okay, so individually I can give unique here. At same time at table level, if I want, I have to provide like this, unique of ID. Now run this. This will work, guys. Okay, only one column I gave here, unique of ID. Okay, instead of specifying at column level unique keyword at the earlier at the column level, I specified the unique keyword, right? Unique integrity constant. But now after completing all the columns at the table level, I provided the unique. Okay, I have not specified this unique for the particular thing. Unique of ID I specified. Now run this. A table will be created. Now same thing, guys. Same thing you will get. Insert into EMP values. Insert into EMP values 1 comma Arun comma 12. This will be inserted. And another record I'm trying to insert, that is insert into EMP values 2 comma Varun comma some 7. Will this be accepted? Yes, this will be accepted because here ID is unique. Here is specified ID as unique. That means here 2 is unique from 1. So it will be accepted. It's not a duplicate, so it will be accepted. If I say select star from EMP, we'll get 2 records because we inserted 2 records. Okay, they are fine. Now another insert into EMP values. Now again 1. Okay, I'm trying to duplicate. Okay, I'm trying to insert a duplicate ID into this table. Will this be accepted? No, because here unique of ID is there. It should not be accepted. Run this, you'll get an error saying duplicate entry. Fine. So again, refresh and drop this table. So at table level also we can specify the unique like this. The syntax will differ, guys. Here only if you provide this unique at the column level, you have to say only unique here. Okay. If you are specifying at the table level, you have to say unique of column name. Okay, unique of column name. And one more advantage that we get by providing this unique at the table level is here you provided only one ID, only one column, but I can specify the unique to multiple columns. Unique of ID comma name. Okay, unique of ID comma name I can provide. Here 2 columns are there. Earlier statements only 1 column was unique, but now 2 columns are unique. So let's create this table now. Run this. Table got created. Now insert into EMP values as 1 comma Arun comma 12. Run this. Okay, this is fine. Now if I say inserted, it got inserted. Select star from EMP. Select star from EMP. Run this. Record came. 1 Arun 12 came. That's fine. Now if I say insert into EMP values 1 comma Varun comma some 8. Okay. Will this work or not? Already 1 is there. Will the 1 allowed or not? Here I am saying unique of ID comma name. Okay. That means these two columns together should be unique. One Arun will be different from one Varun. Okay. One Arun is unique. One Varun is also unique. Together these two columns should work together, guys. Okay. So if I run this, it will not give any error. You see, it will be inserted. The reason here is here uniqueness is considered at the two column level. Okay, not a single column. Here unique of ID comma name is there. Both ID and name should be clubbed together. That is, one Arun is different from one Varun, right? Like this. One Arun is different from one Varun. Like this. So if I run this, I already ran this and I got that it got inserted. If I say select star from EMP, you can see that in the table, one Arun, one Varun is there. Okay, they are not duplicate because one may be a duplicate of one, but together one Arun, one Varun, okay, are not duplicate of each other. One Arun is different from one Varun. That's why they are unique values only. But if I try to insert something like this, insert into EMP values 1 comma Arun, okay, comma 9. Then what will happen? This will give you an error. Okay, already one Arun is already there. Okay, uniqueness is at the two column level. So one Arun is already there. If you are trying to assign again one Arun, this one Arun will be the duplicate of one Arun. Okay, so it will not be inserted. Run this. You see, you got an error saying duplicate entry one Arun. Okay, so guys, uniqueness can be at the one column, single column level and multi column level. Okay, in case of multi column level, you have to club these two things and then compare the uniqueness or duplication. So guys, this is how we have to use unique integrity constraint in SQL statements. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 71 of SQL for Beginners series. In this video session, I am going to explain on how to use primary key integrity constraint. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use primary key integrity constraint. In the previous videos, I have already covered two integrity constants. What are they? I covered not null and also I covered another integrity constant that is unique. Now the third integrity constant is primary. What is primary key integrity constant? Primary key integrity constant or condition is nothing but is a combination of not null and unique, guys. Okay. Primary, when you specify a particular table column, with this primary key integrity constant, then that particular column will have two conditions. One is not null condition and unique condition. We can assign not null separately and unique separately, right? But when you assign primary, it will contain two conditions automatically. That is not null condition and unique condition together. Is nothing but the primary key. So if I say ID here, name of the column, here name here experience. So for this particular ID column, if I specify only one integrity constant that is not null, if I only specify not null here, what will happen? This particular column will not allow the empty or null values. While inserting the records, if you are not providing the values for this ID column, that inserted records will be rejected by throwing the errors. That's what will happen. This ID column will not accept the empty values or null values. But coming to unique, if you specify only unique integrity constant to this ID column of this particular table, then this ID column will not allow the insertion statements to insert the duplicate values. Only unique values will be assigned. If you assign one, then in the next insertion statement, you cannot again insert one. You can only insert the 2 or 5 or something, okay, which should be unique. The value should be unique. At the same time, for unique, it should be unique. For not null, it will not accept the empty values. They cannot be empty or null. Coming to primary key, it's a combination of both. When you assign primary key integrity constant, for example, if you are assigning or specifying this ID column with this primary key integrity constant, then this ID column will not allow the null values or empty values. At the same time, it will not allow the insertion statements to insert the duplicate values. Only unique values will be allowed. Now let me practically demonstrate how to use primary key in SQL statements. Let's go here. So let me select this QFox database. Under this, I'm going to create some table and then demonstrate. Use QFox. Run this. QFox database got selected. Now I can create some tables under the QFox. There are no tables here for now. I'm going to create a new table. Create table name, that is EMP, let's say, and ID column name int. This one I am going to specify as primary key. The first column I'm going to specify as primary key, guys. Okay, comma. Here integrity constant is provided. Similar to the not null and unique, you have to specify the primary key integrity constant for the at the column level also. ID name varchar some 15 and then experience int again like this. Now when I run this particular EMP table will be created with 3 columns: ID column, name column, experience column, in the same way I explained here: ID, name and experience. And for ID column we are specifying the primary key. Here you see primary key is specified. Run this. When I run this, the table will be created. Table got created with the 3 columns. How to find out how many columns are displayed, created? Select star from EMP. When I run this statement, it will give me the empty table with columns, column names. Empty table is there, ID, name, experience. Okay, ID, name, experience. Fine. Now I'm going to insert some records into this EMP table. Insert into EMP values 1, Arun, followed by experience as 12. Let's say done. When I run this, you see the record got inserted. If I say select star from EMP, that inserted record, first record 1 Arun 12 is getting displayed under this column. That's fine. Now I'm trying to insert another record. Insert into EMP values. Let's say this time I'm going to insert again 1 Varun 12 or 7. Okay. Will this be inserted or not? Will this statement be executed or not? If I execute, this statement will result in an error because I have mentioned primary key for the int ID column. So primary key means not null plus unique. Here 1 is not unique. 1 is already there. It's a duplicate. So it should be avoided. Run this. You'll get an error saying that duplicate entry 1 for key. Okay. Duplicate values will not be allowed by the primary key. Integrity constant specified columns. Now this is not possible. This was not possible. Still only one record is there. The first record is only there. This is not inserted because we got an error like duplicate entry. Now again I'm going to insert something. Insert into EMP. This time I'm trying to skip the ID column. Okay, value. So only I'm going to give what name and experience. Only name and experience I'm trying to insert. I'm going to skip the ID column value. That means null value will be inserted. Simple. Okay, indirectly. So here I'm going to give 2. 2 will not be there. Sorry. Here name and experience I have to give without ID. So here I'm going to give something like Tarun 9. Will this be inserted, guys? No, this will also not be inserted. We'll get an error because ID column is a primary key. That means it cannot be null. It's not null. Okay, not null plus unique. Both combination, both conditions. Even though, okay, if you skip any ID column value, that means you are trying to insert some null value or empty value into that ID column. So that will not be allowed, guys. Okay, because ID column is specified with primary key and it cannot be null and it cannot be duplicate. So both conditions should be satisfied. Run this, you'll get an error saying that field ID doesn't have a default value. Some value should be provided for ID. You're only inserting the name and experience. Along with that, you have to insert ID. Then only this statement will be executed. Otherwise, you see, when I run this, only one record is there. First record is only there. This has not worked and this has not worked. These two statements have failed because here I am trying to insert a duplicate value into the ID column, and here I am trying to insert nothing into the ID column. I'm going to insert nothing. Okay, only name and experience I'm trying to insert. That means empty and null value I'm trying to insert. That is also not possible. Fine. So guys, primary key means unique plus not null. Okay, two conditions will be there. Now, so far, So far, I have specified the primary key at what level? I specified the primary key at the column level. But I would like to, can I specify the primary key at the table level? Yes, guys, we can do so. Okay. For that, what I will do is I will remove all this stuff. I will say drop table emp. I will delete. I'm going to delete the table. Okay. So drop, I mean, completely deleting the table. Drop table emp. Table got deleted. It's not there now. So clear this stuff. Now write the, try to create another table. Create table emp. The new table, guys. ID int, comma, name, varchar, and experience int. Here I have not specified any primary key at the column level. Any of these columns doesn't have the primary key. But if I say comma here at the end of the columns, after all the columns are done, if I put a comma here and say primary key of, okay, inside the of I have to specify the columns. Let's say I will say ID. Only for ID, the primary key will be there. Okay, but so what will happen? The same thing, whatever I showed you, right? The same thing will happen again. So try to do that, try to execute this. A table will be created. Here primary key is specified at the table level, and only one column is primary key here, that is ID column, first column. So same things will happen, guys. Whatever I explained so far will be the same. Again, the same thing I have to explain. Select start from EMP values. Sorry, select start from EMP first of all. So run this empty table without any records. Okay, only columns are there. Now insert into EMP values 1 comma Arun comma 12. If I run this, what will happen? This will be inserted without any problem. This is the first record, doesn't have any problems. Okay. Again, if I say insert into EMP values, again 1 Varun and some 7. What will happen? Will this be inserted? No, because right, ID is a primary key. ID column is a primary key. If you try to insert the duplicate value, it will be rejected. So this statement will give an error. Error will be displayed like duplicate entry. Okay, this is not succeeded, guys. Okay, run this, only one column, one record will be there as usual. Okay, that has come from the previous statement. Now insert into EMP values. Sorry, here I will say name comma experience. Only I'm trying to insert the records in, insert the data into the which columns of the table, only name and experience. I'm skipping the ID column. Now if I say values, name is, let's say Tarun, experience say 9. Will this be inserted? No, guys. This also will not be inserted because ID cannot be null. ID cannot be null, not null. ID is not null. Primary key means not null and unique. So here this got rejected because of the unique constraint, right? So one cannot be duplicate. Already one is there, you cannot insert one again. Here the problem is you are trying to insert a null or empty value into this ID by only specifying or inserting the records into the name and experience. This will also not work because there's a possibility of null. So field ID doesn't have a default value. Without ID, okay, without ID, you cannot insert the records. Now, this is what will happen, guys. Okay, this is what. Now, again, I'm going to drop the table, drop table EMP, run this. Table got deleted. Clear this. Again, create the table, create table EMP. Again, ID int, and then name varchar of 15, then experience. Experience is int again. Okay, like this. Now, again, I'm going to use primary key at the table level. How to do that? I have to, after the columns, I have to say comma primary key of here I'm going to specify 2 columns this time, not only ID but also comma name. Okay, now what are the primary keys? Not only ID but also the name is also a primary key. 2 are primary keys. Let's try to insert, create this table first. The table got created here, as you can see, guys. Now let's try to find any records. No records will be there by default. So select star from EMP will result in only column names without any records under it. So when I do so, column names without any records came. Now I'm trying to insert some records. Insert into EMP values. Insert into EMP values. Here 1 comma Arun, comma 12 I am going to give. First record I am trying to insert. This will get inserted without any problem. Okay. So again, if I select star from EMP, 1 Arun 12, 1 Arun 12 got inserted into this table. That's fine. Again, if I say insert into EMP values, here if I say 1 comma Varun comma 7, will this be inserted or not? Will this be inserted or not? This will be inserted, guys, because primary key is at 2 column level ID name. Here 1 plus Arun is not same as 1 Varun. Okay, 1 Arun is not same as 1 Varun. Individually 1 is same, but here combination we have to check, guys. Okay, ID comma name is there. Primary key means unique. Uniqueness is checked at 2 levels. Okay, 2 column levels. 2 column level, that is here only one will not be considered for checking the uniqueness. Only ID is not considered. ID plus name will be considered. 2 columns will be considered for finding the uniqueness. Here 1 Arun is different from 1 Varun, so this will get inserted. Run this, you see it got inserted. And if I say select star from EMP, you see 2 records are there. Again, if I say insert into EMP values, this time if I say 1 Arun, will this be inserted? Can I insert this, guys? It cannot be inserted because 1 Arun is already covered here. This value cannot match another value. Duplicates will not be allowed. Duplication is checked at the 2 column level, not single column. 1 Arun, both are same. Okay. When you run this, duplicate entry 1 Arun, okay, will come. You cannot insert the duplication at the column level. Okay, 2 column level. Now, next thing is this is not possible. Next thing is, can I insert null values? I mean, can I skip something into this ID or name? Let's find it out. Insert into EMP. I'm trying to skip the ID, guys. Name comma experience. Values as name is some Tarun and some experience is some 10 years experience. Will this be inserted or not? No, guys. We'll get an error. The reason for the error is ID cannot be null. Right here, 2 columns are not null. ID column is not null and name column is not null. So if you skip ID, that will give an error. So run this. Error will come unknown column. I have to give the proper name here, guys. Experience. Okay. Now run this. We'll get an error saying field ID does not have a default value. ID cannot be null or empty. That's what it is saying. What if I give something like same statement? Same statement. This time I'm trying to insert ID comma experience. I'm skipping the name. Okay. I'm trying to skip the value. I'm trying to enter null value into the name. So here column. Here primary key is for both ID and name. So if I skip ID, it's giving an error. Similarly, if I skip name also, it will give an error, guys. Okay. So if I try to do so, like here I give something like 3 comma experience only, right? 10, 3 comma 10. If I try to do so, ID and experience I'm giving, but I'm not giving name. But name is also a primary key here. That means it cannot accept the null values. Run this, you'll get an error here. You'll get an error saying field name doesn't have a default value. So guys, primary key integrity constraint can be specified while creating the table at the column level or at the table level. Okay. If you specify this primary key integrity constraint at the table level, you can not only specify for only one column, but you can specify multiple columns. Okay. For which unique and not null conditions will be applied for those columns. Okay. So guys, this is how we have to use primary key integrity constraint. So that's it. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 72 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain on how to use foreign key integrity constraint in SQL statements. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use foreign key integrity constraint. There are different integrity constraints that we can use in SQL statements, and foreign key is one of them. In the previous videos, I already covered few of the other integrity constraints like not null, unique integrity constraint, followed by primary key. All these three integrity constants are already covered as part of the previous videos. In this video session, I am going to cover the next integrity constant, that is foreign key. So guys, let's get started. In order to understand this foreign key, we need to have two tables. Okay, we need to have two tables. This table and another table. Okay, maybe I'll start here like this. In order to understand this foreign key, we need to have two tables. Let's take an example tables. Let's say this table name is employee table and this table name is salary table. Okay, we have two tables. One is employee table, another one is salary table. And there should be a kind of relationship between these two tables. That is, one table need to depend on another table. Which table will depend on other table? Salary table has to depend on employee table. Here, employee table will become a parent table. Okay, we need to make the employee table a parent table, whereas the salary table as a child table. Okay, this one should become a child table. Okay, in order to understand this foreign key, we need two tables. That is, one should be a parent table, other should be a child table. That means child should depend on the parent, right? So that kind of relationship we are going to create. Fine. And one more rule here is these two tables should have a common column. These two tables should have a common column. So let me create some columns, and one of the column is going to be a common column. Let's say there are three columns in the first table, that is employee table, which is going to be the parent table. Okay, we are going to make the employee table as a parent table. ID, name, experience. Fine. ID, name, experience. These three columns are there in the parent table, that is employee table. Coming to the salary table, we only have, let's say, two columns. Two columns. One is ID column, other one is salary column. So what is the common column here? Can you see what is the common column between these two tables? ID, ID. This is a common column. Okay. Name can be different, guys. Here ID is there, some other name can be there here, but the data type should be same. Okay. For example, this particular column is of type int. Then common column should have the data type as int only. Okay. Even though the name, you can say IDE also. Okay. Not a problem. That's not a problem. Name can be different, but data type should be same. That is going to be called as a common column in case of foreign key tables. Okay, foreign key related explanation tables. We should have a common column with having different names, can have different names. These names, it's not compulsory to have the same names for this common columns, but their data type should be same. This int data type, if it is there here, the common column in the other table should also have the int data type, but name can differ. That's what you have to remember, guys. Fine. Anyhow, in this example, I'm going to take the same name. Okay. It doesn't matter if they have the same name or different name, but data type should be same. Fine. Just keep that in mind. Now, there are two tables. One of the table is the employee table, which is going to be the parent table. Another table is a salary table, which is going to be the child table. Which table is going to depend on which table? Salary table is going to depend on the employee table. Okay, that should be our understanding, and they have a common column. That's fine. Now, just remember one thing blindly, guys. That is parent table. Okay, in parent table, we have to specify the common column. What is the common column here? ID is the common column. We have to specify the parent table common column with primary key. Primary key. Parent table's common column should be specified with primary key. You can remember something like this: P. Okay, parent table, primary key. Both starts with a P. Okay, parent table should have the primary key. You remember that. Whereas the common column in the child table, okay, should be specified with foreign key. Okay, child table, foreign key. Parent table, primary key. PP. You have to remember that. Okay. Sometimes we may get confused, right? Child table like that. Okay. So it's better to remember like parent table is going to have the primary key because both parent P will be the first letter in the parent, and P will be the first letter in the primary key. So they match, and you can remember like that. Fine. So these are the rules, guys. Okay, these are the rules we have to follow. And there are few more rules. The few more rules is once you like create this parent table and child table, and once you have this primary common column in the parent table as the primary key, and common column in the child table as a foreign key, then next steps are something like this. This table is going to depend on this table. Okay, which table is going to depend on which table? Child table. In our example, child table is salary table. Okay, salary table is going to depend on parent table. In our example, parent table is employee table. Okay, employee table. The actual details, main details will be there in the employee table, and the corresponding details will be there in the salary table, like that. That's why child table is going to depend on the parent table. Fine. Now I will insert some records into this parent table. I will insert few records into the parent table. Let's say here I will give the ID as 1, here ID as 2, ID as 3. Same time, name as Arun, here Varun, and here Tarun. Here experience as some 12, 7, and 9. Okay, 9. Like that I have filled up this employee table. That's fine. Now you have to remember few rules, guys. Okay, here child table is going to depend on the parent table. I am saying what are the rules that we are going to get here. The first rule is rule 1. After making the child table dependent on parent table, the rule 1 is let me drag it here. Rule 1. In order to insert data into the child table, okay, data inserted into the child table should have the same data of the should have the same data of the common column, one column of parent table. What does this mean? There is a common column, right? ID is a common column here. In both these tables, ID is a common column. If you are trying to insert, after inserting the records into the parent table, if you want to insert the records into the salary table, let's say you want to insert some records here into the salary table, then what's going to happen here is, if you try to insert some record, let's say you try to insert the ID as 1 and you are giving salary as 14 lakhs, this will be accepted. This is accepted because this 1 is already there in the common column of the employee. Here 1 is there, that's why 1 is accepted. If I try to give something like 9 here, okay, here 1, 2, 3 are only there in the parent table, but here you are trying to give some other different ID, that is 9, which is not there in the parent table. This is not going to be accepted. Okay, 9 is not going to be accepted, guys, because salary table, which is a child table, is going to depend on the parent table. Okay, so it will be validated according to the common column. The values that are there in the common column of the parent table are only allowed in the common column of the child table. If you try to add any other value which is out of this parent table common column, okay, you are going to get an error. This is the first rule you have to remember, guys. 9 is not allowed here. Okay, 9 is not allowed here because here only parent table common column has 1, 2, 3. Only 1, 2, 3 are allowed here, not 9. Fine. Now let's say the parent table has this 1, 2, 3, all these details, and child table has this 14 lakhs. It's a package. Okay, like this, up to this it is there. Now second rule is, second rule, since the child table is dependent on the parent table, you cannot delete the records, okay, in the parent table which have associated data, okay, associated data in the child table. What does this mean? Okay, just move it there. Fine. Rule 2 is, you cannot delete the records from the parent table having the associated records in the child table. Let me explain it practical way. Here, by looking at this diagram, let me explain. Here, is there any associated data related to parent table in the child table? Yes. This one around 12 has associated data, that is 114 lakhs in the child table. Okay, these two are related, right? Here one is there, here one is there. This is an associated data in the child table of this parent table. Now, if I try to delete this, if I try to delete this first record, this will not be possible without, okay, because there is some associated data in the child table related to this parent record. Okay, if there is some data in the child table which is related to the data in the parent table, then you cannot delete this. This is not possible. Okay, you cannot delete this record. If you try to do so, you will get an error, guys. You are going to get an error. Okay, and how to do that? Then if I have to really delete this record which is having an associated record, first I need to delete this, then only I can delete this. Okay, first the dependent okay, child table record should be deleted, then after you can delete the parent table record. These are all the rules, guys. Okay, you have to remember all these things. Let me recap at a high level again. Okay, so in order to understand the foreign key, we need two tables. One should be a parent table which will have the master kind of data, whereas the other one is a child table which is going to be having the dependent kind of data. Okay, so we have the parent table, child table. In this example, we took employee and salary. And another rule is both these tables should have a common column. Here we have a common column. Here also we have a common column. Here data types should be same. It's not compulsory that the name of this column should be same. Fine. That's another thing. Then the next thing is we need to specify this primary key for the common column in the parent table. Okay, P and P should match. Parent table should have the primary key for the common column, whereas the child table should have the foreign key for the common column. These are the another rule. After this is done, the relationship between these two tables will be established in such a way that the child table is going to depend on the parent table. After establishing this, after specifying this primary key for the common column in the parent table, after specifying the foreign key for the common column in the child table, a relation will happen between these two tables in such a way that this will become a child table, this will become a parent table, and the child table is going to depend on the parent table. Okay, because of this case. Then afterwards, now you can insert any number of records into the employee table without any problem. Okay, here I inserted 3 records with different types of data. Okay, sets of data. Fine. After inserting the record, when you try to insert, there are few rules coming after. Because of this dependency, there are few rules coming. That is, that when you are trying to insert the records into the child table records should match, okay, the common column values that are there in the parent table. For example, if you try to insert here 114 lakhs, it will be accepted because this one in the common column of this child table is matching with the one in the parent table. Okay, since one is there in this list, one can be accepted. If I try to give 9 here, it will not be accepted because 9 is not there in this common column values of the parent table. So it will not be accepted. That is the first rule. Second rule is if I try to delete any record directly from the parent table, which has some associated record in the child table. Here, one Arun 12 has 114 lakhs as an associated record in the child table. So if I try to directly delete this without worrying about this will not happen. You'll get an error. So how to delete this? First, I have to delete the associated record in the child table. Then only I can delete the I can delete the record in the parent table. Okay. So first I have to clear the child dependency. Then I have to delete the parent like that. Okay. Parent record. And one more thing. There is one more case, guys. Okay. One more case is on. There's something known as on delete cascade option. On delete cascade option is there, guys. You have to understand this on delete cascade. If I use this on delete cascade while creating this parent and child tables using this primary and foreign key, if I specify this on delete cascade, what will happen is if I try to the second rule, it's on delete cascade is related to the second rule where if you try to delete the parent record without deleting the associated record in the child table, you are not going to delete, right? But if you provide on delete cascade while specifying the primary and foreign key, what happens is, even though if you try to delete the parent table, automatically the associated child table record will be deleted. Okay. Earlier we have to go here manually delete this and then we can delete this. But if you provide on delete cascade, if you delete this record, automatically this record will also get deleted. Okay, it will not give you an error because you have manually specified on delete cascade in that creation statement. So guys, this is theoretical part. Whatever I explained so far is a theoretical part. Let's move into the practical mode and understand in detail. Fine. So let me open my workbench where I would like to explain this concept of foreign key. So it has to launch. It will, yeah, it's launching, guys. Let's give it some time. Yeah, Workbench has been launched, and we are going to connect to the MySQL server from this Workbench client. I have to give the password, that is root, as explained in the previous videos. I have given root password to connect to the MySQL server from this MySQL Workbench. Now, guys, we have 4 databases here. Out of which 4 databases, this is the database I have created in one of the previous videos, whereas these 3 other databases came by default in the with the MySQL. When I installed MySQL in my machine, these 3 databases came by default. I have not done anything for getting this database. Okay, they came by default. Now, in this video session, I am going to use this QFox database, which I have created in the previous videos. Fine. So how to create? I want to create some tables. Okay, already some table is there. That is EMP table is there under the tables of this QFox database. But I don't want to use this one. I want to use another table for that. That's fine. But in order to create a table under this QFox database, I have to first use this QFox. I have to run the statement, SQL statement like use QFox and run this. When I run this, this database, that is QFox, will get selected. Now on, I can perform all operations on the existing tables, or I can create new tables or modify tables, whatever it is, under the QFox database directly. So now I'm going to create a table, guys. Create table. Which table I am going to create? First, I would like to create parent table. I'm going to, this is a comment, guys. Okay, double hyphen some text means this is a comment. It will not be executed as explained in one of the previous videos. Create table. What is the table name? I'll give it as employee table. Here, whatever the table I created, employee table. I'm going to make this as a parent table. Okay, by following these rules, like creating common column and specifying with primary keyword, it will become a parent table. Okay, so anyhow, employee is a parent table. If you also think generally, here id int, then name varchar some 15, comma experience again int, like this I created. So if I have to make this particular table a parent table, okay, common column I have to decide first. I'm going to make the common column, another table also I'm going to create. Let me create otherwise. I'm going to create a child table for this above parent table. I'm going to create the child table. First, let me run this. Okay, fine. Let's not run this because I have to do some more things there. Okay, this is going to be the parent table, guys. Create table employee. Don't run this for now. Okay, and I'm going to create the parent child table like create table salary. Here id again int, and then I'm going to give the sal. Okay, because table name is salary, so I'm giving column name as short form for salary is sal, like int. Okay, sal int like this. Now as per the rules, we have to cross check few things. That is, the parent table and child table should have a common column. Is there any common column? This is a common column I'm going to choose. id. Okay, with the data type should be same, guys. The name of the column can be different. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Then second thing is the parent table should have which key. I mean, in what is that? The parent table should have which integrity constant, you can say. Okay, parent table should have the primary key integrity constant. Okay, if you want to remember which table should have primary, just remember here parent starts with P, primary key also starts with P, so parent will have primary key. So For which column I have to specify this primary key? For the common column in the parent table, I have to specify the primary key. So here after int, I am going to specify the primary key. This is done. Next thing is child table should have which integrity constraint. For it should have child table should have foreign key. Okay, and to which column I have to specify the same common column in the child table. I have to specify the foreign key. So here it's not like this, guys. Okay, this is not like this. I will explain how to provide the foreign key. Okay, primary key can be provided like this. After the column name, then data type, you can provide the primary key, but foreign key should be provided in a different way, where you have to say comma foreign key of. You have to say of. Okay, which column? ID column. This after all the columns are done, you have to start the foreign key, and you have to specify the column that you want to make that as foreign key. Then you have to say references. Okay, references. So yes, references in the employee table, EMPL. Okay, employee table. Which column? ID column. Okay. Okay, there's something I'm doing wrong. Foreign key of ID references. Okay, references. Is it coming? Yeah, now it's, there was a spelling mistake. Okay, small spelling mistake. So references, there was spelling mistake. Now it's good. Employee of ID. So that's why we can say this parent table, another name for parent table is reference table. Okay, a child table can refer to a parent table. That's why we can call the parent table as a reference table. Okay, and here the keyword is also same, references. Foreign key of ID in this child table for the common column, you selected the ID column as the ID common column as a foreign key, and this foreign key is going to refer to the common column in the employee table, okay, which is specified with the primary key. Foreign key is going to refer to the common column in the parent table. Here references stands for reference table. Okay, references, reference table, that is parent table. Employee is a parent table. So this statement will make the parent and child, guys. Okay, till before I added this foreign key statement, this was a normal table, this was a normal table. Once I added this foreign key ID from the child table, references the parent table ID, then the connection has been established and the relationship has started, like employee is going to become the parent table, and this salary table is going to become the child table. Okay, this foreign key is going to connect to the common column of the parent table, that is primary key specified column of the parent table. Okay, fine. Now next what? Next is we have to execute these statements. Okay, since we have specified the primary key, foreign key, and we have connected this foreign key to the primary key of this parent table, everything is done, right? Now what I can do is I can execute this statement, run this. Once I run this statement, table got created. Okay, you can see, you can confirm whether the table got created like this. Select star from employee. If you say like this, it will give you an empty record, but columns will be displayed. Okay, so column name is ID name experience, employee table. Column names are ID name experience got displayed here without any records. Now similarly, let's create the child table. Run this. Child table also got created. Let's confirm that by running the same kind of select statement, like select star from salary. Run this. When you run this, you can see that two columns, ID and salary, are there, and there is no record under that. Fine. Now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to insert the records into the parent table. Can I insert or not? I can insert without any problem. Okay, this is a master table, parent table, reference table, or master kind of table. You are free to insert any type of records into this parent table. Okay, so I'm inserting the records into the parent table, that is employee table. Employee values 1 comma. Let me insert them fast, bit fast. So 1 Arun, 12 years of experience. ID is 1, name is Arun, experience is 12. Similarly, insert into employee values 2, Varun, experience is 7. Then insert into employee values 3, Tarun, and experience is 9, like this. Okay. So let me run these 3 statements so that at a time 3 insertion records will be added to this employee table. Run this. They got inserted. Now if I say select star from employee, I'll get the employee table with having the columns ID, name, experience with 3 records 1, 2, 3. Arun, Varun, Tarun, 1, 2, 3, 12, 7, 9 experience. Okay. Now next thing is, now this is fine. Now let's try to insert the records into the child table. Now let's try to insert the records into the parent table. Insertion is done, guys. Okay. Now child table insertion I am going to do. Insert into salary values. If I say 1, 14 lakhs, will this be accepted or not? This will be accepted, guys, because this one common column ID where you are trying to insert 1 is already there in the employee table. Since 1 is already there, it will be accepted by the child table also. Okay. So run this. It got inserted. If you say select star from salary, you can see that it got inserted 1, 14 lakhs. Now if you try to insert another record, insert into salary values as 9, some 9 lakhs. Okay. If I try to insert this, what will happen? It will not get inserted because this 9 ID is not there in the common column of the parent table. You see, only 1, 2, 3 are there. Only 1, 2, 3 are allowed in the this child table. But 9 I'm trying to insert, you will get an error, guys. You see, you got an error saying that cannot add or update a child row. A foreign key constraint fails. You cannot insert something that is not there in the common column of the parent table. Fine. Here 9 is not there in the common column of the parent table. So it cannot be done. You can insert the normal values like insert into salary. Okay. Values as like 2, 2, let's say some 6 lakhs. Okay, 6 lakhs. This is possible. 6 lakhs is possible. 14 lakhs is possible. I mean, sorry, 1 is possible, 2 is possible because 1, 2 are already there, right? So if I try to insert, it will be inserted, guys, because this 2 is already there in the common column of the parent table. Apart from this 1, 2, 3, if you try to give anything, that will not be accepted. Fine. That is one rule you have to understand. Second rule is, I would like to delete this record for which associated record got inserted already. Okay. So if you run this, here 1, 2 is already there. And if you try to delete this record, okay, having the ID as 1. In select star from employee also, we have 1, 2, 3. Okay. If I try to delete this record, 1 Arun 12, which is having an associated record in the child table, that is 1, 14 lakhs. We cannot do that, guys. Okay. Let me try. We'll get an error. Delete from which table? Employee table, where ID is equal to 1. If I try to do so, okay, this record which is having the ID as 1 Arun 12 has associated record in the child table with 1, 14 lakhs value. Okay, so salary. So hence this statement will not work. If you run this, you will get an error saying that cannot delete or update a parent row. Okay, foreign key constraint fails. This is a condition of the foreign key, guys. All these dependencies are happening because of the foreign key. Foreign key has kept a condition where you cannot insert the some records into the child table which are not associated with the parent table records. Second thing is you cannot delete the parent records directly which have the associated records in the child table. This rules are coming just because of the foreign key, guys. This is the concept of foreign key. This is the condition that foreign key is applying on your child and parent and child tables. Now this is not happening. When I try to delete the record which is having an associated record in the child table, parent record is not getting deleted. How to delete? First I have to delete this record. Okay, first I have to delete this record. So if I say delete from salary where ID is equal to 1. I can delete it from child table without any dependency on the parent. I can delete this from the child. Run this, you see, the child record got deleted. If I say select star from salary, I will not see one ID 1 and 14 lakhs is not there now. Now I am free to delete the ID1 record from the parent table now without any problems. Run this, delete from employee where ID is equal to 1, got deleted. Okay. Earlier it was not deleting because there was associated record in the child table. But after deleting that associated record from the child table, we can delete the parent table record without any problems. Now I'm going to drop. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this table. So if I say drop, I'm going to drop the child table, guys. Okay, simple. Drop table name salary. So now if I before dropping it, if I refresh, I have the salary table here. But let me run this drop. So after deleting the salary table got deleted. Now I'll freshly create the salary table. This time, while creating the salary table, I'm going to specify create table salary ID int sal int foreign key ID references employee ID, and here I will say on delete cascade like this I will say, and I'll create the child table like this. Okay, when I run this, child table got created. Okay, this time I specified this keyword known as on delete cascade. That's the difference. Now if I run this select star from employee on the parent table, I'm getting this 2 records. 2 Varun 7 is there, 3 Tarun 9 is there. In the parent table we have 2 and 3 Varun Tarun 7 9. Okay, 2 and 3 Varun Tarun are there. Now in the child table just now got created, I will insert this records. Okay, I will insert this record. Insert into salary value 2. Got inserted. Now if I say select star from salary, okay, and also one more thing I will do is insert into employee values. I will get back everything. Okay, so now if I say select star from employee, so it has 1 2 3 Arun Varun Tarun. Okay, 1 2 3 records are there. IDs are 1 2 3 are there. In the child table we have select star from salary. What is there? Only one record is there. I will get this first record also now. Okay, so now in the child table we have 1 2 14 lakhs. So now since I created this table with on delete cascade, if I try to delete any record from the employee table where ID is equal to 1, which has an associated record in the child table, right? Here 1 Arun 12 is there in the parent table. It has associated record, that is 114 lakhs in the child table. If I try to delete this table directly, will it be deleted or not? It will be deleted, guys. At same time, this 114 lakhs will also get deleted because of this option. Okay, I don't have to go to the child table, delete the associated record first and then delete the parent record. That is not required now because I specified on delete cascade. What will happen here is I can directly delete the parent record. Okay, without deleting the child record, I can delete the parent record. What happens is the parent record will be deleted. Along with that, the associated child record also will be deleted. Now let's try that. So I will directly say delete from employee where ID is equal to 1. The ID is equal to 1 record got deleted. If I say select star from employee, only 2 records are there, 2 3 1 is not there. Okay, similarly if I select star from salary, only 2 is there. Where is 1 got automatically deleted while deleting the parent record. Just because of adding this statement, automatically the child associated record of the parent record is getting deleted when you delete the parent record. So guys, this is all about how to use foreign key integrity constraint in SQL statement. There is a lot you need to know about the foreign key, right? A lot of rules are there, a lot of relationships are there. Okay, we have to create the primary key, foreign key, and relate them. We have the on delete cascade, and there are few rules that are conditions that this foreign key is actually applying on the tables. A lot of things we have learned as part of this session. Hope you understood this session, guys. That's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 73 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain on how to use check integrity constraint. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use check integrity constraint. So in the previous videos, I have explained the other integrity constraints like not null integrity constraint, then unique integrity constraint, primary key integrity constraint, and foreign key integrity constraint. All these 4 integrity constraints are already explained as part of the previous videos. In this video session, I am going to explain the next integrity constraint, that is check integrity constraint. So what is the purpose of using this check integrity constraint? Check integrity constraint when applied to the table like this. Okay, when you apply this check integrity constraint to a table, let's say there are few columns here like ID column, name column, and experience column. Now, if you apply this check integrity constraint to one of these table columns, say experience, okay, check integrity constraint is applied to the experience in such a way that by using this check integrity constraint, you can provide a condition to this experience column, that is experience should be greater than 5. Okay, check experience greater than 5. Like this kind of conditions you want to provide. Okay, if you want to specify this kind of conditions to the experience column, then we have to use check integrity constraint. So not only this condition, guys, any condition, like a lot of conditions. Okay, I'm going to give some examples anyhow. So with the help of check integrity constant, we can check few conditions like this on the particular columns. Now what will happen when you try to insert some records, okay, into a table which is having a column having this check integrity constant condition, then let's say this is an employee table. Okay, this is an employee table, and you are trying to insert some employee records having some ID, name, and experience. If you try to insert the employee details having the experience greater than 5, let's say 10. Okay, if you try to insert 10 here, okay, this will be accepted by the experience column. But if you try to insert something like 3 or 5, these two values will be rejected. Okay, this cannot be inserted 3 because the check condition here is experience should be greater than 5, then only it will accept the record. Otherwise here 5 also is 5 is not greater than 5, so this also failed. So if you want to provide that kind of conditions on a particular column, we have to use check integrity constant. Let me practically demonstrate, guys. So here we have 4 DBs, and I would like to work on the QFox by creating a new table, guys. In order to create a new table under this QFox, I need to select this DB out of all the remaining DBs. How to use that? How to do that? Use QFox, I have to say. Then run this. The QFox database will be selected. Under this, there are few tables, guys. EMP, employee, EMP3, and all those stuff. A lot of tables are there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to select everything and say right click and drop. I'm just going to drop all the tables. Let's see all the tables. Yeah, all the tables got dropped, guys. Okay. So now we can freshly create the tables. Let me create a table like create table EMP1. Okay. ID as name. ID as int. Name as varchar of some size. Then experience. Experience is int. Followed by this, I'll provide a check condition. Check whether, okay, experience is greater than 5. Like this, I have to write. Okay, check experience and have to put this inside a circular brackets. So that is important. Okay, check of experience greater than 5. Check integrity constant look like a function syntax here. Okay, it should be started with circular bracket and ended with circular bracket. In that, you can provide the condition. Okay, this is going to be the condition inside this check kind of integrity constant. Like this is the syntax, guys. Create table emp1 id int name varchar, and for the column you want to provide this integrity constant like check. Okay, with a condition, you have to provide the check with the circular brackets, and inside the circular brackets of the check, you have to provide the condition. Now run this. A table will be created emp with this kind of condition. Now table got created. I will say select star from emp1. When I say select star from emp1, the table will be displayed, but you can only see the columns of the table like ID, name, experience. There are no records. Now let's try to insert some records. Insert into emp1 values 1, Arun, 12. Will this be inserted or not? Yes, it will be inserted because here the experience is greater than 5 itself. 12 is greater than 5. So it will be inserted without any problems. Run this. It got executed. Now select star from emp1. You see the inserted record is there here. Now another insert statement I am writing. Insert into emp1 values as 2, Varun, 3. Will this be inserted? Can this be inserted? No, this record will be rejected from insertion because experience I am providing as 3, but here check condition is experience should be greater than 5, but 3 is less than 5. Okay, 3 is not greater than 5. So I'm going to get an error. Run this. You see, check constraint is violated. This check constraint condition is violated. That's why this record is not inserted. If you say select star from EMP, only one record will be there. That was inserted by the first insert statement. Now, if I say insert into EMP1 values as 3, Tarun, 5, will this be accepted? This will also not be accepted because here the experience should be greater than 5. It's not equal to 5, greater than 5, but 5 is not greater than 5. So this also will be rejected. So run this. You see, it got rejected. Check constant EMP is violated. Its experience should and must be greater than 5. Then only it will be allowed. So to specify such kind of conditions, then we have to use check integrity constraint. Another example I would like to give, guys. Okay, I am going to create another table. Create table EMP2. Then ID as int, location as varchar. Okay, location varchar. Now I would like to provide the check condition to this location. So after this data type, I will say check off. Okay, check off. Inside this check function kind of thing, you have to write down the condition. Condition is location should be in either India or USA or UK. If you try to give any other country, okay, apart from these things, then you are going to, the record will not be inserted. Let's say this is a thing, okay. Check table, two columns are there. ID and location are the two columns. And for the location column, I created a condition, check condition, saying location should be in India, USA, or else you can see country here, okay. From which country this employee is from, like that, okay. So for this, you have to say country in, okay. It will be very easy to understand. ID in country, varchar, check country should be in India, USA, UK. Then only it will be inserted. Now let's create this table. Run this. The table will be created, guys. If I say select star from EMP2, what will happen? The empty table with only columns will be coming. ID and country will be coming. Now what I will do here is I'll try to insert some records into this EMP2. Insert into EMP2 values where ID is 1, country is India. Will this be accepted or not? Yes, it will be accepted because here country can be India, USA, UK. Then only it will be allowed. Run this. Country got inserted. Select star from EMP2. So 1 and India got displayed here. Another insert statement I'm going to write. Insert into EMP2 values as 2, some Spain. Can I insert? Can I insert this? It will not be inserted because Spain is another country which is not there in the list. Okay, in check condition list, only these 3 countries are accepted. If I try to insert some other country other than India, USA, UK, that will not be accepted here. Run this. You see, check constraint violated. Again, if I try to insert something which is valid, that is EMP2 values as 2, USA. Okay, if I try to do so, since USA is there in the India, USA, and UK list of this creation statement of the table, it will be accepted. So run this properly. It got accepted. Select star from EMP2. You see, 1 India, 2 USA. Apart from India, USA, UK, if you try to give any other country, that will not be accepted. So like this, guys, we can use a check condition. Okay, check integrity constant in the SQL statements. So this is all about the check integrity constant, guys. That's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 74 of SQL for Beginners series. In this video session, I am going to explain on how to use default integrity constraint. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use default integrity constraint. So far, in the previous videos, I have covered other integrity constraints like not null, unique, primary key, foreign key, then check integrity constant. All these 5 integrity constants I already covered as part of the previous videos. In the current video session, I am going to cover the remaining, and that means the last one in the integrity constants, that is default integrity constant. So what is the purpose of using this default integrity constant? Default integrity constraint can be applied to a table column. Okay, when applied to the table column, if if no value is inserted into that column, okay, if no value is inserted into that column which is specified with the default integrity constant, then the given or specified default value will be inserted. Okay, value will be inserted. Let me explain with an example. Let's say there is a table. I will take a small example. Let's say there is a 2-column table, and I'll first create the columns. Here, these are the 2 columns. The first column name is ID, and the second column name is experience, like this. Now, if I apply this default integrity constant to this experience in such a way that default, okay, default, I'll say some 5, okay, some 5, I mean experience is 5. If you don't insert any experience, okay, if you don't insert, while inserting some records, let's say you are inserting some records here, you're trying to insert some records. While inserting the records, you have provided the ID, but you have not provided the experience. In that kind of cases, by default, 5 will be added. Okay, if you don't insert the value, it will not be null, guys, because default value specified for this experience as 5. Okay, so if you don't insert something, it will become 5. If you insert something, whatever you inserted will come here. So this is how, guys, default integrity constant will work. So let me explain a practical mode so that you can understand these things in a better way. So there are 4 databases here: QFox, Alias, and World. I would like to use this QFox. How to use the QFox? I have to run this statement like use QFox. Then only I can perform operations on the tables or create tables under the QFox. So run this. Now QFox has been selected, DB has been selected. Already there are few tables here. Let me delete them or drop 2 tables so that things will be good for us. So there is no table under this QFox DB now. Use QFox. Now create table EMP1 table. Okay, create table EMP1. The ID column. First column is ID, similar one, ID, which is of data type int. Then second column is experience column. Name of the column is experience, and its data type is again int. And after this, okay, if I have to specify this default integrity constant to this second column, that is experience, then after the data type of this experience, I have to write default and say 5. I'm just giving a default value as 5. So let me explain. When I run this, the table with these details will be created. So if I say select star from EMP1, okay, if I say select star from EMP1, that particular table having the columns ID and experience will be displayed here. And this experience has been specified with this default integrity constant, and the default value is specified as 5. Now, if I try to insert some records, insert into EMP1 values 1 comma, here I am trying to provide experience as 12. What will happen? This 1 and 12 will be inserted. Okay, if I say select star from EMP, you see 1 and 12 got inserted. If I try to do something like insert into EMP1 values 2 comma some 5. Okay, not 5, better not to confuse. 2 comma 3. Okay, experience is 3 here. Will it be inserted? Yes, it will also be inserted. Select star from EMP for the employee having the ID as 2, his experience is 3. Okay, like that. Now, if I say insert into EMP1, here I'm going to only insert ID value, not the experience. Values as experience, ID is 3. Only ID I have to insert. I'm skipping the experience. I'm not providing anything into the inserting anything in the experience. Will this be inserted? Yes, it will be inserted. And under the experience column, we are going to get the default value, that is 5, guys. Okay. If you don't insert anything into the experience, by default, 5 will be added into that experience column. Run this. It got inserted. If I say select star from EMP1, now you see third record, I only inserted ID as 3, but I didn't insert 5. Where did this 5 came from? Because while creating the table, we mentioned for the experience column that if you don't insert anything into this experience column, then the default value should be 5 like this. Okay, that's why 5 came here. So this is how, guys, default integrity constant, okay, works. I will give more examples now. Okay, let me give more examples, because here I explained with int data type. Okay, so other data type, that is varchar. Let's take another table. Create table emp2. Again id int. Location is varchar. Okay, varchar or some 15. Okay, and here default value I am specifying as India. Let's say this is okay, location, that's fine. Location as India. Okay, so I can give it as country also. Okay, so emp2 id int country. Second column is country, first column is id, second column is country, and which is of varchar, where we can enter the string type of text. So default value for that country type of data type is India. Okay, so like this, let's run this. So the record got inserted. If I say select star from emp2, we'll get an empty table only with the column names id and country. There's no record under that. Now I'll try to insert some records. Insert into emp2 values 1 comma, I'm giving something as USA. Okay, USA, that's fine. So 1 comma USA. When I insert it, this record will be inserted because I am specifying the USA. Okay, so 1 USA will be displayed here. But if I try to insert something like this, insert into emp2 only id, I will try to insert. I will not insert the other column value, that is country column. I'm not inserting the value. So id is 2, but I'm not inserting the country. Here earlier USA is inserted, so USA came. If I don't insert the country using the insert statement, what will happen? In place of that, India will be inserted. By default values in India. If you don't insert anything into this country column, so India will be inserted automatically. So if I say select star from emp2, we'll get to India. Okay, like this. Next thing is with the date data type. Okay, date kind of data type, I'm going to demonstrate the same. Create table emp3 id int. Okay, and date of joining. Let's say there are some employees table, like they have date of joining, right? Date of joining, and the data type is date, and I'm going to give the default value for this particular date of joining column, like default. In the single quotes I have to give, let's say he joined on 2007 August 15th. Okay, like this. This is a date. In this format we have to give the date, guys, if you have to. Okay, so if you don't insert any date while inserting the records into the emp3 table, okay, into the date of joining, if you are not inserting any dates, by default this date will be added, inserted. So it got created. If I say select star from emp3, we'll get an empty table having no records, that is id and date of joining. Now let's insert some records. Insert into emp3 values 1, id is 1, and date I'm giving some date, guys, 2015. Okay, and the month as 11, and the day as 22. Some random dates I'm giving. Okay, so if I'm giving some date here, in place of id, 1 will be inserted. In place of date of column, date of joining column, this date will be inserted. Both have the values, so default value will not be inserted. So if I say select star from emp3, whatever we inserted will come here. But if I try to insert something like this, insert into emp3. Okay, here only id I'm trying to insert. I'm going to skip the date of joining column. Okay, I'm going to skip inserting the data into the date of joining column. So here if I say values and 2, only 2 I will give. Okay, so run this default date will be inserted because you are not inserting any date here. So select star from emp3. You see 2017 default date, 2017 15th August 2007 got inserted here. So this is how, guys, default integrity constraint will work in SQL statements. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 75 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain on how to use auto increment keyword. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use auto increment keyword in SQL statements. So what is the purpose of using this auto increment keyword? Auto increment keyword purpose is to increase the value of the specified tables column by 1. Okay, if you specify this auto increment keyword to a particular table column, okay, when you insert some records, the table column values will be incremented by 1. But let me explain more, okay, how actually it works. Let's say there is a table and it has a column. This has two columns. This is ID column. This is like name column. Okay, two columns are there. Now, if you have inserted one record, okay, let's say you can insert some records like this, right? Insert record 1, record 2, like this you can insert in future, that's fine. Now, before inserting any records, let's say while creating the table, you specified this ID column with auto increment keyword, okay? This ID column is specified with auto increment keyword. ID column is specified with auto increment keyword. Now, if you try to insert some records into this table, let's say you inserted here 5 and name as Arun, okay? Name is Arun. After that, as part of inserting second record into the same table, you have only inserted name, that is Varun, but you have skipped inserting the data into the ID column. In this kind of cases, okay, because this particular ID column is specified with auto increment. So what it will do is, it will increment this previous value 5 by 1. Okay, 5 plus 1 is 6. So 6 will be automatically inserted, even though you don't insert any records, okay, data into the ID column, which is specified with auto increment. Okay, the incremented value from the previous value will be automatically added here instead of null values. Okay, in general, if you don't specify auto increment, what will happen? A null value will be inserted in place of ID. But if you specify auto increment, automatically a incremented value from the previous value will be inserted here. Okay, for the table columns which are specified with auto increment, this will happen. Now, one more rule is there. There is one more rule. Okay, in order to specify auto increment keyword for this ID column, this ID column should already be specified with primary key. Okay, if this ID column is of primary key type, then only you can specify this auto increment. Okay, then only you can specify the auto increment keyword. So let me practically demonstrate all this stuff, guys. Okay, so it will be very clear for us. Now, as you can see, there are 4 databases. I am going to use this QFox database and try to create tables under that. In order to use it, I have to use this statement like use QFox. Okay, then only the database will be selected. QFox database got selected. Now I am free to create, edit, modify tables from this. Fine. Now, are there any existing tables? Yes, there are some existing tables. So what I'm going to do is, to make things clear, I'm just going to drop them. I'm going to delete them so that there is no table now under the QFox database. Now let me create a new table. Create table emp1 id. Okay, id int data type. Second column is name, varchar of 15 type. Okay, varchar of 15. Fine. Like this, I can do that. Right now, if I have to use auto increment, let's say I would like to specify the auto increment with the ID. I'm directly specifying. Let me show you what will happen. Here, if I have to specify this auto increment, the rule is this ID column should be of primary key type, right? Should already be specified with the primary key integrity constant. Then only you can specify auto increment here. But the problem here is this ID is not specified with the primary key and you are directly assigning. What will happen? You are going to get an error, guys. Select this and run this. You are going to get this kind of error. Incorrect table definition. There can be only one auto column and it must be defined as a key. Okay, that means if you specify primary key, then only the table will be created, because this column specified with auto increment will not work without primary key specified for that particular column. Okay, that's the rule. Now run this. This time the table will be created because we have specified the auto increment keyword to the table column which is already specified with primary key. Okay, now the table got created. Let's find it out whether the table got created or not. Select star from emp1. If I say select star from emp1, and if we get that particular table in the results, that means the table got created. Okay, the table got created without any records. It is an empty table. Now let's try to insert some records. Insert into emp1 values I will insert something like ID as 5 and name as Arun. Okay, ID as 5 and name as Arun. I will insert. Now let's run this. When I run this and select star from EMP1, you see the first record 5 Arun got inserted. Okay, that's fine. Now I'll try to insert another record. Insert into EMP1. This time I'm not going to insert the ID value. Only name value I'm trying to insert. EMP1 of name values as only name I'm providing. I'm skipping the ID. What will happen in this kind of situation where you're only entering the name and skipping the ID? As I told you, since this particular ID column is specified with auto increment here, the previous value will be incremented by 1. That is 5 plus 1. 6 will be automatically added. I'm not adding any ID, but I am only adding Varun. But you are going to get the ID also. Okay, incremented ID you are going to get. Select star from EMP1. See that 6 came. I have not inserted anywhere 6, but previous value 5 plus 1 is 6. If you don't insert, null will not be inserted in place of this. Instead, the previous value plus incremented by 1 will be inserted. Okay. Now let's insert another record, EMP1 values. This time 9 comma Tarun. Okay. Now 9 comma Tarun will be inserted or not? Yes, it will be inserted because here we are inserting it. Okay. Select star from EMP1. Run this. 9 comma Tarun got inserted. That's fine. Now if I say insert into EMP1, this time again I'm only providing the name. I'm skipping the ID. What happens? The earlier records ID value will be incremented by 1. Okay. Here I'm giving Dinesh. Only name I'm inserting. This time the earlier record value is 9 guys. Okay. 9. So what's happening? Insert into here some mistake, spelling mistake. Insert into EMP1 name values as Dinesh. Earlier record has ID. That 9 plus 1 10 should be automatically added with the name Dinesh. Run this. Select star from EMP1. You see 9. If 9 is there, 10 came. If 5 is there, 6 came. So the next value will be inserted, incremented by 1 if you are not inserting that. This is how the auto increment keyword works. Now we have few more examples, guys. Okay, few more cases. Let's create another table. Create table EMP2 ID int primary key same thing guys. Okay, auto increment. Only the table name is changing. Remaining everything is same. Increment comma name varchar of 15. Like this I am trying to insert. Okay, I'm going to create a table. I'm going to create a table EMP2 table. Run this. It will be EMP2 table will be created. And it ID column is specified with again auto increment, which is of primary key type. That's fine. Same thing. Okay, as the previous table. But I have to create it again just for this demonstration. Now if I say select star from EMP2, select star from EMP2, what will happen? Run this. So I am getting a table without any records. Okay, without any empty table is coming here. Now if I say insert into EMP2, okay, insert into EMP2, the first record itself, I am trying to skip the ID. What will happen? Earlier when I created EMP1, I try to insert the ID and value, but this time the first record itself, I am not inserting anything. Directly name I am inserting like this, values as Arun. Okay. So what will the ID will come or not? Because earlier cases when I have provided only name, in earlier cases when I provided the name, the previous records value that is 5 got incremented by 1 and 6 got automatically added. But here the first record itself I am trying to add without the ID. So what will come here? Here 1 will be the first value guys. Okay, 1 will be automatically added. Okay, if this is your first record and you are skipping the ID which is specified with auto increment, then 1 will be coming. Okay, it will start with 1. So select star from EMP2 and run this. You will get 1 Arun. Okay, here instead of 1 you will get null. I mean instead of null you will get 1. Okay, fine. Now again if you are inserting, what will happen? Name values, this time Varun. 2 will come. Okay, 2 will come. This thing will continue. This thing will continue. So if I say select star from EMP2, 1 2 is coming. That's fine. Now one more thing. I don't want the first auto increment value. I don't want the first auto increment value to be 1. I want it to be 100. How can I set that? How can I set that? While creating the table only we have to do that. Okay, create table EMP2 ID, same thing, primary key auto increment, same ID is auto increment again, comma, name varchar. You have to complete this, okay? Varchar 15, okay? This state create table name with all the columns. After this, you have to write again auto underscore increment is equal to 100. You have to say. Earlier here by default one got inserted if the first record is skipping the ID, one came, right? One came here. But here, if you don't insert the first record ID for ID column, okay? While inserting the first record, if you don't specify the ID column value, then the default value is going to be 100, okay? It will start from 100 here, started from 1. Now we are going to see the starting from 100 because auto increment first value is set to 100. So you have to run this statement. Let me run this. The table, there's some mistake here. Create table, EMP3 I have to say. The same table I have. Here EMP2 is already there. I'm trying to create the same table. Now EMP3 I have to create. Run this. The table got created. Now select, just to confirm the table got created, select star from EMP3 I will say. EMP3, run this. Empty table with ID and name column got displayed. Now insert into EMP3. Okay. Insert into EMP3. I'm skipping the ID value. I'm only providing the name. Okay. I'm skipping the ID. Name is Arun I'm giving. In this case, the first record will be inserted. Since I am not providing ID and the default first value should of that particular record should be 100. It should start from 100. So run this. I now say select star from EMP3. It will start from 100 guys. Okay. Earlier case it was starting from 1 automatically. Now auto increment value is starting from 100 this time. Now if I say insert into EMP3 name values as again another name Varun. Okay. Now this will insert 101. Okay. This time 101 will be automatically added. 100 plus 1, 101 Varun will come. Like this guys, this is how we have to use auto increment keyword in SQL statements. I explained all the different cases for you. So that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 76 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain on how to use insert into SQL statements. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use insert into SQL statement. So what is the purpose of using this insert into SQL statement? The purpose is to copy the records from one table to another table. Copy the records from one table to another table is the purpose of this insert into statement. Let's say there are two tables, table 1, table 2. In table 1, there are some records. Okay. In table 1, there are some records which are already there. Now, from this table 1, I would like to copy all these records into another table. Okay, into a other table, I would like to copy the records. So how to perform this copy operation from one table to another table of the records? By using the insert into statement. So let me practically demonstrate how to use insert into statement for copying the records from one table to another table. So here we have 4 DBs in MySQL and I am going to use world DB. How to use world DB? I have to first select it. Use world, I have to say. Okay. Then this particular DB out of 4 DBs will be selected. Once this DB got selected, then I can perform operations on any tables of this particular world DB. Fine. Here there are some existing tables. Here city is one of the table. So if I say select star from city, okay, select star from city. As you can see, there are few records under the city table from all the columns. Okay, here asterisk is there. Asterisk symbol means from all the columns, records from all the columns of the city table got displayed here. Now I would like to know what this ID column and its data type. Okay, this ID column has some data type. This name column has some data type. Country has some data type. District, population has some data type. Right. So what I have to do is now we have the city table. Okay. Now this is the city table. From city table, I want to copy the data from city table to another table. this table I am going to create this. Okay, I want to create this new table. New table I would like to create. I would like to name this as new city. Okay, new city table I would like to create. It's not there in the DB. Under the world DB, that new city table is not there. I want to create that. But if I have to create, what is the intention of creation? I would like to copy this records into the this table. Okay, this records from this table to the city table to the new city table. That means I should have the same type of columns in the new table also. In the new city table also, if this ID column is there in the city table, then here in the new city table also, I should have the ID column. Then only I can copy. I mean ID type of column. The name can be different, but I will show you how things can be possible. Okay, I'm going to, in order to create that new table, I have to find out the data types of these different columns of the original table city from which I want to copy the records from. So for that, I have a command like describe city, which will give the details of this, all the columns of the city table with the data types. And this, all the columns, ID column is there in the city, name column, country code, okay, population, everything is there. And they have the data types. ID is of int, like that, okay. So now I'm going to create another table, create table. I'm saying new city, new city. So here NID, instead of ID, I'm just giving NID. Okay, you can even give ID also. Okay, I'm just intentionally providing NID. Okay, NID, and data type should be here cities ID column has a data type as int. Here NID should also have the int. Then we have name. Okay, name. So here name I'm giving only one column. I'm just changing the name from ID to NID. Okay, here name is care of 35. I'm giving the same data type just to make sure that things are working fine. Then we have country code. Country code. Country code is care of the comma. We have district. District is like care of 20. Then we have population. Population is of int. Okay, in data type. So like this, some records are there in the new table also. I mean, some columns are there in the new table also. New city has a columns. The column names can be different, guys. In city, the column name is ID, but in the new city, the column name is different. But remaining columns are same. That's fine. It can be same. It can be different. That's okay. But data type should be same. Okay. We have to specify the similar data type because you are going to copy the records from city table to new city table. That's the reason we have to make sure that data types are same, but names, column names can be different. Not a problem. Okay. Run this. The table got created. Now in this table, let's check any records are there. Select star from new city. No records will be there, guys. It's an empty table. Okay. Before I copy, there are no records in this new table, new city table. Now, once this process is done, I'm going to use insert into statement. Okay. This insert into statement I'm going to use to copy the records from city table to new city table, which doesn't have any records. The city table has lot of records. Those records I'm going to copy into the new city table. How to do that? Insert into which table I have to insert? New city table. Okay, that I created just now. Okay, insert into new city. I have to say select what records I have to copy from the city table. Those records I have to specify. Select star from city I have to say. So I am going to copy all the records from all the columns of the city table into the new city table. This is the statement, guys. Insert into new table. Which records I have to insert? All the records from all the columns of the city table I am going to insert into the new city. Okay. Run this statement. Now inserting into, it's running. So how many records affected? There are 4079 records in the city table which got copied from the city table into the new city table, guys. Okay. Now if I say select star from new city, you will see all the records. Okay, all the records will be displayed here. How many records are there? 1000, 2000, 3000, okay, 4000, and next set 4079 is the last. Okay, so this many records got copied from the original city table to the newly created new city table. Okay, this is how we can do. And similarly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another table. Okay, this is one case study where I explained how to copy all the records from all the columns of the city table into the new city table. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create select star from city is already there. Okay, so I'm going to create another table. Okay, another new table. So similar to new city, I'm going to create another table. Let's say I'll give some different name, guys. So N2 NT city. Okay, new second two T stands for two. Let's say okay, or city two. I'll set city two better. Okay, this is more readable. So second type of city table I'm going to create. So for creating, I have to describe the city original city table, which all the columns and data types will be visible. So I'm going to create another table just for demonstrating other stuff. Create table city2. Okay, and here I'm not going to provide all the columns. Okay, I'm going to only specify ID column. I mean, I can say TID int. Okay, column can be same or different. That's fine. I can say ID also, not a problem. Then name of the city, it's a char of 35. Then country code. Okay, three things. Only three columns I am trying to create. Here, original city table has how many columns? 1, 2, 3. I mean, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 columns are there. ID, name, country code, district, population. These are the 5 columns that are there in the original city table. But in the new city table, I am going to only provide 3 columns. Okay, not all columns, only 3 columns. Char of 3. Like this. Okay, only 3 columns I am trying to create inside this city2 table. So in this kind of situation, if I have to copy from the original city table having the 5 columns to the new city2 table, which is having only 3 columns, is it possible? Yes, guys, it is possible. We have to tweak the insert into statement a bit. That is, I have to say insert into new city name is city2, right? New table is city2. Into the city2, I'm going to copy the records from the city table. But here into the city2 table, I am going to only copy the records into 2 columns, that is ID and name, not more than that. Even country code also I am not selecting. Into the new city, I am copying the records from city table into only 2 columns out of 3 columns available, ID, comma, name. Okay. Now here I am going to say select ID from the city column, I have city table, ID, comma, name from the city table. Okay. So only these 2 columns I am going to select. From which table? City table. Like this I have to say. Here city2 table has 3 columns. City has 5 columns. But I am going to copy the records from city table into city2 table only into the 2 columns. Even though city2 table has 3 columns, I am trying to copy the column. Here you can see that. I am going to explain here more clearly. Here 5 columns are there, right? Original table city has 5 columns. City2 table has how many columns? 3 columns. But what I'm trying to do, I'm going to copy only 2 columns. This is what is happening, right? From the 5 columns, I'm going to copy records from 2 columns. To the city2 table has 3 columns, but only 2 columns I'm copying. This is possible, guys. Here 5 columns are there, here 3 columns are there. I'm copying only 2 columns. This is possible. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, insert into city2, only ID copy, ID and name, record data from the city table into the city2 table. Okay, like that. So what will happen for the country code that is there in the city2? Nothing will be there. Null values will be there, guys. Okay, null values will be there. Only data will be inserted into ID and name, and country code will have the null values. So here, whatever the columns I selected, those columns I have to select from the city table, copy from the city table. So ID comma name. So ID comma name, same is there. Okay, now run this. Running, some 4079 rows got inserted. Okay, select star from city2. Just check the city2 table now. If you run this, 3 columns are there in city2, but data is copied to how many columns? Only 2 columns. And into the remaining column, that is country code of the city2 table, all the null values got. Okay, there are null values because you have not inserted anything from you have not copied country code from the city table. Only you selected to copy 2 columns from the city table to the city2 table. Okay, this is how it happens, guys. Fine. So, and also we can use where class. Okay, while copying we can use where class. Let's say I will create another table, similar table. Okay, Same thing I'm copy pasting here, as you can see. Here city 3, let's say, okay? And same columns, that's fine. Now, I will create this table. Empty table will be created. Now select star from city 3. No records will be there in the city 3 before I copy. You see, empty table is there. Now, what I'm going to do is select star from city. Okay. Here I will say, I'll put a where class condition. Okay. So district should be something. Okay. So our country code, maybe we can do the country code, right? Out of all these countries, only one type of country, AFG country code. Okay. Where country code is equal to something that I want to add. So here I would like to copy the records from the city table to the city2 table. Okay, similar way. But here only 2 columns I'm going to copy. Even the 5 columns are there in the city, I'm going to copy 2 columns into the city2 table, which is having 3 columns. Okay, and here where country is equal to, what is that code? AFG. I am going to apply. Okay, so same thing earlier, whatever I explained, the same thing for city2. The same thing, but here we are going to have an extra condition where class condition is going to be there. So how to do that? So I have to say insert into, okay, insert into which table? City3 table. Okay, insert into city3 only to ID and name column. Okay, only into the ID and name column. So here I created the table or not? Let me see. I already created, I guess. Yes, select star from city3. No records are there. Now insert into city3. Okay, ID comma name. Then select ID comma name from original table, that is city table. Okay, city table. Where not all records I want to copy from this city table into city3. I would like to only copy the records whose country code is equal to, okay, what is that country code, guys? AFG. AFG should be the country code, like this. If I do so, not 4079 records will not be copied. Okay, less number of records will be copied. Let's see that. So only 4 rows affected. Only 4 records came. Okay. If I say select star from city2, okay, here we have not okay. So how many records actually? So 1000 rows. Sorry, this one, guys. Okay. So 1000 got returned. Something is happening. Okay. So whatever all these records which are from the country code AFG got copied. Not all records this time. Only the records from the country code AFG got copied into the city3. This is how, guys, we can use. This is how we can use the insert into statement in SQL. Okay. If you have to use insert into statement, we can use like this. The purpose of the insert into statement, as explained, is to copy the records from the one table to another table. Okay. Either we can copy all the records from all the columns of one table to another table, or we have the flexibility of choosing the different columns from which we need to copy into the new table. Okay. So guys, this is all about the insert into statement. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 77 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain on how to use as keyword in SQL statements. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use as keyword in SQL statements. What is the purpose of using this as keyword in SQL statements? What is the purpose? The purpose of this keyword is to create a new table. Okay. The purpose is to create a new table with the records of an existing table. To create a new table with the records of an existing table, we have to use as keyword. So let me give an example. Let's say there is a table here. Okay. Let's say there is a table. The table name is like something like place. Okay. Table name is place. And in this place table, there are some existing records like this. Some records are there. Some records are available with proper data. Now, I want to create another table. Let's say new place table. with the same table records and columns and everything. Okay, I would like to copy this table into a new table. This new place table is not created yet. I'm going to create right away here using the as keyword. I can do that. Okay, I can create with the same records. I can create a duplicate copy of this table with a new name. Okay, new table name. I can create the duplicate copy of this place table. So all these records, all these columns of this particular table with a different name, new place will be created here. This is possible with the help of this as keyword. Okay, if you use this as keyword while creating the table, then we can create a copy of the existing table with the same records. Fine. So let me practically demonstrate how to use as keyword in SQL statements for creating a new table with the records of an existing table. Fine. So here, as you can see, there are few databases. These three databases, alias and world databases, came by default when I have installed and configured MySQL in my machine, and other database QFOX has been created by me. Has been created by me. So now I would like to work on this world. Okay, world database. For that, I have to select this database called world. So use world I have to use. Then current selection is QFOX. Now I would like to select world. So select this and run this. The world database got selected. Under this world database, okay, since I have selected this world database, I can perform any operations on any of these tables of this world database. Now, as you can see, there are some default tables available here: city and city, country language, place. Okay, all these are the default tables. Now there are some I have created some. I have performed some operations, guys. I'm just dropping those tables. Okay, in the previous videos or whatever it is, I have worked on some. These tables are created by me, guys. Whatever the tables I'm deleting from here are created by me. I'm just dropping them because I don't want them to have. So drop. So by default, when you have this world database coming from this MySQL, right? By default, they will have four tables. Under the world database, you will see city, country language, and place tables. Okay. So now I would like to work on this place table. Okay. I would like to create a copy of this place table by creating a new table. You will see that in action. So the place table is already there. So I would like to find out what are there in that place table. Select star from place I have to say. If I say that all the records from all the columns of this place table will be displayed here, run this, you see all the records of this place table from all the columns got displayed here. Now I would like to create a new table, okay, new table, but that table should be the copy of this existing place table. Okay, I'm going to create a new table in this world database, and that table is going to have the same details, same record, same columns of this place table. So how to do that? Create table. Okay, create table. What is the table I would like to create? New place. Okay, new place table. New place. Old play normal. I mean available existing table is place table. Now I'm going to create a new table with the name new place as. Okay, create table new place is as select star from place. I have to say. Okay, this is a single statement. Create table new place as keyword. How to create this new table? As this table, that is place table. All the records from all the columns of the place table should be copied into the new place table while creating the new place. If I run this, okay, before creating the table, if I say select star from new place, the table itself is not there. We'll get an error. Okay, we'll get an error saying that table doesn't exist. This new place table is going to be created. It's not there in the world database. After running this create table new place as select star from place, run this. Now it's creating the table, and at same time it's copying all the records columns of the place table. So now if I say select star from new place this time, you see whatever that was there in the place table, that is now there in the new place table. All the columns, all the records. Fine. There is one more thing. Okay. This is how we can use as keyword while creating the table for copying all the records, all the columns of the existing tables. Fine. Now the next case I would like to explain is I would like to create another table. Okay. I would like to create another table. Let's say create table place 2. Okay. Place 2 table I would like to create as This time I don't want to copy all the columns of, okay, all the columns of the place table I don't want to have. Here place table has 3 columns, ID, name, district. When I created the new place, I also got the ID, name, district into the new place. But here place 2, for while creating the place 2, I don't want this 3 columns. I only want this name and district to be copied from the original place table. How to do that? Create table place 2 as select. If I say asterisk here, this will copy all the columns. Okay, all the records from all the columns will be copied from the place table. But here, instead of this, I'm going to specify name comma district. Okay, from place table. From the original place table, I'm only going to copy, while creating this place to table, I am going to copy only the name and district columns and their data from the place table, Run this. Before running this, again same thing, let's follow the same thing. Select star from place to table. Okay, the place to table I'm going to create, right? Select star from place to. This table doesn't exist because you have not created it. Now if I run this, create table place to as select name comma district from place, only these 2 columns should be copied. Okay, not everything. So it has been executed. So if I again run the select star from place to, you see the new table has been created only with 2 columns, name and district, but all the records came with the data of name and district columns only from the place table to the place to table, that is newly created table. So guys, this is how we have to use as keyword in SQL statements for creating the tables by copying the existing records and columns from the existing table. So that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 78 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain on how to use IFNULL function. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use IFNULL function in SQL statements. So let me practically demonstrate this IFNULL function for you. Here, let's say there are 4 DBs, and these are like default came DBs with MySQL, that is alias and world came by default with MySQL, whereas QFox is 1 DB which I have created in one of the previous videos. I'm going to use the myself created DB, that is QFox. How to select that? You have to say use QFox. Okay. When I say use QFox, this particular DB will be selected and I will be able to create, update, modify, or do operations on the tables which are there under this QFox database. And before doing any operations, there seems like there are some tables available, existing tables. I'll right click on them and simply drop them. Okay. I don't want to have any tables now to make sure like everything is fine. Fine. Now I'm going to create a table, guys. Now I'm going to practically demonstrate how to use if null and where we have to use the SQL statements. Let's say I would like to create a table like create table emp1 id as int and salary also int. Okay, I'm just creating a table like this. Create table emp1 with 2 columns. I'm creating a table having 2 columns like this. So first column is ID. Okay, column name is ID, and second column name is salary. Okay, and both are int data types. Int type of data, here also int type of data. And in this, I'm going to insert some records like this. Some 3 records I'm going to insert, guys. First record, let's say ID is 1. Second record ID is 2. Third record ID is 3. For the first record, having the ID as 1, I'm giving the salary as some 14 lakhs. And for the second record having the ID as 2, I'm giving the 7 lakhs. And for the third record having the ID as 3, I'm not giving anything. I'm just inserting null. That means I'm not inserting anything. Okay. That means if you are not inserting, null will be inserted. Now in this kind of situation, okay. Now the table got table. I have to create the table first, right? I am in this direction. I have to fill the data like this into this table after creating. So let me first create the table. Create table emp1. Run this. The table will be created and insert into. If I say insert into emp1 values as 1 comma salary as some 14 lakhs. Okay, fine. Insert it. The data will be inserted. This first record 14 lakhs will be inserted. Now second record insert into emp1 values as 2 comma some 7 lakhs. This value also, this record will also be inserted. Run this. Now third record insert into emp1 values, but here I am trying to only insert the id value. Okay, id column value, but not the salary. That is only the id. Number 3 I am inserting, but without the salary. So this also I am trying to insert. Run this. So 3 records will be inserted. If I say select star from emp1, okay, if I say select star from emp1, what will be the result? What will be the result? The table will be displayed, guys. That is id salary. id as 1 2 3 and salary as 14 lakhs, 7 lakhs, and third, since you have not inserted any salary into the third record, we got null inserted here. Okay, null automatically inserted there. Now in this kind of situation, if I have to write a select statement like this, okay, now I'm going to explain the purpose of using this if null function in the SQL statements. Okay, if I say select, okay, if I say select salary plus 1 lakh, this kind of operation I am trying to perform. Salary plus 1 lakh from emp1, what will happen? If I say select star from emp1, this null value will be displayed. That's fine. If I in other select statement, if I say select the circular brackets, if I say salary, this salary of the employee, okay, from emp1, if I say, what will happen? If I run this, null is coming here. I am trying to add 1 lakh, but that 1 lakh is not getting added to the null. Null plus 1 lakh is null, it's happening. But instead, I want something like, if I add the 1 lakh to the salary, which is not there, then it should be coming as 1 lakh. If I want such kind of result, what I have to do? Here, for the first record, we have inserted 14 lakhs. So 14 lakhs plus 1 lakh, 15 lakhs. So it got displayed properly. For the second record, 7 lakhs. 7 lakhs plus 1 lakh, 8 lakh. That also got inserted, displayed properly. Okay, the select statement is working fine for these two things. But third record, we have the null value. Okay, we have not inserted any salary. So null plus 1 lakh. It's displaying as null, guys. Instead, I want 1 lakh. Okay, here, if no value is there, I want to get 1 lakh. Okay, in the results. Instead of here 15 lakhs is fine, 8 lakhs is fine, but I don't want null here in the result. Instead, I want 1 lakh in the results. What I have to do? For that, we can use if null. Okay, if null, we can modify that. So select, okay, select if null of salary, okay, select if null of salary, comma 0. Okay, here you have to provide a bracket and again say plus 1 lakh. What will happen from emp1? So let me explain this, what is going to happen here. So here, instead of giving the normal salary column, I am surrounding the salary column with if null function. If the salary is null, then assume that is 0. I'm just saying that if the salary is null, assume that that is 0, guys. 0 plus 1 lakh will happen. Then you will get 1 lakh here. Let's run this. Run this. You see this time 15 lakhs, 8 lakhs, and 1 lakh you got. Because salary is for the third record has been treated as not null. It has been treated as 0. Okay. If null is there, we ask for the SQL statement to consider it as 0. So 0 plus 1 lakh is 1 lakh has been displayed here. If null is there, if you want to consider it as 100, what will be the result? Let's see. Sorry, I didn't execute. You see, 1 lakh 100 is coming here. That means 100 plus 1 lakh. If null is there, consider this value like that. Okay, you can use for such kind of situations where you want to, okay, you want to work with this kind of queries. Okay, select queries. Even though the record value is null, still you want to perform operations on that particular record. Then you can use if null and then modify the value to get your desired results. So guys, this is how we have to use if null function in SQL statements. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 79 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain on how to use the different keywords like case, keyword, then keyword, and end keyword. So in this video session, I am going to cover 4 keywords. That is case keyword. Case is a keyword. Then we have when keyword, then keyword, and end keyword. So these are the 4 different keywords that we can use in the SQL statements. And if we have to use any of these keywords, we have to use all these 4 keywords together, guys. Okay. Together we have to use 4 keywords to solve something. So what is the purpose of using these 4 keywords in SQL statements? Suppose if you want to write something into the SQL statements like this, okay? Case, you want to write something like this into the SQL statements. Different sections of the SQL statement, we can write this. Case, when, here case is a keyword, okay? Case is a keyword. I'll underline it. Here when is also a keyword. When, some condition you have to give, okay? Here I have to specify some condition. Let's say a condition is like experience is greater than 5 is a condition. When condition, then result. This should be displayed in the result. Okay. If this condition is satisfied, you have to display something in the result. Then you have to say the experience is greater than 5. Now again when experience, another when, then I am writing. Okay. Here when is a keyword and then is a keyword. I am constructing using case, when, then keywords. Okay. This kind of things we are going to implement in the SQL statements. Okay. First understand how to use case, when, then. Then you can understand how to use this structure in the SQL statements. Okay. So when equal to 5, then we have to write the experience is equal to 5. This particular text will be displayed in the results. Again, one more condition, that is in one more kind of line here, that is when experience is less than 5, then the experience is less than 5. And finally, we will say end. Okay. So here, how many keywords are there? 4 type of keywords are there. Case keyword, end keyword, when keyword, and then keyword. Okay. These are the 4 type of keywords. If we have to create this kind of statements, okay, if we have to use this kind of things in the SQL statements, then we have to use 4 keywords like case, when, then, end. Okay. These are the 4 keywords we have to use in the SQL statements. Now, we can apply this for a, okay, we can use this in a select statement. Okay, where we have to use this kind of keywords in the select statement. For example, we have something like this. Okay, select id name. Okay, id name comma, then you can start here case, all these details you can provide here. Okay, all these 4 details, case, same thing you can provide here in the select statement. You can provide this. Okay, so okay, Control C, Control V, Control Z, Control Z. Yeah, Control V. Here, case will start like this and it will end. After that, you will say from EMP employees table. Okay, like this. Select ID, name, comma, case. Okay, this is the 3rd column that I'm going to display in the results like this. Let me practically demonstrate, guys. Okay, now you know the structure of how to use case, end, when, then, right? I'm going to implement this in one of the SQL statements. If I explain practically, you will understand more about this. Okay, how to use and all. Otherwise, you will get confused. So here, in one of the SQL statement like select star from employees, in between somewhere we have used this kind of structure. Okay, in the select statements, in different sections of the select statement, we can use this case to end along with this when then kind of things. Let me explain practically so that you can understand more, guys. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this W3 schools SQL try. Okay, just Google search for W3 schools SQL try. You'll get this link where you can practice your SQL statements. Now, here databases are also displayed. Let's say I would like to work on, first I would like to work on these products. Okay, products. Select star from products I will say. Okay, there is a table known as products table in this page. Okay, so like if I say select star from products and run this, what will happen? All the records from all the columns of the products table will be displayed here like this. So in this products table, there is a section like price. As you can see, there are different prices here, right? For each and every product. Here Choice has 18. Here Chang has 19 price. Okay, like the different products have different prices here. So I'm going to use a select statement. I'm going to write a select statement where I'm going to implement this case and when then keywords. Okay. So we just see that how I'm going to do that. Select. I would like to say select product name. Okay. If I say select product name from products table, what will happen? Only products name, product names will be displayed. Only this column with all the details under that will be displayed. If I say again comma, okay, I'll make it down. Okay, so like this. Select product name, comma, few other details I would like to display. Product name, comma, here price I will display. Okay, price. Again comma, and I would like to display one more column also. Okay, product name, price, but a customized kind of column I would like to display with some by implementing this case end. Okay, when and then. So let's see here what I'm going to do. Third column is case. Okay, case. This is the first column. First column is product name. Second column is price. Third column is case. Okay, case. Here, just to make sure that you can understand this, I'm writing in the next line, guys. Okay, you can write here also. Like this you can write case when. Okay, you can continuously write, but it will not look good, right? I have to move it, I have to break into multiple lines so that you can understand what's going on. If I write case, so this is the first column, second column, this section is going to be the third column. Okay, that you'll understand soon. When price is less than 10, okay, when price is less than 10, then display the price is less than 10. In the third column, as part of the third column, here first column product names will be displayed. In the second column, while displaying, the prices will be displayed. In the third column, while displaying, it will display if the price is less than 10, it will display that the price is less than 10 text in the third column. Okay, like that. When price is equal to 10, then okay, then the price is equal to 10. I am trying to display in the column. Okay, when price is greater than 10, then the price is greater than 10. I am trying to display. Okay, so here I have used so far three keywords: case, when, then. Okay, when, then, when, then. When will have a condition, then will have the result. Okay, when this condition is satisfied, then this result should be displayed. When this condition is satisfied, then this result should be displayed in the column. When this condition is satisfied, then this result should be displayed in the column, like that. So once you are done with the case, right, you have to end it. Okay, for that we have to use end keyword. Case, when, then, end. Four keywords have been satisfied. Now again you can say comma, and another column also you can display. That is, I would like to display unit. After this third column, I would like to display unit column. Okay, here also you can mention, not a problem. End comma unit. Okay, this is the third. Up to here is the third column. This is the first column, guys. Comma second column. Comma third column. Comma fourth column from products. If I run this, what's happening? First column is product name. Okay, product name, first column. All the product details from the product name column got displayed here. Then I said price. Second column I mentioned it as price. So all the prices from the price column got displayed here. Okay, fine. For all the 77 records, here products table has 77, total 77 records came. Third column is from here to here, guys. From case to end. Okay, this is the third column. Case, end. Case is third column is starting here at the time of case and ending at the end. And in between some conditions are there. If the price is 18, it is greater than 10, right? So the price is greater than 10 will be displayed here in the third column. You see, this is the third column. Okay, the price is greater than 10 got displayed. If the price, for this also the price is greater than 10 because it's 19. 10 means the price is equal to 10. Okay, second condition, the price is equal to 10. Okay, price is equal to 10, then you have to display the price is equal, that got displayed here. So for each and every price, the associate text is displayed here. Okay, the price is greater than 10, the price is less than 10, the price is equal to 10, like the different type of text is displayed in the third column. And fourth column is unit. Under unit, all the unit column details got displayed here. That's fine. Now, this doesn't look good, guys. Okay, this name doesn't look good. Column name doesn't look good. Whatever we have written the SQL code, right? SQL kind of code, that code kind of syntax got displayed here. Okay, so instead of that, what I will say is, after end, I will say as. You remember as, right? As keyword. How, where to use as keyword? Okay, if you want to provide an alias name, okay, for this column, since this particular column doesn't have any column name here and it's displaying as it is here, I will say price details as price details. If I say something like this and run this time a proper column name like whatever you provided here after as is alias name is, okay. Price details is the alias name of this particular thing, case and when, okay. Under price details, for each and every price, what is the price that got displayed. So this is how, guys, inside the SQL statements like select SQL statements, we can provide case end, okay, in as one of the column for retrieving the details from the table. Fine, this is for displaying the result. Now, the next way we can use this case end, okay, that's the first example, guys. The second example is in the where class. I will be using in the where class. For that, I'm going to take the customers table, guys. Select star from customers. Run this. So all the records from all the columns of the customers table will be displayed here. Okay, total 91 records. That's it. Total 91 records came. Now here, I would like to add a where class condition. Where some condition I would like to add. Okay, where city is equal to. Okay, I would like to retrieve all the details of the customers who are from the city. Okay, for city, I would like to provide a condition. I mean, for the city condition, after where class I have to provide this condition. City is equal to some city I have to provide here. If I provide something like Germany, what will happen? All the customers who are from Germany, sorry, this is country, right? So Berlin, let's say if I provide Berlin, okay, what will happen? All the customers who are from the Berlin city will be displayed. Okay, only one record is there in the table. That's fine. So like this, we can filter the records. But if here I don't want to write this value, instead of that value, I have to provide case, okay, just to make sure that you understand it well. Have to provide city here, okay. Inside this circular brackets, I'm providing a kind of case kind of condition. For that, I will just move it down so that you can understand what's happening there. Case when, okay, case when country, okay, condition. After when I have to write the condition. Country is in operator, you know, right? In one of the previous videos I explained, in the country is either USA or UK, okay, then give the city of these countries. So you have to assign the city of this USA UK to this city, okay, that's fine. Otherwise, when country is not in opposite of, okay, if it is, if the retrieved country from here in one of these records is not in the USA or UK, okay, I have to write like that. So some condition I'm trying to create, guys, so that the main purpose of this example is to show you that in where class condition also we can use this kind of case end. Okay, that's the reason I'm showing here. UK. Then if the country is not in USA or UK, then give something as Berlin directly. Okay, the city should be Berlin. If the country is in USA UK, the city of this cities of this USA UK are accepted. Okay, those will be assigned. All the records of the countries USA UK, customer records from USA UK having any city will be displayed here. That's fine up to here. Okay, but if any record is retrieved for that the country is not in USA UK, then it will only assign the city as Berlin. Okay, that's how it will work. The condition is something like this. After this, let's say we are done with the statements. Then which keyword I have to use here? I have to use end keyword. Okay, this is end. So like this you have to write. So you can write like this. You can remove this if you want, so that it will look good. Select star from customers where city is equal to this kind of case keyword, when keyword, then keyword. Based on this, the city will be assigned to the city, and based on that, records will be retrieved. Run this, you will get some results. We can analyze the results and understand it back again. Okay, so select all records from customers who are from the city. If the country is USA, UK, here you see UK, USA. All the countries are accepted. Okay, all the countries from the USA, UK are accepted here. Okay, all the cities all the customers who are from different cities of USA, UK are accepted here. That's why we are getting all the records of UK, USA country having different cities. Here, London is from UK, some Elgin is from USA, again from UK, Coast is there. Okay, like that many countries are there. Okay, UK, USA. Cities from different countries are coming. Okay, 2 countries, USA, UK countries, different records from customer records from different cities of UK, USA are coming here because of this line. But when the country is not in USA, UK, what if the country is not USA, UK? Then only get the records from the Berlin city. Okay, if the country is USA, UK, then get the records from any city which is there in the USA, UK countries. But if the country is not USA or UK, in that case, only get the records from the Berlin. Only one record is there in from Berlin city, guys. Okay, Berlin country is Germany, and this only single record came, and all the remaining records are from USA, UK, having different cities. Okay, from different cities, different customers came from USA, UK. Outside USA, UK, only the customers came from Berlin city. Okay, so like this we can write, guys. Okay, here also we have used case, when, end keywords. Okay, when, then keywords. So one more one more example I would like to give. Third example where we can use another example, guys. Okay, for using the case, when, then, end keywords. Okay, the SQL statements. So here I'll say select star from customers table. Okay, from customers table, order by. If I say city, what will happen, guys? Select star from customers, order by city. If I say, what will happen? All the customer records from the customers table will be retrieved according to the ascending order of the city. Right? By default, this is ASC. If I don't specify ASC here, by default order by will have this ASC specified. This is a default order. Okay. If I have to do in descending order, I have to provide DESC. Okay. This is not by default. If you don't provide it, it will become ascending like that. Okay. Either you can provide ASC keyword or you can ignore it. By default, order by will order the records in ascending order. Select star from customers, order by city. If I say, what will happen? All the 91 records of these customers will be displayed here according to the ascending order of the city. Let's see, run this. Total 91 records are getting displayed here according to the ascending order of the city. First A came, then B, C, like that. Okay. So ascending order. Here you see all these IDs and everything other became random. Okay, 17, 65, 55, 29, because these are in ascending order. So based on this ascending order, this customer IDs will be in random only. Okay, fine. Now here I would like to provide this case, when, then, end. Okay, instead of directly giving a particular city, I'll provide a kind of thing here. Okay, so here I have to provide case. I'll move to next line, next line, so that it will be easy to understand. Case, when condition I have to give. Okay, when country, same condition I will take which I have given in the previous example also. Country in USA, UK. Okay, then what? Then say country, order by country. Okay, if the country, if the retrieved customer records are from the USA, UK, then order those records according to the country. Okay, so USA, UK countries will be ordered according to the country names, whereas ascending order they will be ordered, guys, by default anyhow. Okay, when country is not in USA or UK, then order the records, order this customer records according to the city. If the country is in USA, UK, order those customer records which are retrieved using the country. If the country is not there in USA, UK, then order all the records of the countries which are not the USA, UK records in terms of city. Okay, I can write something like this. If I run this, okay, there is a mistake here because I have to end it, right? I have to use the end keyword. Okay, I didn't write case, when, country, like this I have to write case, when country in, then country, when country not in, then order by city, order by country, order by city. Here order by, some column should be there. That column is either country or city based on this condition. If the condition is where the customer is from USA, UK, then the that particular record will be ordered according to the country. Whereas if the customer record is retrieved from the country which is not in USA, UK, then the ordering of the such records of the customers will be done by their city name. Okay, like that I'm trying to do. Run this. So here you see, here not all the things are ordered by either city, only city. Okay, it's ordered by both country and city. First, let's see the country. Are these in any order? Countries are not in any order. G is coming first, then S, B, I. They are in random order. S is coming here, again G is coming. Okay, there's some random order. But if you go to these countries like USA, UK, you can see that there is some order. Okay, first UK came. All the records of the UK came. After completing all the records of UK, then only US came. USA came. Okay, that why it's coming like that. Countries, these two countries are ordered in ascending order. Okay, remaining countries will not be ordered in ascending order. Only this USA, UK will be ordered because you see U is common for UK and USA, but K, first K is coming, then S will be coming, right? IJKL, MNOP, QRS. Okay, so S is this is in proper ascending order. That's fine. Then for remaining countries other than the USA, UK, okay, all the other countries. So this all the records should be ordered by the city. So you can see the cities for remaining countries. Here A is there, B is there, B is there. Okay, like the C. After C we got F. Okay, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. Then we got N, O, P, R, S, T. But you see, these are not ordered in ascending order. After T, L came because for UK and UK is exception, right? For if the country is UK or USA, it has to be ordered by country. Otherwise, for all the other cities of the countries, they will be ordered in ascending order. Okay, based on the city, they will be ordered in ascending order for the remaining countries. For only this USA, UK, based on the country, they will be ordered in ascending. But for other remaining records, based on the city, they will be ordered. So like this, guys, we can provide multiple conditions using the case, when, okay, then, and we can achieve a lot of different type of complex results, okay, based on this usage of case, when, then, and end keywords in the SQL statement. So guys, hope you understood these three examples that I gave for you to make understanding how to use this case, when, then, and end keywords in the SQL statements. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 80 of SQL for Beginners series. In this video session, I am going to explain about delimiter. So what is delimiter? What is delimiter? In order to understand delimiter, we have to understand the below things. That is, the default delimiter in SQL is semicolon. Okay, semicolon. What is the symbol for semicolon, guys? This is a symbol. Okay, we generally use this semicolon symbol. This one. This is the symbol for the semicolon, which is the default delimiter in SQL statements. Suppose an example. Let me take an example. Okay, select star from customers. If I say select star from customers, here this is a SQL statement. At the end of the SQL statement, we generally use the default delimiter, that is semicolon. Okay, default delimiter is generally used at the end of the SQL statements. Here, to end the SQL statement, this particular SQL statement like select star from customers, we have used the semicolon default delimiter. But if you want to change this delimiter, okay, if you want to change this, instead of using this semicolon, if you want to use some other symbol in the place of semicolon, okay, here select star from customers I have used, and there is a semicolon to end this statement. But instead of this semicolon, if I have to use a different symbol, let's say I would like to use a double slash symbol, or I would like to use a $$ symbol, or I have to use slash symbol. Okay, in place of this semicolon, I would like to use any of these things. Okay, they have to, these symbols have to work as a delimiter instead of this default delimiter. Okay, the same thing that is being done by the default delimiter. In place of that, I am going to change the symbol and the statement should work. Is it possible? Yes, guys, it is possible. How to change the symbol? How to change the default delimiter to a other symbol? Default delimiter symbol is semicolon. Okay, but I would like to change the delimiter to double slash, let's say. So in that case, I have to write this. Delimiter change to double slash. So default delimiter is semicolon. I'm changing the delimiter to double slash. After this, okay, if I say select star from, okay, customers, in place of semicolon, here, I can use double slash. Okay, this will work as a semicolon. Okay, you have changed the default delimiter symbol, that is semicolon, to double slash here using this statement delimiter double slash. Then you can use the statements. You can run the statements, and this will act like a semicolon only. Okay. So let me show you these things in a practical way. For example, we have 4 DBs here. One I have created and other came by default in the MySQL. Fine. I will use something which came by default in the MySQL, that is world DB. How to use that? I have to say use world. Okay. When I say use world and run this particular DB will get selected, and I am free to now perform operations on any of these tables that are there under the world DB. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this city. Okay. Generally, the default delimiter is semicolon. So I will check whether the default delimiter is working or not. Select start from city if I say and put a semicolon here. This is the default delimiter and it will be working. Run this. It is working. Okay. Now, instead of this, I would like to do something like this. Select, instead of semicolon, I would like to give double slash here. Okay. I would like to give double slash. By default itself, you are getting error, guys. Okay. You are getting an error. But how to make this work? In place of semicolon being used as default delimiter, I would like to use double slash. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. So directly if you give, it will not work, guys. Okay, this semicolon, instead of semicolon, if you give double slash, it will not work. How to make this work? Before this statement, I have to write delimiter double slash. Now see what happened. The error has been gone, and you have to select these two things and run. It is working. Okay. So with the delimiter, with the change of delimiter from semicolon to double slash, it is working. Not only double slash. In place of this, if I use, in place of this double slash, if I want to use $, okay, will this work? Let's see whether it will work or not. It's not working. I'm getting an error. Okay. So it's not working. So instead, if I say delimiter $, okay, and run this, it is working. It's working now. Now I would like to change the delimiter option to some other symbol. Like I would like to use hash. Here also I am giving some hash as delimiter. This time it will work. Okay. If you don't change it, it will not work. So run this. Like this, we can change the delimiter default symbol from semicolon to some other symbol, guys. Okay. Some other symbol we can change. Then after changing the delimiter, for example, here the default delimiter is semicolon, right? Then you have, for executing this particular statement, you have changed the delimiter to double hash, and it is working. After this, if I run select star from city semicolon, will this work or not? Originally, the default delimiter was semicolon, right? Default delimiter was semicolon, but I changed the delimiter to double slash symbol. Now, will this statement work or not? It will work, guys. Okay. Even though you change the default delimiter to some other symbol, it will work. You see, it is working. Okay. So whenever you want to change the, okay, use some other symbol in place of the semicolon, you can mention like this and use, and still semicolon will work. Still semicolon will work, guys. Okay. Next thing is, where exactly we are going to use this delimiters? Why we have to change the symbol? Okay. Why we have to change the default delimiter from semicolon to some double hash symbol? What's the purpose? Okay. So we need to use this delimiter. We have to change the symbol of this semicolon to some other symbol in case of stored procedures. Okay. In case of stored procedures, we have to use this delimiter concept of changing the default delimiter from semicolon symbol to some other symbol. Okay. Anyhow, how to use this delimiter with stored procedures and why we have to use with stored procedures, all those things I am going to explain in the next video session. For now, just understand how to use what is, for now, just you need to understand what exactly is a delimiter, what is a default delimiter, and if you have to change the default delimiter to some other symbol like double slash or double hash or double $, okay, what we have to use. Okay, that's only that you need to understand as part of this video session, guys. In the next video session, I'm going to explain how to use this delimiter with stored procedures. Okay, so that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 81 of SQL for Beginners series. In this video session, I am going to explain how to use delimiters while creating the stored procedures. So in this video session, I'm going to explain how to use delimiters while creating the stored procedures. The main topic is the main topic delimiters or is the main topic stored procedures? The main topic here is delimiters, guys, not stored procedures. I am going to explain how to use delimiters with stored procedures. Okay, how to use delimiters with stored procedures. I am going to explain, and also at the same time, the stored procedures are related to PL/SQL. Okay, they belong to PL/SQL. What is PL/SQL? PL/SQL is an extension of SQL. Okay, after SQL, people go for PL/SQL. If you are a developer, okay, if you are a developer, and SQL will have only single statements. Okay, single commands or statement kind of statements will be there, right? Queries will be there. Single query statements are nothing but SQL. Select star from employee. Okay, and insert into table values like that. Those are the SQL statements. But coming to PL/SQL, PL/SQL is nothing but the full form is programming language in SQL. Using this SQL statements, we are going to write programs. Okay, we have to write some programs, guys. Some logic we have to write. Like, what will be the general programming languages? For example, if you take Java, okay, Java is a programming language. What will be the basic thing? Variables will be there. Okay, then literals will be there. How to create the variables? How to assign this literals to this variable? Literals means values. Okay, then we have what you call selection statements will be there, like if condition and all those stuff. Okay, if else, if okay, switch case, like that. Control flow statements will be there. They are like while loop, do while loop, for loop. Okay, all those things. Then lot of other concepts like functions, constructors. Okay, these all generally belong to a programming language, Java. Similarly, in case of SQL, we have a programming. Okay, if we have to do some programming with SQL, we cannot use Java, guys. Okay, I cannot use Java for programming the SQL. So what I have to do, there is a dedicated language, okay, which can use the SQL query statements inside this programming. Okay, such kind of language is nothing but PL/SQL. PL/SQL. It has its own syntax. Like Java has its own way of creating the variables, assigning the literals to the variables, creating all these kind of statements and all. Similarly, PL/SQL has its own way of, okay, its own way of representing all this stuff. PL/SQL means programming language in SQL. Okay, so and these stored procedures belong to PL/SQL. Okay, this stored procedure concept belongs to PL/SQL. Here in Java we have functions. Okay, for if you want to repeat the same. Okay, if you want to execute some set of code. Okay, and multiple times if you want to execute. Sometime frequently you are going to use that set of lines of code. Okay, so what you will do, instead of repeatedly writing the same lines of code again and again, you will create the functions. You can call the functions. Whenever you call the function, that particular set of code will be executed. Similar way, in PL/SQL, the stored procedures are nothing but functions kind of thing in Java. Okay, they are like functions or methods, case. They are functions or methods. Okay, so stored procedures are like functions or methods in other programming languages. So if you have some code which you need to call repeatedly at later point of times, then you will create a stored procedure, that is function or method for that particular statement which you have to call multiple times. Okay, so stored procedures. And in this video session, I'm not going to cover PL/SQL. Okay, PL/SQL is out of scope for this video session. Okay, video course. So hence, I don't want to focus my explanation on stored procedures. Okay, because stored procedures belong to PL/SQL, and you have to learn the programming like variables, creating the variables. Okay, assigning the literals to this way. This is it's a different world altogether, guys. Okay, I cannot explain all these PL/SQL concepts as part of SQL. We can create a separate course on PL/SQL if required. Okay, but this is mainly required for developers, guys. If you are a pure developer, okay, if you are not a beginner, and if you just started, you have to start learning with SQL. Later point of time, when you move to a complete development role, and that too you have a requirement of, programming in PL/SQL, then only you have to learn this PL/SQL. Otherwise, it's not required. And also at the same time, if you are a software tester, okay, and to what extent we need to learn? If you are a software tester, you have to learn only SQL. Okay, SQL will be enough guys. No need to learn PL SQL. You are not going to do any programming around SQL. So PL SQL is not required for software testers also. Mostly they require SQL only. Okay, mostly they will require SQL. Okay, fine. Now, next thing is I would like to practically demonstrate how to use delimiters with the stored procedures. Okay, that's the main topic, guys. Okay, PL SQL stored procedures are out of topic for this session. Okay, you need to know some small basics about stored procedures. Anyhow, I'll explain that. Okay, they are like functions or methods in other programming languages. If you have a code which need to be repeatedly executed, then what you will do, you will put that code into the function in the programming language. Same thing here also. If you have some SQL statements which are to be called multiple times or repeatedly called, such kind of SQL statements you can put inside a stored procedure, and this stored procedure can be called. We can call the stored procedure, guys. Okay, at later point of time. So in this video session, I am going to practically demonstrate how to use delimiters with stored procedures and what is the requirement of using the delimiters with stored procedures. That is the main topic. Okay, not stored procedures. Fine. Here we have the QFOX database, which is by default selected. That's fine. But yeah, I would like to work on this world database, guys. Okay, there are 4 databases here, as you can see here: QFOX, alias, and world. So this is created by me in one of the previous videos. But coming to alias and world, okay, this came by default with the MySQL. So which came by default with the MySQL. World is also came by default with the MySQL. I would like to use this world. Okay, world DB. How to use that? How to select that? How to say use world? Then run this. Then world DB will be selected. World DB will be selected. After selecting this world DB, okay, then I can perform any operations on any tables here. Okay, what are the tables that are existing in the world database? Okay, I can perform after selecting the world database. I can do any operations on the tables which are under the DB. That's fine. Now next thing is have to show you the requirement for using the delimiters with the stored procedures. Let me start writing a stored procedure now. Okay. So before starting writing the stored procedure, which statement I'm going to use is city table. Okay. I would like to use a statement like select star from city. Any statement, some sample SQL statement I am taking, that is select star from city. If I run this, all the details like this, okay, from all the columns of the city table will be displayed here, right? This particular thing I would like to keep under the stored procedure. So now let me create a stored procedure. Create. Okay, this is the syntax for creating the stored procedure, guys. You don't have to learn, but let me explain. Create procedure. Okay, create procedure. Procedure name. Let's say a procedure name is like a function, guys. The kind of function, generally how the type of functions will be there. In one of the previous videos, I explained there are different type of functions, built-in functions in MySQL, right? Like max function, minimum function, okay, count function. This is syntax. This is how the functions will look like. Similarly, stored procedure is also a function. So which is manually created function. We are manually creating it. It's not built in for MySQL. It's whatever the function I'm going to give, this is not there in the MySQL, guys. Okay. So max, min, and count are the built-in function. But coming to create procedure, get all, okay, cities. Like this, I created some user-defined function with my own way. You can give any name here. Okay. So similarly, I give that kind of name. Create procedure, get all cities. Here you have to start the procedure. Okay, this is just the definition, okay, of the function. Create procedure, procedure name, that is function name kind of thing. Then begin, and here I have to say end. Okay, begin and end. Here I will write a statement like select. This statement I will copy paste here. Okay, nothing but. So this is a starting of the function. Begin means starting of the function. End means ending of the function. Okay. Inside this function, select start from city is there. Okay. So that's fine. Have to put a semicolon here. There are 2 ways, right? Semicolon is there, semicolon here. But I'm getting some errors, guys. The problem here is, okay, the problem here is without delimiter, okay, this procedures cannot be created. So I have to create the delimiter. Delimiter double slash. I'm saying double slash. I'm just what is that in the previous video I explained about the delimiter, guys. Okay, if not, you can just go back to the previous video and understand why delimiters have to be used. Okay, delimiter. Here double slash I'm saying the default delimiter is semicolon, guys. I want to replace the default delimiter with this double slash. So in place of the semicolon, I'm going to use double slash. Here, when I said delimiter double slash. Here I can give double slash. Okay. Here I can give double slash. At the end of the stored procedure, I am giving the double slash in place of semicolon. In place of semicolon, I am giving double slash. Inside the statement, I am giving the same semicolon, guys. Okay. So here double slash can also be used in place of the semicolon. Okay. So for one of the semicolon, I use double slash. There is a reason, guys. There is a long, big story behind this why we have to use delimiters and all. Okay. If you want to put this, if you want to send this complete code, SQL code to the server directly, okay, to the server directly, and MySQL don't have to interpret each and every line. Okay, very technical, guys. So you don't have to understand that. Okay, if you are creating a stored procedure in order to avoid the errors, you can simply, in our case, okay, we can simply use delimiter like this. Okay, delimiter double slash, and in place of one of the semicolon, which is at the end of the procedure, just replace that with a double slash. This will be enough. This is the way to use the delimiter with the stored procedures. Now, if I create this, what will happen? A function that is a stored procedure will be created. So far, you see under this, there are no stored procedures, right? Under this, under world.db, there are no stored procedures. This stored procedures section is empty. After I run this, okay, after I run this, now refresh, you see, get all cities stored procedure got created. It's a function, guys. It's a kind of function. And while creating this function, we need to use this delimiter. Otherwise, if I don't use, what will happen? I'm going to get errors like this. Okay. To resolve these errors, I have to use delimiter. Okay. Here I have to say semicolon here. Okay. But still, the problem is not getting resolved. So it's mandatory to provide the delimiter. That's the reason I'm using delimiter, guys. You don't have to worry too much technical details about why we have to use delimiter here. Fine. Delimiter double slash create procedure get all cities begin. Select start from city end with the delimiter symbol. So this stands for semicolon itself. Okay. This also works like a semicolon. Now this total section will be sent without interpreting the each and every line. Total section will be sent as a function. Okay, to the server or whatever it is. Now anyhow the procedure got created here. Stored procedure got created here and it got displayed under the stored procedures of this DB. Fine. Now how to call it? How to call it? There's something called call. Okay, call this function, this stored procedure. This is a stored procedure, guys. Call get all cities stored procedure. Okay, so instead of running this SQL statement every time, you can simply call this get all cities. Automatically inside this select star from city will be running. Okay, run this. You see, whatever the result you got with select star from city, when you call this stored function, the same thing will get executed. No matter how many times you run, the same set of SQL statements which are there inside this stored procedure will be executed. You can write any number of lines of code. This in general, if you go with the PL SQL, right? Okay, you have a lot of other keywords coming. PL SQL. This not declare is not belong to SQL, guys. It's a PL SQL programming language. Declare any variable name you can give, like country, data type you have to specify. Okay, like this. Like this, lot of things are there. You can create a while loop and all those stuff. Okay, so in between the begin and end, you can write any number of statements inside this stored procedures, and this call function will simply call this function. Okay, there's a lot of things that you can learn about stored procedures, guys, but I'm not explaining because stored procedures belong to PL SQL language, not SQL. Okay, they belong to PL SQL. It's a programming language. You can pass some value to this particular stored procedure function. Okay, or you can get some value in return while executing this function. Everything is there. Whatever that you can get out of a function in Java programming, that you can get with the stored procedures. But this is out of topic for us, guys. PL SQL is not in our video course, so I'm not covering it. And it's only required for the pure developers who have the requirement of writing the programming using SQL statements. Okay, for them only it is required. For remaining people, you don't have to learn. SQL will be fine enough. Okay, you don't have to worry about that. So guys, this is all about how to use delimiters. Okay, while creating the stored procedures. Here I explained how to use delimiter while creating the stored procedure. While creating the stored procedure, I need delimiters, right? Here delimiter double slash. How to use it? Okay, this is the way of using it, guys. Okay, fine, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 82 of SQL for Beginners series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use views in SQL statements. So in this video session, I am going to explain about the usage of views in SQL statements. First, we need to understand what is the purpose of views. What is the purpose of using views in SQL statements? We need to understand first. Okay. So what exactly are views and what is the purpose? We have to understand. Now to understand the purpose of views, let me explain something. Let's say there is a table case. Okay. Let's say there is a table and it has some columns like this. Some 4 columns are there in the table. And I'm giving the column names as C1, C2, C3, C4. Okay, C4. And let's say the table name is table 1. And it has some data. Okay, under the table there are some records. There are some column records are there. Some data is there under this. All the 4 columns of this particular table 1. There are some data. That is table records are there. That's fine. Now tomorrow, what happened is we got a requirement where we don't want to display this entire table on the web page. Okay, and we wanted to have only first 3 columns. We don't want this 4th column. So that another requirement came. So I cannot use this table, right? I cannot use this table 1 because this table 1 has C1, C2, C3, C4, but only up to here I want. I only want up to here. Okay. Without deleting this table or creating the table again with this kind of thing, I cannot do, right? Okay. Only these 3 columns are needed. What I will do tomorrow, what I will do is I will create another table. Let's say table 2. And this time I will create the table with only 3 columns. Only 3 columns. The required columns. So here it has only the first 3 columns, that is C1, C2, C1, C2 and C3. Again tomorrow another requirement came. Okay. So where I have to create another table, table 3. It should have only C1, C3, C4. C2 column should not be there. Like that another requirement came. Again another table will create and it will only have again 3 columns. A different set of columns will be there here. Okay. The column names will be like C1, C3, C4 like this. So based on our requirements, we need to create. This is the same table. Okay. This C1 is there in main table. C2 is in this table. C3 is in this table. Right. All these things, all the new table columns are already there in the original, this first table. Okay. First table. But since there is a small requirement changes like this column should not be there or this column should not be there, we have to create this kind of different tables. Okay. That's a problem. And one more situation will come where we have 2 tables. Okay. So this example is done, guys. Why we need views? Because every time we need a small change in the existing table, we need to create a separate table, right? So let me write down here. Every time we need a small change in the existing table, what we have to do? We need to create a new table. For every small change, okay, that column should not be there, this column should not be there. For every new change, we have to create another table. Okay. So do we have to create like that? Not required, right? Because all the columns are there in the main table, original table. Okay, the first table. All the columns are there in the first table. Why should I create more tables? Just for the small changes like 4th column should not be there, 2nd column should not be there in the resultant table. Okay, there should be some solution, right? The solution is nothing but views, guys. Okay, using views we can overcome this problem. I'll explain later point of time. I will explain how to use views. Okay, for now understand the requirement why we have to use views in the SQL statements. So just for the small changes in the table, we don't have to create multiple tables. Okay, for a different categories or types of the tables, we don't have to create multiple tables just because of the smaller changes in the number of columns and all those stuff. Okay, there is a solution for that. That is nothing but views. Another place where we need views are, let's say there is a 2 tables. Okay, there are 2 tables. In one of the table, there are 3 columns like this. The first column has a name as ID. here name. Let's say this is an employee table. Okay, let's call this EMP1 table. EMP1 table. This is a EMP1 table. Here columns are ID, name, experience. Okay, ID, name, experience. And there's another table. Okay, which has like this kind of columns. Again, here also we have ID. Okay, and here we have country and city. Okay, country, city. This is also employee table, but a different employee table, EMP2 table. Okay. So in the first employee table, we have ID, name, experience columns, and in second employee type of table, we have ID, country, city. But what happened is, tomorrow you got a requirement where you need a table. Okay, you need to create a table in such a way that it has this type of columns. Okay, it should have these columns. That is, it should have ID, it should have name, then it should have experience, it should have country, it should have city. Okay, it should have country and it should have city. Country and city. Like this, I want another table. Okay, the requirement came where we need to create a table something like this. But in the database, already there are two tables. Two different tables are there. One table already has ID, name, experience that this required table has, and another table has ID, country, city. ID, country, city. Now, how to get this table? I have to create another table, right? I may have to create another table like EMP3 in real time. Okay, but why do we have to create more number of tables? Already we have all the required columns and data in the existing tables in the database. Again, just because of this kind of requirement where we need all this different number of columns that are there in both the tables, why we have to create another table? To overcome this problem, we have to use views again. Okay, we have to use views. So using views, what we can do is we can get the records from both these tables. Okay, and we don't have to create. Okay, the solution. So for every small change in the existing table or tables, we need to create a new table. This thing, to overcome this kind of problem, we need to go for views. Using views, we don't have to create new tables unnecessarily. Okay. So what is the purpose of views? Now tell me. To conclude, okay, using views, we can overcome the need for creating more tables. Okay, creating more tables. Okay, instead of, using views, we can overcome the need for creating more tables, even though the required columns and data are available in the existing tables. Even though the required things are there in the existing table, but still, just to get that 5 columns or less number of columns or more number of columns from different tables or from the same table, okay, we need to create multiple tables, right? In order to overcome this, we have to use views. We have to use views. What views will do? Okay, what views will do is like they will create a replica. Okay, kind of replica kind of thing. Like for example, you are the person here. Let's say you are the person. This is you, and there is a mirror before you. Okay, so when you stand before the mirror, what will happen? The same copy of you will be displayed in the mirror, right? So views are something like this, guys. Okay, this is a table, and using views we can create a mirror image. Okay, in whatever want the way we want to see. There are some different type of mirrors, right? Like okay, which have the extra capabilities like that. Okay, so these mirror views are like you can display different columns from different tables into a single table kind of thing. Okay, that is also possible. Okay, or if you have a single table and in that instead of these 3 columns you want only ID and name, that also can be displayed with the help of views. Okay, it's a magic kind of mirror, guys, not a straightforward mirror. It's a magic kind of mirror where even though you are thin you can look fat, or even though you are fat you can look thin. Okay, something like this. So even though this particular table has 3 columns, in the mirror you can display 2 columns. Okay, or as it is also possible, as it is whatever you are, as it is if you want to get displayed also is possible. Okay, so again, if I have to explain about views, okay, we have to explain about views in a different way. Views are nothing but the virtual tables. Views are nothing but virtual tables, guys. Okay, they are not real tables, but they are created out of the real tables. Okay, here we have real tables. Instead of the need for creating a new table, just because this tables doesn't have the all the required things. Okay, like that. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to create some virtual tables using the existing tables so that our requirement is satisfied. We don't have to create multiple tables or more table necessarily. Instead of that, if we use views, right? Okay, we can create a virtual tables. Okay, this is a real table. Let's say this is a real table. This is a real table, and you can create a virtual table based on your requirement in the application. So that is nothing but views. Now, one more advantage you get from the views is like, let's say on a web page, you went to an application, web application. In that, there is some data displaying. Okay, there is some table data displaying. Like data is something like ID of the employees, employee name, okay, employee salary, employee experience. All those details are getting displayed. Okay, there is a page. So this person who is actually viewing this particular table on the UI of the web page doesn't know that at the back end there are two tables. Okay, he doesn't know that, this person doesn't know that all these columns are not from a single table. He doesn't know that. Okay, there is a line of separation. Okay, this person don't know the internal working of the DB. In the DB, in the database there are two tables. Okay, table 1, table 2. From these two tables we can display on the web page, we can display in a single table all the required details for this particular person. This person will think that there is only one table inside, but internally there may be two tables, three tables, four tables, we don't know. But in the output, that is on the UI of the application web page, it's being displayed as a single table. This is only possible with the help of views, guys. Okay, views. We don't have to create tables for this kind of requirements. Whenever today you may need 4 columns, tomorrow you need 5 columns, day after tomorrow you may need 7 columns or 8 columns or 9 columns. Okay, but every time for a small change you don't have to create multiple tables for 6 column table, 7 column table, 8 column. It is not required. Rather, what you can do is you can simply create views. That is, you can create the virtual tables using the existing table records. Okay, then display it in whatever way this particular person wants. That this is the main reason, guys, why we have to use views. Okay, if you understand this concept, okay, if you understand this concept, practical understanding will be very easy. So next thing is, let's go to the practical mode, guys. Okay, whatever I explained so far, like creating views from a single table or creating the views from multiple tables, whatever it is, I'm going to explain in a practical way now. So how to practically demonstrate is, I'm going to use this database QFox. Okay, current selected database is world, but if I have to create some new tables or modify new tables or work with the tables under this particular QFox database, then I have to use this select this particular database. And for your more information, there are 4 DBs here, right? So these things, these 3 DBs, Satila, Sys, and World databases came by default in the MySQL. But coming to QFox, this is created by me in one of the previous videos. So I'm going to use a database created by me. So how to use that? I have to first select the database using this use QFox statement. Okay. So when I run this QFox database will be selected. Once this QFox database is selected, okay, what I'm going to do is, there are few tables which were created as part of the previous videos or whatever it is. So select everything and just delete them. Okay, drop them. I don't want any tables to be there in this database. Okay, they got cleared it. Okay, now there are no database, there are no tables under this QFox database. So I'm going to create new databases. So first database I'm going to create is create table. Okay, parallel I will show you what's happening in a diagrammatic format so that you can understand the things in a better way. Okay, so close it. It's not required. Fine. So whatever I'm going to practically demonstrate it, I'm going to diagrammatically represent at the same time. First, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a table, guys. Okay, the table is EMP1 table. EMP1 table. So it will be like this. It is going to have 3 columns, guys. EMP1 table is going to have 3 columns. The first column is ID column, ID of the employee. Then second column is going to have the name. Third column is going to have the experience. Okay, third column is going to have the experience. Fine. In this, some 4 records I'm going to insert. Okay, in this I'm going to insert some 4 records. So I need another extra record here. 4 records I said, right? This is extra record. This table has 4 records. 1, 2, 3, 4. So in the first record I'm going to give 1 Arun, experience as 12. Then second one is 2. Then Varun, experience as 7. Then 3 Tarun, experience as 9. The fourth one, Dinesh, the experience as 11. Okay, like this 4 records are there in this EMP1 table that I'm going to create practically. I have to create the data, right? In order to explain views, I have to set up this kind of tables. Then only I can explain. So let me create this table, and based on that I can explain views later point of time. So create table. What is the table, guys? EMP1 table. Okay, EMP1 table. The records are the columns are ID as int, name as varchar, and the experience as int. Okay, like this I created a table. So I have to run this first. Okay, then only the table will be created. So once the table got created, refresh here. You can see the table here. EMP1 table got created, and whatever the columns I mentioned, those will be there under the columns. You can see here. ID, name, experience are the columns in this EMP1 table. Now after that, I'm going to insert some records into this table. By default, when you create a table, you will not see any columns. I mean, you will not see any records. If you say select star from EMP1, empty table will be displayed with only the column names. Okay, without any records. You see, ID, name, experience columns are there without any records. Now I have to insert some records into this table. How to do that? Insert into EMP1 values as 1 comma same records I'm going to insert, guys. 1 Arun, 2 Arun, 2 Arun 7, 3 Tarun 9, and 4 Dinesh 11. Okay, 1 Arun 12. Insert into EMP1 values as 2 Varun, experience as 7. Insert into EMP1 values 3 comma Tarun, experience as 9. Insert into EMP1 values 4 comma Dinesh, experience as 11. Like this I will insert 4 records into the table. So after inserting these records, let me say select star from EMP1. You see all these 4 records got inserted into the table. Now we have a table, EMP1 table. So on the top of this table, okay, I'm going to apply views. How to create views? I don't want, there is a requirement this. Let's say this is a real table. This is a real table, okay? But tomorrow a requirement came where I need to create a table. I need to create a table which has only ID and name. Only a table need to be there which should have ID and name, guys. Okay, only ID and name should be there. That is a requirement. For that, I don't have to create another table. Rather, I can create a view for the same existing table and use it as another table and display it to the people. Okay, that is better, right? Rather than creating multiple tables just for the small sake of the requirement changes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a view which will only contain this. Based on this EMP1 table, I'm going to create a view which is nothing. View means what, guys? Virtual table. Okay, instead of creating a real table, I'm going to create a virtual table based on the existing tables, based on the changed requirements. That table is going to have only ID and name. Okay, how to do that? Create view. I have to give the view name, guys. What is the view name? EMP1 view. Okay, EMP1 view. So create view EMP1 view as, I have to use as select star from EMP1. What will happen if I do so? All the columns from the EMP1 table will come into the EMP view. Okay, I don't want all the columns. My requirement is to only have the ID and name, not experience. So instead of asterisk symbol here, I will say ID comma name. Now, what I'm going to do is this is enough, guys. Create view, the view name, the view virtual table or view that you are going to create. Its name is going to be EMP1 view. Okay, which is being created on the basis of EMP1. Okay, I have to say create view name as select whatever the columns that are needed for that particular temporary table, or I mean not temporary, virtual table or okay, view ID comma name from original table, that is the real table EMP1. You have to say. Now if I run this, a view will be created. Okay, a view will be created. So create view got successfully executed here. Now how to find? So how to find the records that are there in this particular EMP1 view? Similar guys, same thing, same statement you have to use. Here select star from real table name. Here you will say select star from view name. So if you say select star from view name is EMP1, newly created view name is EMP1 view. Okay, EMP1 view. If I run this, you'll get all the records that are actually there in the EMP1, but only from this ID and name column, because here I clearly specified create view EMP1 view as select ID comma name from EMP1. Only ID and name will be coming from this EMP1 table into this EMP1 view with all the records though. Okay, if I run this, you see all the records 1, 2, 3, 4 records came, but columns are only 2 columns, not 3 columns. In the real table we have 3 columns. The experience is also there, but we got a requirement where we need a table where only ID and name should be there. For that reason, I don't want to create another table. Rather, what I will do is using the existing table, I created a view with a different name. Okay, in that I specified it should only have the ID and name. Every data we got, but columns are only ID and name as per the requirement. Like this, guys, this is the purpose of views. Okay, now tomorrow something happened that there is a requirement. Let's say there is a requirement came where on the web page, okay, on the UI application web page, they wanted to have a particular table to be displayed. That table should have the employee details. Okay, the same employee details, whatever that is there in the EMP1 table, right? The same employee details are required to be displayed on this table, but all the employee details should be, okay, all the employee details should be greater than 10, let's say. Okay, only greater than 10. Whose experience, okay, all the employee details whose experience is greater than 10 should be displayed on this particular table of this web page. Again, do I have to create another table? Right, I don't have to create another table. Even you can simply say select star from, that is also enough. But if there is a requirement where we have to show it as a table, okay, what we can do is we can create a virtual table for that. Okay, for this also we can create, there is a possibility of creating a virtual table. Okay, so what I will do here is create view. Okay, create view EMP1 view B. So just to differentiate with this EMP1 view, I'm just giving employee EMP1 something B letter I'm adding, so that this name will be different from the earlier view. Okay, as select ID comma name comma experience. Okay, from table name is original real table name is EMP1, where I will add. Okay, here also I can create a view like this also. Okay, so where experience is greater than 10. So whatever the table that is going to be virtual table that is going to be created based on the existing table, that table is only going to have the records with whose records of the employees whose experience is greater than 10. Okay, instead of creating a new table of the employees whose experience is greater than 10, what I'm doing, I'm creating a new view, okay, which can create a table, virtual table. So with the details of the employees whose experience is greater than 10. This is a better way. Instead of creating the table, we have to do like this, guys. Okay, that's the only thing. Nothing more than that. Run this. So there is some problem here. Unknown column experience. Maybe I have given some spelling mistake. Maybe here or here. Experience. Okay. Select ID comma name from EMP1 where experience. Yeah. Here is the mistake. Okay. I have to give EXPERIENCE. That's fine. Now let me run again. Now the view got created. New view with the name EMP1 view B got created. So how to find the details in that particular table? You have to say select star from, okay, select star from EMP view, EMP1 view B. Okay, so if I run this, we'll see a table which is according to our requirements. That is ID name experience columns are there, but only 2 records are there having the experience greater than 10. Okay, greater than 10. So in real time, we may get different type of requirements where we need to create, keep on creating multiple tables. Okay, from the existing tables. Instead of creating more number of tables, simply we can create the views. Okay, just to avoid creation of the new tables unnecessarily, we can create views which are nothing but virtual tables of the existing real tables. So the requirements may be anything else. These are 2 examples, 2 cases I explained, right? One case where you don't need all the 4 columns, only 3 columns are required. In another case, there was a requirement where the experience of the employees greater than 10 only should be displayed in that particular table. Okay, like that. Based on the requirements, we don't have to create tables, guys. We can simply create the virtual tables using the views, which will solve the problem. Fine. Now, here, whatever I explained so far are based on the single tables, right? These are all based on a single table. But let's say there is another requirement where, okay, there are 2 tables. Okay, here only 1 table is there, but there may be some other cases where in the database, this particular table is in the database, guys. Okay, so DB. Okay, DB. In the DB, there are 2 tables. Another table is there here. This table name is EMP2 table. EMP2 table. This is also a real table. One more real table is there, that is EMP2. Okay. Here real table is EMP1. Here also another real table, that is EMP2 is there. Here also we have ID of the employee, and here we have country. Country is there. Now the requirement is, so but this only has let's say only 3 records are there. Here 4 records are there in the EMP1 table, but here in the EMP2 there are only 3 records. Now here ID is 1, 2 is there, 3 is there. Okay. So here country I am saying India, USA, and UK. Okay. 4th record is not there here. Only in the EMP1, 4 records are there. EMP2, only 3 records are there. In this kind of situation, there came a requirement where, okay, there came a requirement where a table should be displayed on the web page to the real users on the your application of the web page, where these details should be displayed. That is ID, name, and country. These three columns should be displayed. That is ID, name, and country. So here name is from one column. ID and name are from this EMP1 table. And even ID is common between EMP1 and EMP2. ID is common with the EMP1 and EMP2. But coming to name belongs to the EMP1 only. This EMP2 table doesn't have the name. But country is belonging to the EMP2, which is not there in the EMP1. But the resultant table that is needed to be shown on the web application for the real user is only this 3 columns table: ID, name, country. But here I cannot take this table directly, or I cannot take this table directly. What I have to do? I may have to create another table. But creating tables unnecessarily, even though you have this kind of tables available in the database, is not good. So what we have to do? We have to create virtual tables using views. Okay, we have to apply views, where with the help of views we are going to, okay, display a virtual table based on the internally there are 2 tables, but here we are going to show that as a single table to the user on the application. So with the help of views, that's possible. Instead of creating a new table, we'll do like that. So here, but the problem is, if I have to display ID, name, country is only there for 3 records. So only 3 records should be possible. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to compare if the ID of this employee 1 is equal to the ID of the employee 2, then only display the records. Such kind of condition if I keep, right, only 3 records will get. Otherwise, we'll get a mismatch of the 2 tables. Okay. We should have a condition where, okay, we should have a condition where if the ID of the employee 1 is equal to the ID of the employee 2, then only display the records from both these tables. Otherwise, don't display. Like that kind of condition if I keep, then things will be good, guys. Okay. So let me practically show you how to do that. Before creating a view, we have to create this EMP2 table, guys. We already have EMP1 table in our database, but now we have to create the EMP2 table in our database. How to create that EMP2 table? You have to say create table EMP2. Okay. Here I will say ID int and country as varchar. Okay, varchar of 15 or something. Done. Let me create this table. A new table will be created with EMP2 name. By default, it will be an empty table, guys. If you say select star from EMP2, what will happen? Empty table will be displayed with only the column names. Okay, empty table with the column names will be displayed. You see, column names are ID, country, and under that no records are there. Now let's insert some records. Let's insert only these first 3 records, guys. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, not 4. We'll leave it. So insert into EMP2 values as 1, country. I'm giving India. Okay. So then insert into EMP2 table values as 2, USA. Then insert into EMP 2 values as 3 comma, okay, 3 comma UK. Like this 3 countries I gave. Now insert this all these records at once. Okay, all the records will be inserted. Now select star from EMP2. This time you will get 3 records inserted into this ID country columns of this particular EMP2 table. Now we have 2 tables, guys. This is how we have the tables. EMP1 table has ID, name, experience with these 4 records and all these things. And EMP2 has the 2 columns, ID and country with all these records. Now I need something like ID, name, country. The requirement is to create to display something on the web page. So with the help of views, instead of creating the table, with the help of views, we are going to create a virtual table out of these 2 tables, okay, and create the resultant table. So how to do that? I have to say create view, EMP view, okay. I'm simply giving EMP view as here. We already know how to use 2 tables, okay. How to use 2 tables in the select statements, we already know. I have already explained this particular topic in the previous videos. In one of the previous videos, I explained if you have 2 tables and if you want to retrieve the records from the 2 tables, okay, in the single result, we can use select statements, right? Select what is required, ID is required, name is required, country is required, okay, ID, name, country. Here there is an ambiguity, guys. The ambiguity is ID is common for both these tables. EMP1 ID is there, EMP2 ID is there. So if I run this kind of statement, I will get a error saying ambiguity error. So to overcome that, I have to give the table name here. I will give that soon. Okay, from EMP1 comma EMP2 tables. Okay, so here I am specifying EMP1 comma EMP2 tables. 2 tables I am going to retrieve the records of ID, name, country. Name belongs to EMP1, country belongs to EMP2, but ID belongs to both EMP1 and EMP2. So instead of what I'm giving, I'm giving emp1.id. Okay, one of the table I'm mentioning. You can even give emp2 also, not a problem. Okay, anything is fine. emp1.id. So from one table, this ID, because this ID is there in both tables, better to give one table as reference. And here I'm going to add a condition like where emp1.id is equal to emp2.id. So if the ID is matched, then only you have to retrieve the records. Otherwise, don't retrieve. Here 1, 2, 3, 4 are there. Here 1, 2, 3 is there. Okay. Here 1, 2, 3, 4 are there. Here 1, 2, 3 is there. 1, 2, 3 should match with 1, 2, 3. But 4 will not match. So this record will not be considered for this particular table. Only 1, 2, 3 records with Arun, India, 2 Varun, USA, 3 Tarun, UK will be displayed. Okay. But 4 Dinesh, nothing is there here. So it will be ignored. So this particular table will display only 3 records from 2 tables. So this is how, guys, we have to take care of the things. So here, if I don't give EMP1 here, we will get an ambiguity error because ID is there in both the tables. So you have to mention one of the table name before the column so that it will be cleared. So run this now. So the view got created with the name EMP view. So we have to find out what is there in that EMP view. Select star from EMP view. If I run this, you'll get the required result, okay, of the table, which has 3 columns, ID, name, country. Okay, ID is 1 to 3. Name is from first column, first table, that is employee 1. Country is from the second table, that is employee 2. Okay, EMP2. So 1 to 3, Arun, Varun, Tarun, India, USA. Okay, whatever the result we want, this table now I am going to show on the web page of the application. Instead of, this is not a new table, right? This is not the real table. It is a virtual table. Okay, created by the views. Okay, with the help of views, we got the virtual table rather than every time creating the new tables in the databases. Fine. So this is how, guys, we can use simple views and complex views. Simple views is something where only one table will be there. You may need only 2 columns out of that single table. Okay, whereas complex views are where you have multiple tables and you have to create another table out of that, another virtual table out of that existing tables. Okay, so those are complex views. So here this is an example for the complex views because we have used 2 real tables, okay, for getting the view of whatever we need. Fine. Now one more thing I need to explain before I close this stuff, guys. Let me clear up to here. We only need one table for that particular understanding of that. What I mean to say here is, if I create a view based on this particular table, let's say I create a view like create view emp1 v, something like that. Okay, emp1 v. This is a view, guys. Okay, or we can say view emp1, view emp1. So this view I am creating with a purpose as select star from emp1. Okay. So what will happen? So what will happen if I say create view emp1 as, so based on this emp1 table, this new view will be created, right? Virtual table will be created. Let's create. Here I mentioned asterisk is asterisk, guys. If I say asterisk means all the columns that are there in the real table will be also there in the virtual table also. That is also possible. Okay. If I say select star from emp1 view, is a view, right? It's not emp1, it's a view emp1. Okay. So run this. The replica of that original real table as form of the virtual table will be displayed here with all the data and columns. That's fine. Now, what if I do some operations on this view? Or what if tomorrow after creating the view, this here guys, we have created the view. Okay. Now the example here is after creating the view, if I insert any records into the real table, okay, on which we have created the view, what will happen? You're understanding, right? This is a real table. And based on this real table, let's say we have created a view. Okay. Tomorrow, after creating the view, I inserted one more record into this view. I mean, I inserted one more record into the EMP1 table. Okay. Here in the original real EMP1 table, there are 4 records. But after creating the view here, I inserted one more record, 5th record. Okay. Then what will happen to the view? View will be reflecting the original real table, or what will happen? Okay. So here, so before I insert any record into this EMP1 table, if I say select star from view EMP1, I'm getting 4 records, right? So now if I add another insert one more record into the original real table, okay, like this 5 comma some Kiran, okay, Kiran, and I will say 8. Like this, I'm trying to insert one more record, 5th record into the EMP1 table. So if I say select star from EMP1, 5 records will be coming here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are coming. But if I say select star from EMP1, will there be 4 records or 5 records? That is the thing. Okay. If I change anything in the table, will the view will be changed or not? Is the question. The answer is yes. Whatever the changes you do to the table, the same will be reflected in the views also. If I say select star from EMP1, even I'm getting the 5 records. Okay. Even I'm getting the 5 records. Let's see what will happen in the reverse way. So if I am inserting something or updating something to this table, the same thing is getting changed in the view. What if I change something in the view? Will the table will get infected or not? Okay, reflected or not? That is another question. Reverse way. Okay. This way, reflection is happening, right? If you do some changes to the original real table, the changes are reflected in the views also. Whatever changes you do to the table are there also applied to the views also. Okay. But if I apply the changes to the views, will those changes will be reflected in the real table or not? Is the question now. Backwards. Okay. The answer is yes, guys. Even though you do changes to the views also, the same kind of changes will be applied to the tables. For example, if I say delete, okay, from emp1, okay, emp1, where id is equal to, okay, id is equal to 3. From all these records, from the view, I am trying to delete a record which is having the, okay, this is a view, right? Run this. This is a view. Whatever the here we got is a view. Okay, in this view, that is virtual table. ID is equal to 3 column. I am ID is equal to 3 record. I am removing only 1, 2, 4, 5 should be there after this statement. Run this. It got executed. Now if I say select star from VEMP1, okay, only 1, 2, 4, 5 is there in the virtual table or in the view. What if will this change reflect in the table or not is the question. Yes, guys, the same change will be reflected in the table also. Now if I say select star from EMP1, you will get the same result. Okay. If you delete a table here, the table will be deleted in the real table also. If you insert some record in the real table, the record will be inserted in the view also. So they both are connected, guys. Okay. They both are connected. So changes done to the view or table are same, guys. Okay. They will be reflected everywhere. Just keep that in mind. So guys, these are all the things that you need to understand as part of the views and how to use the views and different type of views in SQL statements. Everything has been explained in this video session. Hope you understood this session, guys. So that's it, guys. Thank you. See you in the next video session. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 82 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use indexes. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use indexes. So what are indexes and what is their purpose? What are indexes and what is their purpose? Indexes are something that we can create for the tables. That means we can create indexes for the table. Okay, for the tables. We can create indexes for the tables. Why we have to create the indexes? There is a reason. Okay, there is a reason why we have to create the indexes for the tables. By creating these indexes for the tables, okay, it will improve the performance. Okay, performance, that is the speed at which, that is, we can retrieve the records at a faster speed from the tables. The tables having indexes. Okay, the tables having indexes. From those tables, we can retrieve the records in a faster way. Okay, faster way than the tables which doesn't have indexes. If you create indexes for the tables, then we can retrieve the records from that particular table in a faster way. So indexes are something like, let's say there is a book, guys. Okay, there is some book is there. This book has, let's say, some 1000 pages. Now, if I ask you to find some word inside this book, okay, or some topic inside this book. Let's say this book is about SQL, and if I want you to find out about the update statement, okay, I would like to find a topic known as update in this particular 1000 pages of SQL book. Let's say this is a SQL book, and I would like you to find this update statement related topic in this particular 1000 pages. What you will do, you'll start from the first page, right? After completing the first page, if you don't find this update statement, then you will go to the second page, then third page, fourth page, and you keep on going until you find this update related topic in some of the pages in this particular SQL book. But what if in the, what if I provide some table of contents? Okay, some table of contents. Generally, table of contents will be there in every book in the beginning of the book, right? Table of contents. So this table of contents will contain the list of topics that are explained in this particular book, in this 1000 pages. Now, instead of searching this 1000 pages, if you go through this table of contents, okay, so is it easy to find the update statements? So somewhere in the table of contents, update will be mentioned with some page number, like something like let's say 567. Okay, this 567 page, you have this update related topic. Then what you will do, when you find this particular topic and its corresponding page number from the table of contents, you'll directly go to that page. So what is the fastest way, guys? Is it to go without the table of contents, or going page by page? If table of contents is there, then accessing this particular topic will become very easy, right? Similar case, similar thing with the index tables and indexes also. Let's say there is a table. Okay, let's say there is a table like this. This table has some columns. This table has some columns. Let's say the table columns are like ID, name, okay, ID, just writing outside, space is less, ID, name, experience, and country. Fine. ID, name, experience, and country. Now you got a requirement. You got a requirement where, I'll move this inside. Okay, so I'll move this inside so that we have 4 columns in the table like ID, name, experience, country. And let's say this particular table has thousands of records. Okay, not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Thousands of records are there. Okay, like this, 1,000 records are there. This is the first record, and let's say this is 1,000 records are there. Now what happens here is, let's say there is some UI. Okay, application UI page is there, web page. For example, here we have Google search, right? If you go to google.com and you will search for something, okay, if I search for QFox, immediately Google will give the QFox website, our website, okay, QFox website, like this. So how the Google is able to search? Here this is search box. Here whatever the text you are giving for searching, right, internally Google will convert into some query, SQL query kind of statement. Okay, so how the internal implementation of Google, we don't know. But here, coming to the same example, let's say there is a web page like Google, okay, and let's say there is a text box field like this. Okay, beside this text box field, let's say there is a search button or icon, whatever it is. Now this text box field is intended for entering the country. Okay, you can enter any country into this text box field and click on search, so that what happens is this particular web page will display all the employee. These are all employee details, guys. Okay, employee details. 4 columns are there: ID, name, experience, country. If you provide some country here like India or something, okay, all the employees who are from the India from this employee table will be displayed here like this, right? So let's say here, if I specify the country as USA, sorry. So let's say here, in place of the country, I am providing USA in this text box field, and then I clicked on the search box. What will happen internally? A query will be created. Select, okay, star from this employee table. In the back end, this is a front UI, guys. Okay, this is UI part. Okay, this is UI part. In the back end, database will be there. DB will be there, having all this employee table and all those stuff. Okay, so whenever a user goes to this UI, okay, goes to this kind of UI and enters some country like US and clicks on search, what happens is this UI, okay, will create a, once you click on search, this UI will create a kind of SQL query statement like this. Select star from employee table, okay, where country is equal to, here what country you gave? USA. So USA will be created. Okay, this will be created by this UI. If you give USA here, this query will have the USA entered. If you give India here, select star from employee where country is equal to India will be created. Okay, and this query will be executed in the DB. Okay, on the DB. When it got executed on the DB, okay, of this particular application, what will happen? All the employee records which are from the country USA will be filtered from this particular table and displayed here. Okay, this query will run on this particular DB and retrieve all the records of the employees who are from the country USA, and whatever the records we got in the result for this particular query, they will get displayed on the UI of the page like this. But here there are thousands of records. Lot of records are there in this particular employee table, which is at the back end of this particular UI, right? So anyhow, we know that this particular page where we have to enter only country here, right? We have to enter the country and click on search. Then what we can do here is to make this, okay, it will take some time to filter the USA records from this employee table and display here, right? Some time will be taken by this application. Some time will be taken by this application to create this query and filter the records, okay, who are of the employees who are from USA, and once they get the records, they will be displayed here. Some time will be taken for displaying this particular employee details who are from the USA from this particular table by this UI of the application. But if you want to reduce this particular time, okay, the time for retrieving the records to this particular UI of the application, okay, if you want to reduce the time, some time will be taken here. But if you want to reduce the time, we can create indexes. Okay, we can create index for this employee table. So yes, I will be creating some index for this employee table. That's all good because I am trying to retrieve some records from very good number of records. But here I am entering USA. USA is a country. Country is one of the column in the employee table. So here index will be created for not the complete table, guys. Okay. Here index will not be created for not for the complete table. We have to create index for this employee table for only country column. Okay. Because we are searching for with the country name. Okay, and you need to, if you create an index with the country column, okay, the table of contents like different countries, okay, table of contents kind of thing like this with different countries, India, USA, UK, Spain, like that, all the countries will be table of contents will be created in this particular index internally. Okay, we will not see this happening. If you create a if you create an index for the employee table for this particular country column, this kind of table of contents based on the country column will be created. Now, whenever you search for this USA, then what happens in internally is, so with the help of this index, okay, with the help of this index, we'll be able to retrieve all the records of the employees who are from the country USA or specified country in a faster manner, similar to the table of contents, okay, of this book. So without table of contents, you have to go through first record. If the USA is not there in the first record, then second record. If the USA is there in second record, okay, retrieve this. Again third record. If USA is not there here, again fourth record. Like that, we have to completely filtering 1 to 1000. Okay, we have to keep on going from first record to 1000 records. But if you create some kind of index like this, okay, where exactly this USA country records are there, okay, internally it will create this kind of index. So if you create an index for this employee table for this country column, whenever you search for this USA, the retrieval process will become very faster. Okay, here time will be reduced. Retrieval, okay, the time taken for retrieving the records of the employee table who are from the country USA will take less time. After using index, it will take less time. Because of the index, the retrieval process become faster. But one more thing you need to understand here, guys. Okay, don't create index unnecessarily. Okay, if it is this kind of requirement where you have a page where you have to enter the country and search and get the details from the employee table, okay, then only create the index for this US country kind of column. Okay, you can create for the index for the employee table for this country column. But unnecessarily, if you create the index, what happens is your insertion and updation operations will become slow. Okay, will become slow. If your requirement is to only retrieve the records from the tables, then feel free to create index for such kind of columns in that particular table. But if you are mostly relying on insertion and updation to this particular table, then avoid indexes, guys. Indexes, by creating the indexes, this process like insertion and updation statements of SQL will make the process very slow. Okay, if your intention is to insert some records into the table or regularly or updating the table regularly, then indexes should not be applied on the table. Only if you want to retrieve the records from the table every time, then only we have to use the indexes. Okay, indexes will make the retrieval faster, but insertion and updation slower. This is what you need to understand, guys. So what next? Next is practical demonstration, guys. Okay, practical demonstration of how to create indexes for the table and all those stuff. So let me open my MySQL workbench. So in one of the previous videos, I installed and configured MySQL in my machine. And with MySQL, I got this MySQL Workbench client from where I can execute the queries. So I'm just trying to open that. It will take a bit of time to launch. Let it launch, guys. So hope you understood what is indexes and all, right? So we generally create index for the table just to make the retrieval process from the table faster by creating the index only for the columns of that particular table. Okay, you are going to create indexes for the not complete table. Okay, it's possible, but you better to create indexes for the required columns that you want to retrieve based on, okay, the condition. Fine. So let me explain. So things will be more clear for you soon, guys. Okay. So whatever the examples I gave here and all those things will become more practical and more relevant for you now. So what I'm trying to do here is here As you can see in the MySQL workbench, there are 4 DBs being displayed. This QFox DB is created by me in one of the previous videos, and this Satyalasys and World databases came by default with the MySQL. Okay, I have not created them; they came by default. But coming to QFox, I created. So I'm going to use the QFox table in this video session just to demonstrate this indexes concept. Fine. So how to use how to select the database QFox? I have to say use QFox. Run this. Now QFox database got selected. Now I can work on any of these tables under this QFox or create any tables under this QFox, and I can perform different operations under this QFox because I selected the QFox database now. Now there are few existing tables, guys. What I will do is I will just drop them. I don't want them. Drop 3 tables. Okay, I'm just clearing out the earlier stuff, whatever I created. So here tables are there. Okay, there are no extensions and all those stuff. That's fine. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create this table. Okay, this employee table I'm going to create. With the ID, name, experience, and country columns. I'm creating some data, guys. Before I'm creating some index for this particular table, I have to first create the table itself, right? So for that I'm going to create a table. Create table emp1 id int name varchar let's say 15. Then here some spelling mistake, the data type. So varchar and experience again int. After experience again, what is there? Country, right? Country column. Country varchar again 15. So I just created this create table statement with 4 columns in this emp1 table. First column name is ID, then we have name, then experience and country. So with these 4 columns, I'm trying to create a table. Now, as you can see, the table got created. If you refresh here, the table will fall here, emp1 table. If you expand this, there are 4 columns in this table. That is ID column, name column, experience column, and country column. And are there any index for this particular table? You see under indexes, there are nothing is there. Okay, you have a statement, guys, SQL statement to see whether there are any indexes created for the emp1 table. So show indexes from emp1. I have to say like this. Show indexes from emp1. If I run this, you see there are no indexes, 0 indexes. It's blank. Okay, indexes are not there. And are there any records in this particular emp1 table? It will not be there because this is just now created, right? We have just now created this emp1. If you want to confirm that, select star from emp1. If I run this, you see there are no records, and even indexes are not created for this particular emp1 table. In order to find out if there are any existing indexes for this emp1 table, you have to say show indexes from table name, that is emp1. Okay, now I'm going to insert some records into this particular table, guys. Okay, this table is kind of empty. As you can see, select star from emp1 is resulting in empty table having only this column names like ID, name, experience, and country, right? So now let me insert some records into this emp1 table. Select star, sorry, I am saying select insert. Okay, insert into emp1 values 1 Arun 12, experience is 12, and country is I'm saying India. Okay, India. Then we have insert into emp1 values 2 comma Tarun 7 experience and USA. Okay, USA. Third thing, insert into emp1 values 3 comma Varun 9 years of experience, and then he's from, let's say, UK. Like this I created. I am trying to insert 3 records into this emp1 table. Run this. So 3 records got inserted. Now say select star from emp1 and you will get the table ID, that is emp1 table with the columns ID, name, experience, country, and under those columns we have 3 records: first record, second record, third record, with all the details I have provided for insertion. Now good. Now guys, tomorrow there came a requirement where I need to retrieve, okay, I need to retrieve the employee details from this emp1 table who is from the country USA. Okay, I want to get the details of the employees from this emp1 table who are from USA. So how to do that? I will write a statement like this, right? Sorry. Select star from EMP1 table, get all the records from the EMP1 table of the employees, okay, who are from which country? Their country is equal to USA. I have to say like this. This is a statement I have to write, guys. When I run this, what will happen? Instead of retrieving all the records from the EMP1 table, okay, only the records of the employees who are from the country USA will be retrieved. So here, before I run this particular statement, as you can see, there are 3 records and only one person, that is second person is from, Tarun is from USA. So if I run this, the result will be Tarun, guys. Okay, run it. Fine. So like this. Now, what is the condition in the where class? Country. This is the condition we are using for retrieving the records from the EMP1 table, right? So if you are using the same condition every time, it's better to create an index for this particular EMP1 table, okay, for the column country, because it will increase the performance and improve the performance and increase the speed in which the records can be retrieved from this particular table. That's the reason we have to use this. Here I explained, right? There's front-end application where you have to enter the country and click on search. In the background, select star from employee where country is called US will be created, and this will retrieve the records from employee table. Let's say there are thousands of records, it will become very difficult. Like the time it will take a lot of time. Now, if you create some index based on this country column, this time will be reduced. Okay, it will become faster. Retrieval process will become faster. Same thing here, guys. Okay, so here country is called US. This is a search term. This is a search term we are using for getting the records from this EMP1 table. So if you create index for this particular search term column, then the retrieval process will become fast. In this example, there are only 3 records. In real-time applications, there will be thousands of records. Okay, lakhs of records. In that kind of cases, if you simply use like this without creating the index for this particular EMP1 table, what will happen? It will take a lot of time. Not to increase the performance of the application or to increase the speed which the application has to retrieve the records from this EMP1 table, we have to create the index for this particular table for that particular search column, that is country. Okay. Now this is working fine, but in order to increase the speed in real time, here I cannot show you the speed, guys. Okay, slow speed and fast speed. Okay, I cannot show you the recording performance, but just understand the concept why we have to use indexes. They will increase the performance or the speed at which the records will be retrieved from the table. Okay, but here I am going to give this example just to show you how to write the syntaxes for creating the indexes. Okay, finding out whether there are any existing indexes in the table, etc., etc. Okay, that you are learning here. But in real time, this situation, the developers have to create the indexes for this EMP1 table before, okay, using this query for retrieving the records from the employee table who are from the country US. Okay, for the country column of the employee, they will create the index. Now, let me create an index. Till now, I have not created an index, right? And if I say show indexes from EMP1, it will be empty. Indexes are empty. But if I create an index for this particular country column of this EMP1 table, what will happen? Let's see. Create index, okay, index name, country index, okay, country index, create index country index, okay, uh, on create index country index on I have to give the table name, guys. Okay, on I have to give the table name like this. Okay, on table name. So on what is the table name? Table name is EMP1. EMP1. The column is which column? For which column I have to create this index? Create index. This is the name of the index I am creating, guys. Okay, because I'm creating an index for the country column that of the EMP1 table. I'm just gave the name like country index. You can give any name here. Okay, CI also you can give. If you want to give CI, you can give that. Okay. To make it readable, I'm just giving country index. Okay. Create index with the name country index or any other name on EMP1 table. For which column? For country column. You have to give that a column name here. Okay. Here, this particular EMP1 table has country column. So I'm going to retrieve the records from this EMP1 table using this country is equal to USA in the condition where class condition. That's why I'm making the country as a index. Okay. So I'm choosing the country column for the creation of the index. Create index country index on EMP1 table for which column? Country column. So if I run this, an index will be created. You see the index got created. Now if I say show indexes from EMP1, okay, show indexes from EMP1. Earlier there were no indexes for this EMP1 table, but now for the table EMP1, an index got created. Okay, and for the column, which column? Country column, it got created. The name of the index is country index. Okay, index got created, guys. So what's the benefit of creating the indexes? Now tomorrow if I say select star from EMP1 where country is equal to USA, okay, we'll get the results, but bit faster than without indexing. Okay, without indexing of the table, we'll also get the results, but the retrieval time for retrieving the records from that particular table will be slower when compared to the tables which have the index created like this. Okay, here also when you refresh here for this EMP1 table, under the tables we have only one table, that is EMP1 table. Expand this, here we have columns, these are the 4 columns. Now earlier we don't have indexes here, now we got the country index created. Okay, you can see the under the tables itself, you can see the for the particular column under the indexes, we'll find the index names. Okay, whatever the indexes you create here, they will be displayed here, guys. Okay, or you can run this statement show indexes for from EMP1, that will display the indexes that are created for this particular table. Fine. Now, guys, now you understood what the purpose of the indexes and why we have to create indexes for the table columns. Okay, all those things you have understood clearly. Now, the next thing is, for few things, you don't have to create indexes. For example, I'll explain. For example, you have a particular table and it has some columns, and this particular column is specified with primary key. Then index will be automatically created for that particular column, guys. Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you with that example. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm just trying to create another table, guys. Okay, create table EMP2 table. Okay, EMP2 ID int. Here I'm giving this as primary key and name as varchar 15. Like this I'm giving. This table, while creating this table, for one of the column, this primary key is specified. So I'm not going to create any index for this ID column, but automatically, okay, if you have a table, if you are creating a table and if you are specifying this primary key for one of the column while creating the table, then index will be automatically created for this primary key column. Okay, I'll show you. So let me first create a table, run this. When I create a table, table got created, guys. Refresh here so that you can see the table created. EMP2 table is there. Now I have not created any index manually for this ID column, but or this primary key. That is nothing but ID column, right? Primary key is there for this ID column. So I have not created any index for this ID column of this primary key. So, but still, even though I didn't create any index for this particular column, that is primary key, then if I expand this, so there are 2 columns like ID and name, and under indexes, if you expand, there is some index coming, guys, primary. Okay, this is coming because for this particular column, guys. Okay, so for the columns which are specified with primary key, you don't have to create indexes. Index will be created automatically. Okay, primary index will be created automatically for this particular column, guys. Similarly, one more example, let me give. That is, not only primary key, guys, if I specify this particular column with unique, okay, integrity constraint, then also the same thing will happen. Okay, then also the same thing will happen. If I say create table EMP3 ID int unique, okay. So for this particular column, if unique is specified, you don't have to create index. Okay, automatically the index will be created for the column. Okay, ID column. So you can see that in action just now. Varchar. If I say 15. So in the EMP3 table, I'm trying to create 2 tables. One of the table is specified with unique. Okay, unique. So what happens is when I create this, automatically index will be created for the ID column. Okay, run this. Refresh here. EMP3 table got created. When I expand this, columns are ID and name, but index is ID index. Okay, index is created for ID, guys. So you can even say show indexes from table name is EMP3. Okay, if there are any indexes for this table name, it will be displayed. So EMP3 table has an index for which column? ID column. Okay, for which column? ID column. Key name is ID, automatically created. Okay, because this is specified as unique. That's the reason it's getting created, guys. Okay, so if you specify any column with unique, then automatically index will be created for that particular column. So guys, this is all about indexes and how to use them in SQL statements and their purpose for increasing or improving the performance of the application while retrieving the records from the respective table columns. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 84 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain about JDBC. As part of explaining this JDBC concept, I'll be showing you how to connect to a MySQL database from the Java programs. So in this video session, I'm going to explain about JDBC. As part of explaining this JDBC concept, I'm going to practically show you how to connecting to a MySQL database from the Java programs. Let's say there will be some Java programs here. Let's say this is Java code. So this is a piece of code. Let's say these are Java code lines. Assume that these are the lines of code of Java. From this Java code, using this Java code, we are going to connect to a MySQL DB. Okay, MySQL DB we are going to connect. Okay, so how to do that? How to write a Java program in such a way that you can connect to the MySQL DB. Okay, this connection should happen from the Java programs to this particular MySQL DB. And as part of this connection, you can perform different after connecting to this database from the Java programs. These are Java programs, guys. Let's say this is a Java program. And when you run this Java program, you are going to connect to this MySQL DB. Okay, when this Java program is executed or run, okay, you will get connected to the MySQL DB, and thereafter you can perform different operations on this DB, like executing some SQL statements and okay, reading the data from the tables and lot of things. Okay, whatever the things that you can perform on the DB table details, all those things you can perform here. I'm going to show you practically how you can achieve this kind of thing. Fine. But guys, there is a prerequisite for this session. Okay, there is a prerequisite for this session. In order to do this thing, what we need to have basic Java programming. Okay, without having the knowledge of the Java programming, this may look a bit difficult for you. Okay, this explanation that I'm going to do now may look difficult, because if you have some Java programming knowledge, you don't have to worry, guys. You will understand the complete session, and whatever I'm explaining, you will clearly understand. But if you don't have the basic Java programming knowledge, then it may become difficult for you to understand each and everything that I'm going to explain in this session. Rather, even though guys, just for your knowledge, okay, just for your knowledge, even though you don't have this basic Java programming, okay, try to focus, okay, as much as you can on the concept I am explaining by taking this Java programming as a means. Fine. So even though you don't understand whatever the Java code that I'm going to write in this programming, I mean this video session, so try to focus more on the like concept, guys. Okay, try to focus more on the concept rather than the programming. If you don't have the basic Java programming knowledge, but if you have basic Java programming knowledge, you will clearly understand this current video session. Fine. That's one thing, guys, you have to keep in mind. So now the next thing is all about JDBC. What is JDBC and all those stuff? Okay, so let me explain. So here, till the previous videos, okay, the current video is 84. Okay, I have explained about SQL for beginners from the first video to the 83 videos so far, right? This is the 84th video. In the previous videos I covered, okay, what I did, I connected to the database. Which database I mainly used? I connected to a MySQL DB. Okay, I connected to the MySQL databases, you can say. For example, this is a MySQL workbench, right? This is the client. So here there are 4 DBs. This is created by me in one of the previous videos. This came by default when I installed MySQL in my machine. This alias and world came by default when I installed MySQL in my machine. But coming to QFox, it was there from long. I mean, this was created by me in one of the previous videos. Whereas this came by other three came by default when I installed this MySQL in my machine. Fine. So here, what is QFox? QFox is one of the database of the MySQL. And what is Sakila? Sakila is also one of the database of the MySQL. Sys is also one of the database of MySQL, and World is also another database of the MySQL. So in order to connect to this QFX database or Circular database or Sys database or World database, what I'm using? I'm using this MySQL Workbench. It acts as a client, guys. Okay, a client. It acts as a client, and server is there. From the client, we can run the queries, and these queries will trigger the server. All these things I already explained as part of the previous videos, right? Now, so in order to connect to this one of the MySQL databases, so far I have used what? Till the previous videos I have used MySQL Workbench client, right? Let me show you how I connected. Okay, how I connected to this one of the MySQL DB using the MySQL Workbench client. Let me show you. If I close this and again launch this, guys, how to launch? If I search for Workbench, since MySQL is already installed in my machine as part of the previous videos I explained, you will get this option. Just click on that. It will take a while to launch. Once it got launched, what I have to do, I just select this option, right? Now it is asking me to connect to the MySQL server. When I give root here, okay, as a password, which I have set in the as part of the previous videos, when I click on OK, now when I connect to the MySQL server, automatically all the databases in the MySQL server, okay, this MySQL server are displayed here. There are 4 databases currently in the MySQL server. This was created by me in one of the previous videos. Other came by default with the MySQL server when I installed in my machine. Okay, so how I connected to these databases now? With the help of MySQL Workbench, I am able to connect to this the 4 databases which are there in the MySQL server. Fine, but guys, this is good. What if I want to connect to the MySQL? Okay, one of the MySQL DB. One of the MySQL means it can be any of this. It can be QFX DB, or it can be Circular DB, it can be Sys DB, or it can be World DB. If I want to connect any of these DBs, okay, which belong to the MySQL server, right? That's why I'm calling MySQL DB. If I have to connect to the any of the MySQL DBs from the Java programs, okay, from the Java programs, I would like to connect to this MySQL DB. What I have to do? Okay, earlier, in order to connect to a MySQL DB, what I have used? I have used MySQL Workbench. Okay, a UI kind of client from which we can connect to the MySQL database, and we can run the queries on the MySQL database. All these things I already explained as per the previous videos. But now what I want is I would like to connect to this MySQL DB without Workbench. I want to connect via the Java programs. From the Java programs, I would like to connect to the MySQL DB. Is this possible or not? This is possible or not? Yes, guys, it is possible. We can even connect to the MySQL, one of the MySQL DBs from the Java programs. And this concept is known as JDBC. Okay. The concept of connecting to the databases from the Java programs is known as JDBC. JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity. Okay. If you are connecting from the Java programming language, then we can call it as JDBC. Okay. So other programming languages also we can connect to the DBs. Okay. They have different names. Here, if you are connecting from Java programs, it is called JDBC. But other Java program, other programs like Python or some other things may have some other names. Okay. It may not be JDBC like that case. So JDBC is a concept where if you want to connect to the MySQL, one of the MySQL DB from the Java programs, we call it as JDBC. Full form of JDBC is Java Database Connectivity. Okay, Java full form of JDBC. JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity, guys. Connectivity. Okay, fine. This is called as this is the full form of JDBC. Now, in this video session, I am going to practically show you everything, guys. How to connect to a database from the Java programs I am going to show you. But as explained earlier, you need some basic Java programming to understand each and every concept of this session in a detailed way. But if you don't have any Java programming knowledge, at least try to understand the concept that I'm going to explain as part of this session. Okay, you need to learn Java, guys. Otherwise, you will not understand this session. Okay, Java is a prerequisite only for this particular video in my course. Fine. So now, guys, how to connect to MySQL database from Java programs. Here I am saying I will be able to connect to the MySQL database from the Java programs, which I am calling it as JDBC. But how to do it practically? Let me practically show you. So in order to get started with, we need few softwares installed in our machine. Okay, we need to install some software in our machine, then only we can do that. The first is we have to install Java. Okay, we need some prerequisites. We need to, because we have to write Java programs, right? Without writing Java programs, we cannot connect to MySQL. In order to write the Java programs, we need two software like Java software, Java SDK. Okay, other one is Eclipse IDE. These two softwares we need. Java SDK is, without this software, you cannot write the Java programs, guys. Okay, it has libraries and everything for Java programming related stuff. Okay, without Java SDK, we cannot write the Java programs. And we need some tool, right? For example, here, if I have to write a document, I will open the notepad. Okay, so hi, how are you? I'm writing something here. Assume that this particular thing is Java. Okay, assume that this particular text is Java code, programming code. Okay, and the place where you are writing is a notepad, right? So here notepad is the editor. Notepad is the editor, and this is a Java program. Fine. In order to write this Java program in my machine, I should have the Java SDK software installed. And in order to write this, in order to write somewhere, okay, we need some editor, right? This editor we need. Okay, this editor we need. So that editor for Java programs is Eclipse IDE. Okay, there are many editors, guys. Eclipse IDE, IntelliJ, like that. Many editors are there. So most of the people will be using Eclipse IDE. Okay, so it's very easy to start and get started, and a lot of community users. So I'm choosing the Eclipse IDE as editor for this Java programming. Okay, so here without Java SDK we cannot write the Java programs. Okay, and without Eclipse IDE we don't know where to write. Okay, without Eclipse IDE is the editor. Without editor, we don't know where to write. Even though we have Java, if you don't know where to write, that's the problem, right? This is the editor, and this is the software for getting the Java programs written. Fine. So guys, we need these two softwares. So let me practically demonstrate how to install Java, followed by how to install Eclipse IDE. Okay, for this particular video session. So first of all, let's install Java SDK. Go to any browser. Let's say Google Chrome browser, and search for Java SDK 8 download. Okay, I preferably use 8, guys. Okay, so it's a kind of a stable version, and it's a different story, guys. Okay, so I don't want to explain here. It has a long-term support. Simple speaking, Java 8 has a long-term support so far. Okay, so we are waiting for another version of long-term support version of Java. Anyhow, don't worry too much about that long-term support and all. Just simply search for Java SDK 8 download for now. Okay. So when you search for that, you'll get this first link like from oracle.com saying Java AC Development Kit 8. Click on this. And you click on this, it will take you to a different page like Java AC Development Kit 8 downloads. Scroll down. Here there are two sections, section 1 and section 2 like this. Just go with the section 1, guys. This is enough. Go with the section 1. This is enough. And under section 1, there are different operating systems being displayed here, Linux. But my machine is like Windows machine, guys. Okay, Windows 10 machine. So I will go to the Windows machine, and that too my machine is a 64-bit machine. So I will better choose Windows x64. Okay, I'll choose better Windows x64, 64-bit version of the Windows for Windows for Java software. Okay, this is a Java software, guys, which is for Windows 64-bit. Okay, purpose. So click on this. It's asking to agree something, and just I review and accept the Oracle Network License Agreement. Okay, so then now what I'm going to do is I'm clicking on download JDK. Okay, just click on this download JDK. So it will take you to the Oracle sign-in page. Okay, already I created an account with this oracle.com. Okay, Oracle login.oracle.com. I already created an account. If you don't have an account, guys, just create this account from here using the create account button. Then you can download. Since I already have the account created with this Oracle, so I'm going to directly provide my credentials. Okay, username and password I'm going to provide. Like this, I need to provide and click on the sign in. Then what happens is, so it will download. Okay, Java JDK, that is Java JDK will be downloaded for Windows 64-bit. But the problem is it will take some time, guys. So since I already downloaded in my machine, okay. So since this is already there, I don't want to download again. I'm just canceling it. Okay. So like this, you have to download, guys. Once you download, you will get this file in your downloads folder. Double click on that file. Now just click on this. I got a kind of user access control in my machine. If you are able to see, that's fine. Otherwise, just click on this if you get it. So it will launch the installer, guys. Java installer will start in a while. Let's wait for the installer to start. We should get an installation wizard from Java SDK 8. Okay, JDK 8. So it's loading. Yeah, we got it. Okay. So this kind of installation wizard will come when you double click on this downloaded file. Click on next. Preparing to install. Now, okay. So again, click on next. Just keep clicking on next, guys. So the progress, it will take a while, guys. These installations will take a while. I would like to explain everything in detail, so I'm just trying to cover the installation part also. Okay. So as it is taking too much time, I will pause my video, guys. Once the progress is reached to a particular point, I will again resume the video recording. Okay. Okay, I have resumed the video, guys, because as the status has reached till the end, I thought like resuming it again. So let's wait for it to complete the status now. Almost there. So it's removing files, copying new files. Let's wait for it to complete. So if you have Java already installed in your machine, you don't have to do this, guys. But if you don't have Java, then you have to go with this process. Okay. So almost there. I'm going to pause the videos and record. Resume the videos, guys. Just with an intention of saving your time. Okay. In real time, it may take more time. Okay. So some of the things may take more time. Just I'm trying to pause and resume the videos just to make sure that time is not wasted for you. Now we got a destination folder dialog where this is the place where the Java will be installed in your machine. C program files, Java, this particular place. Click on next. I don't want to change anything. Now it started installing the Java. So it's almost reached till the end. Let's wait for it to complete this installation part. Okay, now we got this complete Java like SC development kit. Okay, that is SDK kit. SDK 8 got successfully installed, and I just need to close it. Now Java is installed in my machine, guys. Okay, so first step is done. What is the first step? I have to install the Java software. Then only I can create the Java programs using that software. Next thing is that I need an editor. Okay, where I can write the Java programs. Okay, I need an editor where I can run the Java programs. That editor, I'm going to choose it as Eclipse IDE in this case. So from where to download this Eclipse IDE? Again, go to google.com and Google search for Eclipse IDE download. Okay, simply search for Eclipse IDE download. You'll get this link, that is eclipse.org downloads. Click on this and you will get to this downloads page. And here we have get Eclipse IDE, some version and download. This is the latest version, guys. Whatever that is being shown here is the latest version. So I am going to click on this download 64-bit. Okay, download 64-bit. Click on this. So again we are taken to another page where I have to again click on the download. I will again click on the download. So the download has started, right? The download Eclipse IDE download has started. Already downloaded, guys. You don't have to. Okay, so I already have this in my downloads folder. So this thing. You can either download or okay, I'm just canceling because I already have this downloaded already. So just double click on this downloaded thing of Eclipse for Windows 64. So it will also launch some kind of wizard kind of thing will come, guys, again. Okay, similar to Java, will get a kind of wizard. This kind of installer will come, installation wizard. Okay, it's going to launch the installation wizard. Let's wait for it. Fine. So guys, installations are very important. Okay, so we have to configure and install everything like Java and Eclipse IDE editor for this. So I am trying to show you in a detailed manner. I don't want to skip anything. Fine, it's launching almost there. Eclipse installer is launching. It's loading now. After launching, it is loading. So it has to display a few options here. Let's wait for the options to be displayed in the Eclipse IDE installer for us to select. So it's displaying anything. Let's see. Okay, we got it. As you can see here, there are different options there. And here Eclipse IDE for Java developers is there. Eclipse IDE for enterprise Java developers are there. So just make sure that you select the second option, guys. Eclipse IDE for enterprise Java developers, okay, for this need. So we need to have this option, okay. So don't select Java developers. There is some problem in this. If you do this, so you'll get the same thing, but will not be able to solve something in this video session. So better to take this Eclipse IDE for enterprise Java developers. Select this. Now it's asking you to whether to install or not. Okay, so I am selecting enterprise, guys. Keep in mind that you have to select the enterprise version of the Eclipse IDE, okay, for Java developers. So click on this install, guys. It will take a while again. So to install completely, let's wait for it to completely install. So it's a bit fast than I thought. Let's wait then. So almost there. It's almost there till 70%, 75%. So only 25% progress is left. Let's see whether it can install in less time or not. Okay, so the installation has been completed here and we need to simply click on launch. Okay, once the installation is done, you will get this launch option. Just click on the launch. Now Eclipse IDE will be launching. So our editor where we have to write our Java programs is launching, guys. Okay, this is the editor in which we are going to write the Java programs. Now both the prerequisites will be satisfied. That is installation of the Java, JDK, and then Eclipse IDE for Java Enterprise Developer. These two softwares we have installed already. Now we have to simply follow all these practical steps, okay, to understand how to connect to the one of the MySQL database from the Java programs. Okay, that's the concept. So for that, we need to follow the below steps. So I'll explain you, okay, in a step-by-step manner. I explain you. So like once the Eclipse IDE is launching, it's asking you whether this is a place where you want to store the Eclipse IDE projects. Whatever the projects that you are going to create, Java projects you are going to create in this Eclipse IDE, will this place will be good or not? Okay, in the C drive under users or under Arunium folder, uh, under Eclipse workspace, it's going to create the projects. Okay, whatever the Java projects I'm going to create, they will be stored in this particular location. Click on the launch. Eclipse IDE is launching. So let it launch. So meanwhile, what we can do is like we need one thing, guys. Okay, before I explain you. Okay, before I explain you how to create Java programs and from Java programs how to connect to the MySQL database. We need some test data, right? We need some data that should be there in the one of the DB of this MySQL. So let's say I'll switch to the MySQL workbench using which we can connect to the database that is MySQL server already. All the database in the MySQL server. Okay. So what I will do is I will create a table, guys. Okay, I need a table. Okay, in order to explain this Java program and connecting to the JDBC, I need something. Okay, so I have to do something here. I'll come that. Looks like the Eclipse IDE has been launched. Simply close this welcome and just keep it like that. Okay, so don't do anything, guys. Just keep it like this. Okay, we are going to do something in Eclipse IDE. So before that, in the MySQL workbench, we need to create a table. in one of the databases here. So I would like to select this QFox database, which is created as part of the one of the previous videos. Okay, I would like to create a table under this QFox. Okay, out of these 4 databases, I have to select this QFox database. Okay, from the MySQL workbench. Use QFox. I am saying. Run this. This database got selected. Now I can create tables. I can delete tables. I can do anything under the QFox database. Fine. After selecting the database, you can do anything here. So expand this. Already there is one table here. I'm going to drop it. I mean deleting or dropping it. So that table will be deleted or dropped completely. Fine. Now I want to create a new table. Okay. So this is for my testing purpose, guys. Okay. I need a database QFox. Under that, I need one table already there in the database. Now from this Java program that I'm going to write in this particular Eclipse IDE editor, I am going to connect to this particular database. Okay. Database table. Okay. I'm going to connect to this database and perform some operations on this existing table. That's my future thing. So in order to write the Java program and then connect to this particular QFox DB and perform some operations on one of the table under this QFox, I need a table, right? So let me create the table from the MySQL workbench. Okay, using the MySQL workbench client, I will connect to the MySQL server and create a table under this QFox database. Okay, so how to create table name. Okay, create table name ID. Column names I am giving ID as int. Only 2 columns, name as varchar. Varchar 15. Okay, this is the table emp1. In the 2 columns are there ID and name. Okay, 2 columns I am creating. Run this. So once you create that, if you say select star from emp1, okay, star from emp1 table name. Okay, so we'll get an empty table. Only columns will be there, no records will be there. Let me insert some records. Let's, for sample, let me insert 3 records, guys. Insert into emp1 values as 1 comma Arun. Second record as insert into emp1 values as 2 comma Varun. Insert into emp1 values as 3 comma Tarun. Like this, some 3 records I'm trying to insert into this emp1 table. Run this at a time so that all the 3 records will be inserted at a go. Now select star from emp1. We'll get the table with 3 records. Now we have the table, whatever the table we want, right? In this QFox database, we have already there. Okay, this database is already there, and under that, this emp1 table having this different records is already there. Now the next task for us is, okay, I have to create some Java program in this Eclipse IDE. Okay, in the in this Eclipse IDE editor, I have to write some Java programs, and from that Java programs, I need to connect to this particular QFox database. After connecting to this QFox database, I need to perform some operations on this emp1 table. Okay, that's the plan, future plan, guys. Okay, so keep that in mind. Not to write the Java programs here, we need to create a Java project. Okay, I will create a Java project. Not normal Java project, but I will go to this project option, guys, new project. And here, instead of selecting the normal Java project, I will select this Maven project, Maven Java project I'm going to create. Click on next. So you should also have some basic knowledge of Maven, guys, okay, to understand this. Okay, so without having an understanding of Java programs or Java basic knowledge or Maven basic knowledge, this session may not be completely understandable, but you can still try your level best in understanding, okay, the concept of JDBC. Fine. Fine. Next thing is here I need to click on next. Okay. So without, you should not select this option, guys. Okay. Create a simple project option. You should not select and directly click on next. And you got a kind of all catalogs. By default, you are not seeing anything. So what you can do is you just try to select some other options, guys. Okay. Like this. Keep on selecting and then again change it back to the all catalogs. Okay. All we should get a lot of options here. Okay. Maven Central is not coming. Default local is not coming. Internal is coming. But yeah, this will be good. Internal is good. Okay, just select this internal. This will be enough. And in this internal, here you just filter for Maven archetype quick start. Okay, this is what we want. Maven hyphen archetype quick start archetype in the Maven project. We need to select this option. You just select. Okay, then click on next. Okay, make sure that you select the same artifact. Maven archetype quick start only. Don't select other type, guys. Okay, you will get a different template of Java project. Okay, we need this kind of template. Click on next. Quick start template we need. Now here, just provide the project name, say demo, and some package name like pack. Okay, some demo and pack I'm just giving guys normal names. Click on finish. So here Maven project is giving Maven Java project is getting created, guys. We have to wait for it to complete the 100% here. Okay, we have to wait. We should not touch this, or we don't. If you want to get the complete structure, you need to wait for the 100% of this progress. Okay, then only you'll get the complete structure of this Maven Java project. So it's still 77%. We have to wait for the 100% to be completed. So let's wait. Once the Maven Java project is created, we are going to go to the next step. Okay, now looks like it's completed, guys. As you can see, the status has been disappeared from here. And this is a Maven Java project. Okay, Maven Java project, MJ. Okay, Maven Java project. Expand this and expand these two things. You see, we gave the project name as demo and package name as group package name as pack. Okay, so it's creating pack.demo packages. So we don't need these things, guys. Just delete this app.java or okay, right click, select delete option, and even you don't need this app test.java also. We need to delete that too. Okay, I'll show you how to delete that. So let's wait for it to complete deletion of this. So now let's delete this. Right click and delete. Now it's done. So what next is the next thing is, after deleting this stuff, you need to we need to download MySQL. Okay, the third thing here is Java SDK, Eclipse ID, and third thing is we need to create a Maven Java project. This is the third step. We have created the Maven Java project, right? After creating the Maven Java project, what we have to do? We have to download. Okay, we have to download MySQL Java connector. Okay, MySQL Java connector kind of thing we need to download. So in order to download, Maven will make your job easy, guys. Since we have this Maven Java project here, the simple way of downloading this MySQL Java connector is to open this pom.xml file. Okay, just keep it. Okay, just keep opening this. Okay, this pom.xml file should be open here, and here you can see dependencies starting here, dependencies ending here, and inside the dependencies tag we have the dependency / dependency. One of the dependencies here. Similar to that, we need to add one more dependency here. Okay, that dependency for this MySQL Java connector. How to get the dependency for that? Here dependency is there for the JUnit, but we need another dependency which need to be added under this dependency stacks. Okay, that dependency should belong to the MySQL Java connector. Okay, so for that, here I will go here. I'll search for MVN repository. Okay, search for MVN repository. You will get this MVN repository.com. Click on this, guys. Click on this. Here we have been taken to the MVN repository.com. So here we need to search for MySQL Java connector. Okay, just search for this MySQL Java connector, and you will get this MySQL Java connector. Okay, connector Java for MySQL. Just click on this, and then just select the latest version, whatever that is possible. 8.0.20 is there. Just click on that, and here Maven is there. Under Maven, this code is there. Dependency code is there. Copy this. Okay, this is something related to MySQL connector Java. Okay, we need to copy this. Copy this, and again come to your Eclipse IDE. Here, along with the JUnit dependency, you just need to add MySQL connector Java. Okay, MySQL connector Java you need to add. And after adding this to your pom.xml file of this Maven Java project, just click on Save All. So here, downloading of that particular MySQL connector Java driver. Okay, will start. MySQL connector Java driver will be downloaded, guys. This is a driver, guys. MySQL connector Java is a driver. So it got downloaded, guys. Progress has been completed. Where you can see that now after downloading. Here, when you add dependency tag and you click on save all button, it got downloaded. But where to find the downloaded file? So under Maven dependencies, it will be displayed. Expand this Maven dependencies. You can see that MySQL connector Java, okay, jar file, driver jar file got downloaded here. Okay. So this is how we have to download the MySQL Java connector. Okay, MySQL Java connector need to be downloaded. What's next? So we have downloaded the MySQL Java connectivity driver. Okay, Java connectivity driver is done. Now next thing is we are done with all the. You can close this form.xml file. Okay. Now the next thing is we have to write the Java program, guys. Okay, we have all the setup done. We have downloaded and installed the Java 8 SDK, JDK. Okay, so then Eclipse, we have installed Eclipse IDE editor. Then we have created a Maven project, Java project under this Eclipse IDE editor. And then we have downloaded this MySQL Java connected driver. Okay, all these things when you are done, now you can start writing your Java program. Okay, so under src test Java, under this pack.demo, right click on this pack.demo and say new, guys, and say class. If you have Java programming basic knowledge, you can understand this easily, guys. Okay, otherwise you may find it bit difficult to understand. Okay, that's okay, but try to understand whatever is possible, guys. Okay, with or without Java. So click on type demo here, and then click on, okay, name of the Java class I'm going to create under this project is demo. Click on finish. Any name you can give, not only demo. Okay, anything you can give, guys. So let me close this. I have made a mistake here while I'm just deleting this demo.java. So right click on this pack.demo and say new, and then say class. Then here give the name as demo, that's fine. But along with that, select this checkbox option, public static void main checkbox option, click on finish. So some other code will also get generated here. Fine. Now we have this demo class. Under that we have the main method. Inside this we have to write the Java programs. So first line that I have to write is, for what I am going to write here is, I'm going to write for connecting to the database. Which database? Here, as you can see, here I have used MySQL Workbench client for connecting to this databases, right? QFox database I connected, Circular database I connected, SysWorld database I connected. How it is possible? With the help of MySQL Workbench client. Here I would like to do the same thing with the help of the Java programs. Okay, I'd like to connect to one of the databases of this MySQL server. Okay, one of the database. Let's say I would like to connect to this QFox database. So how to do that? For that, we have something known as driver manager class. Okay, driver manager. Say dot. Then get driver manager dot get connection. Here you need to select 3 parameter option. Okay, so get connection of string. Okay, this thing you need to select, guys. When you select this, okay, like this it will come, driver manager dot get action here. So this driver manager has come from java.sql driver manager. Okay, so from Java libraries we got this driver manager. That's fine. Driver manager dot get connection. So here I need to provide the URL. Okay, first I need to provide the URL. How to provide the URL? JDBC colon, what is the database name? MySQL. Okay, MySQL. MySQL is a server name. Okay, database server name is MySQL. JDBC is a concept. JDBC colon MySQL server name, then colon, then say double slash, then say localhost. Why I'm saying localhost? In my machine, this particular MySQL server is installed, right? I would like to connect to this MySQL server via JDBC, that is Java. From Java programs, I would like to connect to this MySQL server, and this MySQL server is then my local host, at which port this MySQL server is running. So for that, I can show you something, guys. Okay, I will close this MySQL workbench, and if I open this workbench again, workbench again, let it open, guys. MySQL workbench, let it open. So welcome to MySQL workbench client. Here, click on this. You see here, all the details are there. MySQL workbench, MySQL server, is running in my local machine, in my machine. If it is running in another machine, you will get an IP address here of that particular machine, guys. Okay, if you don't have the IP address, if it is running in a same machine, then you will get the local host. Okay, then in which port number it is running? 3306 it is running. Okay, and what is the password? The password is root. Okay, all these details. Okay, all these details required for this MySQL, this local host, port number, username, password, everything we have to provide here in this statement. So first let's provide the URL, like via JDBC, I would like to connect to MySQL server, okay, which is installed in my local host, in which port number colon 3306 port number. As you can see here, 3306. I have to give that port number, okay. I have to give that. Then slash, in this MySQL server, I would like to connect to one of the database. In this MySQL, so if I say okay here, I'll get connected to the MySQL server. In that, I need to connect to one of the database, that is QFox. So that database name you have to give after this slash QFox. Let's say I would like to connect to the one of the database inside this MySQL server, that is QFox. Now here I need to give the username and password. Username is root. Password is also root, right? How to connect to that MySQL server? Root is a username and password, like this. This is the first step you have to do. For the mouse and add throws declaration. Okay, you have to do try catch in real time, but for now, to make your explanation simple, I'm just going with this throws, which will ignore this exception that is coming here. Fine. Now, for the mouse on get connection, what is the return type? Connection. Okay, this is going to get connection method is going to return you the connection. So here I'm going to say connection. Connection is equal to, okay, this is a variable kind of thing. So hold the mouse on connection and say create local variable. Okay, connection is equal to driver manager dot get connection of these details you have to give. Let's close this so that we'll get extra space like this. Fine. So we created a connection. This simple line, guys, will make you, okay, when you write this Java programming line, okay, in the Java programs, and when you run this, this will get you connected to the QFox database inside the MySQL server via JDBC, okay, via JDBC, okay, via JDBC. From Java programs, you are going to connect to this QFox database of this MySQL server, which is installed in your local machine and running at the 3306 port number. Fine. So now, but when I run this, nothing will happen, guys. Okay, even though it's connected, we don't know whether that is connected or not, whether this is really happening or not. To make sure that this connection happened properly, okay, so we should know that we should have the results coming, right? So for that, I'm writing this extra code. It's not compulsory to write this code, but just to make our just to confirm this connection happened or not. Okay, I will say if connection dot is closed. Okay, is closed means not connected, right? This will return true. This connection dot is closed will return true when the connection is not there. But if the connection is there, it will return false. So I'll write this not, okay, not operator. In Java, not operator is this one. If not of connection dot is closed, okay, if not of connection dot is closed, what will happen? If connection is not closed, it will return false. Not of false is true. So we'll go inside this. Okay, if the connection is established, then we'll go inside this if condition. Simple words. Now here I will say system.out.println. I'll say connected to QFox database in MySQL server. Okay, this is what. So when I run this, so when you run this statement, this particular code inside this Java program, the connection will be established to this QFox database of the MySQL server. And to confirm that, this will we are executing this part. Okay, if you get the result as connected to QFox database here, that means we can think that it got connected. So run this now. Right click on this demo.java. Run as Java application. After saving, just run this. So here under the console, we got connected to QFox database in MySQL server. That means by using this simple line, we have connected to the database. I'll write a comment in the Java program saying that, okay, connecting to QFox database in MySQL server. Okay, in MySQL server, I got connected to the QFox database. Next thing is, after connecting, what I want to do, after connecting to this QFox database in MySQL server, I would like to execute this table. Okay, I would like to execute one query on this particular EMP. Let's say I would like to execute this select star from EMP1 table. So if I run the same select star from EMP1 SQL query or statement in this MySQL workbench, I'll get this result, right? First I have to say use QFox, then I have to run this select star from EMP1. You see this result will get, right? if I run the select star from emp1 SQL statement, I'll get this result. The same result I would like to, okay, or that will not be foundable, guys. I can come to the select star from emp1 later. Here, when I run the select star from emp1 here, I'm getting 3 records, but I want to insert one more record. Okay. Till now, I have inserted 3 records from the MySQL workbench, but the 4th record I would like to insert from the Java programs. So how to insert that? I have to write the one of the insert statement like insert into emp1 values as 4, Dinesh. That statement I would like to, SQL statement I would like to execute. Now here, creating a statement. Statement means SQL statement. Creating a SQL statement and executing it. What is a SQL statement I'm going to execute and create and execute? The SQL statement is to insert another record into this emp1 table. So far in the emp1 table of this QFX database, we have 3 records already inserted. We have 1 Arun, 2 Arun, 3 Tarun. Now I want like to insert a 4th record, but from the Java programs I would like to do that. Here I connected to the database. Now I am going to insert one of the statement. For that, we have to say connection dot, okay, connection dot. First I have to create the SQL statement. Connection dot create. What is that? Connection dot. Here we have that connection dot creates same thing. Yeah, connection dot create statement. Connection dot create statement. This one I have to select. So in this, I'll write a SQL statement that I would like to execute. Okay, so that I want to like to create. So let me write that. So here we should not be writing, I guess. This is just for the creation of the statement, guys. It's not creation. Connection dot create statement. It is returning you the statement, guys. Okay, statement. So here statement is equal to hover the mouse and say create local variable. So statement is equal to connection dot create statement. Now statement dot execute. What is that? I have to execute. Okay, normal. 1 minute. I will take this normal execute option, guys. Okay, so statement dot execute function. That's it. Okay, nothing more than that. So I have to write this statement dot execute string option. Okay, so here in this I am going to write an SQL statement. Okay, so first I need to create a statement, guys. Connection dot using this I can connection dot create statement. Then using the statement I have to say statement dot execute. In this I have to write the insert into SQL statement. Any SQL statement you can write here, guys. Not only insertion, another thing also you can write. Insert into what is the table name in the QFX? What is the table name? The table name is EMP1. Okay, insert into EMP1. The same kind of insert into EMP1 values as 4, Dinesh. Okay, 4, Dinesh. Close it. So this is the SQL statement I am going to run from the Java programs. Fine. This has been written now. Now only thing I have to do is save it, run it here. Okay. So the connection will happen here to the QFX database of the MySQL server. The connection will happen after connecting to this QFX database. Inside that, into the EMP1 table, we are inserting a new record with the values for Dinesh. This is happening from the Java program, not from the MySQL workbench. Run this, right? Run as Java application. So connected to database, and this would have been inserted because the program execution has completed. So now go here to the MySQL workbench. Let's confirm whether here I have not from the MySQL workbench, I have not inserted any 4th record. Here only 3 records are there. I have not inserted any 4th record from the MySQL workbench. But when I say select star from EMP1, I got 4 records. How it is possible? Because from Java programs, I executed this particular SQL query statement, not from the MySQL workbench. That's why we got the 4th record also. Similarly, you can do a lot of things, guys. Let's say I would like to this time execute, okay, another SQL statement. Like I would like to delete the 2nd record. So from this table, I would like to delete the 2nd record. That is like having the ID as 2. Okay. So how to write that? Delete from EMP1 where ID is equal to 2. Okay. delete from emp1 table name where ID is equal to. If I run this SQL statement, what will happen? The second record will be deleted. Okay, the second record will be deleted. So let's run this. Let's run, save this and run this. Right click, run as Java application. Okay, so when I run this, connected to database and this got executed, and when I go here again, if I say select star from emp1 from the MySQL workbench, now you got only 3 records. Second record has been deleted from the Java programs. Okay, from the Java programs, we connected to the KFox database of the MySQL server, and thereafter we executed this SQL query. Okay, which will actually delete the one of the record from the emp1 table, which is having the ID value as 2. So like this, we can perform any, we can execute any type of SQL statement here. Fine, this is possible. So insertion is possible, deletion is possible, okay, updation is possible, or whatever it is. All the SQL statements can be executed like this. Now the next thing is this time I would like to do one thing. Okay, now whatever the current table emp1 is there, the current data is like this: ID, name, column. Under that, 3 records are there with IDs as 1, 3, 4 and names as Arun, Tarun, Dinesh. All these details I would like to read from this. Okay, I would like to read all these details and display in this Eclipse ID from here. Okay, so how to do that? So I'm taking this example for a purpose, guys. Okay, so let me explain that purpose. If I say statement dot execute, earlier what I used, execute I used. Okay, so this time I'm not going to use the normal execute and instead I'm going to use execute query. Okay, instead of normal execute function, I'm going to use execute query. In this, I have to provide the SQL. Okay, so here I'm going to provide an SQL like select ID comma name from emp1 table. Like this, I would like to write. Okay, this SQL statement I'm going to write, and this SQL statement is going to give me multiple records. Right? Select ID comma name from emp1 is going to give me multiple records, not single record. This will retrieve multiple records. How many records it will retrieve? 3 records. Now, in order to read, save these 3 records, okay, I have to do something. Okay, hover on this execute query, it will result in a result set. So here I'll say short form like rset, variable name rset, and create over the mouse here and say create local variable. Okay, result set rset. So here all the records, okay, retrieved 3 records retrieved from this emp1 table will be stored in this rset. Okay, now I will create a while condition. Okay, in Java there is a while condition, while loop. So if I say rset dot while rset dot next. Okay, while rset dot next. So are there any records in the rset? So now select ID comma name from emp1 will give you 3 records, right? 3 records. So rset dot next will see like how many records are there? 3 records. Yes, this will return true, guys. Okay, while true means you will go inside the while loop. Now here what you will do is I'll retrieve the ID and emp1. How to do that? How to do that? I have to say rset dot, okay, rset dot what is the method, guys? Get I guess. Okay, get int. Okay, get int rset dot get int, and I have to give the column name. What is the column name in this table? ID column name. So I have to give the ID. ID is of int type, into data type, right? While creating the table, you created this ID as int data type. So that's why we have to use get int, rset dot get int. So this will retrieve the ID value from the first record. From the first record, it will get the first iteration, first record. So it will return you int EID, employee ID. I'm just giving another variable name like EID. In the EID, this retrieved record from this particular ID will be stored. From, for example, in the first record, 1 is there. One from the ID will be retrieved by this function, and that 1 will be stored here. Similarly, I need to get this Arun. Okay, Arun. Arun is a string, guys. Okay, string, varchar or string. So for that, we have again rset dot get to string. Rset dot get a string I have to say. Okay, column name I have to give. The column name is name. The column name is name. For the mouse, it will return you a string. So e name employee name is equal to, okay, hover the mouse, create a local variable string. It will come like this. Now let me print system.out.println, okay, EID plus some space plus ename, okay, like this you have to say, EID plus ename. Now what's happening here? First, it will select rset.next. It will check how many records are there. 3 records. Since 3 records are there, okay, it will go inside the while loop. Now it will retrieve the from the under the ID first record. One will be retrieved and saved into this EID. And second thing is it will retrieve the Arun name from the name column. Arun will be retrieved and saved into the ename. Now I am printing the EID and ename. So 1 and Arun will be printed. After that, okay, after that again this while condition will be checked. So there are 2 more records. That is the second record, third record are there. So it will second the second record. And what is the ID of the second record? 3. 3 will be stored into the EID. Then rset.getString of name. So what is the name? Tarun. Tarun will be stored into the ename. Now those 3 things like 3 and Tarun will be printed here. So that's the second thing. Now third, now again while condition rset.next. So any more records left? Only one more record is left. This 4 Dinesh. So 4 will be saved into EID. Dinesh will be stored into ename. They will be printed. After that again the condition. When condition is checked, all the 3 records have been completed. So no records left. So it will come out of the while loop. So here what's happening? We are retrieving all the records from this table, okay, and then retrieving them from the table, reading them, okay, reading the retrieved records from the statement and displaying it here, okay, converting them into Java program and displaying it here. So that's what we are doing. Right click, run as Java application. If I say that, so what's going to happen? You see all the data from the table. Arun, 1 Arun, 3 Tarun, 4 Dinesh got displayed here. Okay. So why I have to explain all these things? Just because of this execute query, guys. Okay. If you say statement.execute, only simple statements like insert into, okay, update, all those things you can give that. But if you want to read from the table, okay, of a particular database, then okay, if you are getting multiple records as a result of this particular thing, then you have to use execute query. Okay, execute query, this function, just to explain this execute query and what is possible with that, I have to create this example, guys. Okay, now you got all the details from the table, all the details in the this emp1 table, okay, of this QFOX database are now displayed in your Eclipse IDE. So like this we can perform lot of things from the Java programs. Okay, this is a Java program, guys, from where we connected to the database, then we executed the query statements and all, okay, to get our results. So finally what we can do is we can close the database, guys. Okay, so this connection is opened here, so it's a good practice to close it also, right? After you are done with all the things with the, okay, after you are done with all the things that you want to perform on one of the table of the database of this MySQL server, then at the end you need to close a connection to that particular database. How to close a connection? Here you have to say connection dot close it, simply close it. Okay, so here close means it will get closed. Just to check whether it is really closed or not, I will write this statement. If connection is closed, okay, if it is returning true, then connected to connection to QFOX database in MySQL server is closed. I will display this. Okay, now run this and right click, run as Java application. So first it will get connected to QFOX database, then it will retrieve all the records and read the table data and display here. After that, after the work is completed, the connection to the QFOX database in MySQL server will be closed. Okay, so here we have to use the close function. So guys, so overall, what is all about JDBC? What is JDBC? JDBC is a way where you can write the Java program by connecting to the database. Okay, in this example, we have connected to the MySQL server database and then perform operations there. All things is nothing but JDBC, guys. Okay, now tomorrow MySQL is one of the DB software, right? Database software. Similar to MySQL database software, there are several other softwares like Oracle DB software is there, okay, and many other database softwares are there. For MySQL DB software, okay, for MySQL DB software, we have to download this MySQL Java connectivity driver, okay, connectivity driver we need. For other Oracle DB software, we need other driver. Okay. For Oracle, for example, here you go to MVN repository and search for Oracle SQL. I mean Oracle. What is that? Java SQL Java connector, connectivity or connector, whatever it is. Okay, connector will be fine. So here it is not coming. You see, for MongoDB is another thing. Other than Oracle, we have MongoDB also as a DB software. For that, Java driver, Java connectivity driver is there. For every database, there will be separate connectivity drivers, guys. Okay. So for MySQL, we have connectivity drivers. For other things, other type of drivers will be there. So this driver will be. So which type of driver we have to use? We have to use the MySQL Java connectivity driver for this for connecting to the MySQL DB. For connecting to other database like MongoDB, you need other drivers. Okay, this will not work. MySQL Java connector driver will not work with the MongoDB. Okay, for MongoDB we need okay, software server or whatever it is. We need other type of driver, that is Java connectivity driver for the MongoDB. Okay, so every database has its own driver, which will allow it to connect from the Java programs. From the Java programs, we can connect to the databases using the drivers of that particular softwares. Okay. So like this, guys, this is one more thing. So tomorrow, you may not be using all time like say MySQL database server. You'll not be using MySQL, right? Every time. Here in this example, I showed you how to connect to the MySQL database from Java programs and how to perform operations on the tables. But tomorrow you may get another database. Then you have to change the driver, guys. Okay. Yes, you need to simply change the driver. That will be enough. Okay. Everything will be same. So all the things like whatever I explained, if you get a different database software, you can search on the Google and get the similar kind of steps, like how this works in the Oracle, how this works in MongoDB, like that, and then you can do that. Okay, that's the only difference, guys. So guys, this is all about the JDBC. Okay, JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity, and in this video session, I practically showed you how to connect to a particular database from your Java programs and perform operations on one of the tables of the database in that particular server. Okay, database server. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 85 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain about ODBC. So in this video session, I am going to explain about ODBC. ODBC stands for Object Database Connectivity. Okay, ODBC stands for Object Database Connectivity. So before I explain what is ODBC, okay, we have to understand what is JDBC. Okay, we have to understand what is JDBC. I already explained what is JDBC in the previous video session. So let me explain it again at a high level. Let's say there are some Java programs. Let's say this is a set of Java code. Some Java code is written here. These are the lines of code in Java. Okay, if you are writing the Java code in such a way that, okay, if you are writing the Java code in such a way that using this Java code, you are trying to make a connection to a database in MySQL server. Okay, so by writing some Java program, using that Java program, if you are connecting to a database in a MySQL server, okay, this concept is known as JDBC. What is JDBC? Connecting to a database in MySQL server from the Java programs. Okay, how it is possible? With the help of JDBC only it is possible. Okay, without JDBC, you cannot connect to a database in MySQL server from the Java program. These are Java programs. Okay, let's say this is Java code. You have written some Java code here, and if you want this particular Java code to connect to the database in MySQL server, then we need JDBC. Okay, without JDBC, we cannot do this connection. This concept is known as Java Database Connectivity. JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity. Fine. And this connection is possible with the help of JDBC driver. There is something known as JDBC driver. Okay. So we have to write some Java code, and we need to configure this Java project with this JDBC driver. Okay, JDBC driver. Then only we can write the code in such a way that it can connect to this database in MySQL server. Okay, without JDBC driver, we cannot connect to the database in MySQL server from the Java programs. And all this concept together is known as JDBC. This concept is known as JDBC. JDBC uses JDBC driver for making the Java code connect to the database in the MySQL server. Now guys, in this video session, our focus is on ODBC, not JDBC. Okay, so it's ODBC. Why we need ODBC, guys? Okay, we have JDBC, right? But what is the requirement for using the ODBC? Let me explain that. So till the previous videos, we have used MySQL Workbench client, right? We have used MySQL Workbench client. For what? This is MySQL Workbench client, guys. Okay, MySQL Workbench client. This is a client, and using this client, from this client we can connect to the database. That is MySQL server. We can connect from this MySQL Workbench client. We can connect to the MySQL server. Okay, MySQL server we can connect. So here, MySQL server, which is installed in my local machine. That's why local host, and it's running in W306 port number in my machine itself. And then its username for connecting to this MySQL server is root, and again password is also root. So if I say okay, from this MySQL Workbench client will make a connection to the MySQL server. Okay, all the databases which are available in this MySQL server are displayed here. What are the databases that are there in this MySQL server? We have QFox, we have Sakila, we have Sys, and we have World. Okay, in this, one of the database, that is QFox database, I created this QFox database in one of the previous videos. Okay, but coming to the other databases, that is Sakila, Sys, World. Okay, this came by default when I installed MySQL server in my machine. Okay, so these databases are by default. Okay, they are like by default available in this MySQL server. But coming to QFox, I created my own. Okay, I created this QFox database. So there are 4 databases inside this MySQL server, and in order to connect to this MySQL server, we need MySQL Workbench, right? Using MySQL Workbench, we can connect to what, guys? Using MySQL Workbench, we can connect to all the databases that are available in the MySQL server. Okay, so here in our example, we have 4 databases. One I created by me, and the remaining 3 came from the by default with the MySQL server. Okay, fine. So now, guys, MySQL Workbench client to connect to the all databases that are available in the MySQL server. Fine. So here, why we are connecting? Why the MySQL Workbench client is connecting to the MySQL server? Okay, why the MySQL Workbench client is connecting to the MySQL server? For what purpose the MySQL client is connecting to the MySQL server? The purpose is to access the databases. Okay, here MySQL server has a list of databases. One database created by me, and remaining came by default in the MySQL server. So in order to connect to this existing 4 databases which are there in MySQL server, we have to connect to this MySQL server by using the MySQL Workbench. That's the purpose of MySQL Workbench client. The purpose of the MySQL Workbench client is to connect to the MySQL server having this databases. Okay, that's fine. So we can access if you connect to the MySQL server using the MySQL Workbench client, we can access these databases. Why we need to access the databases? Why we need to access these databases? So if we can access the databases, then we can create the tables, delete the tables, alter the tables, update the tables. We can do all the operations around the tables, and all the things under the database we can perform. Okay. So here, MySQL Workbench client is connecting to the MySQL server for accessing the databases, so that we can perform operations on the different things that are there in the databases. Like tables are there. Okay, a lot of stuff, indexes are there, views are there, like many things are there in the databases. To perform operations on all those things, okay, we need this MySQL Workbench client to connect to this database in the MySQL server. Anyhow, just to connect, just for this MySQL Workbench client to connect to this databases in the MySQL server, we need things, right? That is, we need IP address of the IP address of the MySQL server. Since MySQL server is installed in my machine, you don't have to provide the IP address. Localhost will be fine. Okay, then this MySQL will be generally by default running on the 3306 port number in my machine. So localhost 3306, and some username and password will be required for connecting to this MySQL server. So as explained in previous videos, when I installed this MySQL server, I gave the username and password for the MySQL server as root and root. Okay, both are root only, username password. So with these details, MySQL Workbench client can connect to the all the data and connect to the MySQL server and access all the databases that are there inside this MySQL server. So far, so good, guys. Okay, so far, so good. Now we understood what is the importance of MySQL Workbench client. Okay, now this MySQL Workbench client, in order to make this connection to this MySQL server internally, MySQL Workbench client. Okay, this is a tool, guys. Not the MySQL Workbench client tool, right? Okay, this tool internally uses a driver, that is JDBC driver only. Okay, here JDBC driver is not only required for the Java programs to connect to the MySQL server, but also it is all. But also the JDBC driver is used by this MySQL Workbench client internally, guys. You don't have to specifically specify. Okay, you don't have to download this, or in case of MySQL Workbench client tool, you don't have to download this driver. Automatically internally, this MySQL Workbench client will have this JDBC driver. It internally uses this driver to make a connection to the MySQL server in order to access all the databases that are there in the MySQL server. Okay, here internally JDBC driver is being used by this client tool. But coming to other tools, there are some other tools also, guys. There's a tool like SQL, ODBC, okay, connectivity, okay, tool, okay. So what is that tool? ODBC, SQL ODBC query client tool, okay, query tool, guys. Okay, this is query, okay, SQL ODBC client, okay, query client tool. So here, so far I have connected to the MySQL server using the MySQL Workbench client. But now I am saying that if we have to connect to the same MySQL, okay, if you have to access the databases by connecting to the MySQL server, okay, if you have to access the databases by connecting to the MySQL server, okay, via this SQL ODBC query tool. This query tool is an alternative for this MySQL Workbench client tool. Okay, earlier till the previous videos I have used MySQL Workbench client tool. So we can also use another type of tool, guys. In place of this MySQL Workbench, we can use SQL ODBC query client tool. Okay, SQL ODBC query client tool also we can use. But guys, for the SQL ODBC query client tool to connect to this databases in the MySQL server, this client tool requires a different driver. Here JDBC driver is internally used by this client tool, Workbench client tool. But coming to SQL ODBC query client tool, JDB is not used. Okay, JDBC driver is not used. Instead, ODBC driver will be used. Okay, instead ODBC driver will be used. Fine. So now we understood, right, why we have to learn ODBC. ODBC stands for Object Database Connectivity, and here we have ODBC driver, okay, Object Database Connectivity driver, and this driver is required when we are using, okay, when we are using SQL ODBC query client tool in place of this, okay, instead of this MySQL Workbench client tool, okay, instead of MySQL Workbench client tool, if you are using SQL ODBC query client tool, we need ODBC driver for connecting to the MySQL server for accessing the databases. So in this video session, I am going to explain about ODBC, okay? And in order to explain about ODBC, have to explain about this SQL ODBC query client tool and how this client tool connects to this MySQL server database via this ODBC driver, okay? So all these things I am going to explain in this video. Our focus is on ODBC now, okay? I'm going to explain about ODBC, SQL ODBC query client tool, this ODBC driver, and how it can connect to this MySQL server database, okay? Fine. So let me practically show you all the things. So the first step here is we need to type ODBC here. Okay, already ODBC is there. Okay, I thought like ODBC has to be installed and downloaded here, but already ODBC is there in my machine. As you can see, we are getting this option. When I type ODBC in this Windows search text box field, I'm getting this ODBC data sources 64-bit. Select this. Okay, select this. How can I get this ODBC by default, guys? Okay, how the ODBC has entered into my machine by default? The thing here is when you have installed, okay, when you have installed MySQL software, okay, DBMS software. In one of the previous videos, I explained how to install and configure MySQL software, right? When you install the software, this software came with all the default drivers and all the stuff. So as part of that, ODBC also came by default. Okay, ODBC is also installed by default, guys. Okay, when you install MySQL software, automatically this ODBC also got installed. So now go to the drivers tab. Under this, you should see these two things, guys. Okay, we need these two things in order to make the connection to this MySQL server via this this SQL ODBC query client tool. Okay, using this SQL ODBC query client tool, if you want to make a connection to the databases in the MySQL server, okay, then we need ODBC driver. So this ODBC driver is nothing but available here. I have not installed or configured, right? Automatically it is there. How it came automatically in this my machine? Because when I install MySQL software, okay, MySQL RDBMS software, automatically this software installed this ODBC related stuff. Okay, so when you type ODBC here, you will get this, and then under the driver tab, as you can see, these two drivers are there. Okay, ODBC drivers are already there. For example, let's say you have not installed MySQL software. Let's say you have not installed MySQL software, and this particular ODBC is not available for you. Okay, this particular ODBC is not available for you. In that case, what you will do? Since I installed MySQL software in one of the previous videos, I got this ODBC options. But if ODBC is not installed in your machine, what we have to do? We have to follow some steps, guys. Okay, so open Google, search for uh, MySQL. Okay, connectors. MySQL connectors. Just search for MySQL connectors. You will get this link, guys. www.mysql.com slash products connector. This particular URL you will get. Just click on this. It will take you to a particular page. And here MySQL connectors are there. And as you can see, the first one, this is not related one. As you can see, the second one, ODBC driver for MySQL is there. You have to download this driver. Okay. All these things you have to do. Okay. You have to download this if it is not available here. If I say ODBC here, it's directly coming. And if I select drivers, I can see the drivers. This ANSI driver and Unicode driver of the MySQL ODBC already there. But if these things are not there for you, if your system doesn't have the MySQL installed, then you have to manually go to this mysql.com products connector. Then here ODBC driver for MySQL is there. Just click on this download. Okay, you have to download it. No problem, guys. We can install. Okay, even though it is available, we can install also. So if you don't have that ODBC in your machine, you have to install from this particular place. You have to download and install the ODBC from this place. ODBC driver should be installed from this place. So here MySQL community downloads and connector ODBC is there. Scroll down, and we have to go with this Windows 64-bit MSI installer. Download this. Okay, download this. So it's around the 14 M or something. So 14 MB or something. And here it is asking you to login. Click on login, guys. Click on login. So you should have an Oracle account, guys. Okay, in order to download this particular ODBC, you need to have the Oracle account. So if you don't have, you can create an account from here. Create account. You can see an option here. Create account. If you have the account, I already have the account details, guys. So I will directly give the account details. arun.moturi@gmail.com. And here I will give my password. Click on sign in. So I got logged into my Oracle account, and the ODBC driver should be downloaded now. Okay, begin your download. Some download now. MySQL connector for ODBC, Windows 64-bit. Okay, you have to download this. Click on this. The driver will be downloaded. Okay. So now we have to download this and install it, guys. Okay, we have to download and install this. So it's taking some time. Already I downloaded, guys. As you can see here, this MySQL connector ODBC is already there. I don't have to download again. So let me cancel this. Okay, so it's already there in my downloads folder. So if you don't have this, you can download this. Okay, so you just double click on this MySQL connector ODBC and click on next. So some options are coming. Click on next. So MySQL, since it is already there, since ODBC is already there in my machine, I'm getting modify. In case of you, you will not get this modify, repair, remove. Okay, you may get the installation wizard only. So here I will select to modify. Okay, just to make sure that we'll go with the next steps. So click on next. Okay, so sometimes it will take some time, guys. So next, back. Okay, So if I say modify, right, it's not going for, it's going now. Okay. Some problem is there. That's fine. I'm just going and installing. So let's say if you don't have ODBC, this is a process. Like you have to install the ODBC driver using the default options. So ODBC got installed now. Okay. ODBC driver got installed in your machine. Just to confirm that, again, you can go to the same ODBC and select this ODBC data sources. Go to the drivers. You should see this ANSI driver and Unicode driver. Okay. By default, if you don't have this ANSI driver and Unicode driver, you have to download this MySQL connector ODBC for Windows 64-bit. Since my machine is Windows 64-bit, I downloaded this version. Okay, and install this so that you will get these options. Okay, if not available, you have to install this and you will get these options under the drivers tab of ODBC. Fine. Next thing is we have to create a data source. Okay, we have to create a data source. For that, what we have to do? We have to create a data source. Third step is after downloading and installing MySQL ODBC driver, and if you find this ANSI driver and Unicode driver in the drivers tab of that ODBC, then up to here it is completed. Fine. Then we have to create the data source name. Creating the data source name. Why we have to create, I will explain later. So for that, just select the system DSN. Okay, system data source. Okay, we have to create the data source name here. Select this MySQL connector ODBC. Or these are existing ones, guys. Okay, you can remove them. Okay, because I was working with this ODBC from long time, so these options came. You can remove them. Okay, so we have to freshly create one. So now we don't have anything. Okay, under system DSN we don't have any data source. Here we have to create the data source. Okay, we have to create the data source. You will understand what is data source now after I create. So data source, now there is no database. Click on add, and you will get this kind of dialog saying create new data source. MySQL. You have to select this ANSI driver. Okay, MySQL ODBC ANSI driver, and click on finish. This MySQL connector ODBC will come. Dialog will come. Here, some give some name, guys. Let's say I would like to connect to QFox database. Okay, QFox database in MySQL connect. Okay, connecting. So connector. So QFox database in MySQL QFox DB in MySQL server connector. Some name I am giving for this data source. Okay, so because I would like to connect to QFox database in MySQL server. Okay, so that's why I'm giving QFox here. There are 4 databases in MySQL server, right? I showed you. So in that I would like to connect to the one of the database, that is QFox. So I'm giving this data source name as QFox DB MySQL connector. Okay, so here you have to give the local host. Okay, IP address of the MySQL server is installed in my machine only as part of the previous videos. Okay, I explained how to install. So local host, here port number will be 3306, and here username is root. MySQL server username is root, and password is also root, as I explained. Here, since I would like to access this QFox database in this MySQL server, so the list of databases will be displayed here in the MySQL server. Whatever that is installed in my machine, there are this many databases. Okay, so I want to access this QFox database, so I am selecting the QFox. And after providing all these details, you have to find out whether you can connect to this QFox database in the MySQL server or not. For doing that, you just click on the test. If you get connection successful, that means you are able to connect to the database. Okay, MySQL server QFox database, you are able to access and connect. Okay, click on OK, and you see the data source got created with the name QFox DB MySQL connector. Click on OK. Done. Okay, so we have downloaded and installed MySQL ODBC driver. After that, what we did, we created the data source name. Okay, and in the data source name, I mentioned that I am going to access the QFox database in the MySQL server. I provided all the username and password. You don't have to give username and password again. Okay, already the data source name has that thing. Now we need to have, similar to this MySQL workbench, I told you, right? We have this SQL ODBC query tool. Here I was explaining, right? Using MySQL workbench client, which uses JDBC driver for accessing this database by connecting to the MySQL server. Here we are going to use another tool, that is SQL ODBC query client tool, which needs ODBC driver. So already set up the ODBC driver. I already downloaded and installed the ODBC driver, and also I created a data source. Second thing is we need to create data source. Okay. So in data source, what I provided the IP of the MySQL server. Since it's my machine, I mentioned is a local host and the port number, and the database that I want to access from the MySQL server using this client tool. Okay, ODBC query client tool. Whatever the database I want to access, I provided that. So after providing all this stuff, okay, after providing all this stuff, okay, so now this client tool can access this database in the MySQL server. So for that, we need to download and install this query tool, right? We don't have this query client tool, okay? This one we have to download and install. So how to download and install this SQL ODBC query client tool? So again, Google, guys, for everything Google is there. So SQL, type SQL ODBC query tool. Just search for this. You will get a lot of links, guys. I preferably select this download.cnet.com. So SQL query client tool, click on this. So yes, this is a URL. This is a page where you have to go, and then click on this download now. SQL query client tool using ODBC will start downloading. So thank you for downloading. It started downloading, guys. Already I downloaded, guys. So you don't have to download again. You see, this is downloaded already. So I will simply cancel it, guys. Okay, I don't want duplicate, so I'll cancel it. So this client tool software is downloaded already. You can install it. Okay, now let's install the query client tool. Welcome to the query tool, SQL query tool. Using ODBC, we have to connect. This tool uses ODBC driver and ODBC data source. Okay, data source for connecting to the MySQL server. Whereas Workbench internally uses JDBC to connect to the MySQL server. You don't have to configure JDBC here in case of Workbench, but in case of the in case of this SQL query tool of ODBC, we need ODBC to be installed, right? I have manually downloaded and installed the ODBC in my machine. Fine. So then next thing is here we have this next option. Click on the next. I agree. Click on next. Then the place where it's just click on next, guys. You don't have to change anything. Click on next. Installing query tool. So we just have to install this query tool, guys. This is like a Workbench only. So where you can create the where you can write the SQL statements and run. Okay, where you can write the SQL statements and execute them from this tool also. Similar to Workbench, we can write the SQL statements and run on the databases of the MySQL server. So it's being installed. It will take a bit time. So let it complete the installation part. So I got a user access control. I just selected yes, guys. After that, the installation started. So it will, okay. As part of security, you will get a kind of yes or no kind of thing, user access control. So you need to allow this software to be installed in your machine. So when you say yes, it will be installed. Now it has to complete this progress. Let's wait for it to complete. Okay, so the installation has been completed. You just need to click on the close button. So once the close button has been clicked, the SQL ODBC query tool has been installed in your machine. So where you can find it, maybe on your desktop, you will see this kind of shortcut created. Okay, this kind of SQL ODBC query tool shortcut will be created. Shortcut okay, shortcut. So you just need to double click here. You will get this kind of dialog when you open. Select this machine data source, and in this you should find this source. Okay, that is a data source. We created this data source name, right? If you remember, in the last step I created this QFox DB for connecting to the QFox DB, which is available in the MySQL server. Okay, I gave this a name while creating the data source. Okay, while creating the data source in the previous step, I created this name. Okay, this data source got created in the previous step. Fine. So this should come here. You have to select this. Now using this data source, right? You are approving this query tool to connect to the MySQL server, and it should allow you to access the QFox database in the MySQL server. Okay, that's the purpose of the data source. Okay, that's why we have to, after installing the ODBC driver, you have to create the data source like this. Okay, for whatever the database you want to connect, you have to give some name and specify the database and the server and server access details and all those stuff, username, password, everything to create the data source. And when you are using this query tool, it will ask you to select this kind of data source. So you have to select the machine data source tab here and select this QFox DB MySQL connector and say OK. Now you say it got connected to the MySQL server. In that we will be able to access the QFox database. So in the QFox database, as you already know, EMP1 table is already there. Right here you see in the MySQL workbench, there are 4 DBs, and via this SQL ODBC query tool. Okay, we are able to access only one table. So let's confirm this particular table belongs to which DB. So if you expand here, you can find it out. Under KFox, we have EMP1. Okay, so EMP1 table belongs to KFox database. So here, that means using the SQL, okay, ODBC client tool, okay, query client tool, we are able to connect to the KFox database in the MySQL server. Now, why we have to connect to this database, KFox database, so that we can perform operations on the objects of this database. So let's say EMP1 is one of the table of this KFox database. This is an object of the KFox database. You can perform operations on this table. So how to do that? We can write some queries like select star from EMP1 table name. Okay, select star from EMP1. Select this, right click and say execute. So when I run this, you see all the records that are available in the EMP1 table got displayed here. Okay, so guys, this is how we have to use this is how we have to use SQL ODBC query client tool for connecting to the MySQL server databases. Okay, via the which driver? ODBC driver. Okay, via ODBC driver. So now tomorrow, let's say you can perform any operations, guys. Not only this one, you can insert the records into the table. Okay, all those things you can do. Okay, all the things that you can do here with SQL statements, you can write any type of SQL statements on this tables. Okay, you can perform here. That's fine. Now I want to connect to a different database. Here QFS database I connected, right? Now this time I would like to connect to another database. For that, what I will do is I have to create a data source, right? ODBC I have to say, click this and system DSN. And you see this particular data source is created for you to connect to this QFox database, right? QFox database in MySQL server. Now I'm going to create one more. Here again, ANSI driver you have to select, say finish. This time again, this time which database? Let's say here we have 4 databases, right? Let's connect to world database. Okay, in world database, what tables we have? We have city, country, all these tables are there. Okay? So here I am saying world database, world DB. Okay, MySQL connector. Now here localhost you have to say, because why I'm saying localhost? Because MySQL server is installed in my machine, so I have to say localhost. If MySQL server is at a remote machine, you have to provide the IP address of that particular machine. Okay, the port number will be generally 3306 only. Okay, here username of that MySQL server is root. Password for connecting to that MySQL server is also root. Now here database, while selecting the database, you have to select this world. Okay, so world database which is there in the MySQL server installed in my machine. Click on test. Connection is successful. Say okay. Say okay. Now from this SQL ODBC query client tool, now current selection is QFox database. You are accessing the QFox database. Now if you want to connect to another database file, say new, say query with current connection. Okay, select this. Sorry, wait a minute. Say new query, this one. Okay, query with new connection. This option you have to select, not current. New connection you have to say. Say new query with new connection. Say data sources. So from the data sources, what are the different data? So you have to go to this machine data source, and this time you have to select another data source. So if you want to work on this world database, you have to select this database data source. Okay. So if you want to work with QFox database, you have to select this data source. Now I would like to work with the world database. Okay, in the MySQL server. So I am selecting this data source and saying okay. It got changed. So what are the tables available now? You see, there are more tables now. In the world database of MySQL server, we have city, country language, and other tables are there. Similarly, if you want to connect to other database, here we have circular database. If you want to connect to circular database tables, what do you want to do? What you have to do, guys? You have to create another data source. Okay, this is the same process for everything. Okay, go to system DSN. So existing data sources are these 2 data sources. Click on add, select ANSI driver, click on finish. Here say Sakila DB in MySQL server. Okay, connect. Say here localhost. This is just a name, guys. You can give any name so that you can remember what you are going to do. And here username is root, and password is also root. And the database here is, I would like to work with the Sakila database and test it. Connection successful. Say okay. Okay, another data source got added to the list. There are 3 data sources here. This data source for working with the QFox database. This data source for working with the Sakila database in MySQL server. This data source for working with world database in MySQL server. Like that, guys. Click on OK. Now, how to change the? Now, if I go to this SQL, ODBC, query client tool. Okay. Current selected database is world. If you want to change that, again say new. Okay. Either you can say query with change connection also. Okay. When you say change connection, automatically this will come. You can change the database to Sakila database. So for each and every database, you have to create a data source here, right? For each and every database, you have to create it. For QFox database, I have created data source. For Sakila database, I create another data source. For world database, again another data. This time, if you want to work with Sakila database, select this Sakila database and say OK. Okay. So what happened here and say OK. Yeah, it got changed, guys. Okay, it got changed. Under tables, we'll get the tables of this Sakila database. Okay, all the things of views, tables. Okay, and any other things of the Sakila database will be displayed here. Now you can perform operations on this. For example, if I say select star from actor, select star from actor, and right click and then execute this. You see all the records from this actor table of the Sakila database will be displayed here. And you can perform any operations on this. Okay, you can write any queries on this particular table and do the stuff. Okay, the same thing that explained as part of the previous videos. So guys, so at a high level, okay, at a high level, let me conclude the thing. Okay, let me conclude this session by saying that if you want to connect to MySQL, okay, server databases, if you want to connect to the MySQL server and connect to MySQL server and access the databases which are there in this okay MySQL server, then you need two type of drivers. We need one type of driver is JDBC driver. Other type of driver we need is ODBC driver. Okay, there are two drivers. So where we have to use JDBC driver, if you want to okay connect to this MySQL server from the Java programs. Let's say there are some Java programs, and from these Java programs, if you want to make a connection to this MySQL server, you need JDBC driver. At same time, we have this MySQL Workbench client tool, right? MySQL Workbench client tool. Okay. So this tool will be installed when you install MySQL server automatically. You don't have to install it separately, right? So this MySQL Workbench client tool also internally uses. You don't have to download this JDBC driver. In case of Java programs, you have to manually download. Okay, download JDBC driver and configure the Java project with a JDBC driver. But in case of MySQL Workbench client, you don't have to download. Automatically, this tool will use JDBC driver internally for connecting to this MySQL server. Okay, you don't have to manually download. Okay, in case of MySQL Workbench. But coming to the ODBC driver, okay, but coming to the ODBC driver, this ODBC driver is also required for connecting to the databases, accessing the databases by connecting to the MySQL server. Same operation only. But here, so which tool is using this ODBC driver for connecting to this MySQL server and accessing the database inside it? Okay, the tool that is explained in this video session, that is SQL ODBC, okay, query tool. Okay, this tool. So for this particular client tool to connect to this MySQL server and access the database, we need ODBC driver. And for this, we have to download and install. Okay, driver. Which driver? ODBC driver we have to download and install. Without downloading and install ODBC driver, we cannot connect. But guys, if this MySQL server is installed in your own machine, then this download and installing is not required, right? By default with MySQL server, okay, this ODBC driver is coming. Okay, in some cases, what will happen is your machine will be here, some MySQL server will be here. So MySQL server will be installed in the remote machine. In your machine, MySQL will not be there. At that time, you have to manually download this ODBC driver in your machine, okay, and install it. And then only you can create the data sources for connecting to the MySQL server, which is there in the remote machine. But in this video session, MySQL server is installed in my own machine. So I was not in a need to install this ODBC driver. Without installing this ODBC driver also, I got the options to create the data sources, right? But anyhow, in this video session, I showed you how to install this ODBC driver on your own. Fine. So guys, these two drivers are the main drivers in the market. Okay, ODBC driver and JDBC driver are the two drivers in the market which are required for connecting to the MySQL server from different tools. and programs. So we have to remember this ODBC driver and JDBC driver while working with the SQL. Okay, while you are working with SQL, you should have some knowledge about this JDBC driver and ODBC driver, and where exactly we use this JDBC driver and where exactly we use this ODBC driver. Okay, so this kind of basic knowledge you should have. So guys, this is all about the ODBC. So hope you understood what is ODBC and how it is different from JDBC and all. So that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 86 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use MySQL shell command line tool. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use MySQL shell command line tool. So what is the purpose of using this MySQL shell command line tool? Purpose is very simple guys, to connect to the MySQL server, okay, and access the databases. Okay, to connect to the MySQL server for accessing the databases. So far, till the previous videos, we were using MySQL Workbench client, right? Workbench client tool. So this is a GUI tool, guys. Okay, MySQL Workbench client tool is a GUI tool. GUI tool. Let me show you how this MySQL Workbench tool looks like. We have to search for this Workbench here. Workbench, and just select this. MySQL Workbench will launch. So this is a GUI tool, guys. Okay, we have connected to the MySQL server from this MySQL Workbench tool. So like this, and we were able to access the databases. Okay, after connecting to this MySQL server using this MySQL Workbench client tool, we were able to access the databases that are there inside this MySQL server. Okay. Now, I'm not going to use the MySQL Workbench client tool. Instead, we can use MySQL shell command line tool. Okay, the name itself says command line tool, shell command line tool. Command line means you will not have the GUI version here. In the Workbench, we have where the databases are visible in a GUI format, whereas in MySQL shell command line, it's a command line kind of thing. Okay, you will not see the GUI. Let me show you anyhow. So before I show you how this MySQL shell command line tool looks, do we have to install it? Do we have to download and install MySQL shell command line tool? Is it required for us to download and install this MySQL shell command line tool? The answer is no, guys. Okay, you don't have to install it. Okay, you don't have to download and install this. So then how? Then how can we get this MySQL shell command line tool? So this comes automatically with the MySQL. Okay, when you install, when you install MySQL, okay, MySQL software in your machine. So with this MySQL software, we also get this MySQL Workbench automatically. You don't have to separately install or download or install Workbench. When you install this MySQL software, along with the software, you'll get server, MySQL server you will get. Okay, MySQL server you will get, Workbench client you will get. Along with that, you will also get this MySQL shell command. Okay, shell command line tool also will get. So once you install this MySQL software, you will get all these things. You don't have to install again. So how to install this MySQL software in your machine? This part, guys, I explained very long back in the same video series. Okay, you can go to that previous video where I explained how to install this MySQL software in your machine. Okay, I'm not going to do that again. You can refer to the previous videos, guys. Fine. So hoping that you already have the MySQL software installed in your machine. If you have the MySQL software installed in your machine, by default, you will get this MySQL shell command line tool. Okay, then how to find it? Yes, you have installed MySQL software in your machine, but how to find this MySQL shell command line tool? Simple, guys. In the Windows search, in the machine which has MySQL software installed already, just search for shell. Okay, just type shell here. You will get MySQL shell. Okay, like this kind of thing. Okay, with a dolphin kind of symbol, which belongs to MySQL anyhow. Just click on that. So this is a command line tool, guys. Okay, it's a command line. It's not a GUI version. It's a commands. You have to provide the commands here to get the things done. Now
By default, this MySQL shell command line tool is referring to the JS means JavaScript. But I need to change this to SQL. Where can I find the commands for, okay, where can I find this MySQL shell commands? Simple guys, and Google, just go to Google and search for MySQL shell commands. Simple, okay, shell commands. When you search for that, you'll get this link like dev.mysql.com doc MySQL shell commands. Just click on that. Now you will get this MySQL shell commands. This is a list of shell commands, guys, MySQL shell commands that you can use now in the MySQL shell command line tool. Fine. At present, we need one command for switching from JavaScript mode to the SQL mode. For that, the command is this /SQL. Okay. So by default, JavaScript mode is there. So from that, you want to switch to SQL, switch execution mode to SQL. You want to execute the SQL commands. So you have to type this /SQL. Where in the MySQL shell command line tool, you have to type /SQL. So before I execute this, JavaScript JS is there. Now if I run this, you see MySQL shell command line tool got switched to SQL mode now. Okay, now you can run the SQL queries kind of thing here. But fine. In order to run the SQL queries, we have to connect to the database, right? I mean, you have to connect to the MySQL server. So without connecting to MySQL server, we cannot perform anything on SQL, right? Using SQL. So how to connect to the this MySQL server? For that, we have a command like /connect. You have to use this command /connect. Then after this, we have to provide root @ okay. Root is a username, guys. Okay, root is a username @ the server IP address. Since the server is in my local machine, I don't have to provide the IP address. If the server is in the MySQL server is in a remote machine, then here after @ you have to provide the IP address of that remote server. But since the MySQL is installed, okay, MySQL server is installed in my machine itself, I have to simply say localhost. It will pick up. And in which port this is running, you have to say colon, and generally the MySQL server runs in 3306 port. So root is the username of this MySQL server. Localhost is since MySQL server is in my own machine, I have to give localhost instead of IP address and then say colon. Then I have to give the port number generally where the MySQL server runs. Generally MySQL server runs in the port number 3306. This is enough, guys. Okay, this part is enough. Now now enter. When you enter, guys, creating a session to this MySQL server, please provide the password. The password is also root, guys. Okay. So where did I give the root as username and password? In previous videos, guys. Okay. When I installed the MySQL software in my machine, I gave the root as username and root as password for the MySQL server. Okay. You just refer to the previous videos for this particular. Just enter. Now it's asking me whether you want to save this password for future. So I will say no, guys. I don't want to save the password. So simply type no and say press enter. Now we got connected to this MySQL server, which is there in the local host. That is my machine, the same machine, which is running at 3306. Okay. Now here you see SSL is there. Okay. We have not selected any database here. Database is not selected, but I want to find out how many databases are there in this MySQL server. Okay, in my machine. For that, you have to say show databases. This command you have to use. You already know how to use these commands, right? The previous videos I explained all these SQL commands. Show databases will display the list of databases that are there in this MySQL server. Run this. The list of databases which are there in the MySQL server will be displayed here. And here, I would like to select this QFox database. Okay, I would like to, out of all these available databases, I want to work with the QFox database. For that, what is the command? I have to say use QFox. Okay, this command also explained as part of the previous videos. Just run this. Now here, as you can see, here instead of SSL, QFox got selected, right? QFox got selected, right? Because I selected the database as QFox. Okay. So whatever the queries I run here, those will be performed on this QFox database. I would like to see like under this QFox database of this MySQL server, how many tables are there? I would like to find out. Okay. I have to say that show tables. Okay. This is a command. It will display the list of tables that are there in this QFox database of this MySQL server. So only one table is there, guys, EMP1 table. So I would like to find out whatever the records that are there in this EMP1. So for that, I have to say select star from EMP1. Okay, run this. So all the employee records that are there in this EMP1 table will be displayed here. Two columns are there, ID and name. Okay, which I created. This table was created by me only as part of the previous videos. So I have not deleted this table. So it's there like that in the QFox database. Okay. So EMP1 table. In that EMP1 table, there are 2 columns and 3 records. 1, 3, 4. Arun, Tarun, Dinesh are there. Okay. Now you can run any query here, guys. You can create new table. Okay. A lot of things you can do from here. Okay. Lot of things you can under the QFox database. You can create more tables also. Like create table. Okay. EMP2. Like this, you can do that. Okay. ID as int, name as varchar of 15. Okay. Let me create this. So say semicolon, enter. Okay, you have an error in your syntax. Check the manual. Okay, where exactly the MySQL server version for the right syntax to use near where char. Okay, here some spelling mistake is there. Just press up arrow. You will get the previous whatever you have typed. This is the mistake I did. Okay, here where char I have done. I have to type where char. Okay, that is correct. Now enter. You see this time the table got created. 0 rows. There are no records in this table. If I say show tables this time, 2 tables will be displayed. Earlier only EMP1 table was there. Now EMP2 table is also there. But in the EMP2 table, there are no records. If I say select star from EMP2, you are getting empty set. That is, there are no records. How to insert the records? Insert into EMP2 values as 1, Arun. Okay, done. Query 1 is inserted. Another insert into EMP2 values as 2, Varun. Another row will be inserted. Insert into EMP2 values as 3, Tarun. Another record will be inserted. Now I would like to find out what is there in the EMP2 table. Select star from EMP2. Now run this. Again, any mistake I did? Select. Okay, there is a mistake at the select. Select. Okay, I have to type select star from EMP2. Run this. You see, whatever the records I inserted, they are displayed here. 1 Arun, 2 Arun, 3 Tarun in the EMP2 table. Okay, which has ID and name as a columns. Like this, guys. Not only from the MySQL workbench. Okay, but also we can connect to the MySQL server from this MySQL shell command line tool, and at the same time we can operate. Okay, we can select the database, we can create the tables, we can operate, we can run different SQL commands. Okay, on whatever the tables or any other things in that particular database that we selected. So guys, this is how we have to use MySQL shell command line tool. Okay, this is how we have to use MySQL shell command line tool. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 87 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use MySQL command line client. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use MySQL command line client. What is the purpose of using this MySQL command line client? The simple purpose, guys, the purpose of this MySQL command line tool is to connect to the MySQL server and thereby access the databases for performing the operations on the database objects. Okay. So to connect to the MySQL server, after connecting to the MySQL server, we can access the databases, okay, that are there in this server, and then perform the operations on the database objects of that particular selected database. This is generally any particular client tool will do. Here MySQL command line client is also a client tool which can be used for connecting to the MySQL server and thereby access the database and then perform the remaining SQL operations. So far till the previous videos, okay, we have used different client tools. So that is one of the client tool is the main client tool we have used so far is like MySQL Workbench. Okay, this is the main tool. So MySQL Workbench. So using this MySQL Workbench also, it's a GUI version, guys. Okay, GUI version. That means it's a GUI kind of thing where you can see everything like databases, their names, objects, everything visually. Okay, visually. I can show you here again. So just select this workbench and this is a MySQL Workbench client, using which we can connect to the database and then you can see everything visual way. You see everything is in a visual format. So this connection also is being done with a dialog. You see this is a visual dialog. Click on OK. When you give the password, it's getting connected to the database. As you can see, all the databases that are there in this MySQL server here. Okay. and you can run your SQL queries here on this particular database objects in this section. Everything is visual here, right? A lot of visual options are there here. But later point of time, I explained you, okay? I explained you about MySQL shell command line tool, okay? Shell command line tool. This one is not a GUI version, guys. It's a command line, okay? It doesn't have GUI. It's a command line, command line based tool. So after this, now I'm going to give another, okay? This is also a client. This is one client. This is another client. Now I'm going to give another tool, that is MySQL command line client. Okay, this is another tool, that is MySQL command line. This is also a client. Okay, this is also a client, and this one also will fall into the command line based kind of category. Okay, command line based category. So about this MySQL shell command line tool, I explained in the previous video, and in the current video I'm trying to cover the next command line based tool for connecting to the MySQL server and then accessing the database and performing the SQL operations. For that I'm going to use, I'm going to explain MySQL command line client in this video session. Okay, so how to do that? Simple, guys. In the Windows search here, Windows search, just search for MySQL command line. Okay, or simply search MySQL. You are getting this MySQL command line client, or you can search for command line client. It will come. Command line client also it will come. You see, you will get this MySQL command line client. Just select this one. You see, the tool has been launched. It's directly asking you to provide the password of the server that you want to connect. In my local machine, in the same machine, I install the MySQL server. Okay, I explained how to install this MySQL database software in one of the previous videos. Since MySQL database software is installed in this machine, the server will be also there in this machine, and also you are getting this MySQL command line client by default, guys, because when you install MySQL DB software in your machine, automatically it will actually install the MySQL server. It will install the MySQL workbench client. It will install the MySQL shell command line. It will also install a MySQL command line client. So this thing also came by with the MySQL DB software itself. Okay, you don't have to manually install or download or install it from other place. Okay, you will have this by default when you install MySQL DB software in your machine. Okay, how to install MySQL DB software, I already explained as part of the previous videos. Okay, you can refer them. So it's asking for the MySQL server's password. Okay, I'm giving the password as root because when I install this MySQL DB software, I set the username and password of that particular software as root. Okay, so you have to give the same thing. Now, so we got connected to the MySQL server. Okay, we got already connected to the MySQL server. Now, what we have to say, what we have to do in this MySQL server, how many databases are there? We have to find. How to find that? What is the SQL query? Show databases is the SQL query. Okay, you have to run this. When you run this, all the databases which are there in this MySQL server will be displayed here. So in that, I would like to select this QFox database. Okay, this QFox database I created as part of the previous videos. Okay, so this is created by me. So let me select this QFox. So how to select that? I have to say use QFox. Okay, this is a SQL query command for selecting a database out of the list of databases that are there in the server. Okay, so when I run this, the database got selected as QFox. Database changed. Now under this QFox database, okay, what are the tables available? For that, another command is there like show tables, right? Show tables. Now enter. All the tables which are there in this QFox database of this MySQL server will be displayed. There are two tables. This EMP2 table I created as part of the previous video, guys. While explaining previous video, I created this EMP2 table. Now here also I am trying to create another table. Okay, from the MySQL command line client also I am trying to create another table. Create table. What is the syntax? Create table. Table name EMP3. Let's say. Okay. So here also ID int name as varchar of 15. So like this, I am just creating another table, EMP3 table. The table got created, but it doesn't have any records. Select star from EMP3. If I say, you will see an empty table. Okay, empty set is there. Now I have to insert some records into this EMP3 table. Insert into EMP3 values as 1, Arun. Okay, so one row got inserted. Insert into EMP3 values 5, Dinesh. Then insert into EMP3 values some 9, Kiran. Like that, I'm just inserting some three records. So now if I say select star from EMP3, I'll get the table having the records. Like these 3 records I inserted just now, those are displayed. Like this, guys, you can run any query. Okay, you can run any query, you can run the delete statements and anything about SQL you can run. You can using this MySQL command line client, you can connect to the MySQL server. Thereby, you can run any SQL queries to select the databases, show the tables, and then perform operations on some specific tables. Okay, inserting data into the tables and retrieving the records from the tables and all the stuff you can do here. Okay, so this is all about the MySQL command line client. Okay, so this will come by default with the MySQL DB software. While installing MySQL DB software, you will get the MySQL server, MySQL workbench, MySQL shell command line tool, and MySQL command line client also. So this will come by default. Anyhow, you don't have to install. So hope you understood this session, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 88 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use default Windows command prompt for connecting to MySQL server. So in this video session, what I am going to do, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use default Windows command prompt. Okay, how to use this default Windows command prompt for connecting to the MySQL server, and thereby perform operations on the databases that are there in the server. Okay, so first of all, this default Windows command prompt comes by default with the Windows operating system. If you have this Windows operating system installed in your machine, it can be Windows 10 or whatever it is. With this, along with this Windows operating system, you will get a default Windows command prompt. How to find it? So just type this CMD command in this Windows search bar, and you will get this command prompt app. When you open this, you'll get this default Windows command prompt. This belongs to the Windows operating system, guys. Using this default Windows command prompt we can also connect to the MySQL server. Okay, using this default Windows command prompt, we can also connect to the MySQL server. In this video session, I am going to explain how to do so. Okay, how to connect to the MySQL server, how to access the databases using this Windows default command prompt, and how to perform operations on the tables and all those stuff. Okay, using this default Windows command prompt. So let me explain. Fine. Before that, in your computer, you should have MySQL server installed. Okay, I mean MySQL DB software should be installed in your machine. If you have this MySQL DB software installed in your machine, then only you can use this Windows command prompt to connect to the MySQL server. Without having the MySQL DB software, you cannot have the MySQL server, right? So the prerequisite here is, if you have the MySQL DB software installed in your machine, so along with this DB software, we will get the MySQL server also, okay, which has the databases and all the stuff. So how to install this MySQL server, and how to install this MySQL DB software, and how to get that server, everything I explained as part of the previous videos. Okay, so refer to the previous videos if you don't have the MySQL DB software installed in your machine. If you have the MySQL DB software installed in your machine, then you can use default Windows command prompt to connect to this MySQL server and thereby do the next steps. So assuming that you have the MySQL DB software installed in your machine, so go to this particular location. So go to this this PC where you can see all the drives in your computer. Go to the C drive where generally we have the program files installed, software is installed. Go to the program files. If you have installed the MySQL 64-bit version, go to the program files. Then find this MySQL folder. In the MySQL folder, you have to select this MySQL server, okay, some version, whatever it can be. And inside this MySQL server folder, you will find this bin folder. Inside the bin folder, you will see this MySQL application, okay. If you see this MySQL application, then you are at the perfect path. Now here, type CMD, select this path, okay, you have to select the path like this. So on the top of, after selecting this path, you have to type CMD. So I have to select the path and then type CMD there and enter. Okay, when I select this path, type CMD and then press enter, I'll get this command prompt opened, and the default location, okay, that will be selected will be C program files, MySQL server, whatever the path is there, that will be coming. If I directly open this command prompt like this, okay, then you see the default path is C users Arunyam. But if I want to have the path like this, C program files, MySQL server bin, then I have to go to this particular location, select the complete path, type CMD and press enter. You'll get this path here. Okay. So this is a shortcut for doing so. Now here, from here, I need to run this MySQL. So MySQL application I have to run. So I have to say MySQL. I have to type MySQL here, followed by, so in order to run this application, I have to provide the username. Okay. So -u stands for username. The username that I have given while installing this MySQL DB software in my machine, as part of the earlier videos, is root. Okay. I specified the root username for the MySQL server software. Okay. While installing the MySQL DB software, I specified the root as a username for the MySQL server. So username is root, and password -p I have to say. I should not enter the password here. Okay. I simply have to say -p, then enter. Then it will ask for the password, guys. Okay. Only give up to here. MySQL -u root. Root is a username and -p is password. But you don't have to enter the password here. When you press enter, it will ask for the password. Here the password for the MySQL server is again root. Okay. All these things like username root and password root, all those things I have given as part of the previous videos. Okay. So you watch the previous videos. Press enter. Then you see we got connected to the MySQL server here. Now in this MySQL server, if you have to find out the different databases available in this MySQL server, what is the SQL command for finding the different databases in the MySQL server? Okay. Show databases, you have to say show databases and press enter. So all the DBs which are there in this MySQL server will be displayed here. And out of all these DBs, I would like to select this MySQL. Okay. I have created this MySQL DB as part of previous videos. Okay. So now I have to select that MySQL DB created by me. Use MySQL is a SQL statement for selecting the one of the DB out of all the available DBs in this particular MySQL server. Now the DB got selected as MySQL. I mean, the DB gets, sorry, I should not be saying MySQL here. I have to say use QFox. Okay. QFox is the DB that I created as part of the previous videos. So I'm going to select the QFox DB. So database has been changed to QFox. Okay. So now QFox is selected. So after selecting this QFox, I would like to find out what are the existing tables. Okay. What are the tables that are there, that are created inside this QFox database. So for that, we have a command known as show tables. Show tables. So inside this QFox database of this MySQL server, we have the 3 different tables: EMP1, EMP2, EMP3. EMP3 table I created as part of the previous video. So similarly, I can create one more table. I have to create, what is the SQL command? Create table EMP4. Okay, EMP4. Int ID, ID as int, name as varchar. Okay, varchar. Like this I can give. So the table got created, but no records are available. If I say select star from EMP4, no records will be displayed, empty records. Okay. But if I try to insert some records, insert into EMP4 values as 1 comma, okay, Suresh. Done. One row got inserted, another row insert into EMP4 values as 2 comma Naresh. Okay, Naresh. Another record got inserted. Insert into EMP4 values 3 comma Alice. Like that, you can insert as many records as you want. Now, if after inserting some records, if I say select star from EMP4, I'll get the table columns, ID name. Under that, we'll see the records. 3 records are there, right? Whatever the records I inserted, that will be coming. Like this, guys, we can perform any number of operations on the tables. You can create new tables. We can delete the tables. We can update the tables, alter the tables. You can do all the things from this command line. Okay, Windows default command line. We can do that. Okay. So guys, this how we can use default Windows command prompt. Okay, command prompt for connecting to the MySQL server and thereby performing different SQL operations on the tables or objects of the databases of this MySQL server. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 89 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain about the different types of SQL statements. So in this video session, I am going to explain about the SQL statement types. There are several SQL statements, and all these SQL statements can be categorized into different types. At a high level, the SQL statements can be categorized into these 5 types. What are they? DQL. DQL means, here I will be writing what is DQL. DQL means data query language. Okay. DQL means data query language. Then we have DML. Then DML stands for data manipulation language. DQL, DML. Okay, these are so far two types of SQL statements. Now we have DDL. DDL means data definition language. Data definition language. Now we have TCL. Transaction control language. And we have DCL. Okay, data control language. Like this, there are different types of SQL statements. That is DQL, DML, DDL, TCL, DCL. So DQL stands for data query language, DML stands for data manipulation language, DDL stands for data definition language, TCL stands for transaction control language, and DCL stands for data control language. So all the SQL statements can be categorized into these five statement types. Okay, any of these categories. So what are the different statements fall into the DQL? What are the different statements which fall into the DML? Let me give you some examples. So here we have the SQL statement types categorized into 5 types, that is DQL, DML, DDL, TCL, and DCL, right? Under data query language, we have the select SQL statement. You know about selects, right? For retrieving the records from the tables, we use select star from, select column name from table, like that. Okay, that is select statement, which falls into the data query language category. Coming to data manipulation language, okay, category, we have the SQL statements like insert into data into the table, update the data in the table, delete the data from the table. These are like manipulation things. Okay, these 3 statements, okay, will fall into the data manipulation language. Coming to DDL, data definition language. Okay, data definition language. Using this, we can create objects. Okay, in the database, like you can create table, you can create indexes. Okay, like that, we can create a lot of things. At the same time, we can completely delete the tables. Okay, using the drop statement, we can delete those tables and all the stuff. We can modify the objects. Okay, modify the objects, like modify the tables, etc., by adding more columns or deleting a column. Okay, that is like alter. Then truncate, we also have the truncate, okay, which also does a kind of deletion kind of thing. Now we have TCL. Next category of SQL statement types is TCL, transaction control language. Okay, under this TCL, we have the SQL statements like commit and rollback. Okay, commit for permanent saving and rollback. If not permanently saved, you can roll back to the previous state of the data. Okay, so previous state of the objects, that is TCL. All the statements I explained as part of the previous videos, guys. Okay, in the previous videos of SQL, in this video series, I explained how to use select, how to use insert, update, delete, create, drop, alter, truncate, commit, rollback. Now the last category is DCL. DCL stands for data control language, and under DCL we have this grant and revoke. These are admin level permissions, right? If you want to give some permission to the user to perform these operations, okay, you can grant. And if you want to remove the permissions of the user for performing any of these kind of operations, then you can use revoke. Till now I have not explained how to use grant SQL statement or how to use revoke SQL statement. I'll be explaining more about this grant and revoke SQL statements in the next video session, guys. Okay, in the next video session, I'm going to practically demonstrate to you how to use grant and revoke. Okay, how to grant permissions to the user for performing this kind of operations on the table, and how to revoke, I mean, remove the permissions of the user from performing this kind of operations. Okay, these 2 SQL statements I'm going to explain after this session. That is, in the next video session, I'm going to cover that. So guys, this is all about the different types of SQL statements we have, and under different type of SQL statements, what are the different SQL statements we have. Okay, so that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 90 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use grant and revoke SQL statements. So in this video session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use grant and revoke SQL statements. These are two SQL statements, guys. These two SQL statements falls under the which category of SQL statement types? DCL category. DCL stands for data control language. Okay, DCL stands for data control language. In the previous video, I explained there are different SQL statement types. All the SQL statements can be categorized into different types. That is DQL, DML, DDL, TCL, and DCL. And this grant and revoke SQL statements falls under the DCL category of this SQL statement types. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate these two SQL statements, that is grant and revoke. So before I practically demonstrate these two statements for you, you need to understand one more thing. That is, in my machine, we have this MySQL server. In my machine, I have this MySQL server available. Okay, already available. As part of the previous video, okay, I explained how to install, okay, how to install MySQL DB software in my machine. When I explain this, how to install MySQL DB software, automatically you will get this MySQL server available in your machine. Okay, when you install this MySQL DB software, you will automatically get the MySQL server. Fine. And while installing this MySQL DB software, you need to create a username. You need to provide the username and password. Okay, during this installation and configuration of this MySQL DB software, you will be asked to provide the username of a root. Okay, root user and password of the root user. So to even I have given the username as root and password as root to the root user. What is the root user? This is a mandatory user, guys. Okay, root user is a super user. In order to create this, in order to install this MySQL DB software, while installing, you will be asked to provide this username and password. Okay, that is root username and password. So I gave the root username as root and password as root. So this user is required for connecting to the MySQL server. Otherwise, you will not have any users for connecting to the MySQL server. So while installing this MySQL DB software, okay, you will be asked to provide the username and password for this root user. Okay, that is root I gave. You can give any username and any password, guys. We generally give username as root and password as root. Fine. This is a super user. What is super user? This root user is a super user, means he has all the permissions. He has the permissions in such a way that he can manage other users also. Okay. He can do all the admin related stuff. Okay. He has a high level permissions to do lot of stuff, and at same time he can manage other users. Okay, he can give the permissions to other users, he can take away the permissions from other users. Such kind of things also the root user can do. So this username root and password root is already available. Let me show you. So open Workbench. So how do you generally connect to the MySQL server? With MySQL server, when you install MySQL DB software in your machine, apart from that server, you will also get the Workbench. Okay, Workbench is a client. Using this client, we can connect to the server. Open this. When you click on this Workbench, so and click on this. So here, using the root credentials, okay, root user credentials. Username is root and password is also root. Okay, using that credentials of the root user or super user, you are getting connected to the MySQL server. This is the client. MySQL Workbench is the client, and you are connecting to the MySQL server by giving the root user's username and password. Okay, when I do that, you will get connected. So apart from this root user, we don't have any other users. Okay, so you just go to the server. Okay, and users and privileges. Here we have root user. So apart from this root user, if you want to have more users, you can actually create them here. Okay, click on add account. When you say add account, so here you have to give the username as, let's say I will give the username as user1 and some password you have to give. Let me give the password as QFox. Okay, Q is capital here and say $123. You can give anything. I'm just giving this one. QA Fox $123. Okay, and then say apply. So another user got created, that user one. So here, apart from the root user having the username and password as root, I have created another user. Another user has been created. This user has a username as user1. User1 is a username and password is QFox $123. This is in my machine. You can create such kind of users on your wish. And again, I will create another user, that is two users I am creating, guys. Okay, user 2 QFox $123. So two users I would like to create. Second user I have to create here. So again add account. Here again user 2. Again I'm giving the same password for this user also. Okay, so okay, I just gave that and say apply. So two users got created, user 1 and user 2. Fine. Now tell me, now we have three users, right? One is a root user, that is super user. Other than root user, we now have the user 1 and user 2. For access, we can use any of this user for connecting to the MySQL server, right? You can connect to the MySQL server either using the super user, that is root user, that is using the username root and root, or you can also connect to the MySQL server by using the credentials of this user 1 or user 2. That is also possible. But here, now using which user we are currently connected to the MySQL server? Using the root user. But how to connect to the MySQL server using another user? Let's say I would like to connect to this MySQL server using user 1. So for that, I will try to close and restart Workbench. So when you do so, you should not select this one. Instead, go to this database and say connect to database. Now, this one, or yes, here username is root. Change this to user 1. Okay, user 1, and click on OK. Now you'll get this connect to MySQL, but username is user 1. Password is what, guys? QFox1. QFox $123 is the password for this user. Okay. Now this time I got connected to the MySQL server. Okay, MySQL server using user 1. But do you see any databases here? No database is there here, right? This particular user doesn't have access to any of the databases in the MySQL server. What's the problem? The problem is he doesn't have any privileges. Okay, yeah, we have to give the access, guys. Okay, we have to we have to grant him some permissions so that he can work on some databases. Who can grant him the permissions to work on the databases to this particular user? The root user has to do. So again, let's connect to the MySQL server using the root user, that is Workbench again. And now this time connect with the root user. Root, say okay. So here I would like to grant the user 1 to access this QFox database. So for that I will say use QFox. Okay, so as root user I am typing use QFox so that I can select this QFox database. Now I am going to grant some permissions to a particular user for this for accessing this database. Let's see what we can do is I would like to only grant one of the table, only EMP1 table. Under this QFox database, I am going to grant permissions, okay? So that the user 1 can only work with this EMP1 table. All the other tables of this database cannot be accessed. So something like that I am going to do. The command here is grant. Which permissions you want to give? Let's say I would like to give the grant the permissions of select. The user 1, this user 1 can only use this select command. Okay, select SQL statement on this particular EMP1 table. Grant select on which table? EMP1 table. Okay, I am granting the permissions. Which permission? Select permissions on which table? EMP1 table. To which user? To which user? To user 1. To user 1 I am granting the permission. If I run this, you see grant select on EMP1 to user 1. So now the user 1 got permissions to perform select operations to run the select SQL queries on the EMP1 table only. Let's see that whether the user 1 got that. So how can we find out? We have to again connect to the Workbench. Again restart the Workbench, and this time again connect with the user 1 credentials. Go to database, connect to database, and here instead of root you have to specify user 1 and say okay. And it will ask for the password of the user 1. I'll give the password as QFox $123 and say okay. When I do so, now I got connected to this MySQL server using the user 1 credentials, and only one database is displayed QFox. Under that only one table will be there, guys. Only EMP1 table, this particular user 1 has access to perform select operations only. So now let's say select star from EMP1. If I run this, Okay. So first I have to select the database, right? Without selecting the database, you cannot do any operations in MySQL. So use QFox. Okay, this database you have to select. After selecting, you can perform operations on the table. Now say select star from EMP1. You see, I'm able to retrieve the records from the EMP1 table. Fine. Can I insert the records? Let's try this. Insert into EMP1 values as some 9 comma Kiran. 9 comma Kiran. So I'll get an error, guys, because this permission of inserting the records into this particular table for this user one is not there. Okay. Run this. You will get an error saying that permission. So command denied to insert command denied to user. That means this particular user one doesn't have permissions to insert records into the table. He can only do what? He can only retrieve the records. Okay. So how come like what we can do? What we can do if you want to insert, if the user one has to, if you have to give the permissions to the user one, what we have to do? Again, we have to connect to the MySQL server using root. Okay. So as root user, this is our username is root and password is root. As root user or super user, you will be connecting to the MySQL server, and this time, so you will grant more permissions. Grant select, comma, insert, like that you have to provide. We'll come to that again. Okay, we'll come to that again. So yeah, we can do that. For now, only grant 2 permissions. Select, comma, insert on EMP1. Let's do this first. After that, I will go to other one. So user one. This time I'm granting 2 permissions. That is not only retrieving the records. Okay, user one not only will can use a select statement, but also you can insert the records using the insert SQL statement. Okay, so run this. Now the what happened here? Okay, you have to select the database again, guys. Use QFox and now run this. This will work now. Okay, so we granted 2 permissions, not only select but also insert. Now again connect to the workbench and connect to the MySQL server as user one. And let's see whether this user one got the permissions or not. So user one, say okay, and give the password as afox $123 and say okay. Now again we have to say use QFox, run this, and we got only one table because only user one has only one permissions to access this EMP1 table. Now if you say select star from EMP1, run this. You can retrieve the records. At same time, you can insert the records. This time the user one got the permissions to even insert the records. Insert into EMP1 values as some 9 comma Kiran. If I give that like this, okay, this will work, guys. This time it will work. Earlier it has not worked. You see. Now again say select star from EMP, you will get 4 records. That means I'm not only able to retrieve the records, but also able to insert the records because the root user has granted the user one with the permissions of retrieving the records using select statements and inserting the records using the insert statements. Now let's remove permissions. Okay, now let's remove some permissions. How to revoke the permissions? In order to remove the permissions for the user one, again we need to connect to the MySQL server using the root user. Okay, as root user, again we have to connect, guys. By connecting to the root to the MySQL server as root user, now you can revoke the permissions. How to revoke? How to remove the permissions? You have to say revoke this second SQL statement, guys. Okay, in this video session, I told you like I'm going to explain 2 SQL statements. One is grant and revoke. Now I'm going to explain about revoke, which is generally used for removing the permissions for that particular user. Revoke only insert. I'm going to revoke this. I will revoke both things. What's the matter? Revoke select insert on EMP1 to not to from you have to say. Okay, in case of revoke we have to use from. Revoke this both permissions, that is select and insert for on which table? EMP1 table. From which user? User one. I am taking back the permissions, both the permissions that this user one has for retrieving the records using select statements, inserting the records using the insert into statements, right? These 2 permissions I am taking it back. Root user is taking back these permissions. So again, you have the same mistake we are doing. Use QFox, you have to say, then only you can perform these operations. Run this. You see, both the permissions got revoked or removed for the user one. If you connect as a user one, okay, if you connect to the MySQL server as the user one using the MySQL workbench, like this, and here user one, you have to say user one, and say okay, and give the password QFox $123, and say okay. Okay, you see all the permissions got vanished. That means now the user one doesn't have any access to any of the tables for performing anything. Okay, so again go back. We can give lot of permissions, guys. Okay, there are a lot of variety of permissions we can give to the users. That is, we can say grant different permissions like select, insert. Not only select, insert, we can say create permission, delete permission, drop permission, update permission, alter permission. All these permissions you can give, okay, to the users. At same time, you can give this all permissions to the multiple users also. This much flexible this particular statement is. So let's say I will connect to the root user workbench. I'll connect as root user. Okay, root. Say okay. Okay, I connected as a root user, and I'm trying to use QFox database, and I would like to give multiple permissions to multiple users in a single statement. Grant which permissions I would like to give. I would like to give select permission. I would like to give insert permission, then update permission, alter permission, create permission, okay, drop permission. Like this, different permissions I am going to give, and delete permission. So on which table? On EMP1 table. Okay, EMP1 table. To which user? To user 1 and also user 2. For 2 users, I am giving the permissions. Okay, I am granting the permissions of selecting, inserting, updating, altering, creating, dropping, and deleting the things on this particular table for these 2 users, not 1 user this time, 2 users. This much flexible this grant statement can be having. So when I run this, all these permissions have been granted to not only user 1 but also user 2. Both user 1 and user 2 can perform this type of operations on EMP1 table. So similarly, we can use revoke also. Okay, again revoke. If you want to revoke, if you don't want to revoke all the permissions, you can remove. For example, I don't want to revoke the select. Okay, remaining permissions I would like to revoke. That is a insert, update, alter, create, drop, delete. I would like to remove for the this particular users. So on EMP1 2, I would like to revoke this remaining permissions on EMP table for these both users. Okay, so just copy paste this. We have to say from, guys. Here we have to say from. Okay, in case of revoke we have to give from, in case of grant we have to give to. Okay, so that's the difference. Run this. So all these permissions except the select permission got revoked for this both users. Like this, guys, we can use grant and revoke SQL statements. Okay, who will be using this grant and revoke SQL statements? It will be used by the root user. Root user will be using this grant and revoke SQL statements for granting the permissions to the other users or revoking the or removing the permissions from other users. So guys, this is all about the grant and revoke SQL statements. Thank you guys. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 91 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about temporary tables. So in this video session, I am going to explain and demonstrate on how to use temporary tables. Fine. So why are these temporary tables needed? Why we have to create the temporary tables in SQL? Okay. The reason here is there may be some situations where there may be some situations where the application, okay, the application has to create a table for a purpose. Okay, for a purpose, the application has to create a table, and thereafter using the table, it has to delete it. After completing the usage of the table, it has to delete it. So this is where the temporary tables are required. Is it possible to create the temporary tables in MySQL? Yes, guys. Using the SQL statements, we can create the temporary tables in MySQL, and they only exist till the session exists. Let me practically show you how they work. Fine. So here, I'm going to use MySQL Workbench client for connecting to the MySQL server. Already it got connected. Now, this MySQL server has 4 DBs. QFOX, Alias, Word. This is created by me, whereas this came by default with MySQL server. Now, I will choose one of the databases here. Let me choose QFOX. So how to select this? Use QFOX. This is a command. Okay, this is a SQL statement which we have to use for selecting the database. Why we have to select the database? In order to work with the tables under this database, we have to first select the database. So after selecting the database, now the database got selected. Now, whatever the tables that are displayed here, EMP1, EMP2, 3, 4, whatever it is, EMPER, okay, all these tables are permanent tables. Okay, so even though you close this workbench and again launch the workbench and connect to MySQL server again, these tables will exist. But if you create the temporary tables, they will exist only until I close this MySQL workbench. Again, if I try to launch this MySQL workbench, you will not see the temporary tables. Okay, so let me create a normal table. Okay, first how to create a normal table, guys? Create table name, right? I will say normal table. I'll give normal table. Okay, this is a normal table. It's not a temporary table. It's a normal table. And here I will say ID int name varchar of 15. So this is a normal table, guys. The name of the table is also normal table. Okay, just for the reference, I kept that name as normal table. So run this. You see here the table got created, right? And if you refresh here, the normal table, okay, normal table got created under the tables of this QFOX database. But what if I create a temporary table? Will it be saved here? No, guys. Okay, you will see that. If I say how to create a temporary table, everything is same. Okay, everything is same like this. But only difference is here create temporary. You have to add the temporary keyword. Okay, only this is different. Create temporary table, temp table. Okay, temp table. Name I am giving the table name as temp table. You can give any name. I am just giving temp table. ID int name varchar of 15. Okay, varchar of 15. If I give something like this, so here temp table with the name temp table, a temporary table will be created. So what is the difference between this normal table and temporary table? Only one thing, there is temporary keyword added to this particular statement. That's the only difference. When you add the temporary keyword to the create table statement, it will create a temporary table. Run this. You see the temporary table also got created. If you refresh here, you will not see the temporary table here, guys. Okay, you see this temp table name is not there any of these tables, so it cannot be saved. This is just for temporary purpose. It cannot be saved into the final list of the tables in this database. So we can we insert any records into this temporary table? Yes, guys, we can insert that. Okay, we can insert the records. How to insert? Insert into temp table values. Same thing. Okay, the same way you insert the records into the table, the same way you can insert the records into the temporary table. Fine. Here I will say one Arun. Okay. Then we have insert into temp table values as 2 Varun. Insert into temp table values as 3 Tarun. Like this, 3 records I am trying to insert. If I run this, 3 records will be inserted into this temporary table, that is with the name temp table. If I say select star from temp table, okay, table name, that is temp table, temporary table name temp table. If I say like this, it will give me the results. Okay, until we are in this session, this particular things will work, guys. Now what I will do is I will simply I will do one more thing. I will also insert some records into the normal table also. This is a normal table here. Here also I will try to insert records. So I will change this to normal table. Okay, so normal table also I am trying to insert the records. So what is the difference between this normal table and temporary table? We'll get to know. Run this. So records got inserted. How to find them? Select star from normal table. So normal table is a normal table, so which will be saved. Okay, it will be saved. But coming to temporary table, it's going to disappear. Okay, it's going to disappear. It will only exist until the session of the work MySQL workbench exists. Now here if I say select star from normal table, you will get the records. Okay. Now guys, temp table we are getting the records, normal table we are getting the records. Fine. Now let me close it. Now let's relaunch the workbench. Now let's relaunch the workbench. When I try to relaunch the workbench, MySQL workbench will open. Let's connect to the MySQL server. Let me give the password root which I configured for MySQL server in one of the previous videos. So say okay. Okay, done. Now guys, here normal table is there. If I say select star from normal table, you will get the, sorry, first you have to say use QFox. Okay, first select the database, then perform operations. If you say select star from normal table, you will get the records. You will get the records. Okay, because this is a normal table. It's not a temporary table. It will exist even after the session of the MySQL workbench closes. Okay, expires. Now coming to the second one, that is temp table. This is a temporary table, right? Now if I say select star from temp table, will I get these records? You will not get the records, guys. It will say that the table with the name temp table doesn't exist. That means it's not there. It got deleted. When the session of this MySQL workbench has ended, okay, this table got automatically deleted. It is because it is a temporary table. It will not be saved for future use. It's only for that time purpose. Okay. Even though we created the temporary table in the previous session of this MySQL workbench, now after I restart this MySQL workbench, now the table is not there. Okay, because it is a temporary table. So guys, this is all about the temporary table. Okay, hope you understood. Thank you guys. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 92 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use different SQL statements like show columns, show indexes, show privileges, and show grants. So in this video session, I am going to cover 4 different SQL statements like show columns, show indexes, show privileges, and show grants. These are the 4 different SQL statements I am going to cover in this video session. And apart from these 4 show statements, we have 2 other show statements which I have already covered as part of the previous videos. They are show databases. I already covered this show databases as part of one of the previous videos. Also, show tables. This also I covered as part of the previous videos. Now in this video session, I am going to cover these 4 other different, okay, show statements, that is show columns, show indexes, show privileges, show grants. Now let me practically demonstrate. Fine. So here we have 4 DBs. I'm going to select this QFox. Okay. I'm going to select this QFox. So use QFox database. Or before doing so, let me revise this show databases. Okay, you can say show databases here. What are the different databases we have in this MySQL server? Okay, this particular statement will get us. So there are this different number of databases. Okay, inbuilt databases and external databases. These 4 are something we can use, whereas internal databases are there here. As you can see, QFox is there here, and Sakila database is here, Sys is here, and World is here. Other things are like internal databases. That's fine. So out of this 4 databases, I would like to use the first database, that is QFox. Okay, in order to work with or practically demonstrate in this video session, I'm going to select this one of the databases out of this 4 databases. So here, show statement can be used for finding all the databases that are there in the MySQL server. After that, using the use statement, you can select a particular database. Now this QFox database, out of all the remaining database of this MySQL server, got selected, and we are now free to perform any operations on any of these tables of this QFox, okay, database. After this, in this QFox database, I would like to know how many tables are there. What are the different tables available in this QFox database? For that, again, we have to use a similar type of show statement, which says show tables. Okay, show tables. When I run this, all the tables which are available in this QFox database will be displayed here. Tables in QFox database will be displayed here. So like this, guys, in the previous videos, I already explained how to use show databases and show tables. Now in this video session, I'm going to explain the other 4 show statements. Okay, there are more show statements, guys. Okay, not only these 6, but there are many things. For example, if you go here into the Google and search for MySQL show statements, okay, MySQL show or something, you just type here there. Okay, show SQL statements, show statements. Okay, statements. Yeah, this is the one. MySQL show. Just go to this URL. You will see a lot of SQL statements. Okay, there are a lot of statements, guys. Show binary logs, show collation, show columns, show create, show events. Like that, many things are there. But we generally don't use all those things, guys. Okay, we use some common things like here we have show tables. Okay, we'll be using show tables, show indexes. Okay, show columns, show databases. All these are the general things that are used. Okay, these are the general things that are used. Other than that, we don't use any other things. So here I already explained how to use show database, show tables. Coming to this one, so there are many show selection statements, right? There are many show SQL query statements, but this 4 will be enough, or this 6 will be enough, guys. Okay, learning this 6 SQL statements related to show will be enough. You don't have to learn more. Okay, you don't have to learn more. Only this 6 will be enough, guys. So what we can do here is the 6 SQL statements. Okay, these 6 SQL statements. Let me practically demonstrate. I already demonstrated this too. Now I'm going to demonstrate the remaining 4 show SQL statements. So now we got the tables. Now in this EMP1 table, I would like to find all the columns. Okay, so for that, what I have to say, show columns from which table? EMP1 table. I would like to find or list down all the columns from this EMP table. Like this show columns statement can be used. Run this. So here, this EMP1 table in QFox has how many columns? Only 2 columns. That is ID and name. So ID column, name column. So 2 with the details of these columns got displayed here. Now there are some tables, guys, which have some indexes. Here you see this particular table EMP4 doesn't have an index. You cannot expand this. But there are some databases here like this. Expand them. City. You see the city table under the world database has this columns. At same time, indexes are also there. Okay. So now let's move to this world database by saying use world database. So this world database will be selected first. After the world database got selected, you can perform operations on any table of this world database. So here I would like to find out all the indexes which are there for this particular table city. For that, you have the show statement saying show indexes from which table? City. Okay, from city table of world database. Show indexes from city. When you run this, all the indexes we have for this city table will be displayed here with the key name primary and other name of the index is country code. Let's see that whether that city table has these indexes or not. I already explained about indexes as part of the previous videos, guys. You can refer that video to get an idea of what exactly the indexes are. You see, this particular city table has these columns, okay, and at the same time it has these 2 indexes. So using show indexes, we can find the indexes of this city table. Now, one more thing. Now go back. Again, say use QFox. Let's go back to the previous database, that is QFox. Okay. So here, if you remember, in one of the previous sessions, okay, before going there, that's fine. Before going there, let me explain another show statement. Okay, that is nothing but show privileges. Show privileges. If I run this, what this particular SQL statement will result in? So whatever the privileges that MySQL, okay, can provide, all this, okay, this is a complete list of privileges that we can assign to a particular user, guys. Okay, in MySQL. In MySQL, this is a list of privileges in MySQL. Okay, this is a list of privileges in MySQL. If you want to find out all the privileges that are there in MySQL, okay, then you can find this with the detailed explanations, guys. If I say show privileges here, alter privileges there. What is the purpose of this? To alter the table, to create the databases, tables, indexes, and other stuff. Okay, So here drop for dropping, that is deleting the databases tables, deleting the tables, and lot of privileges, all the commands and all those things in SQL will be displayed here, as you can see here, right? So a lot of privileges came here. So these privileges you can assign to other users. In the previous video I explained, if you go to the server and users and privileges, you can create any number of users here. Okay, for this MySQL server, by default we have, when you configure and install this MySQL server, you have to create this root username with the root password I gave, right? Similarly, this is the important one. Okay, this is a default user or root user or super user who has all the privileges. But apart from this root super user, you can create other users also. Okay, other users also by connecting to this MySQL server as a super user, root user. Okay, in the MySQL server, we can create more users by going from server user privileges and coming here. And here we have add account. I explained this how to do this in the previous video, guys. Okay, so I don't have to explain again. Fine. So like this, we can create more users here. So this different users. Let's say in the previous videos we created these two users, user 1 and user 2, right? As part of explaining this grant and revoke related SQL statements, I explained, I created this user 1 and user 2 as part of the previous videos. Now we have this user 1 and user 2. Now I would like to find out what permissions or what privileges that this particular user 1 is granted with, okay? And what privileges that this user 2 is granted with. I would like to find out. So how to find out? How to find out? Show grants. Okay, show grants for, give one username, guys. Okay, user 1. For user 1, what are the privileges granted? For that, you have to run this statement. Show grants for user 1. If you run this, all the privileges that are, all the privileges granted to this user 1 will be displayed here. You see, this particular user 1 is granted to use these privileges like select, insert, update, delete, create, drop, alter. Okay, on which table? On EMP1 table of which database? QFox database. Only this EMP1 table of QFox database. This particular user 1 is granted with all these different permissions. Like you can perform select operation on this EMP1 table of QFox database. Insertion. You can insert the data into this EMP1 table like that, guys. Okay. Similarly, other user, that is user 2, is also granted with different permissions. So in order to find out the privileges for user 2, we have to again run this statement. Show grants for user 2. When you run this, all the privileges that got granted to user 2 will be displayed. Only user 2 is granted to perform select privilege on EMP1 table of QFox database. Only one privilege is there, that is select privilege, whereas user 1 has many privileges like select, insert, update, whereas user 2 only has a single privilege, that is select privilege. The table is same, the database is same. Okay, so guys, this is how we can use the different show statements in SQL, that is show columns, show indexes, show privileges, and show grant statements. So hope guys you understood these 4 different show SQL statements. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 93 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to insert null values into the tables. So in this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to insert null values, into the tables. So there are two ways. In which we can insert null values into the tables. So one is direct way, guys. Okay, there is a direct way, and other way is no value. If you don't provide any value, it will be null. Direct way is when you directly insert null value. Okay, when you directly insert null value, it is a direct way. When you don't insert any value, that is also nothing but null. Okay, it's an indirect way, but when you don't insert anything, it will become a null. So let me practically demonstrate how to insert null values into the tables now. So let's go to this MySQL workbench. which got connected to this MySQL server. As you can see, there are 4 DBs. I would like to work with this QFox DB, which I created as part of the previous videos. So use QFox, run this. The QFox database got selected. Now we can perform operations on any tables or anything, any operations we can perform on this QFox database now, okay, as we have selected it. Now, what I would like to do is, I would like to clear all these tables. I would like to remove all these tables, okay, drop tables. I'm just dropping so that I can freshly create a new table and work on it. Now guys, let's create a new table. How to create a table? Create table, okay, emp1, id as int data type and name as varchar data type. So run this. When you run this, a table will be created inside this QFox database with this name emp1. Refresh this. So this table emp1 is going to have 2 columns, that is ID and name. Fine. 2 columns are there, ID and name. Now into this table, okay, into this table, I would like to insert some null values. How to insert? Insert into emp1 values as 1 comma. This time I'm not inserting any null value, guys. Okay, I'm just providing 2 values. So here 2 columns are there, that is ID and name are there. And into these 2 columns I'm inserting values, real values I'm inserting. So insert it. It got inserted. If I say select star from emp1, the first record will be displayed with both the values, that is 1 and Arun. This time I would like to insert some null values. Insert into emp1 values as 2 comma null. Here I am manually inserting null, directly inserting null, guys. This is a direct way. If you don't want to insert any value, if you directly provide null, it will take it, guys. This will work. You see, this got inserted. Now if I say select star from emp1, you see, in case of the second record, in place of the name, we have manually inserted null. Okay, directly inserted null. This is the way of inserting null into the tables. Okay, table columns. Now another way of inserting null is don't provide any value. If you don't provide any value, automatically null value will be inserted. Okay, you don't have to manually insert null into this table records. If you don't insert any values into one of these record columns, then automatically null will be inserted. For that, we have to write something like this: emp1. I would like to only insert, okay, I would like to only insert name. Okay, I am not going to insert ID. Say values as, here I am giving Tarun. So in place of this, I'm not inserting anything into the ID column. Only name column I'm inserting. Here I'm specifically specifying that in this emp1 table, I'm going to insert the values only into the name column, not into the ID column. I'm not providing ID. Okay, that's the reason only name I am providing. If I run this, a null value will be inserted into the ID column. Okay, so select star from emp1. You see, under the third record, as I have not inserted any ID. Okay, as I have not inserted an ID value into this third record of this emp1 table, instead of that ID, null value got inserted. Okay, and since I have inserted this Tarun into this name, Tarun got inserted. So this is how, guys, we can insert null values either direct way or indirect way. So guys, hope you understood how to insert null values into the tables. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 94 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use trim function for trimming the corner characters of the specified table values. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use trim function. How to use trim function for trimming the, that is removing the corner characters of the provided table column values. So in one of the previous videos, I explained about this trim function, and in that video I explained how to trim the spaces. For example, if a particular column, okay, table column is something like this, okay, like this. There is some space, 1 space, 2 space, 3 space, 4 space. Okay, there are some spaces here. Before the Arun text and after the Arun text, there are some spaces. With such kind of text, if you trim, if you use trim function, then it will convert this Arun text having the spaces into normal Arun text. That is, the spaces which are there before the starting of the text and spaces which are there after the ending of the text will be trimmed. That is, they will be removed. So this will be converted to this one. Okay. This Arun having spaces will be converted to normal Arun using the trim function. So how to do that? I already explained as part of the previous videos. So in this video session, I am going to again use the same trim function, but this time I am going to trim the corner characters of the provided table column values. For example, if I am providing Arun, okay, if I am providing Arun, and if I say trim, that is A from Arun, trim A from Arun. If I provide something like this, what will be the result? Here, if this particular Arun text has any corner values like A, they will be trimmed, guys. So here the corner value is A, so A will be removed, and other side there is no A, so nothing will happen. So the result will be run. When you apply this trim A from Arun, A will be removed from the corners. So this is how, guys, we can use trim function for removing the corner characters of the provided table column values. Let's take some more examples. If I say what is that, Rana, okay, if I give something like Rana, if I say trim of A from Rana, what will happen? In this case, what will happen, guys? In this case, the corner character, if there is any corner character like A in this particular Rana text, that will be removed. So on the left side corner, there is R. That means A is not the corner. So nothing will happen. On the right side corner, we have A. So A will be removed. So what will be the result after trimming? It will be ran. Okay. A will be removed on the right side. Similarly, if I give some text like Aruna. Okay. So Aruna has A in the beginning, A at the end. Corners are both A's. If I use trim function like this, trim A from Aruna. Okay. Trim A from Aruna if I use. So what will happen? In this case, in Aruna, A is in the corners. So both the A's will be removed from the left corner and right corner, and result will be run. Okay, result will be run. So this is how, guys, trim function, okay, can be used for removing the corner characters of the provided table column values. Here I have not provided any table column values. Okay, I just explained with the normal text. So similarly, if let's say there is a table. There is a table having only one column. Let's say the table name is EMP1. EMP1 table name. The column name is only name. There are several names in this table. So the names like Arun, Varun, Nandan, Tarun. Okay, like this some names are there. So in this case, if I say trim function of character n from the column name is name, right? Name. So it should not give it's like name column. Here name is a column. So trim n character from name column. From which table? From EMP1 table. Like this, if you have to give the syntax. If you run something like this, what will happen is, so this trim function, okay, this trim function will remove the corner characters, that is n, from this name column. For example, Arun is there, in that corner character is n, right side. So the result will be ARU. Similarly, here Varun is there, here the right side corner character is n. So n will be removed. So result will be Varu. Okay. Then Nandan is there. In Nandan, both the corner characters are n. Here n, left side, right side corners. Okay. So ADA will be the final value. So n and n will be removed by this trim. They will be trimmed. In Tarun, the last letter is n. Okay. The corner right side corner is n. That will be trimmed. That is removed. So the result will be Taru. Okay. Like this, guys. Okay. This is how, when you apply the trim function, okay, to for removing the characters or trimming the characters from the column values, it will be like this. So now, guys, let me explain. Okay, practically how to use this trim function in the SQL statements. So hope you understood the theoretical concepts here, and I gave some examples, but let's take all these examples into the practical format now. Okay, so for that we have to open the workbench. Let's open the workbench, guys. The workbench will be opened. So the workbench got opened, guys. Let's connect to this MySQL server from this MySQL workbench client. The root is a password, guys. In one of the previous videos, I configured this MySQL client to give root as a password. Okay, so for MySQL server, I gave the root username and root password to connect. So fine. Now clear all this stuff. Let's say I'll also clear this, and so before doing any operations, I would like to drop all these columns. Okay, all these tables. I would like to delete all these tables. I would like to work in a fresh manner. So this QFox database doesn't have any tables now. First, I will connect to this QFox database, guys, which I created as part of one of the previous videos. How to connect? Use QFox. Okay. How to select this QFox database? You have to say use QFox and run this. The QFox database will be selected. After the QFox database is selected, okay, now I need to create a table. How to create a table? Create table. So before creating a table, we'll do something, guys. Okay, so that is like what we can do is I will apply the trim with direct text. Okay, we can do that without a table also we can work. So if I say trim of A from Arun, like this we have to work. What is semicolon? So here, what is the thing, guys? I have to say select, guys. Okay, select statement. Without select, it will not work. Select trim of A from Arun. What will happen, guys? What will be the result? Can you guess it? Yes, this A character will be removed from the corners. Here on the left side corner of this particular Arun text, A is there. So A will be removed. So what will be the resultant result of this select statement? Select trim of A from Arun. The remaining run will be retrieved. So run this. So RUN, A got removed from the left corner and remaining thing get come. Remaining text got displayed here. Now select trim of A from Rana. So what will be the result in this case? Here in Rana, the right side character is A. Right corner character is A. So A will be removed from the right corner character. Remaining will be retrieved. Run this. So ran. So first three letters ran and last corner got removed. Now the third one is select a trim of A from Aruna. Okay, A from Aruna. So here Aruna text. So in Aruna text, both the corners are A and A. A and A. So trim A from both the corners of Aruna. So what will be remaining? RUN will be remaining. When I run this, you will get the result as RUN. Like this, guys, we can use trim on the direct text. Now let's apply the trim on the column. Okay, table columns. For that, let's create a table. Create table EMP1. Only one column I am creating in this table, that is name column. Name varchar of 15. Name varchar of 15. So run this. Create table EMP1. Name varchar of 15. The table got created, guys. Refresh here. The table will appear here. And it has only one column, that is name column. Okay, fine. Now let's insert the records into the EMP1 table. Insert into EMP1 values as first value I will insert as Arun. Okay, now insert into EMP1 values as Varun. Then insert into EMP1 values as Nandan. That's it. Let's insert these three records. Run this. Or here we can give another name instead of Varun. We can give Naresh, so that all the examples will be covered. Run this. The three records got inserted into the table. How to find all these records? I have to say select star from EMP1. When I run this select star from EMP1, all the records from the EMP1 table will be displayed here like this. So here a name column is there. Under that Naresh, Nandan, Arun are there, right? That is Arun, Naresh and Nandan. Three values are there. Now let's apply select statement by saying trim of, select trim of, okay, n character from which column? From which column? Only one column is there, so name column. Name From which table? EMP1 table, like this. So n character, if it is available in the values of this name column, in the corners of the values of this name column, then that n will be removed. That is, here n is there on the right side, here n is there on the both sides in Nandan, here n is there on the left side only. So all these corner n's will be removed if available from the EMP1 table. If I run this, once they are removed, they will be retrieved. Okay, like this. So ARU, instead of Naresh, ARESH, instead of Arun, we got ARU because n got removed here. Here the beginning n got removed. In case of Nandan, the beginning and ending n got removed. So guys, this is a temporary change, right? Just for retrieval purpose it is there. But in the original table, the values will be like the same. Okay. So this is only for getting the result by trimming and getting the results, guys. Okay. Nothing more than that. So guys, this is how we have to use trim function for trimming the corner characters of the specified table column values. Hope guys you understood this session. Thank you guys. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 95 of SQL for Beginners series. In this video session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate on how to use wildcards as normal characters. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to use wildcards as normal characters. Okay, normal characters. So in the previous videos, I explained how to use wildcards in SQL as part of MySQL. There are only two wildcards. Okay, there are only two major wildcards that you can use in MySQL as part of SQL statements. In MySQL, there are only majorly two wildcards. What are they? One is underscore and other one is percentile. Underscore means single, percentile means many. Okay, if I say underscore RUN, here only one thing can be filled, like Arun. Okay, but if I say percentile n, okay, before n multiple things can come in place of percentile wildcard. You can use ARU or you can use VARU. So 4 letters, earlier 3 letters, now 5 letters. So any number of things can be used before n. Percentile stands for multiple, underscore stands for represents only single. So this is what about the wildcards. I already explained how to use wildcards in SQL statements as part of MySQL in the previous videos. Now in this video session, I am going to explain a practical situation where you may have to use wildcards as normal characters. Okay, you have to use wildcards as normal characters. So what is that situation and why we have to use wildcards as normal characters? Let me explain practically. So let's switch to this MySQL workbench. So it got connected to MySQL server already, and you see use QFox. The QFox database got selected, and under that QFox we have this EMP1 table. I already created this EMP1 table in the previous video. Okay, so I am using the same EMP1 table. So if I say select star from EMP1, I got these results. Only one column, that is name, is there. Under name column, we have these 3 records having the names as Arun, Naresh, Nandan, like this. Now let me insert one more record. Insert into EMP1 where name is equal to, okay, where name is equal to DINESH underscore, okay, DINESH underscore. Like this, the name should be there. So, sorry, insert into EMP1 values, I have to say. That's a mistake, guys. Values, here I have to give. So, a lot of mistakes I did here. Let me correct. Insert into EMP1 values, have to give something like this. DINESH under, DINES underscore, let's say. Okay. So, let me try to insert this kind of value. Okay. Insert into EMP1 values DINES underscore. Now guys, run this. This value will be added into the table. So apart from Arun, Naresh, Nandan, we have DINES underscore. Now if I say select star from, okay, let's say my requirement is to only retrieve this DINES underscore. So if I say something like this, select star from EMP1 where, okay, name is equal to or name like percentile underscore. So what do you think will be the resultant value? Will I get Dinesh as I am expecting because it is ending with underscore? DINES underscore. So here percentile underscore I am saying. So what will be the result, guys? If I run this select statement, what will be the result? Will I be getting only Dinesh underscore, or will I be getting all the values? I'll be getting all the values, guys, because percentile means ARU underscore means single letter, that is N. Here percentile NARES underscore will stand for H. Like that, everything will be coming, guys. Okay, it's not only Dinesh underscore, but all the things will be coming. But if I would like to only retrieve this Dinesh underscore, okay, then I have to use this underscore as character here. Here underscore is a character in this particular name. Dinesh underscore is not a wildcard here, it's a character. I have to use this underscore in this select statement as an underscore only, but not the wildcard. So how to convert this underscore into the how to convert this wildcard into the character? For that, we have to use a default symbol that is slash, this kind of slash, okay? So kind of backward slash, percentile, backward slash, underscore, okay? So this underscore wildcard will now be converted into normal character underscore. If you add this backslash before this underscore, this wildcard will be converted into character, okay? This underscore is not a wildcard. This underscore combined with this backward slash will become what, guys? It will become a character. So this time, if you search this particular, if you run this statement, you will only get Dinesh underscore. Percentile means anything. Last character should be underscore. So none of these first three records have the underscore at the end. So that thing will happen, guys. Okay, run this. You see, this time you only got Dinesh underscore because you are using this wildcard as a character here. Okay, this particular text of the names should end with underscore character. So to represent that wildcard as a character, we have to use this backward slash underscore. Then only it will work. So similarly, I don't want to use underscore for converting this wildcard as a character. Okay, instead I would like to use dollar. Is it possible? If I say percentile dollar underscore, will this wildcard will be converted into character or not? Like the same way. Okay, no, guys, it will not be converted. If I run this, you see no results are coming. That means percentile dollar is a character, underscore is a wildcard here. Okay, I'm not converting this wildcard into the character. Instead, there are two wildcards, and in between some character like dollar is there. But how to use this dollar in place of the backward slash to convert this wildcard into the character? For that, we have to say escape, the single quotes say dollar. Okay, now in place of backward slash, you can now use dollar also. Now dollar will convert this wildcard into the character. Okay, because here you have mentioned escape dollar. That means this underscore will now be converted into the normal character using this dollar symbol. Instead of the backward slash, you can also use dollar here until and unless you specify this escape dollar. Then only you can use that. Okay, then only it will convert. If you don't provide this escape dollar, it will not convert, guys. Okay, so run this. You see Dinesh underscore. Here wildcard got connected into the character. Percentile means any number of text before that underscore character. So Dinesh, all percentile done, then underscore character. Okay, like that it got searched. Now escape dollar means in place of backward slash you are using dollar. Okay, that's what is the meaning. So like this, guys, we can convert the wildcards as normal characters when needed in the SQL statements. Hope, guys, you understood this session. Thank you, guys. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome to part 96 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain about database objects. So what are database objects? What are database objects? The things that we can create under any database using the create statements in SQL are nothing but the database objects. So let's say there is a database. Let's say there is a database. Okay, this is a symbol for database. Generally, we represent the database symbol something like this. So in database, we can create different things. What are the different things that we can create under the database? We can create tables. Okay, we can create tables. We can create views. We can create views. We can create indexes. We can create indexes. And we can create stored procedures and many more. Okay, the things, these are the things, guys. Okay, example things that we can create in the database, that is table, views, indexes, stored procedures. Examples are tables, views, index, stored procedures, and etc. Okay, there can be any other things also. So these things are nothing but the terminology. Okay, the terminology that we generally use for the things that we can create under the database is nothing but database objects. So table is a database object, view is a database object, index is a database object, stored procedure is a database object. The terminology here is database objects. Okay, we generally use the terminology like database object. So in order to call this table, table is a database object. Okay, view is a database object, like that, guys. Okay, so let me, so another part of the statement here says that using the create statements in SQL. For creating the table, we use create statement. For creating the views, we use create statement. For creating the index, we use create statement. For creating the stored procedures also, we use create statement. Let's say, let's go to this MySQL workbench. There is some sample table. Let me drop it. I'll create a new one. QFox here is a database like this. Okay, here QFox is a database. Inside the QFox database, we can create database objects. Using what? Using create statements. Suppose under the QFox database, if I have to create a table, using what syntax? Using what SQL statement I will be creating a table? Create table. Okay, table name emp1, ID as int, name as varchar. So like this, if I give, so here I have used create statement for creating the table with the name emp1. Run this. So before running this, I don't have any tables here, but after running this, a table will be created under the database. Here emp1 is a table object of QFox. Okay, tables are nothing but objects of QFox database. Okay, tables are nothing but objects of databases. So in under the QFox, we have table objects. Okay, one table object is emp1. Like similarly, for this particular table, we can create index. So how to create? Create index name. Let's say ID index. Okay, on which table? emp1. For which column? ID column. Like this, using the create statement, we can create the index under the database for a particular table. So here, run this. When I run this, this statement got executed. And when you expand this particular table and refresh here, you will get this index also. Okay, ID index. I created the ID index. So here, index is also an object of the database. Table is an object of database. Index is an object of database. Okay, and similarly, we can create views. Okay, under the database, we can also create views. How to create? Create view emp view. Okay, as select star from emp1 table. Okay, I'm just creating a view with the name emp view using this emp1 table under the QFox database. So run this. It got executed. When I refresh here, you see I even got the emp view. Whatever the view I created, it got displayed here. Okay, whatever the index I created, it got displayed here. Okay, whatever the table I created, it got displayed under the database here. So similarly, I can also create the stored procedures. Okay, stored procedures. So here I can create stored procedures. They are like functions, guys. So how to create stored procedures? Create procedure. Okay, procedure name. Okay, get all employees. EMP details. Let's say I'm just giving some function kind of name. Okay, so here I have to say begin and end. In between, I will write a SQL statement like select star from EMP1. You can write more statements also. Select ID from EMP1. Select name from EMP1. Like this, I can create multiple statements. But here, I am getting some error, right? So to avoid this error, as explained in one of the previous videos, I have to use delimiter. Okay, delimiter double slash. Then all the errors will be removed. So here after the end also, you have to use the delimiter. Okay, whatever you define at the beginning of the procedure creation. So this is how we can create procedure. This is how we can create views. This is how we can create index, and this is how we can create tables. So I explained all these things in the previous videos already. Okay, how to create tables, how to create indexes, how to create views, and how to create procedures. Everything in detail I explained as part of the previous videos, guys. Okay, the context of explaining these statements in this video session is to state that, okay, if I run this, what will happen? So it got run, refresh. In stored procedure, we got this stored procedure also. Okay, so all these things are getting created under the database, right? This table is getting created under the database. This index is getting created under the database. This view is getting created under the database, and procedure also is getting created under the database. So what are database objects? Now understand the definition here. Okay, whatever I written here. Okay, the things that we can create under any database like tables, indexes, views, stored procedures. Okay, using what? Using create statements. Here I have used create statements. Create. For everything I use create statement. Okay, using the create statements in SQL. Okay, SQL statements. I have used SQL statements, that is create SQL statements, are nothing but the database objects. And we generally use these database objects as part of terminology. Okay, so to refer a table or view or index or stored procedures, we generally call them as database objects. That is the terminology, guys. Okay, so guys, hope you understood what are the database objects. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome to part 97 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain on how to create a Linux virtual machine. So in this video session, I am going to explain how to create a Linux virtual machine. So what is the purpose of creating this Linux virtual machine in this video session? The purpose is very simple. In order for me to explain or show you on how to install MySQL DB software in a Linux machine. Okay, Linux machine. The previous videos I explained how to install MySQL DB software in a Windows machine. The operating system that is there in my laptop is Windows 10. So in the Windows 10, how to install the MySQL, I already covered as part of the previous videos. Now, if I have to explain you on how to install this MySQL DB software in a Linux machine, then what I need, guys? I need a how to install MySQL DB software in a Linux machine. I need what? I need a Linux operating system machine. Okay, but in my laptop I have Windows operating system, but I need a machine. Which has Linux operating system installed. So is there any way? I need to have another machine, right? In my machine already Windows 10 is there, but in order for me to explain on how to install MySQL DB software in a Linux machine, I need another machine that is which has Linux operating system. So it's a very costly thing, right? So even I don't have multiple machines with me. I only have this Windows 10 operating system installed machine with me. Then still I want to show you how to create a Linux operating system into a machine. So how this is possible? There is a possibility, guys. there is a possibility to create a virtual machine. Okay, we are going to create a virtual machine. Virtual machine means it's not a real machine. So whatever you are seeing on the screen is a real machine, okay, which has is my laptop, guys. It has the Windows 10 operating system installed, right? So, but virtual machine is not like my laptop, okay? In the real machine, okay, in the real machine, we are going to create, we can create, in the real machine, we can create multiple virtual machines. These are not real machines. Virtual means they are virtual, okay? They are not real, okay? Like that. We can create virtual machines, multiple virtual machines. So since in the real machine, I already have the Windows operating system installed, I will create a virtual machine, okay, which is a temporary or not real machine, and show you how to create a Linux operating system in that virtual machine. So how to create that virtual machines? So here it will be like this, guys. This is your real machine. This is a real machine, which is physical, okay? This is a physical machine, physical, okay? Physical real machine. That means it exists. It's an object, like it's a real object which you can touch and feel. Okay, it's a laptop. Okay, it's nothing but my laptop. Okay, but in this, I'm going to create some virtual machines. These are not. These are like digital. Okay, these are just software, not the real physical or something like my laptop. Okay, these are like this in the same environment, same real machine. You can create multiple. Okay, you can create multiple machines. You can create like a Linux machine here. Okay, some other machine here, some other OS. There are a lot of operating systems in the world, so you can have different operating systems in the same machine. So this is a virtual machine, and this is also a virtual machine. So let me show you an image, guys. Okay, on how a virtual machine will look like. Before I install or before I explain how to create this virtual machine with Linux operating system, let me give a high-level idea of what exactly is the virtual machine. Okay, let's see if I can find some examples on virtual machines. Virtual Linux OS machine in Windows. Images. Let's go for images. Let's see if I can get an image. You see here. So this is a perfect image, guys. Okay. So let me click if you can open in the full mode. We need a full screen so that you can understand what exactly it is. Yeah, here you see, guys, this particular thing is a real machine, which has Windows operating system. Inside that, someone has launched a virtual machine. This part is a virtual machine. It has Linux Ubuntu operating system installed. Okay. You can see, right? Inside this, it looks like a normal Windows window. Okay, it is a window. A window, inside window, we have the Linux operating system. Linux operating system is now there in the Windows now, right? From the Windows operating system, we created a Linux operating system in a separate window. Like this, you can create multiple virtual machines in separate windows. Okay, separate windows. So here, this box is a Linux. Inside Windows, we have Linux. We don't have to create another machine for, we don't have to buy or purchase another machine for Linux operating system. Okay, from the same Windows machine, we can create this kind of virtual machine, which is not physical or real. Okay, in that virtual machine, we can create the Ubuntu operating system. Okay, we can use the Ubuntu operating system. So in this video session, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to create this virtual machine and how to install the Linux operating system inside this virtual machine. Okay, so hope you got some high-level idea on what I'm going to explain. Fine. Now let's get started with the practical demonstration, guys. Okay, on how to create the Linux virtual machine. So in order to create the Linux virtual machine, we need few softwares. Okay, there are few things that we need. The first thing is we need to install VirtualBox software. In our Windows operating system, we have to install this VirtualBox software. This is the first step we have to do. We can say step 1. Step #1. What step #1? We have to install VirtualBox software. So where to get this VirtualBox software? VirtualBox software is free, guys. Okay, it's free. You don't have to pay anything. Simply Google search for VirtualBox download. Simple. Okay, VirtualBox download. And you will get this link like a downloads. It belongs to Oracle company, guys. Okay, so it's a free one, open source and free one. Anyone can use and download for free. So download Oracle VM VirtualBox. Okay, click on this. So maybe this is a wiki page. It seems you can also do from here, guys. Okay, let's see. Let's see whether let's open this link and see if this is the same. Yeah, this is also fine, guys. The first link is fine. Virtualbox.org wiki downloads. Okay, this is fine. You can go there. And in this downloads section of this VirtualBox, okay, you see some platforms here. So in which operating system you want to install this VirtualBox software? Okay, in which operating system you want to install this VirtualBox software? Do you want to install this VirtualBox on Windows operating system or some OS X or Linux or Solaris? Which operating system? My real or physical machine has this Windows operating system, so I have to select Windows host. Okay, click on this. You see the software will get downloaded, guys. It will take a bit of time. Okay, so here you see VirtualBox 6.8.1.8 is taking some time, 36 minutes and all. Sometimes 2 hours it is saying based on the network speed. So I would like to cancel this because I already downloaded this for you guys. Okay, so but in your case you have to completely download. In my case I already downloaded this and kept it here. Okay, it's already there in my machine. So this software once downloaded, you will get this kind of exe file, application exe file. So double click on this. Okay, the installation will start when you double click on this VirtualBox, and you got this VirtualBox installation wizard. Click on next. Again click on next. That's fine. Click on next. Yes. Install. Okay, just go with the flow, guys. You don't have to select any other option. Just click on next, and until you get this install done, you just have to go like that. So it will take a while, guys, for it to get installed. I may pause and resume the videos just to save your time, guys. Okay, so I may pause and resume the videos whenever it is required in this video session, because these installations and all those things will take a lot of time. And you need to click on the S button if any user access control prompts up. Okay, so then the installation will start here. And once the installation is completed, you can click on this finish button by keeping this checkbox option selected, so that once the installation is done, this particular VirtualBox software, whatever we have installed, will automatically launch by itself. Click on finish. So it's asking me to restart my system, guys, to take effect. I'll try to do it later. Okay, so no, I will select no. Now I even have the VirtualBox opened also. So Oracle VM VirtualBox Manager is up. This is a software, guys. Okay, this is a software. Whatever we just now installed, right? This software we got. Okay, as part of the installation of the VirtualBox, we got this particular software. So you can close this and relaunch this if you want. Just in the Windows search, you just need to type VirtualBox. Okay, after installing this software, VirtualBox software, if you search for VirtualBox here, you'll get this option, Oracle VM VirtualBox. Select this. It will launch again. Okay, so it will launch again. So this is a software which got launched. In this software, we can create the virtual machines. Okay, using the software, we can create the virtual machines. Which virtual machine we want to create? We want to create a Linux virtual machine. Okay, we want to create a Linux virtual machine. For that, click on new. Okay, new, and create new virtual machine. Okay, will come. Create virtual machine with dialog will come. In this, you need to search for Ubuntu. Okay, Ubuntu is one of the flavor of the Linux operating system. So in this video session, I am going to install Ubuntu flavor of Linux operating system. When you search for Ubuntu, few other things here will be selected. For example, here if I search for Windows, right, Microsoft Windows is getting selected. But when I search Ubuntu, you see type is Linux. Okay, Ubuntu is one of the flavor of the Linux, and Ubuntu 64-bit version. Okay, that's fine, guys. Okay, click on next. So I just selected next here, guys, on the create virtual machine. It's taking some time. Yeah, that's fine. The next screen came where you need to select the memory. Better to select more memory, guys. Otherwise, it will be very slow. So I'll be preferring to select 2048. That is okay. So 2 GB RAM. I'm just giving 2 GB RAM, nothing but. Click on next. And then hard disk, create a virtual hard disk now will be fine. Okay, then say create here hard disk file type. So virtual hard disk, select this virtual hard disk type. Now click on next, and dynamically allocated is fine. Click on next. Then here how much size, 10 GB is for enough. So click on create. Okay, the hard disk has been created, the RAM has been decided. So all those things are now good. Now, next thing is we need to click on this start button. Okay, we need to click on this start button. Select this. You see here under this Oracle VM Virtual Box Manager, we got this Ubuntu created. Okay, a temporary thing. Ubuntu is now powered off. This is by selecting this. Just now we created, right? This is a virtual machine, Ubuntu virtual machine. Select this and click on the start button. Anyhow, it will be by default selected. You don't have to select if you have to. Okay, if not selected, you can select it. So select it and click on the start button. You will get this kind of dialog where Ubuntu select startup disk it is saying. So here is the thing, guys. Okay, at this place you need to provide the disk. Okay, operating system disk you have to provide. For example, if you have to install Windows operating system in your machine, Microsoft Windows 10 or any other version of the Windows operating system will have a CD or something kind of thing, right? Pen drive or kind of disk kind of thing. Okay, that you need to enter in, that you need to put into your machine. Then only from that particular disk only, the installation of that Windows operating system will start in your machine. Similarly, in this virtual box also, okay, while creating this virtual machine, it will ask for the disk. Okay, a kind of disk. So how to get this disk? How to get this disk? So the simple guys, even Linux Ubuntu operating system is free, guys. Unlike Windows operating system, Ubuntu Linux operating system is free. It's an open source and free one. You can download it. So how to download it? You have to download from this page, download Ubuntu, something like this. Okay, that is fine. Download Ubuntu. So they have a website, Ubuntu Linux operating system. People have this website like ubuntu.com. Under download, under desktop, this link should be clicked. So you'll be taken to this particular page, Ubuntu download desktop page, okay, or any other page where the download is available. So here, download Ubuntu. You have the button of download, guys. Okay, you have a button to download. Ubuntu 20.0.4 is now available as for 17/5/2020. So when you click on download, thank you for downloading Ubuntu desktop. Your download should start automatically. You see, some ISO file is getting downloaded, right? As you can see here, Ubuntu -20.4 some ISO file. This is a disk kind of file, guys. ISO is a virtual disk kind of file. So it will take a lot of time to download, guys. Okay, it's showing as 21 minutes, but in reality it may take 1 hour also for a lot of people. So simply I will cancel it because I already downloaded it in my machine. Okay, just go to my downloads. I'm just going to my downloads folder where you see this is the ISO file. Okay, disk image file. It's not a real physical disk, but a virtual disk kind of thing. Okay, it's a kind of file created from the disk, which you can use in the place of the disk. Ubuntu 20.04 desktop something. Okay. Now this file I have to provide here. Okay. Select the startup disk. How to select? Click on this folder icon and open this selector. Click on add. Click on add and go to your downloads and select this Ubuntu 20.04 desktop. This ISO file, just select it and say open. Okay. This got selected here. There is other way also, guys, for selecting this. Okay. So now say choose. So this got selected here. In some other case, you have this settings option. In settings option, you can do so. Okay. So now click on start button. I'll show you the how to select this disk in the settings. Okay. So that is also is possible, but this is enough. Okay. If it is launching, if it is asking you to select a disk, you have to select it. You can close these things. It's not required. So fine. The installation has started, guys. It will take a while. Okay. Installation has started. So I was talking about showing another way of providing the disk image, right? Select this Ubuntu while it was stopped and click on settings. Then in settings, storage, you have to go to storage. Here you need to select this option, and you have to select this option, and you have to choose the disk from here. Okay, you have to choose. Already the disk is selected. If not, you will get the similar options. On how to select the ISO file of the disk, you will get similar options. You can select that disk file, ISO disk file, and here this option should be changed to Ubuntu. Okay, then also it's fine. If it is asking you directly when you launch this virtual machine, like start the virtual machine, if it is asking you, then that's fine. You can select from there. Otherwise, you can go to this, select this and go to settings. Then what is that place? Settings and storage, and then select here. Okay, and say okay and start. Any two ways. There are two ways, guys. Okay, whatever is best for you, you can choose the ISO file disk of the Ubuntu Linux operating system file. Fine. So this will take a while, guys. So let's wait for it to progress. Now it started loading something. As you can see, Ubuntu logo has come, and the operating system has started loading. It will also take a while. So finally we got this Linux Ubuntu screen, and there are a lot of things to be done, guys. Okay, the operating system has not been installed yet. Okay, so it's just loading the installation program. We are going to get some installation wizard for the Linux. Okay, so like this kind of installation wizard will come with the install, and you'll be asked, you have to select this install Ubuntu option, guys. Okay, Ubuntu, install Ubuntu button. Just click on this. It may be a bit slow, but be patient, guys. Just click on this install Ubuntu. So it's loading. And after a while, you will get this keyboard layout where in the first screen also you have to select English, guys. If any other language is selected for Ubuntu, before clicking on that install button, if English is not selected, you have to select English and then do that. Otherwise, okay, that's fine. In the next screen, you got this keyboard layout where again English US and English users need to be selected, and click on continue here. Okay, click on continue. Yeah, the next screen came where updates and other software. Okay, so don't change anything. Click on continue. So it is taking some time. Now you got another screen like installation type, and you have to go with the default option, guys. Erase disk and install Ubuntu is fine. Okay, click on install now. Now you got a confirmation dialog like write the changes to disk. Okay, click on continue. Now you got where are you? Okay, I'm from India, so I'm just selecting India. If you are from a different country, you can select that country and say click on continue. Now you got who are you? Yeah, you need to provide some details, guys. Okay, so let me provide some details like this. I'm just giving my name here. 1 minute, bit slow. Yeah, I'm just giving my name here and some computer name. Anything you can give any name here, guys. So around VirtualBox is also fine. Then pick up a username. I'm giving the username as my first name plus last name together. Then I need to choose a password. I'm just giving some password. Okay, better to choose a better password here. Okay, done. Next thing is I'm just selecting to log in automatically because I will be the only person using this machine. So let me click on continue. So the installation, the real installation of Ubuntu Linux operating system has started just now. Okay, it's copying files. It will take a lot of time, guys. You need to be patient and wait for the entire installation to complete. Okay, it will take a lot of time. The copying of files is done here, as you can see, and the installation of the system has started now. As I said, the installation is going to take a lot of time, guys. You see, still a lot of time it will take to actually complete the process. Okay, we have to wait until this installation completes. As you can see, we got a dialog saying that the installation has completed and we need to restart now. Okay, we need to select this restart now button to get the installation ready. Fine, it has to restart now and then we should see our Linux operating system should be ready. Yeah, it's restarting now. Okay. That's okay. Whatever you are seeing on the screen is okay, guys. It will start, not a problem. So it will be a bit slow, guys. So we have to be very patient during the entire process. We should be very patient. It will be slow. So now it is saying, please remove the installation medium and then press enter. So what does it mean? So it means that whatever the ISO file we have provided, right, disk image for Ubuntu operating system, we have to remove that. Okay. Earlier we have that. Now we have to remove that. From where we have to remove that? Just go to this and select this. Again, select settings. Then go to storage. So it's not there. Okay, so it's not there already. It's removed, but somehow it is showing. Fine. Yeah. File. You see if any other place we can do so. Okay, settings. Go to settings and storage. It's not there. Okay, it looks like it's got removed automatically. I'm just changing to some other thing just to make sure like we don't have anything. Fine. Select this once that is done and press enter. Let's see what will happen this time. So you see, it is taking some time, guys. So we have to be like we have to wait for it to again go there. As you can see now, the Ubuntu is now loading. Okay, it's still loading, guys. Now I'm getting some blank screen. Don't worry, we have to wait for a while so that it will display the actual OS. Fine. Finally, we got our operating system ready, guys. Linux operating system installed in a virtual machine is now ready. Okay. So we can do one more thing. We can simply power it off. Okay. Since it is ready, we just want to see the last check. That is, we'll try to power off. Okay. We'll turn it off. And this time I'm going to select the restart option. Okay, I'm just going to restart my operating system to see everything is in place. Okay, this is a final check, guys. This is a final check to see that everything is okay. My operating system, that is Linux Ubuntu operating system, should restart now without any problems. Then I can confirm that my Linux Ubuntu operating system is now ready. So let's wait for the Ubuntu Linux operating systems to restart. So it's restarting, guys. It will take a while to start up again. So guys, now we got our Linux Ubuntu operating system to get restarted. It got restarted and successfully launched like this. Okay, so things are good. Things are good. As you can see now, we have our virtual machine ready. We have our virtual machine ready, guys. So this is the Linux Ubuntu virtual machine, which we can use from our Windows. Okay, so from our Windows, this is our Windows laptop. My Windows laptop is here, and in that, if I launch this virtual box, I can launch this virtual box. Similar to Ubuntu, I can create multiple virtual boxes here. Okay, here only one box is there, right? Ubuntu Linux virtual machine is there. Apart from that, we can create many more. Okay, anyhow, so we actually need only one virtual box at this moment. That is Linux Ubuntu virtual box. So why we need this virtual box, that is Linux Ubuntu virtual box? Why actually we need this particular virtual box? The only reason here is we need to install MySQL. Okay, we need to install MySQL in this Linux Ubuntu operating system. So how to install the MySQL DB software in this Linux Ubuntu operating system? That thing I'm going to explain in the next video session, guys. Okay, in the next video session, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to install MySQL DB software in this Oracle VM VirtualBox having the Linux Ubuntu operating system. So that's it, guys. Hope you understood how to create a Linux virtual operating system machine. And so that's it. We'll meet in the next video session. Thank you, guys. See you. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 98 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I'm going to explain on how to install MySQL in the Linux machine. So in this video session, I'm going to explain how to install MySQL in the Linux machine. So in the previous video, I explained how to create a Linux Ubuntu virtual machine. Okay, as I don't have the Linux machine with me, what I did is in my Windows machine, I created a Linux Ubuntu virtual machine. So how to create this Linux Ubuntu virtual machine? I explained in the previous video, guys. If you don't have the Linux Ubuntu virtual machine with you, you can go to the previous video, guys, and get that virtual machine created for this Linux Ubuntu operating system, and then come back to this video. In this video, I am going to directly explain how to install this MySQL in the created Linux machine. So let's move to the practical mode, where I am going to practically explain how to install MySQL in the Linux machine. So here, this is the Linux virtual machine, guys. Okay, it's not the real machine, it's a virtual machine. So in my Windows machine, I created this Linux Ubuntu virtual machine. Okay, using this VirtualBox software. Now I am seeing some unnecessary screens here, so I'm just going to skip, guys. Okay, these are not required. Just keep on clicking next and keep on clicking done, so that you will see the actual Linux Ubuntu operating system. This is the Linux Ubuntu operating system, guys. Okay, this is the Linux Ubuntu operating system. You are able to, okay, we are able to use this Linux Ubuntu operating system from the Windows machine itself. Okay, this is not a real machine, this is a virtual machine. Okay, sorry, let me, okay, this is a virtual machine, guys. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to explain how to install MySQL in this Linux Ubuntu operating system. How to do that? In Linux, if you have to install MySQL, click on this, and you need to find the terminal, guys. Okay, terminal. So terminal is something like a command line kind of thing in Windows. Okay, in Linux we call that as terminal. So it has to launch like this. The terminal has been launched. You can clear the things. Just type the clear command. It will clear the unnecessary things. So here in this command, you have to first write this statement like sudo apt -get, okay, sudo apt -get update. So before installing anything in your Linux Ubuntu operating system, you have to run this command, guys. Okay, sudo space apt -get space update. Okay, after the things are up to date, after the existing resources are up to date, then you can install the new software. That's the better way. So run it. It will ask for the password of this Linux. Okay, this Linux Ubuntu operating system has a password, right? When I created this Linux Ubuntu, I gave the password to log into this operating system. Okay, so that password you have to give here. I'm just giving my password that I have set for this machine. And once you give the correct password, okay, it will start getting all these things. Okay, it will start getting all these things. It will update the existing resources like this. It will take a while, guys. So once the updation is completed of the existing resources, you will see this done. Okay, you will see this done. Fine. Now let's install MySQL. What is the command for installing the MySQL in Linux Ubuntu? The command is nothing but sudo apt -get install. The package name is MySQL server. Okay, you have to remember this, guys. Sudo space apt -get space install space MySQL -server. When you enter this, you see the MySQL started installing, and it's asking you, do you want to continue? Yes, I would like to continue. Type Y and press enter. Then it will install the MySQL server in your Linux Ubuntu operating system. So it will take, it's going on. Let's wait for it to complete, guys. So it's fetching something. It has, okay. So it's reading the database. A lot of things are going on. Let's wait for it to complete. As you can see, the MySQL has successfully installed now. Now the next step is to make it secure. Whatever the MySQL installation you have done in this Linux Ubuntu operating system, you have to make that MySQL a bit secured one by providing the proper passwords and all those stuff. Okay. For doing that, we have another command, that is sudo MySQL _ secure _ installation. Okay. Sudo space MySQL _ secure _ installation and press enter, guys. So it's asking for something. What is that? Press Y for yes and any other key for no. And before that, what actually it is asking, we have to find out. So securing the MySQL server deployment, connecting to MySQL using a blank password. Okay. Validate password component can be used to test passwords and improve security. So would you like to set up validate password component? Yes. If we set up this validate password component, guys, then we can set a password to this MySQL server. Otherwise, the MySQL server will not have any password. It's better to secure the MySQL server by providing a password, which is only possible when you set up this validate password component. So I'll say Y. Okay. Simply say Y and press enter, guys. Now it's asking you whether you want to set the password with the low security, medium security, or strong security. As this environment is a demo environment, okay, I'm not going to continue this environment in future, guys. Okay, after explaining in this video, I may move it to trash. Okay, so this is just for your explanation, but in real time you may have to use a strong password, but in this video I'm trying to use a low password. That is, I'm going to set the security of the password level 2. Okay, I don't want to create a complex password, rather I would like to go with a simple password. So for that, the low level security has the length should be 8 or greater than 8. Okay, that is fine. Minimum, only one rule is there, that is the size of the password should be 8. Apart from that, no rule is there. If you go for medium level, you will get more advanced features in password setting. That is, the password should have numerical value, mixed case, and all those stuff. Okay, and strong will have more rules. I would like to go with the low. Okay, low kind of password. Okay, low complex kind of password or simple password, which is just by providing the size of 8, it will be done. So here I'm going to enter 0, guys. Okay, so that I can set the low password. So please set the password for the root. The root is a username, guys. Root, when you install MySQL, the super user that will be created in the MySQL for accessing it is root. Okay, username is root, and password I would like to set as root 1234. Okay, I'm just giving the password as root 1234. I have to re-enter the password, guys. Okay, I have to confirm it. Again, entering root 1234. Enter. So, do you wish to continue with the password provided? Yes, I would like to set the password as root 1234. You have to remember this password, guys. Later, we have to use this password in the upcoming videos and also in the same video also, if required. Okay, say Y and press enter. Remove anonymous users. I don't want to remove anything, guys. So I will say N. And disallow root login remotely. I don't want to restrict remote login, so I will say N. I'm saying no for everything. Okay, remote test database and access to it. I don't want to remove the test database. Okay, I'm just saying N. And reload privileges table now. I don't want to reload privileges table now, so I'm saying N. So done, guys. Okay, so security is also done. Now what is the next step? Next step is to see the status of MySQL. Okay, for that we have command like what is the status, whether the MySQL is running or whatever it's like turned off or it's on. We have to find out the status, right? So for that we have a command like sudo service MySQL status. That's it. Okay, sudo space service space MySQL space status. Enter it. If you get this kind of result, okay, if you get this kind of result, that means what, guys? The MySQL is running, currently running. So here I'll say Control Z, guys, so that okay, this will end. So you are not able to go to the next command, right? So the command was not getting displayed. So when I press Control Z, it will take you to the command. Now I would like to stop the MySQL. Okay, I would like to stop the MySQL. For that also there is a command. Earlier command was sudo service MySQL. I was giving status to find the current state of the running of the MySQL community server, right? So I got the result that it is running. You see here, active running was coming, right, with the previous command. Now I would like to stop it. I would like to stop this MySQL server. So for that the command is sudo service MySQL stop. When I say enter, okay, when I say enter, so it has stopped mostly. So I will give the previous command, that is sudo service MySQL status again. You see, it's inactive. You see inactive dead. It's coming as inactive dead. So again Control Z so that you can see the command prompt. Now let's start it again. How to start the MySQL server? Sudo service MySQL start. You have to say enter. Okay, you have to say start and enter. So now let's find the status. Sudo service MySQL status. Let's find the status whether the MySQL has started or not, because in the previous command I asked it to start. So here active and running, that means it has started. Okay, it's running now. So we have stopped the MySQL service. We have restarted the MySQL service, and we now know how to find the status, whether the MySQL server is running or it's like inactive or whatever it is. Okay. Now anyhow, using the last statement, I started it, right? I started the MySQL server. Currently, the MySQL server is running in this Linux Ubuntu operating system. What's the next, guys? The next is to we need to connect to MySQL. Okay. So this is just starting, guys. Okay. The MySQL server is running, but how to connect to this MySQL? What is the way of connecting to MySQL server? MySQL server is running in my Ubuntu Linux operating system. But how to connect to that? There should be a user, right? There should be a user using which, who's using the credentials of that particular user, we can connect to the MySQL server. If you remember, while installing this MySQL and securing it, and we have set a password. For which username we have set the password? We have set the password to the which username, guys? Root username, if you remember. And what is the password? I gave the password complexity as 0, if you remember, right? The not complex, simple password. But the size of the password should be 8. So the password was I said the password as 1234. Root 1234 is the password and root is the username. Okay. Root is the username and root 1234 is the password. So using these details, we can now connect to the MySQL server. But there is a command. Okay, we need to type the command for connecting to the MySQL server. What is the command? You have to say sudo MySQL -u. After -u, here U stands for username. What is the username of the user? Root. Root is the username. Then we have to type -p. But you should not mention any password here in this statement. This is the end of the statement, guys. Sudo MySQL -u. Root is a username. -p. Don't provide any password and press enter. It will ask for the password, guys. Now give the whatever the password you created for the root user. That is root 1 2 3 4. Enter. So you see, before I entered this command, the command prompt was giving Arun Moturi @Arun Moturi -virtualbox and dollar symbol, right? Then you are able to provide these comments. Now the command line got changed to MySQL. That means we got connected to the MySQL. Okay, we installed MySQL. We created the password for the MySQL. We restarted the MySQL. Now we got connected to the MySQL. Okay, now here we can perform all the SQL operations here. All the SQL statements that I was explaining as part of the previous videos, all those things you can perform here. Let's say in this MySQL server, let's see whether there are any existing databases. What is the command, guys? What is the SQL command for finding the existing databases in the MySQL server? Simple, guys. Show databases. You have to say enter. So these are the existing databases. Okay. Then we can do a lot of stuff, guys. Okay, so these are the existing databases. We can create the databases. We can we can do a lot of stuff. Create database QFox. Okay, I'm just creating a new database in this MySQL server with the name QFox. In this existing database list, information schema, MySQL performance underscore schemas are there. But I would like to get another database, that is create database QFox, and press enter. You see, query okay, one row affected. Now run the same command, show databases. Now the list should have another extra database that I just now created here. Okay, you see, now earlier databases are only 4, but there are 5 now, and including a database name that I gave here. So we created a new database here, and in this QFox database, out of all these 5 database, I would like to work on the QFox database. What is the command in SQL? Use QFox. Okay, use the database name. Enter. Now the database got changed. That is, we now are working with the QFox database out of all the available database in the MySQL server. Now in this QFox database, let's find out any existing tables are there. So for that we have show tables. Empty set means no tables are available. Let's create a new table. Create table emp1 id. Okay, id into data type name varchar some 15 I am giving, and press enter. The table got created. So now if I say show tables, I'll get one table. In the tables in QFox database are only one, that is the newly created table, that is emp1 table. Now I would like to see if there is any data available in this emp1 table. What is the command? Select star from emp1. If I say select star from emp1, if any records are there in this emp1 table, they will be coming. But this is a newly created table. You will get empty set because there are no records. It just now has been created, and there is no possibility of having records in this emp1 table. Now let's insert some records. How to insert some records using the SQL statements? I have to type these comments like insert into emp1 values. Let's say 1 Arun, like this. Another record I am trying to insert, emp1 values 2 Varun. Another record I am trying to insert into emp1 values 3 comma Tarun. Okay, like this 3 records I am inserting. Now 3 records got inserted. How to check that? Again I have to run the same command. Select star from emp1. Okay, select star from emp1 and press enter. You see, now the table got created. After the table got created, after I inserted the records, now I can see these 3 records available in this emp1 table. Like this, guys, we can perform any operations. Okay, we can perform any operations on this MySQL server. Okay, after connecting to MySQL server, we can perform any SQL operations using any SQL statement we can perform. Now, what I would like to do is I would like to delete this table. Okay, I don't want to have this table. So how to delete the table? Drop. I mean not drop. I will say delete. Delete table emp1. Okay. Delete table emp1. Enter. So there is some error. Delete what is the table emp1 where id is equal to 1. Enter. So I am doing some mistake here. Coming to the table, any spelling mistakes or delete? Okay. Delete star from table. Okay, like this. Let me give. So there is some okay, sorry. I did another mistake, guys. Let me correct it. Delete star from emp1. Okay. So looks like I forgot the syntax of this delete statement. Maybe it is like delete from emp1, guys. Okay. So I was giving the wrong. It's not delete table name. It's delete from table name. And press enter. This time it will be deleted. Okay. I gave the wrong syntax for deleting. So drop table emp1. Yeah. So here drop means completely the table will be deleted. Here delete means the records inside that particular table will be deleted. Okay. These are the correct statements. Okay? Delete from table name, drop table name. Okay. These are the correct commands. Now we don't have any table. Okay. Drop database. Database name is key of x. Enter. Even the database got deleted now. Now if I say show databases, we'll get the default databases. Like this, guys, you can perform all the SQL operations, okay, using the SQL statements. After connecting to this MySQL server, you can perform all the SQL operations using the different SQL statements. These SQL statements will allow you to create the databases, create the tables, okay, insert the data into the tables, delete the data in the tables, drop the tables, drop the databases, and so on. A lot of commands will be there. So guys, this is how we have to install MySQL in a Linux Ubuntu machine. Hope you understood how to do it. In the next video session, I will be explaining one more important concept of how to connect to a remote, okay? How to connect to a remote MySQL installed machine using the Putty software, okay? In the next video session, I'm going to explain how to connect to this MySQL remote machine using a Putty software. Let's say this is a virtual machine and this is another machine, right? This is Windows machine and this is another virtual machine. So assume that this Linux Ubuntu is a virtual machine and it's a remote machine. So if I have to connect from Windows to this particular Linux machine and then perform this MySQL operations on this Linux machine, okay, from this Windows machine, I would like to connect to this Linux machine. I need a software known as Putty software. Okay, from Windows machine using the Putty software, I'll be connecting to this Linux Ubuntu machine, and thereafter I will try to perform all this SQL operations, whatever I have practically demonstrated just now. Okay, from a different machine I want to do that. So how to do that and all those things, I'm going to explain about Putty software in the next video session. Okay, so that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello everyone. Welcome to part 99 of SQL for Beginner series. In this video session, I am going to explain on how to use Putty software. This Putty software for connecting to a remote machine having MySQL server installed and then performing the SQL operations. So guys, in this video session, I am going to explain on how to use Putty software. What is the purpose of using the Putty software? For connecting to a remote machine, okay, for connecting to a remote machine, we have to use Putty software. If this remote machine has MySQL installed, if this remote machine has this MySQL server installed, then if you use Putty software for connecting to this particular remote machine having this MySQL server already installed, then what we can do, guys, we can perform SQL operations remotely. Okay, we can perform SQL operations remotely using the Putty software. So you have to understand few points here. With the help of Putty softwares, we can connect to the remote machines. This is the first point. If this remote machine contains this MySQL server, okay, if this remote machine already has this MySQL server installed, then using this Putty software, we can connect to this remote machine having the MySQL server installed, and thereby we can perform SQL operations, okay, from remotely. That means not from the remote machine, but remotely we'll connect to this remote machine and we can perform the SQL operations. So let me diagrammatically explain. Let's say this is your laptop. Let's say this is your laptop, guys. Okay, this is your laptop or desktop. And let's say here in your laptop, let's say this is your Windows 10. I'm giving some exact details. Let's say you have Windows 10 OS laptop, and there is another machine, So let's take another machine. Let's say this machine has a different OS. Let's say this machine has Linux Ubuntu OS. Okay. Now in this Linux Ubuntu OS machine, we have MySQL installed. Okay. We have this MySQL server installed already in this Linux Ubuntu OS machine. Now from Windows 10 OS, I would like to connect to this Linux machine. I would like to connect from Windows OS to this Linux OS machine. Using which software I need to connect? Using Putty software. Okay. Using Putty software, I can connect to this Linux Ubuntu OS like this. And what I can perform more, after this machine got connected to this Linux machine, from this machine, we can execute SQL queries. Okay. From this machine, we can execute SQL queries on the MySQL server of a remote machine. So we are able to run this SQL queries remotely. So like this, if you want to achieve this kind of things, okay, if your own laptop doesn't have the MySQL installed, but in real time, what will be the thing, guys? Okay, there will be a lot of users and there will be a server machine. Like this, there will be a server. Okay, like this, there will be a server where MySQL server will be installed, and everyone has to connect to this server and then perform operations, right? Everyone has to remotely connect to this server machine and perform the operations. So like this, let's say this is one of the client machine, like general employees are using. In a company, let's say there are 10 employees. Okay, there are 10 employees and there is only one server which has MySQL server installed. And from all the laptops of that 10 users in that particular company, everyone want to connect to the same MySQL server and perform SQL operations. So how they are going to do it? So here, everyone, all those 10 people are going to install Putty software in their machines. And using the Putty software, by providing the details of the server, they are going to connect to the server. And from their machines, they are going to execute the SQL queries on the MySQL server that is installed on the remote machine. So this is how it happens, guys. And now I'm going to practically demonstrate. Okay, I'm going to practically demonstrate how to use the Putty software for connecting to a remote machine and thereby performing the operations remotely on the MySQL server. Okay, Putty software is just for connecting, guys. It will connect. Okay, when you connect properly, then you can run the queries on this MySQL server. Okay, remotely you can run. After Putty software purpose is to connect the two machines like this. Okay, this machine to this machine, and thereafter connection is established by the Putty software. Then you can run SQL queries. If MySQL server is installed on the remote machine, then you can run the SQL queries in your client machine. Okay. Now, in order for me to practically demonstrate how to use Putty software, I need these two machines, right? This Windows 10 OS machine I need, and this Linux Ubuntu having the MySQL server I need. No need to worry, guys. In the previous videos, I created two things. Okay, as explained in the previous videos, I created two things in my machine. First thing is I created Linux Ubuntu virtual machine. Okay, I created in one of the previous videos, that is last but one video, I created Linux Ubuntu virtual machine. So like this guys, like this I created. This is a Linux Ubuntu virtual machine guys. Let me give password so that you can understand how it looks. So this is a remote machine, assuming that this is a remote machine. Okay. Okay, let it log in. So yeah, this is a Linux Ubuntu operating system. Okay, which I have installed in the as a virtual machine. This is a virtual machine, guys. Assume that this virtual machine that I have created as part of last but one video in the previous videos is a remote machine. Assume that this is a remote machine. This Linux machine is a remote machine in our practical demonstration. Fine, this already created. Second thing is I have already installed MySQL server in the Linux machine. Okay, in this Linux machine, I already installed MySQL server. So where I explained this part in the previous video, guys. Okay, in the previous video, I explained how to install MySQL server in the Linux machine. So these two prerequisites are done. So in your case also, guys, if you are ready with these two steps that I explained as part of the previous two videos, okay, go through the previous two videos. And if Linux environment is not created, just create it. If MySQL server is not installed in the Linux machine, just install it. Then come here, guys. Okay. Now you can follow this session. After having these two things ready, then you can follow this session. And I'm going to do same thing like this. So this is, assume that this is a remote machine, guys, like this remote server machine, which is having Linux Ubuntu operating system installed, and also has a MySQL server installed. Okay, so already everything is there. Now, from a remote machine, I would like to connect to this Linux Ubuntu operating system using the Putty software. I mean, from my laptop that is having the Windows 10 operating system, I am going to connect to this Linux Ubuntu operating system having the MySQL server installed using the Putty software. How to do that? For that, I need to download the Putty software, guys. Now I have the client machine having the Windows 10 operating system, and now have the remote machine having the Linux Ubuntu operating system with MySQL server installed. Okay, so two things are there. From this Windows machine, I would like to connect to this Linux machine. How to do that? Even though both are there in my same machine, I'm going to replicate that. Even though this Linux is in a different machine, still we can follow the same process. Okay, since I don't have multiple laptops, I'm trying to put this Windows and this Linux environments in the same machine itself. Okay, assume that this is a remote machine somewhere available on my network. Okay, and connected to the internet, and this is my Windows machine, which is my client regular usage machine, using which I can connect to this Linux virtual machine. Okay, how to do that? We need Putty software. So from where I can get the Putty software? So you need to go to the downloads. Okay, you need to go to the Google. Okay, and download. You need to download it, guys. Okay, you need to go to Google and say download Putty. When you say download Putty, you'll get this putty.org and download Putty link kind of thing. Just click on that link, guys. Just click on that link. So it will take you to the page. So this putty.org is kind of loading, and here you see download Putty option is there, and here you can download Putty from here. Just click on this here, and it will take you to the download page where you can see a lot of options here. I prefer using this 64-bit putty.exe file. Okay, 64-bit putty.exe file I'm going to use. Click on this, it will download. So the putty.exe file will be downloaded. Show in folder, guys. So this is the folder. Let me delete all the unnecessary stuff here in my downloads folder. Okay, so yeah. So this is a Putty software. This is a Putty software that we have to download. Now open the Putty software. Just double click, guys. You don't have to install the Putty. Okay. When you double click on the Putty, it will open this Putty configuration kind of dialog. Okay. First you need to download the Putty, then double click on the Putty so that this Putty configuration will be opened. Fine. Here I need to provide the host name of the remote machine. I need to give the IP address of the remote machine. How to find the IP address? So I have to go to the Linux, open this, then search for the terminal, search for the terminal, click on this. The terminal will be opened in a while. Here, I need to enter one command, guys, that is ifconfig. This command is used for getting the IP address of this Linux machine. So in my Windows machine, if I say cmd, command prompt will come, right? In the command prompt, if I say ipconfig, then I will get the IP address. Okay, then I will get the IP address of my machine. Similarly, in this Linux machine, if I have to get the IP address, I have to type this command ifconfig. So there is a difference, guys. You have to compare this. In Windows machine, what is the command for finding the IP address of the machine that you are using? ipconfig. Whereas in Linux, okay, Linux machine, the command is ifconfig. What is the difference between these two commands? Here, f is different. Here ifconfig, here ipconfig. P is there, F is there. That is the only difference, guys. Remaining everything is same. So here when you say ifconfig, so command ifconfig not found but can be installed. So it's by default it's not giving. Okay, we by default we cannot directly run this ifconfig. For this we have to install this particular package. Sudo apt install net-tools. You have to say. Before doing so, sudo apt -get. I will run this command, guys. Okay, so I'm going to run this command, that's for sure. Okay, this is the command I have to run first. Let me copy paste somewhere here so that I will not forget this. 1 minute, I'm not able to get it outside. Let me copy and see if I can get anywhere. So not that one. So fine, let me type it somewhere. Okay, sudo apt install. So what is that command? Sudo apt install, sudo apt install, then followed by net-tools I have to say. Okay, sudo apt install. This command I have to execute afterwards anyhow. Okay, so before that I will run another command, that is sudo apt get install. Sorry, sudo apt get update I will say first. Okay, it's asking for the password of my Linux machine, Linux Ubuntu machine. I'm just giving the password of my Linux Ubuntu machine now. You have to remember the passwords, guys. Okay, otherwise you'll not be able to do anything. So let me update my existing repositories. After that, I will try to install this NetTools. Okay. So once this says done, then you are free to install this sudo apt install. Okay. Sudo apt install net-tools. You have to say net-tools. Without installing this NetTools, you cannot run this ifconfig. That's the reason we are installing NetTools here. Okay, run it. So it will not take that much, I guess. Let's see how much time it is going to take. Yeah, progress 80%, almost there, right? Progress is 80%. Fine. Processing. So once the NetTools is installed, we are going to run the ifconfig command. Okay. Without this NetTools, we cannot run ifconfig. That's the reason we have to install it. So it's taking some time, guys. Fine. Let's wait for it to complete the installation of this NetTools. Yeah, it's done, guys. Okay. Now it's done. Now you are free to run this command. Okay. ifconfig. So in case of Windows, we have to type ipconfig for finding the IP address. But in case of Linux, you have to type ifconfig command. So when you do so, this time it is working because we have installed the package. Whatever it was, whatever the Linux machine was suggesting the package to be installed, that package got installed, and then ifconfig was executed, and we got the IP address. So this is the IP address we got. Initial IP address is 10.0.2.15. Type here 10. What is that command? What is that IP address, guys? 10.0. Then we have 2.15. This is the IP address we got. So using this IP address, can we connect to this remote machine? Okay. Using this IP address of this Linux machine from my Windows, can I connect to this machine using Putty? Putty is there in my Windows machine. In the Windows operating system, I installed Putty. Right. From here, I'm going to give the IP address of the remote machine, that is Linux Ubuntu machine. 10.0.2.15 is the IP address. keep 22 as it is, copy this IP address, paste into the saved session and click open. Guys, before I'm trying to connect to this Linux machine, I am going to say that this putty is going to fail. Okay, I'll show you the solution later point. For now, I am giving you using the initial IP address given by this Linux operating system. If I give this IP address into the putty and then provide the same IP address, if I enter it into the saved session and click on open, here SSH option is selected, that's fine. And here only on clean exit is selected, that is also fine. When you click on open, you are going to see an error. Okay, even though you gave the proper details here, this is the proper IP address of the Linux machine. Okay, so we should be able to connect, right? But we are going to get error. But how to resolve that errors, I am going to explain later. First, let me show you the error. After that, I will give you the solutions. Click on open. So the command prompt got opened. This should ask for your username, guys. Okay, so but it's not asking here. Instead, after a while, you will see a error message saying unable to connect or okay, network error or whatever it is. Okay, so you are going to see an error in a while, guys. Let's wait for the error to come. See, network error, connection timed out. So using Putty from my Windows machine, I am not able to connect to the remote machine like Linux machine using Putty. So there is a problem. How to resolve that problem? So in order to resolve this problem, we have to do few things before doing this. Okay, before using the Putty, we have to do few things. So what is that things? Just close this, again open. First thing is I need to open the terminal again, guys. Terminal, I have to open the terminal. 1 minute, let me type terminal properly. Yeah, this is a terminal. Just open the terminal. And first step to overcome that network error problem of Putty. Okay, we are not able to connect to a remote machine using Putty, guys. There is some problem coming. So how to solve that? There are two ways. I mean, there is one way only, but there are two steps. That is, first step is to install this SSH in your Linux machine. Okay, first thing is you have to install SSH. So here, come here. Now install SSH. Okay, install SSH. How to install SSH? Sudo apt install SSH. I think this is a command we have to give. Yes. Sudo apt install SSH. Enter it. So it's asking for the password of this Linux machine. So I'm just giving the password. Enter, and that SSH will be installed. Do you want to continue? Yes. Type Y and press enter. So it will be, the SSH will be installed. That's the first step. Okay, so progress is 38, 62. Fine. It has to be completed, guys. Let's wait for it to complete the installation of the SSH in this Linux machine. So we are not able to connect using Putty to this Linux machine because we don't, in Linux machine, this SSH software is not installed already. Okay, once we install, then we'll be able to connect. Okay, that's one thing. So one step we are going to complete for solving the connection problem between the two machines via Putty. So yeah, first step is completed, guys. That is, we have installed SSH now. Fine. Now the next step is close this. Okay, power off. Turn it off, guys. Turn it off. Turn off the virtual machine. Say power off. So virtual machine is going to close completely. So yeah, almost there. It's going to power off completely. Like real machine, it's going to power off, guys. Okay, it will take a while. Let it power off first. So still I am seeing something. Yeah, now it got completely powered off. Now once a virtual machine is powered off, that Linux machine is powered off, go to this virtual box. Okay, where this virtual machine is there. Okay, it's now in powered off state. You see, Ubuntu is in powered off state. Linux Ubuntu is powered off. In the virtual box manager, select this Ubuntu which is powered off and select settings. Okay, select the settings. Click on the settings, guys. Then you will get this kind of settings. In settings, select network. In network, select adapter 1. In adapter 1 tab, here attach it to, you have to select host only adapter. Okay, host only adapter you have to select and go to advanced. Okay, after selecting this host only adapter, you have to click on the advanced and just click on this refresh icon. Okay, just click on this refresh icon and see the MAC address is getting changed and then say okay. Okay, this is the steps you have to follow, guys. Once that is done, now start the virtual machine again. Start the virtual machine again, guys. Fine. So let it start. It will take a while to start the virtual machine. The Linux machine is starting now again. Linux Ubuntu is starting now. Let it start completely. And we should go to the terminal again. Okay. So in the Linux machine, we have to open the terminal again. And then again, select the IP address. That using the command. Which command, guys? ifconfig command. Okay. Using the ifconfig, we have to get the IP address. The IP address, earlier we got this IP address, right? Before I did these operations like installing the SSH and then changing the host only in the adapter, okay, by turning off the Linux machine. So before doing that, we have this IP address. Initial IP address is 10.0.2.15. But after starting the Linux machine again, after doing all this prerequisite steps for resolving the problem and then starting the Linux machine, the IP address is going to change, guys. Okay? We are going to get a new IP address. Let's see. Let's wait for it to launch and then I will be showing you how to get the latest IP address. Fine, it's taking a while. Let's wait. Okay. So the remote machine has to launch completely and we should be able to see the home screen of the Linux machine. So we have to wait. There is no other way other than waiting. Okay, still taking time. Okay, still taking time. Yeah, it's going to start it seems, because I have seen the Ubuntu logo disappear. That means it's going to show us the screen of Linux Ubuntu after restarting or starting it. It's like starting a machine, guys. Okay, so even your laptop will take a lot of time to start, right? Same thing happens with the like VirtualBox. So it's a virtual machine. It's not a physical or real machine, but still it will take a lot of time, similar to the real machine. And as you can see, like while I created this VirtualBox in one of the previous videos, I have given only 2 GB. So with 2 GB, how much speed it can start and all the stuff you can expect, right? So it's going to take some time to launch. Fine, I can see some arrow here, but I'm not able to see any screen. Let's wait for the screen to appear. Yeah, purple color came. That means we are almost there. Yeah, now we are almost there, guys. It got launched completely. Now click on this. Let's go to the terminal again. Click on this. Since we have used terminal multiple times, it has given as a shortcut. So I clicked on it. And here you see now, after doing all the prerequisites like installing the SSH and then stop powering it off and then changing the adapter in network settings adapter to host only adapter, then I'm going to type ifconfig command, right? Ifconfig. Now this time you got another IP address, guys. Here you see you got another IP address, right? What is this IP address? 192.168.56.103. 103. Like this we got. So this IP address we have to use. Now open the Putty. Where is Putty, guys? Putty is in my downloads. Okay, just open this Putty. And here, instead of giving the older IP address, I'm going to give the latest IP address. That is 192.168.56.103. Okay, so I'm going to give that. And SSH should be there, 22 should be there. And give copy paste the same host IP address into the saved session. And say, without changing anything, say open. You see some security alert is coming. That means it's working fine. Click on S, guys. Okay, I'm okay with the security problem, not a problem. Okay, just click on S. Now this time you see it's asking for the login as. So you have to log in as, you have to give the username of this Linux machine. What is the username? This Arun Motori is this part. This is a username. Okay, I have to log in as Arun Moturi. Arun Moturi. Enter. Now it is asking for the password, guys. So I have to give the password of this Linux Ubuntu operating system. Here, first I have to give the username of this Linux Ubuntu operating system. When Putty asks for the login as, I have to give the username. That is this particular username. Then I have to give the password of this particular username of this Linux Ubuntu. So I am giving the password that I have set for the logging in of this Linux Ubuntu operating system. Enter. Then welcome to Ubuntu. So this Putty software is there in my Windows machine, and using Putty software I connected to a remote machine, that is Linux Ubuntu. That's why it is saying welcome to Ubuntu. Okay, welcome to the remote machine, that is Ubuntu. And here I got the command prompt of the Ubuntu. Okay, whatever the command prompt that I am seeing here, right, that you got here. Fine. Now from this command prompt, I can connect to the MySQL server. MySQL server is installed in the Linux machine. I'll try to connect to the MySQL server. How to connect? The command for connecting to the MySQL server is sudo MySQL -u root -p and press enter. It will ask for the password of this MySQL server. Okay. So the root user password is, you have to remember this password, guys. In the last session I explained, right? The last session I explained what is the root user and the password I have set. If I remember, the password I have set is root1234. Okay, root1234. For this root super user of this MySQL server installed in this Linux machine, I gave the password as root1234. After entering this, I have to press enter. So sorry, try again. It is saying, let me try again. Root1234 and press enter. So it's not connecting. Maybe there is a problem, guys. The problem here is, I know what is the problem. So here also I will try the same thing. Okay, sudo MySQL -u root is root password. I have to say -p, and if I give the password as root1234, let's see what it will do. So it's saying try again. I just got a doubt, guys. Okay, I'm just saying Control-Z so that I can go back. I just got a doubt like whether MySQL server is running or not. I just have to find out, right? Before I connect like this to the server, I wanted to know like MySQL server is running in the Linux operating system or not. For that we have a command, right? Sudo service MySQL. I have to say status. Enter. So let's see what will be the result. Sudo service MySQL status. This is the command as far as I know. Okay, it's taking time. Okay, it has to be by this time, but I'm not getting the result. So let's do one more thing. Let's say Control-Z here. It's not going. I think let me close this terminal itself. Close the terminal and restart. As it is not responding. So I'll say something like sudo service MySQL. I'll say start. It is asking for the password. Password for Arun Moturi. That means this username password Arun Moturi is like belong to Linux Ubuntu, and its password like Linux Ubuntu password I have to give, guys. Enter. Let's see. Yeah, maybe it got started. Let's find the status now. Sudo service MySQL status. Yeah, it's now active and running. Okay, now say Control-Z so that it will go to the next step. So now once this status is active, then I think we can communicate. Okay, now let's give the password from the Putty software. Let's give the password. So that is password is root1234. Sorry, I gave the wrong password, I guess. Yes, I gave the wrong password. So again I will run the command like sudo MySQL -u root -p. Enter. It will ask for the password. Password is root1234. Enter. This should be the password, guys. Okay, it's not doing anything. Here, let me check. sudo MySQL -u root -p, then root 1 2 3 4, enter. It's connected, right? So same thing I need to connect from here, but somehow it is not happening. Sudo MySQL -u root -p. I have to give the password as root 1 2 3 4, enter. Okay, somehow it's not able to do to the permitted by. Okay, so let me connect again. So open Putty, put this IP address, put this IP address again, say open, login as the username of the Linux Ubuntu. What is the username of Linux Ubuntu? Arun Moturi. And password of Linux Ubuntu is the password that I am going to give. Now it got connected to the Ubuntu. Now my query should run MySQL -u root -p. So I gave the correct password, guys, but it's not working. Password for, yeah, it's asking for Arun Motori password, guys. I thought like it's asking for the this password, but here it is asking for Arun Motori password. As you can see here, password for Arun Motori, right? That's what I am doing mistake. Maybe I'll give the Ubuntu password here. Okay. Enter. Now it's asking for the actual password of the MySQL. That's the logic, guys. That's the problem actually. Okay. Initially, it's asking for Arun Motori's password. That is the Ubuntu password. After you give the Ubuntu password, it's asking for the password of the MySQL. Okay, that root user MySQL. What's the password of the root user MySQL? Root 1 2 3 4. Enter. Yeah, you see, guys, this got connected now. Small confusion, but that's fine. So we have to read the things here. Okay, it's here clearly it is asking for password for Arun Motori. I was giving the password for the root user of MySQL. Okay, that's where I did the mistake. Now here you can run any query, guys. Okay, so you don't need this remote machine now. Okay, just collapse it, and you don't need that remote machine. From you got connected to the remote machine from your host machine, and then you are able to connect to MySQL server, which is there in the which is running in the remote machine. So then you can perform any operations like show databases. If I say enter, all the databases that are there in the MySQL server of the Linux machine got displayed here in the Putty itself. Now you can create a database, create database TFOX, you can say enter. Now say show databases. The newly created database got displayed in the existing list of databases. Now select this database, like use QFOX. Now say create a table under this QFOX. Now database got selected as QFOX. That means whatever the tables you create, they will be created under QFOX database. So let me create a table. Create table emp1 id int name varchar of 15. Okay, let's say I'm just creating this kind of table. The table got created. If I say select star from, these are all SQL statements, guys. Okay, I am remotely connected to the Linux Ubuntu machine which has the MySQL server installed and running. Then using Putty I connected remotely, and from the Putty itself I am running all the SQL queries on the remote machine. Okay, so this is how like people work. So in a company, a server machine will be there where Linux kind of Linux machine will be there. In that MySQL will be installed in the server Linux server machine, and all the people who are actually working in the company, if they want to connect to that server machine, they can connect using the Putty. And in Putty, after connecting to that MySQL server in that remote machine using Putty, they can actually perform all the SQL operations. Okay, this is the reason why I was explaining all this stuff. Okay, the last 3 videos I was explaining about creating the Linux Linux Ubuntu operating system in a virtual box. Then second thing, okay, I explained how to install MySQL server in the Linux Ubuntu operating system. The third video, I am explaining how to use Putty for connecting to that remote Linux machine we created so far, which has this MySQL installed and running for performing the operations remotely from your host machine. Like every employee can install this, download this Putty and then connect to the remote machine and perform SQL operations. Okay. So remotely we can perform SQL operations on the remote Linux Ubuntu operating system if required. Okay, which has this MySQL server running. Now we don't get any select star from EMP means this table is empty, right? We have to insert some data. For that we have these statements. Insert into EMP1 values. I will insert some 2 records. Let's say I don't want to insert more. Insert into another record. I'm inserting values into the table. So Varun, second record. Now if I say select star from EMP1, you see the table got created. Like this, guys, you can perform any operation, any SQL operation on the databases of the MySQL server, which is running on the remote machine, that is Ubuntu Linux remote machine in our example. Fine. How this is possible? How all this is possible? With the help of Putty, guys. Okay, with the help of this Putty, we can do this kind of stuff. So hope, guys, you understood how to use Putty for connecting to a remote machine, having the MySQL server installed in it, and then performing the SQL operations remotely from your host machine. You can perform the SQL operations remotely on the remote machine, that is Linux Ubuntu in this case. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye.